Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. We're all about bringing high-quality web novel audiobooks to life, and most of our content is completely free to enjoy. Just a quick note, web novels and web novel audiobooks aren't the same thing. Simply reading a novel out loud doesn't always make for a great listening experience. That's why I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and careful editing for every chapter to make sure the narration flows naturally and immerses you in the story, just like reading it yourself. These audiobooks are not just direct copies of the original novels. I've adapted them for a smoother, more engaging experience. And to be fully transparent, these adaptations are made for commercial purposes, so some chapters are paid content. But don't worry, this process is fully copyright compliant. I do all of this because I truly love web novels and audiobooks. I'm a huge fan, and this story is one of my personal favorites. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King, in Hueco Mundo with Shindu template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Most of our content there is free, and it's the best place to follow and support our work. The default audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast for you, just let me know, I'm happy to adjust it. Got a favorite web novel you'd love to hear as an audiobook? Drop a suggestion. I'm always open to new ideas. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and behind-the-scenes content. Thanks so much for your continued support and happy listening. He still maintained his posture of overlapping palms. At this time, the gray vortex that wandered around his palm was compressed to less than an inch, and the color began to become darker and deeper, moving closer to the darkest color. In this process, even his armament haki, which was condensed on Ross's palm, was stirred up and caught in the vortex. It compressed and squeezed. Oh. Oh. Big Mom continues to charge into Ross while strange sounds were coming out of her mouth. Ross stepped on Moonwalk in the air and rushed to the sky to avoid Big Mom attack, but Big Mom instantly took Thundercloud and rushed towards Ross. At this moment, Ross's body has become a little heavy, avoiding Big Mom's 2 attacks, he kicked out and collided with Big Mom's fist and the whole man fell down to the ground below. Bang! The earth collapsed and several cracks of more than 10 meters in length appeared. This scene also made the Big Mom pirates feel great. But almost as Big Mom swooped down from the air and was about to charge into Ross again, Ross, who is trapped in the earth, jumps out from the crack. Between his palms, the strange vortex has disappeared. Although I have done it once before, the difficulty of doing it in practice is different from that of a battle. Ross stood on the ruins and looked at Big Mom in the sky. There was no panic in his eyes. There was only calm, like a silent pool. He opened his palm. In the palm of his hand, there is a little black ball floating. It's not appropriate to call it a ball, because no matter which direction one looks it from, it looks more like a deep vortex. It is impossible to describe it by the round on the paper, and difficult to describe it by the three-dimensional ball, because there is no concept of space above it and space is distorted into an incomprehensible form. The only thing that can be perceived is that there is only chaos. Looking at the big mom rushing towards him, Ross opened his hand and gently stepped back and retreated to a few hundred meters. Oh! Big Mom's mouth made a weird sound, as if instinctively aware of the danger, and also changed direction in an instant to avoid the floating black ball and continue to charge into Ross. The next moment, however, Ross raised his hand, touched his middle finger with his thumb, and crossed his index finger in a staggered gesture. Transfer. With the distortion of the surrounding space, the whole person appears inexplicably hundreds of meters away, in front of the black ball. Oh! Oh! Big Mom made a frantic noise as if she was about to wake up, but it was too late to do anything else. After the overdraft force moved Big Mom back to the spot, Ross opened his clasped thumb and forefinger silently, his eyes calm, and softly uttered a word. Annihilation. His voice fell. The black ball in front of Big Mom suddenly broke. Chapter 295 Big Mom's Death Caca. A sound similar to a glass being shattered sounded. There was a white crack in the middle of the black ball like a deep whirlpool, which spread to the whole black ball in a flash. Bang! A smudge of white light instantly covers the entire sky. It was as if the nuclear bomb had exploded here or as if a star had collapsed here. The bright white light forced everyone to close their eyes, unable to look at it, so that the whole heaven and earth seems to turn into a white world. That white light enveloped the whole cake island for an instant. There are no waves left. There is only the bright white light. When the white light gradually dissipated, everyone opened their eyes and looked at the center, and almost all of them were shocked. They saw that in the area of thousands of meters around, a huge sinkhole had appeared, and everything inside it disappeared without a trace, as if swallowed by something. There is no trace of being burned, no trace of an explosion, and everything in that pothole had simply disappeared in the void. Everything is annihilated. At the center, the figure of Big Mom appeared there, and it did not disappear. No attack can make the powerful body of a four emperors disappear. However, Big Mom's body is now broken, and there is no intact area in her whole body. In many places, there is only an exposed skeleton. There is no blood. It was a body that looked completely wilted, and all the blood inside it was drained. It was annihilated with the black ball that exploded, leaving only a few remains. Thousands of meters away, at the edge of the sinkhole, Ross was standing there looking a little pale, but there was no scar on his body, or the scars have already recovered. The range of attack is still a little larger. Looking at the remains of Big Mom, Ross murmured. The release of the technique Annihilation is basically to use all his power of distortion to the limit, and then move Big Mom back to his original place. By the time the move happened, the black ball is already overloaded. He himself has not completely exited the core area, but he was still a good distance away to retreat safely. Moreover, and the power of distortion can cancel out the annihilation, so although he was affected, he didn't end up in a miserable situation. What is it to be killed by your own tricks? He who loses his reason is doomed to perish. Ross straightened up and looked at Big Mom's body, his eyes slowly opening. If they were in a sensible situation, no other four emperors will give him such a long time to use Annihilate, nor will they give him the chance to move back. But Big Mom lost her rationality, and she didn't take this into account. Bounty of 1.9 billion berries, 4 emperors. Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, has been hunted. Rewards: 150 talent proficiency points, 2 free talent points. The systematic synthetic tone, which comes late and rings in Ross's ears without any emotion, offers him the prize of hunting the 4 emperors, far more than any previous round of hunting. Ho! Ross closed his eyes slightly, slowly recovering his consumed stamina, and the condition he'd just been struck into by the aftermath of his own annihilation. Big Mom's physical wreckage can no longer stand still, so it falls in the muddy soil and falls to the bottom of the crater. At the same time, on the entire Cake Island, all of the homies made by the soul fruit lost consciousness, lost their lives, and regained their ordinariness. Homies are. The people of the Big Mom pirates were still in the dark and dazed until they found the homies' chess soldiers around them all closed their eyes and lost their vitality, and they finally woke up. After they woke up, their faces were filled with unbelievableness. Homies have all disappeared, which means that the ability of soul fruit has come undone, which means that one of the 5 emperors, Big Mom, is dead. No. Not like this. Someone shook his head and stepped back with an unacceptable expression on his face, as if he wanted to laugh but he couldn't feel any smile on his face. How can Mother be defeated? Impossible. This is not true. Kitakuri-sama, please say that this is not true. Kitakuri's expression, As early as the white light covered the island, had no warmth at all, and his face is filled with silences that have never been seen before. Because of the interference of Ross and Big Mom's hockey, and because the distance was too far, he couldn't foresee the future there, but at the moment when the white light appeared, he knows that it is over. He could guess that Ross was preparing a strong attack. However, Big Mom in that state didn't have any sense and didn't try to deal with it. He was so far away that it was too late for him to even think about involving himself. Besides, he couldn't force his way through Shiryu of the Rain. Big Mom pirates are over. Katakure's hand with the weapon slowed, and his eyelids eventually drooped. Ross's strength is good enough to suppress Big Mom, and Ross's battle experience and his strength are the limits in Katakure's eyes. Impeccable battle. Under the circumstances that the battle power is strong, the entire battle became well organized, and Ross was able to sharply capture all the flaws of Big Mom. For Big Mom that has lost her sensibility, he has also quickly found a way to deal with it. Not bad. Big Mom. Is it dead? At the edge of the island, Morgan boarded a special aircraft, pulled by countless seabirds, and flew in the air outside Cake Island, looking at the scene from afar. He slowly lowered the telescope, and the shocking color in his eyes was hard to fade. That was Big Mom. After the Great Age of Pirates started, she is the king who ruled the New World for nearly 2 decades. He thought that this battle may be won by the Ghost Hand Pirates because he has already known that it is Ghost Hand Pirates' style, but he did not expect that Big Mom would die here. The Emperor has fallen. He can't imagine what kind of waves will be set off in the sea tomorrow, and how the whole world will be impacted by this news. It's over. Fujitora looked far away from the field, and his observation hockey found that Big Mom was no longer alive. He spoke in a low voice, but his heart was full of ups and downs. He's much faster than I thought. Shiryu of the Rain sipped the cigar and turns the edge of his second-generation ghostly sword and stabs it into the ground to hide the fluctuations in his heart. No one can calm down. Even they, Ghost Hand Pirates, can't calm down. Especially for Lafitte, Trafalgar Law and other people who have followed Ross for a long time, they have a faintly unreal feeling. Was Big Mom killed like this? The best deal of my life. Fioxerman whispered. Once upon a time, Ross said to him that he didn't care about overturning the sea, but now Ross really killed 4 emperors in her own territory. He smiled faintly, his eyes were filled with self-confidence and there was a smirk on his face which was infinitely magnified at this moment. If someone now asks him if he regrets joining the Ghost Hand Pirates, his answer must be, regret a fart. Chapter 296 Chasing Down. Since Big Mom is finished. After Shiryu of the Rain spat out a mouthful of smoke, his eyes slowly moved towards the Big Mom pirates gathered in the distance. His eyes flashed with a fierce light, as he said, we should also start killing. As Shiryu's voice fell, Trafalgar Law and others gradually regained their gaze and turned to look at the many pirates of the Big Mom pirate group. Trafalgar Law picked up the Kikaku blade and said, except for keeping Katakuri and Pudding alive, the rest need to be dealt with. This is the established plan that Ross issued before the battle. Katakuri and Pudding must be captured alive. They can try to capture other commanders alive, but it is also not a problem if they died because they need to be merciless in a battle. Captain has finished his battle, we can't hold Captain back too much. Fioxerman gently smiled and his figure suddenly became a residual image as he suddenly charged towards the members of the Big Mom pirates and a coin shot out of his fingers with fast speed. The coin broke the sound barrier instantly and its impact power was similar to the power of a heavy cannonball. At the moment when Fioxerman started, Shiryu of the Rain and others also moved together and rushed towards the Big Mom pirates one after another. In terms of momentum, they were already rolling over. Seeing Shiryu of the Rain and Fioxerman and other people rushing over, Katakuri's eyes flashed with a trace of light. He looked at his side and saw that his brothers and sisters were terrified. He regained his gain and said, go. It's impossible to win. Get out of here. Katakuri's voice slashed through the panic and the Big Mom pirates regained clarity and a little morale. Even if they have to run out of here and they don't know where to find a place to live, they can't just die here. It's better to be alive than dead. Retreat. Prospero also bit his teeth and waved the candy cane in his hand, indicating that everyone would retreat to the west coast, where they had their fleet and ship. The entire Big Mom pirates scattered and ran. They desperately ran in the direction of the west shore. They don't have any intention to fight a war now, they only have the desire to survive. But someone did not escape. When everyone turned around and ran away, he stood in the same place and looked at Fioxerman and other people who were rushing over with a deep look in his eyes, blocking the pile of coins that Fioxerman threw. Katakuri. Prospero, who was also about to leave, glanced at Katakuri. Katakuri didn't look back and said in a calm tone, it is impossible for everyone to withdraw from here. Someone must stay to occupy their time. Take care of our younger siblings, Brother Prospero was silent for a second, and his steps stopped as he finally replied, I know. After saying this sentence, he also withdrew with everyone. At this time, someone also found that Katakuri had stayed behind. Brother Katakuri. Why? The people paused, and although they had already thought of the reason, they still showed an unacceptable expression on their faces. Let's go. Don't let Katakuri sacrifice his life in vain. Prospero bit his teeth and yelled at them. It was at this time that Shiryu of the Rain and others swarmed and instantly drowned Katakuri's figure. Even though Katakuri was strong and even had the future prediction observation haki, it was still impossible for him to outdo Shiryu of the Rain and others in front of him who were as strong as him. Buzz. Fujitori's gravity holds Katakuri down in the same place and Fyakuserman kicks Katakuri upside down, and Shiryu of the Rain follows and created a frost sword that freezes Katakuri's figure. The ice seal did not last long, and there was a trace of cracking at the next moment. Go after the others. Fujitora spoke as he walked towards Katakuri while holding his sword. Shiryu of the Rain and others did not question Fujitora's strength. They did not bother Katakuri and forced their way towards the fleeing Bigman pirates. Kaka. Katakuri broke free from the ice with a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, but his face still showed a faint solitude. He poured the power of his awakening devil fruit into the earth. Flowing Machi. Purr. Under the awakening ability of Machi fruit, the land of 100 meters suddenly turns into a creeping sticky Machi, which entangles Shiryu and other people, and at the same time, it turns into a wave sweeping down towards them. Hadruden turned into a thunderbolt and disappeared in an instant. Shiryu of the Rain snorted and raised his hand and smashed it out, tearing the earth and freezing the Machi. But it was a move that eventually blocked everyone but Hadruden. Buzz. Fujitora's gravity blade tapped the ground, and a horrible gravitational pressure pressed against Katakuri's body, sinking his entire body. Katakuri is willing to stay and try to block all of them. Fujitora appreciates this courage and determination, but it can't erase the things that this pirate group had done. With more than 1 billion bounty on his head, Katakuri has destroyed countless city towns and killed countless innocent people. It's only human nature to stand up for a brother or sister, but I also have my pride and I'm not going to let you do whatever you want. Fujitora rushed towards Katakuri. Katakuri looked at Fujitora and sighed in his heart, knowing that it is almost impossible for him to circumvent around Fujitora. I can only do so much. He spoke as he looked towards Prospero and others, and then suddenly made a fist and condensed a huge Machi fist, and smashed it toward Fujitora. Bang! Fujitora crossed his sword across his body and held it in place by gravity, unable to swing or move forward. Even though Katakuri has the ability of future prediction, there was still a gap between him and Fujitora in terms of strength. Even if he is desperate and breaks out with all of his power and leads himself to a near-death rampage, even then it was still impossible for him to level the gap between them and he would be suppressed by Fujitora. Crackling. Hadruden was not deterred by Katakuri's Machi waves and rushed towards the fleeing pirates with the maximum speed of rumble fruit. After a few flashes, he caught up with the Bigman pirates. Thunder punishment. A huge thunder stream with tens of meters in diameter condensed out of his huge giant body and was thrown towards the Bigman pirates. Aware of the terrible power of the thunder stream, many people in the Bigman pirates were frightened and panicked. Hard biscuit shield. In desperation, Cracker turned back and waved his arms. The biscuits gathered in the void, forming a shield with armament hockey attached to it and stopped Hadruden's strike. Chapter 297 The world shocks. After blocking Hadruden's blow, Cracker tried to continue to escape, but Hadruden flashed into the crowd and his entire body turned into thunder. The terrifying thunder stream instantly spread in all directions and instantly enveloped more than 10 people. 200 million volt bari, electrical discharge. Under Hadruden's wide-range attack, 7 or 8 people were instantly stunned by thunder. The rest of the people only barely resisted with armament hockey and their hairs were burned. Bastard! When Cracker saw it, he couldn't help but bite his teeth and slashed his sword at Hadruden. Roll. Pretzels. The blade attached with black armament hockey suddenly spun up and slammed through Hadruden. Crackling. Thunder and sword blade interweave and burst and flash spread in void. Hadruden ignores other pirates and stared at Cracker. He raised his hand and condensed a thunder hatchet. He swung it towards Cracker with a strong wave. Bang long. With a bang, Cracker leaped out of the intertwined thunder arc, trying to fight and retreat, but Hadruden's huge body was so flexible that it followed him in a flash. Under the onslaught of Hadruden, Cracker retreated several times. In the face of rumble fruit's power and speed, Cracker has no chance of escaping. He is completely stuck in place and has to concentrate on dealing with Hadruden. At the same time, Shiryu of the Rain and Fyakuserman and others also arrived, chasing after the Bigman pirates, and the Bigman pirates fought back. Just when the frontal offensive and defensive battle turned into a unilateral pursuit battle and the war began to continue, Gerd, who had been staying on the ship, boarded the Cake Island and headed for the sinkhole. Captain. Looking at Ross standing on the edge of a sinkhole, leaning against the cursed blade morass aim, she took a deep breath and quickly used heal fruit. A ball of light emerged from her chest, fluttering in the air and quickly falling on Ross's body. It wrapped Ross's body and quickly healed some of his lost stamina. Huh. You came at the right time. With the recovery of heal fruit, Ross finally breathed out a sigh of relief. Although the aftermath of annihilation was blocked by himself and his self-healing ability healed almost all of his injuries, but the amount of stamina he spent coupled with the overload ability caused the muscles inside his body to fall in fatigue state. Because of this, he did not go after the remaining members of the Big Mom Pirates. It has become somewhat difficult for him to exert much strength in this short period of time and it will take some time for him to recover. But with Gerd's heal fruit ability, this problem is not so big. Although he will not be restored to a good state at once but he will be able to eliminate his fatigue in a short time and restore a little of stamina is no problem. Taking a deep breath, Ross slowly calmed down his breathing and recovered a lot after Gerd's healing ability. He stepped out of the sinkhole. After gently nodding at Gerd, he took another step. Whiz. Space was suddenly pulled, and with one step down, he was directly on the battlefield where Fujitora and Katakuri were engaged. At the moment, Katakuri had been completely outmaneuvered by Fujitora. Sword of Distortion. Ross's eyes were calm and he swung his sword at Katakuri's back. Katakuri had already foreseen Ross's attack in advance, he couldn't do anything about it. Instead, he was forced to growl and stop Fujitora's blow with all his might, while leaning over to avoid Ross's attack. But Ross's attack is not focused on a point but on the entire front area. Oh. Katakuri was suddenly hit by the power of distortion and turned into a thick mochi, which rolled out towards the distance, with blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. Fujitora slightly looked up and didn't give up the opportunity, and immediately took out his blade. Buzz. Katakuri could not escape from the sudden explosion of the gravity blade. The whole man and the earth around him collapsed into the ground and blood rolled out from his mouth. Ross saw that Katakuri was seriously injured and Fujitora's presence is enough to hold Katakuri down. He turned his head and looked at the other battlefield. After stepping out, he suddenly came to the rear of Cracker. Huh? Cracker is fighting against Hadruden and is actively trying to resist Hadruden's attack. He has seen Ross raid Katakuri and cooperate with Fujitora to hit Katakuri badly. When he realizes that Ross has disappeared again, he already had a bad feeling in his heart. Whiz. Ross's foot slammed into Cracker's back. Cracker gritted his teeth, he resisted Hadruden in front and launched the Biscuit Devil Fruit ability, turning a biscuit on the back to shield and inspiring armament hockey to the limit. But under Ross's feet, his armament hockey, which was used to the limit, was still unable to resist. The whole cookie shield failed to hold for even half a second and was kicked to pieces by Ross. Breaking the shield, Ross hits Cracker's back. Boom. Cracker flew out in front of him and slammed into Hadruden, vomiting blood from his mouth. At the same time, he roars wildly and took advantage of this situation to swung his sword at Hadruden. Hadruden held the Thunder's axe in both hands and his face sank a little. Instead of giving way, he roared and chopped up against Cracker's sword. Bang. The thunder arc exploded and spread across all directions. Hadruden stumbled back a step, while Cracker was stiffly restrained. His body fell to the ground, numb and stiff under the thunder. Sneer. Ross stabbed through Cracker's chest. Bounty of 860 million berries, Cracker, has been hunted, rewards, 60 talent proficiency points and 1 free talent points. He has acquired the first kill reward for 800 million to 1.2 billion bounty pirates in Impel Down. This is the second time that he had killed a pirate at this level and he did not expect to get 1 free talent points. It seems that this time his luck was good. In addition to the reward of killing Big Mom, this hunting operation has already netted him 3 free talent points, plus the 3 points that he had accumulated before. He now has 6 free talent points. As for talent proficiency points, there are already 210 points. Ho! Crossing the space several times in a row, hitting Katakuri and killing Cracker, Ross's stamina that was recovered was finally bottomed out again and his whole body was in a state of exhaustion. He glanced at the battlefield of Shiryu of the Rain and the Big Mom Pirates, which was already far away. He finally shook his head and did not force himself to rush. He will call it a day here. Ross waved at Gerd not far away, and Gerd walked over. He jumped to Gerd's chest and leaned back, saying, "Take me back to the ship." His clothes and cloak have been broken in the aftermath of annihilation. He now has no clothes on his body. With the power of light distortion, he has made black cloak-like things to cover himself. The touch of the skin makes Gerd realize that Ross's current state is not the same as it looks. However, as a giant, there is no shame in treating those of the dwarves' race like Ross. She smiles and responds immediately and walks towards the coast. If the Battle of Katakuri and others was still in suspense when Big Mom was defeated, then the battle was completely out of suspense when Ross attacked Katakuri badly and killed Cracker again. Out of 4 Sweet Commanders, 1 was killed while the other was seriously injured. Great Age of Pirates, 18 years. One of the 5 emperors, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, died in the confrontation between the Big Mom pirates and the Ghost Hand pirates. After a few days, the news spread throughout the sea, setting off a huge wave that swept the whole world, and after hearing this news, countless people were silent as they were shocked to their core. From the rise of the Ghost Hand pirates to become the 5 emperors, after breaking the pattern of the 4 emperors, everyone knew that New World is bound to fall into chaos, and may even have fallen. But no one thought that the era of the 5 emperors, which lasted for less than 2 years, and there was a fallen emperor, and the Big Mom pirates were shattered. New World. Return to the 4 emperors era again. Chapter 298, Assignment Cake Island. The original city fort, which was big enough to rival a city town, and the countless buildings on the island, have been turned into ruins, and the entire island has almost been destroyed. In the ruins, Gerd and others set up a temporary camp. In the follow-up pursuit of the Big Mom pirates, Chef Strayusen was attacked by Hadruden and Fyoxerman and was beaten to death, and the remaining cadres were also seriously injured. Big Mom herself and the Sweet Commander Cracker died on the battlefield. Katakuri and Charlotte Pudding were successfully captured, and the remaining Sweet Commanders Smoothie and Snack, who were heavily wounded, eventually fled the Cake Island and are now missing. They escaped? In the makeshift camp, Ross looked at Fyoxerman and others who had failed to catch up with Smoothie and Snack, with his hands on his chin, and said a quiet tone. Fyoxerman and others looked somewhat ashamed. They were supposed to be able to eliminate Smoothie, Snack and other remaining pirates. However, due to the special nature of Tato Lancy, when they reached the sea, their ship got stuck in the candy made by Perospero and they were unable to pursue them. And during this period, there were a large number of other reinforcements that came from other islands to block them. Although these small soldiers weren't a threat to them at all, but because they were on the sea and their numbers were large, by the time they dealt with the resistance, Smoothie and others have already escaped and they couldn't chase after them. Ross didn't talk, and no one dared to speak in the field. Ross, who killed Big Mom in front of them, is no longer someone who they would dare to stand against. It's a big joke to even think about it. When it comes to important things, even if Fyoxerman had to worry about it, forget it. Ross's voice finally broke the silent atmosphere. He lightly shook his head and stood up. The 2 remaining Sweet Commanders are running, so he will let them run. Anyway, Big Mom is dead and just 2 of them won't be able to make any big waves. Ross took a step to the top of a relatively high building wreck nearby, overlooking the whole Cake Island. He looked at the distant coastal sky with a profound vision. From today onward, Tato Lancy is ours. Seeing that Ross is no longer focused on the running 2 Sweet Commanders, Fyoxerman and others were relieved. At the same time, hearing Ross's words, everyone's emotions were surging. Why is the pirate on the top of the New World called an emperor? Because they have their own territory and they ruled an area of the sea like an emperor. All the islands and countries in their territories belong to them. Now Big Mom has been killed in battle, and more than half of the Big Mom pirates have been killed or injured, which means that they have completely quit the stage of the New World and they won't be able to return. However, this piece of land that once belonged to Big Mom pirates has changed its ownership and become their territory. In the future, we will be true 4 emperors. Robin stood under the ruins where Ross stood and said with a soft voice. There was nothing wrong with her wording. From the moment Big Mom died, the 5 emperors changed back to 4 emperors. 7 years. It took them 7 years from West Blue to reach here today. This was a long journey, but for this sea, it is an incredible rise, from being nameless pirates to the emperor who ruled the New World. Whitebeard was already a strong pirate before the Great Age of Pirates, and after that, he became a pirate that stood at the top of this world. Big Mom and 100 Beast Kaido were also pirates before the Great Age of Pirates, and they were a terrifying figure in the world. As for Red Hair Shanks, he was once a member of the Roger Pirate. Whereas Ross belongs to a new generation of pirates, he is from a different era than Whitebeard and Kaido. From the moment when Ross annihilated the Big Mom pirates, it also became evident that the era of Whitebeard and others is about to die, and the Grand Line will usher in a new generation of rulers. Captain Ross, what about this Cake Island? Luffy came to the ruin and looked around and headed for Ross. The Cake Island is the main island of Tato Lancy and the former base of the Big Mom pirates, but it has now been destroyed. If they were to rebuild it, it will take a lot of time. Rebuild? Ross thought a little, and responded calmly, but this will not be our core territory. Our core territory will be in the sky. Now that he has the Tato Lancy as his territory, Sky Island can also move here. With Ross's current ability, it's not difficult for him to push Burka's Sky Island to the top of the Cake Island, not to mention that Fujitora can help with that hard work. Understood. Luffy was a little shocked and immediately understood the meaning behind Ross's words and agreed with a slight smile on his face. The Burka Island is indeed a place that is suitable as a core territory. Their ghost hand pirates does have the ability to arbitrarily go up and down the island. Shiryu will be in charge of dismantling the flags and destroying all the remnants of Big Mom pirates. Ross spoke to Shiryu of the Rain. There must be remnants of the Big Mom pirates on other islands in the Tato Land Sea. As for the remnants of the Big Mom pirates, Ross had no intention of taking them in or letting them go. He has no prisons and other things to hold them here. So he will simply execute them all. The job of executioner was left to Shiryu of the Rain. Yes. Shiryu of the Rain was polishing the second-generation ghost blade. When he heard Ross's words, he grinned and was satisfied as he gets to kill more pirates. Ross glanced at Shiryu of the Rain and reminded him calmly, "Don't move against the innocent civilians, don't let me be an emperor without any people in my territory." Understood. Shiryu of the Rain slightly closed his eyes. Ross turned to look at Luffy and said, "We have acquired all the territory of the Big Mom pirates, and after Shiryu cleaned the remnant of the Big Mom pirates, you will handle the people and calm them down. Luffy, who has hypnosis and brainwashing ability, will have no problem doing his mission. Shall you clean the remnant of Big Mom pirates? New World is the sea ruled by 4 emperors. People living in the New World know what to do in order to survive. Ross is not worried about disobedience. After receiving the monitoring work, I will hand it over to you, Issue." Ross turned to look at Fujitora and said, "The Big Mom pirates are over, maybe there are some dark forces and pirates who want to fish in troubled water. If anyone dared to invade Tato Land Sea, you know what to do with them. Tato Land Sea has been ruled by the Big Mom pirates for many years. Under their constant looting, there is a lot of wealth accumulated here. Now that the Big Mom pirates are finished, someone might take advantage of this opportunity to go to the edge of the island to profit themselves. He will not allow that to happen. Whoever dared to do it, they would need to be reminded that the ghost hand pirates are not friendly. I will do my best." Fujitora nods slowly as he holds the sword. The mission is exactly what he is willing to do, as it is equivalent to maintaining the security of Tato Land Sea, and he has no problems with it. Chapter 299 Degree of Hardness. The missions have been allocated separately for suppression, appeasement, and maintenance. Leaving Fyoxerman aside, Ross directly turned to Trafalgar Law and said after thinking a little, "What do you think of my plan to build this cake island into a special base to be responsible for the custody of pirates and the research of your mind replacement surgery?" Besides Kusagakure and Pudding, they also captured Hot Fruit Oven and some other little cadres of Big Mom pirates. Ross does not intend to build the cake island into a resident city town, but intends to make it into a special base. Except for the high-level cadres such as Shiryu of the Rain, others are prohibited from entering without permission. It works. Trafalgar Law's eyes flickered a little as he nodded seriously. The construction of a special city base here to imprison Kusagakure and others and allow him to conduct secret experiments gave him a very high status and authority. Then do it. Ross nodded, saying, "Make the giant core assist you in the process and build a temporary base first to lock people who were caught. You can subsequently build slowly again after that." Trafalgar Law nodded. At this time, all the people present basically got their mission and only Fyoxerman was left. It was a little embarrassing situation. Ross finally turned his head to him and looked at him. "You go to pick up Kaku and Jabra. You used to be pirate hunter. You must have contacts with the underground forces. It's up to you to handle the transition between the Big Mom pirates and the underground forces. In addition, the intelligence organization needs to be expanded, and you will be responsible for it." The Ghost Hand Pirates intelligence network was formerly sufficient, but now that they rule the Tato Land Sea, their intelligence network is far from sufficient and needs to be expanded. The underground forces that were originally subject to Big Mom pirates were also handed over to Fyoxerman. "No problem." Fyoxerman responded immediately. He naturally had contact with many underground forces. Although it was a bit marginal to build the intelligence network or something, he took into account the two missions at the same time. His position was still in the original position in the Ghost Hand Pirates. After assigning the missions to each of them, Ross went to Robin's side and said, "Although this island has been made a little ridiculous, there is more than one poneglyph stone here collected by the Big Mom pirates. I will take you to look for them." If he remembers it correctly, the poneglyph stone was in the Cake City Castle, but the Cake City Castle was as big as a city town and now it had collapsed. It was not easy to find the poneglyph stone that could not be found by observation hockey. Robin didn't expect the Big Mom pirates to have more than one poneglyph stone, which made her a little surprised. She followed Ross to the ruins of the Cake City Fort. Crash. Crash. Ross presses his hand to the ruins of the Cake City Castle and waves, and the ruins come to life in a distortion of power. A moment later, when Ross waved a large piece of debris away from the city wall, a red corner was exposed beneath it. With a flash of his eye and with another wave of his hand, Another piece of debris was broken and floated away, finally revealing the original appearance of a huge red poneglyph stone tablet. Red. Robin looked at the red poneglyph stone tablet and her black eyes flashed with a glimmer of light as she said, "Is this road poneglyph?" "Except for road poneglyph, the rest are not red." Ross walked over to the red poneglyph stone and gently stroked it. There are 4 road poneglyph, each pointing to 4 different locations in the New World, connecting 4 points into a quadrilateral, and the intersection of the 2 diagonal lines will reveal the position of a raft pool. Ross was not interested in what was on the poneglyph stone structure, even if it was a road poneglyph that led to raft pool. The only thing he was interested in was the sturdiness of the poneglyph stone. For world government, the poneglyph stone monuments are undoubtedly a huge threat. If they can destroy a road poneglyph or destroy a few other poneglyphs, the hidden history from 800 years ago will be completely buried. But even with the world government's ability, they can't destroy the poneglyph stone monument. Ross has also encountered poneglyph stone monuments several times. He has also tried to use his ability to hit poneglyph to measure its hardness. The result was that the poneglyph was completely unharmed. The poneglyph stone is made of unknown material, but it is stronger than sea stone, and as if it has an extremely special ability, it is even immune to the destruction of the devil fruit ability. Buzz. Ross presses on the corner of the poneglyph stone monument and the power of distortion rushed towards the poneglyph stone monument, but in the moment of touch, it is like a blow on cotton, which is completely useless. The poneglyph stone monument is not affected at all. The first time Ross tried it, he did not have much strength, but now he is already standing on the peak of this sea and he is still unable to destroy the poneglyph stone monument. Armed. Without giving up, Ross's right hand 5 fingers clenched into a fist and dark armament hockey was attached to his fist, forming a black and hardening, and he punched the stone. Bang. There was a bang, and where Ross's fist fell, it was like a drop of water falling into the calm lake. The red poneglyph monument rolled up to the distance under Ross's fist and stopped after rolling to dozens of meters. Robin, who was carefully studying the poneglyph stele, looked at Ross silently. Sure enough, it can't be destroyed. Ross walked to the side of the poneglyph stone and observed it for some time. He didn't see any traces left by his punch. It seems that even with his current strength, he still can't break the poneglyph stone. The material of this poneglyph stone tablet seems to have 2 special properties, one of which is capable of resisting devil fruit and the other is able to resist extremely strong physical powers. It was like a metal in Ross's memory which could absorb physical impact, vibranium. Robin came over and looked at the poneglyph and said, "Because it can't be destroyed, the ancient people used it to log the history." "It's not that." Ross stood up and said, "It can't be destroyed because the destructive power is not enough. If my strength is increased by 2 or 3 times or even 10 times, then even this solid thing can be destroyed." Robin did not look at Ross. She fingered the words on the poneglyph stone tablet and studied it thoughtfully. Ross wasn't interested in ancient writing. He walked aside and smashed the ruins again, revealing another poneglyph stone in ordinary color. Jinbei has not sent the 3rd piece of poneglyph as he would do in the future. There are only 2 pieces of poneglyph in Big Mom's hand, one island the road poneglyph and the other is information poneglyph. "You should be more interested in the contents of this piece than that one," Ross said to Robin, who was still working on the red road poneglyph. He has encountered an information poneglyph along the way and now this is the 2nd. There are 9 pieces of information poneglyph and they are Robin's goal. She wants to know the void history and they are the thing that can tell her everything. Chapter 300 Falling Island. Robin was not in a hurry. After quietly studying the red poneglyph, she went to the information poneglyph and seriously studied it. As Robin was studying the information poneglyph, the sky outside suddenly became dark, and the air seemed to become somewhat depressed. "What is that?" Trafalgar Law, who was clearing away the debris, looked up into the sky with a startled look on his face. He saw a huge black shadow falling towards him. As the shadow got closer and closer, its shape becomes clearer. It is a huge island similar to the Cake Island. "Hey, what's the matter? Are you doing it?" Shiryu of the Rain's pupil narrowed slightly as he turned to look at the nearby Fujitora. Fujitora looked up at the sky, and his observation hockey perceived the huge island that was falling towards them, and his face became grim. "No, we are in trouble. The island has not yet fallen, and a terrifying oppression has shrouded the entire Cake Island, leaving Fyoxerman and others with surprised expressions on their faces. An island is falling from the sky. With their strength, even destroying the Cake City fort, which is as big as any city town, will take a lot of effort, not to mention destroying an island. This is an island that's going to fall down and flatten everything on the Cake Island." Ross looked up at the sky and saw the island that was getting closer and closer with a huge wind pressure and heavy momentum, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Even if it is Fujitora, there is no way for him to make an island fall from the sky. There is only one person who can do this. That is Golden Lion Shiki. "You are looking for death, Golden Lion." There was no hiding the murderous intent in Ross's bleak eyes. He once encountered Golden Lion Shiki and fought a bloody battle against him in which both sides lost. He still remembered it, but the Golden Lion was not easy to find as he continues to float in the sky and he couldn't pinpoint his location. Unexpectedly, today, after defeating the Big Mom pirates, Golden Lion dropped an island on the top of the Cake Island. As the island was getting closer, a burst of manic and unspeakable laughter sounded, and because the entire sky was covered by the island, it was impossible to see where Golden Lion Shiki was. Jahahaha. I didn't expect that the little devil I met will one day really replace the 4 emperors. I am giving you a big gift today, take it well. If Golden Lion had done this to Ross just after he took on Big Mom pirates and killed Big Mom, the consequences would have been unthinkable. At that time, it was impossible for Ross to have the strength to resist an island falling from a height of 10,000 meters. Even if he could survive, others would surely be killed and injured. Hearing the maddening laughter of Golden Lion, the killing intent on Ross's face slowly subsided and calm was restored in his eyes. Whiz. Ross's figure flickers as he charged towards the bottom of the island. Distortion. Gravity distortion's ability was instantly used by him. He held the bottom of the huge island with one hand and tried to hold the island in midair. But this island is a large island, and he didn't know how high this island fell down from. Its potential is the extent of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Even though Ross inspired the power of distortion to the limit, but it only slowed down the decline of the island. It's Golden Lion. Lafitte, Trafalgar Law, and others have already guessed what had happened to the island, and the voice of Golden Lion just made them determine that this situation was created by Golden Lion Shiki. However, faced with the island that fell from the sky, they could do nothing. Whiz. Fujitori's figure rose towards the sky, his staff blade pulled out and plunged into the bottom of the island. The power of gravity fruit was aroused and applied to the whole island. In terms of pure attack power, although he is inferior to Ross, but in terms of gravity control, he is a gravity fruit ability user and he is naturally more proficient in it than Ross. Buzz. Under the influence of the gravity fruit, the island, which was ready to ravage the earth, once again began to turbulent and its falling momentum weakened sharply, but it still continued to fall. With the strength of Ross and Fujitora, they are enough to support a falling island, but this island fell from a great height and its acceleration power is not so simple, it has enough power to destroy anything in its path. If the Golden Lion went to the Holy Land Maraijos or the Marine headquarters and dropped a few islands every once in a while, then even if there are many powerful masters in the Holy Land and the Marine headquarters, they would still be beaten and broken. No one can survive the crash of an island. And that's where the terrifying abilities of the float fruit lies. Golden Lion. Shiki. Shiryu's face was sullen. He remembered the name, Golden Lion. When Golden Lion escaped from Impel Down, he was just a jailer and had just entered the Impel Down. In the face of this huge island, Shiryu of the Rain did not know how to deal with it. Finally, he pulled out his sword and struck the bottom of the island with the back of his blade, which stopped the falling trend of the island once again. Trouble. Fioxerman kneaded his brows in a headache as his speed fruit couldn't seem to help in this situation, but he was forced to pick up rocks and keep throwing them at the falling island. Each stone is like a heavy cannonball and produces loud sounds as they hit the bottom of the island, causing the sinking of the island to continue to slow down again. Now, the falling island is less than 200 meters away from the Cake Island. Ah! The giant of the sand, roared with his arms outstretched, and the sand surged all over the sky. He created 2 huge arms of sand and held them to the bottom of the island. Hatruden turned into a thunder and flew to the bottom of the island, with his arms put on the bottom of the island. He also worked with Ross and Fujitora and others to support the island. Thousand Flower, gigantic hand. Seeing that the island was getting closer and closer and the speed of falling is getting slower and slower, Robin takes a deep breath and instantly transforms countless arms, forming 2 huge arms to the bottom of the island. Crash. The sand is being constantly broken. When the island continued to fall and reached a distance of tens of meters, Metal Giant and the Iron Wall Giants successively shot and held up their arms against the bottom of the island. Under the joint efforts of the people, the falling island was finally contained and float above the Cake Island. The falling momentum was finally wiped out and everyone was relieved. After the devastating fall dissipated, Ross and Fujitora alone could hold the island in midair. Call. Finally, he managed to hold the bottom of the island in one hand. He looked at the Fujitora nearby and said, "Let's put it to the North Sea." "Good." Fujitora replied quietly, and together with Ross, they moved the island to the north shore of Cake Island and lowered it, merging it with Cake Island. When the waves subsided, Ross looked up to the sky, but there was no Golden Lion in sight. "Robin. Have the Sky Island people keep an eye on the Golden Lion's movements and report it to me immediately if they see him." Ross's tone was calm and terrifying at the same time. Golden Lion has already been included on the list of people he wants to kill. No one likes the situation where an island falls on the top of your head from time to time. Fortunately, there was only one. If there had been 2 islands, the trouble would have been a lot bigger. Chapter 301 Future Prediction. The joy of defeating Big Mom pirates disappeared completely with the gift from Golden Lion. Is that guy's brain back to normal? He really is a hidden danger to us. Ross stood on the island that was dropped by Golden Lion as he looked towards the sky. From Ross's point of view, Golden Lion has brain problems. He ran away from the government and decided to experiment on some mutant beasts that will fight for him, but the ability of float fruit itself is extremely terrifying, countless times than any beasts. With Ross's current strength, he can break up a large island without any problems, but to break a large island that fell from a height of 10,000 meters is a completely different matter. With his current power of distortion, Ross can barely smash apart a large island that falls from a height of 10,000 meters, but the impact alone is enough to cause him instant injury. This is also the reason why he did not destroy the island just now and used gravity distortion to put the island on the sea. If Golden Lion had just dropped 2 islands, Ross would have run away. Besides, now the Cake Island is in ruins. If any base is built upon Cake Island and then attacked by this kind of attack, it will cause big trouble. The idea of getting the Sky Island directly above the Cake Island and using it as a core base seems to be the most correct way. It can effectively prevent the Golden Lion method of attacking them, and it must be implemented as soon as possible. He has one of the most broken abilities of One Piece world. Ross thought for a moment and finally sighed. It seems that the ability of float fruit doesn't need to be developed by the person who has eaten its devil fruit. It is also very easy for that person to float an entire island. This is really a broken ability that cannot be more broken. It's fair to say that giving this ability to someone with a little brain is enough to bring world government to a crashing halt, not to mention 4 emperors. It is no wonder that the world government caught Golden Lion twice and put him into impel down both times. If such devil fruit is eaten by someone with a brain who is also an enemy to the world government, the problem will be too serious. Ross also felt the power of the world government for the first time. Times are constantly changing: the Rocks Pirates Age, the Roger Pirates Age, the Great Age of Pirates, the 4 Emperors era. But the world government has been standing there for 800 years without being shaken. Imagine that there are countless metamorphic abilities in this world, and there are countless terrifying characters that can be created using these abilities. Even in that case, the world government can stand on its feet, and its essence is far from comparable by any force. Strength, influence. Ross shook his fist, feeling the lack of strength. Even though he has been able to destroy a 4 Emperors pirate group, but when facing the world government, his power is still seriously insufficient, and it is time to enter a period of development. After pondering for a while, Ross thought a little and called out the talent system. After hunting down Big Mom and killing a commanders, he got 210 talent proficiency points, which had not yet been allocated. Agility enhancement is full. With a little hesitation, Ross assigned 40 talent proficiency points to the agility enhancement. Buzz. While the golden light flashed, a strange force runs through Ross's body, stretching his perspective and slowing everything down. This is not the effect of observation hockey, but after the agility enhancement reaches the maximum value, Ross's sharpness has greatly improved. Agility enhancement has reached the maximum value, and the talents in agility talent branch has increased by 50 proficiency points. As the agility enhancement branch of the large talent reached its maximum value, Ross's ear was also filled with an emotionless system sound. The talent system interface of the general department has undergone tremendous changes. Agility enhancement, 500 maximum value physical enhancement, 500 maximum value spirit heart, 50 mid-level strengthening tenacious, 200 maximum value rock, 100 high-level strengthening. Since spirit heart is a sub-branch of the agility department, after agility enhancement reaches the maximum value, the spirit heart's proficiency also increased by 50 points. Spirit heart. Ross recovered from the trance caused by the sharp increase in acuity and looked at the interface of the general department, vaguely aware that his perception had changed. He released observation hockey subconsciously, and looked up. His observation hockey perceives everything within a few kilometers circle area with him as the center, but this does not seem to be much different from before. No, that's wrong. Ross frowned slightly. He still felt that after agility enhancement was raised to maximum value, his perception was different from before, and observation hockey's perception was also slightly different, but he couldn't point out the specific difference. Subconsciously, Ross thought about it and entered the state of spirit heart. Suddenly, the whole world seemed to pause in front of Ross as if time had stood still. Everything and everyone had entered a state of stillness and everything was silent. In this silence, Ross saw a seagull passing over his head, and saw a sea breeze blowing, shaking the crown of a large tree a few times. This process lasted about 10 seconds. Suddenly, Ross stepped back from that state, dazed. He looked up into the sky just in time to see a seagull passing over his head. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes, and he turned to look at the tree in front of him just in time to see a sea breeze blew through, causing the crown of that big tree to shake a few times. This is... A look of suspicion flashed through Ross's eyes. He thought about it, and once again entered the state of spirit heart. A white butterfly fluttered its wings and flew past his eyes. A few seconds later, he exited from that state, and the picture in front of him suddenly broke. Just a few seconds later, Ross saw a white butterfly flapping its wings and flew past his eyes with exactly the same picture and the same trajectory. No mistake. Ross took a deep breath and smiled. This is the future prediction. After agility enhancement reaches maximum value and spirit heart talent is increased by 50 proficiency points, he finally had the same ability of future prediction as Katakuri and Tokakake under the condition of spirit heart. Although he can only see the future within 10 seconds, there's no doubt that this will be a game changer in future fights. If Big Mom had this ability, it would have been extremely difficult for Ross to kill her. If 100 Beast Kaido had this ability, he would have beaten Ross Blue and Black in their previous fight. Observation Haki Extreme, Future Prediction. This is not an ability that can be obtained by simply relying on practice. Even if many people practice this for a lifetime, they may not be able to take their observation Haki practice to the level of future prediction. Chapter 302 Element Exemption. The only drawback is Observation Haki's future prediction ability can only see a corner of the future that has not been changed, just like Ross sees a butterfly flying by, but if he catches the butterfly and changes the future trajectory, the future of the second half cannot be predicted again. In short, in the long river of time, the future prediction ability can only see one of the tributaries and it cannot see the endless changes that will occur. 7 seconds. Ross carefully realized for a moment and made sure that he could foresee the future within 7 seconds in advance, and the long future could not be seen again after a change is made within that time frame. And as his observation Haki continues to improve, this time limit will continue to extend. Whiz. Whiz. When Ross moved under his feet, he suddenly disappeared and appeared tens of meters away in a flash, and then with another flash, he returned to his original position. After agility enhancement reached maximum value, his physical speed has reached a terrifying level and his reaction and agility can be said to be above than Kizaru. Glint Glint Fruit is undoubtedly an extremely scary ability in terms of speed, but the movement of this ability is also limited by Kizaru's consciousness and reaction speed. After Ross' agility enhancement reached maximum value, he already surpassed Kizaru in short-range speed, and in linear movement and long-distance movement. Ross also had stronger space folding and space jumping ability to counter the speed of light. It took 40 talent proficiency points to bring agility enhancement to maximum value, and Ross still has 170 talent proficiency points. After a little thought, he allocated 70 points to distortion fruit. Buzz. After the golden light flashed, Ross could feel the power of distortion in his body strengthened again, and this power has reached to the point where it is no difference from Whitebeard's frontal distortion attack at his peak. Firearm shooting, 50 close combat fighting, 100 distortion fruit, 820 marine 6 powers as flash step, 0 paper art marine 6 powers, 0 moonwalk of marine 6 powers, 0 observation Haki, 200 maximum value armament Haki, 200 maximum value conquerors Haki, 0 After glancing at the changes in the talent interface of the battle system, Ross switched back to the talent tree interface of the general system. With the remaining 100 talent proficiency points, Ross put them all on his rock talent, which completely filled the rock talent. Now his physique is not enough to support the burst of overload of power of distortion. Before he dealt with the annihilation of Big Mom, the final aftermath made him suffer. This is undoubtedly caused by his lack of physical fitness. General interface. Agility enhancement, 500 maximum value physical enhancement, 500 maximum value spirit heart, 50 basic level strengthening tenacious, 200 maximum value rock, 200 maximum value. After the rock was clicked to maximum value, Ross felt an indescribable surge of power flowing through his body. This force wrapped his viscera, washed through his flesh, tempered his bones, and finally flowed along the blood vessels on the surface of the skin, completely covering him. About 10 seconds later. As the power wanes, Ross clenches his fist and feel his body at the moment, reaching a monster level. He doesn't need armament Haki at all, his body is enough for him to resist the bullet or cannonball. When the tenacious talent reached the maximum value, Ross acquired the ability to become a pseudo-immortal, consuming stamina to regenerate all the internal organs of his limbs except his heart and skull. When the rock talent reached the maximum value, Ross also received a special ability, which is element exemption. When being attacked by forces such as ice, fire, and thunder, he will absorb the power of elements such as ice, fire, and thunder by 30%, and he will only suffer 70% of the injuries. No doubt. If the hardness and toughness of the skin are counted as weakening of physical damage, then this element exemption is a great weakening of the magic type of damage. The strength of Ross's body today has reached a certain extreme. Coupled with the physical enhancement maximum value and the tenacious talent maximum value, it can be said that his physical fitness is not much worse than Kaido. With the ability of such an element exemption, he has almost reached a level similar to Kaido. Even if he stands there and lets Aokiji Akainu and Kizaru attack him, they still wouldn't be able to kill him. Kaido's body should also possess the characteristics of this element exemption. Ross gladly took another deep breath, his eyes flickered slightly. Yes. Marines had tried countless ways to kill Kaido and certainly had tried to get Aokiji Akainu and Kizaru to attack him with their full force, but the fact that Kaido was still alive showed that fire, ice, and light were no threat to Kaido. Kaido's body is already powerful and unmatched. Ross has identified it personally, and that body can also absorb some elemental damage, plus his armament haki and Kaido's natural body's toughness. The Three Admiral can only suppress Kaido and they cannot kill him. And the same is also true for Ross today. The Three Admiral will be able to suppress Ross's body if he is just standing there, but they wouldn't be able to kill him, and he also has the ability to move in space that Kaido does not have. He can out of their siege in an instant. Coupled with the ultimate future prediction of observation haki with top-level armament haki and the power of distortion comparable to the peak Whitebeard tremor fruit, it can be said that Ross is able to stand at the peak of this world by his strength alone. He is strong enough to steal Whitebeard's strong jets in the sea title. Also, as long as he wants, he can come and go freely from the Marine headquarters. It is almost impossible to kill him or catch him. It has been more than 7 years since he came to this world and got the talent system. Finally, he has gradually promoted all the powerful talents of the talent system to the maximum value. In my current state, Whitebeard is probably no match for me. The only threats left are those hidden within the world government. Ross looked up at the sea, his eyes gleaming. He hasn't fought Whitebeard yet, and he doesn't know exactly how strong Whitebeard is, but he can't be much better than Kaido. In any case, he thinks he has more than a 60% chance of winning. Among the people he knows, those who can threaten him have basically ceased to exist, and those who threaten him remain unknown. 5 Elder Stars. Uranus. Aside from the 5 Elder Stars on the surface, Ross doesn't think they're any better than Whitebeard in terms of strength, but the hidden king of Tenryubido, and the ancient weapon Uranus which could potentially be in world government hands are unknown powers. After thinking about it for a moment, Ross took back his thoughts and stopped thinking about it. The ability endowed by the talent system is extra. Although all his talents have reached the maximum value, he can still continue to develop his potential and improve his strength. And the proficiency in distortion fruit is not full, and the time distortion ability has not been activated. When all of this comes in his hands, then no matter how many hidden cards the world government has hidden, he will take them out one by one. Chapter 303 Accident New World. Beast Pirates Territory. 100 Beast Kaido was sitting cross-legged with a newspaper in his hand, frowning. "Is that old woman dead?" he asked. "Pretty capable, that ghost hand boy." The overall strength gap between 4 Emperors pirates is not very large, except for the Whitebeard pirates, which is recognized as the strongest pirates within the 4 Emperors. The other 4 Emperors are not much different when compared in strength. The Beast Pirates may be slightly behind the rest of them. Because of the personality problems of 100 Beast Kaido, the power of the Beast Pirates is weaker than that of Big Mom Pirates. Although Kaido himself is stronger than Big Mom, his subordinates only have 3 disasters, and the Big Mom Pirates have 4 sweet commanders and chefs to use. Looking at the newspaper in his hand, Kaido picked up the gourd and gulped it down, keeping his eyes fixed on the paper. Just at this time, Kaido-sama. A pirate came panting up to the 100 Beast Kaido and gasped, We found the remnants of the Big Mom Pirates. Should we destroy them?" "Oh, the remnants of Big Mom Pirates?" 100 Beast Kaido put down the newspaper and looked at his subordinate with a touch of contemplation on a slightly depressed face. Long ago, he owed Big Mom a big favor, and though he had put it in the past and now Big Mom is dead. After thinking for a while, 100 Beast Kaido issued an order. Half a month later. Cake Island has been rebuilt for half a month, and it has already built a rough but magnificent building that houses the captured pirate and others. The Ghost Hand Pirates have also completed a certain expansion in this half-month, and finally, they can be regarded as an official huge force from the isolated pirate group they were before. The Sky Islanders occupy a large part of the said force and they can be regarded as a direct subordinate of Ghost Hand Pirates, while the remaining part is composed of some of the forces that surrendered, but their number is relatively small because Ross does not accept any pirate to join him. Right above the Cake Island. at an altitude of about 10,000 meters within a sea of clouds, and Sky Island is suspended. It is Ross and Fujitora who have worked hard and spent nearly 10 days pulling the Sky Island burqa here. The remnants of the Big Mom pirates have become the subordinates of the Beast Pirates. Inside the palace in the center of the Sky Island burqa, Ross listened to Robin's report, with an unexpected look on his face. The remnants of the Big Mom pirates should be composed of Smoothie and Snake, 2 of the 4 sweet commanders with a bounty of more than 500 million berries and 3 or 4 pirates with a bounty of more than 300 million berries. Such a force has become the subordinates of the Beast Pirates. It can be said that the Beast Pirates had immediately got rid of their last place and have become the first place in 4 emperors. Even the Whitebeard Pirates should find it difficult to win against the new Beast Pirates. 2 of the 4 sweet commanders and the rest of the Big Mom pirates are a powerful force that cannot be neglected, and they have all joined the Beast Pirates. Yes, I didn't expect it. After taking a sip of the Sky Island's special drink, Robin's eyes flickered. I thought Kaido would destroy them, and even if he didn't destroy them, he would accept them as his subordinates, she said. That's not the case. Ross shook his head, his expression returned to their previous calmness as he said, Big Mom and Kaido have had a lot of entanglements before. I even suspect that among the cadres of Big Mom pirates, someone is the son of 100 Beast Kaido. Robin paused for a moment and said, is this true? Maybe. Ross shrugged and said, although I'm not sure, but if you look at it this way, it's normal for those surviving guys to join the Beast Pirates and become Kaido's subordinates. During this half-month period, Ross also sent Shiryu of the Rain and Fyaxerman to hunt down the Big Mom's remnants members, but the sea was too big. Big Mom's remnant members have lived on the Tato Land Sea and they are extremely familiar with the area, and Shiryu and Fyaxerman weren't even able to touch the shadow of the other party. In general. Ross took a drink in front of Robin and took a sip before continuing. It is unrealistic to destroy the Beast Pirates in a short time now. Robin glanced at Ross and said, is it delicious? It tastes good. Ross smacked his lips and said, the drinks here in the Sky Island are very good. They taste like happy water in the Fat House. Fat House? Happy water? Robin looked strangely at Ross. Ross touched his chin and said, well, I'll make one for you sometime. As he spoke, Ross put down his drink and reached out to rub his hand over Robin's slender waist, all the way up. Robin's face tilts over its body in disgust. She got up and left the room. A moment later she brought back a stack of dry yellow wanted posters and put them on the coffee table in front of Ross. Here's the new wanted poster and the paper, she said. Ross took a glance at the newspaper and found that the picture of an island smashing down was published in the newspaper. In addition, it also described the complete details about Golden Lion, who once escaped from Impel Down. Up until now, known as unescapable Impel Down, only 2 people have escaped from there successfully. One was Golden Lion, and the other was Ross. The conflict between Ross and Golden Lion is still a mystery. No one knows why Golden Lion appeared after Ross killed Big Mom pirates, but this news undoubtedly shocked the world. Many people who have experienced the 3-legged era of Golden Lion, Roger, and Whitebeard know the terrifying power of Golden Lion. Even if Ross is now the Emperor of the Sea and even eradicated the Big Mom pirate group, but Golden Lion is a legend of the previous generation, and he is undoubtedly a huge threat. The bragging is pretty good. Ross casually swiped the content of the newspaper. Golden Lion is a threat, but that's because of the special nature of Float Fruit, but with his legs gone, he doesn't have enough powers to be a threat to Ross in direct combat. He didn't have time to use up his talent points before, and he had just finished his fight against the Big Mom pirates and he was in bad condition. There was nothing he could do if Golden Lion chose that moment to drop an island on his head. But now, he wouldn't be helpless against his tricks nor against him. After putting down the newspaper, Ross picked up the stack of bounty posters again. The first one was his bounty. The amount of bounty has reached 2.5 billion berries. Hanging bounty is actually of little significance at the level of 4 sweet commanders. Even if a Marine Admiral takes action, he may not be able to kill one of the 4 sweet commander, especially someone at the level of Katakuri. Even if he can't fight, he can still escape if he wants to. But hanging bounty represents the world government's assessment of the threat level. Today, Ross's threat level is obviously higher than before. Chapter 304 dismisses and reorganizes Fujitora's bounty has also popped up. With Morgan's photos and reports, Fujitora's strength undoubtedly shocked the world government. They did not expect that such a strong battle force would be deployed under the Ghost Hand pirates. Fujitora's suspension bounty is tentatively set to 1 billion berries. A billion, that's low. Ross glanced at Fujitora's bounty poster and set it aside. Shiryu's bounty has reached 1.4 billion berries as it has increased a little. This suspension bounty is almost fixed, and it is almost impossible for it to be raised again. For one thing, Shiryu of the Rain's strength cannot reach the level of 4 emperors. For another, Shiryu is a subordinate of Ross. His threat degree exists and is calculated by relying on Ross. Fire is close behind him with a bounty of 1.2 billion berries. Thunder Giant Hadruden also has a bounty of 1 billion berries. With Hadruden's current strength, he really does deserve a bounty of 1 billion berries. Well, you're worth 300 million berries. Ross flipped through 2 more bounty posters and turned to Robin's bounty poster and found that Robin's bounty had reached 300 million berries, and he could not help laughing at her. Robin sat on the couch and continued drinking, unmoved. The hanging bounty of Lafitte and Trafalgar Law, among others, has all gone up, including all the giants, with Ghost Hand Pirates now offering a total of more than 10 billion berries in bounties. The bounty of over 10 billion berries. Ghost Hand Pirates offer total bounty is enough to make countless people tremble. After turning over the bounty posters, Ross put the stack of bounty posters on the table, leaned back on the soft white cloud sofa, and said to himself, "It's time to dissolve the Ghost Hand Pirates." Dissolve? Robin tilted her head and looked at Ross with a little flash of surprise in her eyes. Ross nodded and said to her, "It's not a dissolution in a literal sense. Do you think that the current Ghost Hand Pirates can be divided into positions such as Battle Regiment, Doctor Regiment, and Navigator Regiment and others? The current Ghost Hand Pirates have taken over Tato Land Sea and transfer the troops of the Sky Island to the Cake Island. They now have direct subordinates and have formed a huge force. Under these circumstances, it's impossible for the Ghost Hand Pirate Regiment to be combined in one ship with the structure of Battle Member, Doctor, and Navigator. Instead, it will be divided into a huge fleet." Robin immediately understood what Ross was implying. She nodded gently as Ghost Hand Pirates should indeed undergo a reorganization. "How are you going to restructure?" Ross slightly smiled. He already had a plan in mind. A few days later, the Ghost Hand Pirates held a high-level meeting. The meeting completed the dissolution and reorganization of Ghost Hand Pirates. After the reorganization, the Ghost Hand Pirates has a completely different system from the previous one. First Division, Captain Fujitora Issue, with the authority to control other teams. Second Division Battle Force, Captain Shiryu of the Rain, responsible for chasing down criminals and intruders. Third Division Support Force, Captain Fire, responsible for supporting other forces at any time. Fourth Division Medical Unit, Captain Trafalgar Law, Deputy Captain Gerd, responsible for Ghost Hand Pirates medical work. Fifth Division Giant Division, Captain Hadruden, responsible for conquering islands and seas that do not obey the rule of Tato Land. Sixth Division Intelligence Unit, Captain Nico Robin, who is responsible for direct contact with Ross, reporting intelligence to Ross, delivering Ross's orders, and managing intelligence. Seventh Division Special Forces, Captain Lafitte, responsible for special missions and secret missions, as well as protecting special cadres such as Sugar. Ross wanted to change his title to Spirit King, and then renamed Sky Island Burka to Spirit Palace, but the title would not be useful because he changed it by himself. Ross is not in a hurry. One day in the future, the world government will be wiped out and replaced by whatever he wants to call himself. In the Sky Island Burka's palace, all the captains of the 7th Division were assembled. Ross stood in the center and listened to the intelligence report from Robin. He thought for a moment, and said, "This organ trafficking organization will be left to Shiryu of the Rain." A few days ago, shortly after he took over Tato Land Sea, an island on the edge of Tato Land Sea was neglected and invaded by a force called Organ Trafficking Organization in the dark underground world. This power seems to be somewhat related to the Big Mom Pirates, but the Big Mom Pirates has become a past tense. Jumping out now at this time is them trying to die. He is sending Shiryu of the Rain instead of Hadruden for the purpose of not leaving anyone alive. Got it. Shiryu of the Rain closed his eyes and replied. He likes killing people the most. After handing the mission to Shiryu of the Rain, Ross turned to look at Robin again, and said, "Tell the intelligence team keeps an eye on Soul Fruit and report it to me as soon as it appears." "Yes." Robin answered softly. After Ross nodded, he said, "Others can leave, Law. You stay." With Ross's voice falling, Shiryu of the Rain, Fujitora, and others left, leaving only Trafalgar Law to stay in his place. Ross walked to Law, and asked, "How's Katakuri's situation?" "No success." Law shook his head. "He only started working on Katakuri 3 days ago, but Katakuri's will is too strong, and he also has the observation hockey future prediction ability. He can't even separate his will. In order to perform personality transplant surgery, the wills of both parties must be extracted from the flesh. Before taking the will of the Cypher Pal No. 0 Division Captain, it took a lot of effort to succeed. Katakuri's strength is far above the Cypher Pal No. 0 Division Captain. So, listening to Law's statement, Ross looked thoughtful. Whether other people's conscious can be transferred into Katakuri's body and it becomes into his combat power is a key point. Once it can be completed, he can begin to deal with the beast pirates that has absorbed 2 sweet commanders. Now, in the eyes of all the major forces in the world, the beast pirates has become the #1 pirates in 4 emperors, followed by ghost hand pirates and whitebeard pirates. Akagami pirates are the weakest at this time. Although the red hair pirates are weak, Shanks' secret relationship with the world government makes Ross reluctant to attack the red hair pirates at this time. What about Pudding? Still in custody. Take me to see her. Her abilities are very good. If you can use them, it will be much easier to transform Kitakuri. Law nodded and went out with Ross and met with Robin on the road. Ross motioned to Robin to follow up with him. The 3 left the Burka Island and soon came to the Cake Island, and entered the rebuilt secret base. Chapter 305 Dual Personalities. The base is simple, but the internal space is very large because it is built according to the shape of the giant family. Even the giant family can enter. The interior was empty and there were basically no facilities, and no one was seen moving around. It wasn't until they came to Law's experimental area that someone finally appeared. It was the guards, and although Kitakuri and the others were locked in sea stone cages, shackled to sea stone shackles, someone had to be a warden to avoid any problems. Your Highness Ross. When the 2 guards saw Ross, they all showed awe and bowed their heads. Today, all the islands in the Tato Land Sea are under Ross's rule. Although Ross has not made anything like a throne for the king, there is no doubt that Ross has replaced Big Mom and is ruling this part of the sea. How's everything inside? Ross asked them. The 2 guards replied, everything is normal. When Ross, Law, and Robin walked into the interior, they immediately saw a scene similar to that of Impel Down, where many cages were placed and more than 10 prisoners were held in them. In one of the cages, Kitakuri was held in solitary confinement. Pudding, the only girl prisoner, was also held in solitary confinement. Realizing that Ross and others came in, Kitakuri looked up and looked at Ross and Law and others. His eyes were deep and bright, with no sign of yielding or decadent. He stared at Ross for a few moments, and suddenly his face changed slightly, and the whole person became a little bit severe, saying, "What are you going to do to my sister? Did you foresee anything?" Ross looks over his shoulder at Kitakuri with a faint smile on his face. Ignoring Kitakuri, he turns to Law and asks, "When hearts exchange, does the power follow the heart or the body?" "Devil fruit abilities remain in the body," Law whispered. "After the implementation of the personality transplant surgery, the devil fruit ability will not be transferred due to the body exchange, and it will remain in the original body." Ross nodded and looked back to the side and saw Pudding in a separate cage. "Woo! Don't lock me up here. Please, let me out. I will cooperate and do whatever." Pudding saw Ross looking at her. She wore sea stone shackles and showed a pitiful expression on her face as she went on her knees with tearful eyes. Robin looked at Pudding with a frown, and said, "She is a bit pitiful. Don't be fooled by her appearances." Ross smiled and patted Robin gently on the shoulder and said, "If I am not wrong, this Pudding should have a double personality. All you see now is her disguise." "No, it's just a superficial one." "Yes, that's it." Law calmly opened his mouth. Although he was a surgeon, he also knew something about the dual personality and it was easy to test. Lafitte did a little hypnosis before and the results were revealed. He said to Ross, because of her dual personality, Lafitte's hypnosis didn't work on her, and it was difficult for her to cooperate. If they can't complete the hypnosis, then no one dares to release Pudding like this. If she finds something and opens Kitakuri's sea stone shackles, it will be big trouble. Is that so? Robin was a little hesitant. She has a lot of knowledge and she knew double personalities, but Pudding currently looked a bit pitiful. Ross laughed. "If you don't believe me, let me show you, Law. Open the cage." Law removed the key and opened the cage door. Ross walked towards Pudding and reached the cage and let her out, and smiled at her. "You'll do anything to get out of here?" "Whoa." Pudding looked at Ross in horror. Kitakuri seemed to see something in the distance in his cage, his face suddenly showing a grim expression, his sea stone chains rattling as he struggled. "Ghost hand. What are you trying to do?" Ignoring Kitakuri, Ross smiled as he reached out to Pudding, who unconsciously tried to avoid him, but even though she was wearing sea stone shackles, there was no such thing as hiding from him. Ross's hand touched Pudding's cheek, then slid down all the way into her shirt. Pudding's body began to tremble until it reached a critical point. Her personality on the other side could no longer be held back, and her poor cheeks became horrible for a moment, snapping at Ross' finger. Ross didn't dodge and let her bite. With how tenacious his body is today, even if Pudding's teeth are 10 times sharper and 10 times more powerful, it will not cause any damage to Ross' fingers. "Here, you see." Ross ran his fingers across Pudding's tongue, twitched her palate, and tilted her suddenly blackened face in the direction of Robin. Robin looked thoughtfully. "It really is snapping." A subtle power of distortion from the tips of Ross's fingers hit Pudding's tongue, causing her to shiver, moan and relax her teeth. Ross pulled back his fingers calmly, took out a handkerchief from his pocket, and wiped it. Memo fruit has the ability to delete memories and tamper with memories. Use this ability to clean Pudding's memories. You mean? Trafalgar Law showed a thoughtful expression. Ross nodded and said, find a person to exchange body with Pudding first, then use her ability to wash her memory after the exchange, and then exchange it back. Law heard Ross's words and thought, if this is the case, then the double personality may be washed away, and then Lafitte will be able to hypnotize her. Listening to Ross and Law's discussions about how to deal with herself, Pudding's darker personality trembled a little. She suddenly got up and fled towards the main entrance. Ross didn't turn his head but instead hit Pudding with a jolt of gravity that left her frozen in place, as if she were carrying a heavy mountain. Even without the sea stone shackles, it's almost impossible for her to escape from Ross. Even Katakuri wouldn't be able to do so at his peak power, not to mention her. Ask Lafitte to come over. Ross says to Robin, then turns to Law and says, try it now. If you can use Pudding's powers to clean Katakuri's memory, maybe you won't need to do personality transplant surgery. Chapter 306. Rewriting. Katakuri knew that he couldn't stop things from happening. He looked at Ross and said in a deep voice, it turns out that you have been planning this kind of thing, and doing this kind of thing. If it becomes known what you have done, you'll be dead. Katakuri now pretty much knows what Ross and Law and others are up to by catching him alive and locking him up here. Whether it is tampering with deep memory hypnosis or personality transplant surgery, once these things are transmitted, not only Marine and world government will be greatly shaken, but even other four emperors will be afraid. They will do anything in their power to stop and eradicate the Ghost Hand pirates. After all, this is depriving the battle forces of other forces' subordinates and incorporating them into their own. No force can tolerate this kind of thing. It is still in the trial period, and it is too early to succeed. Ross glanced calmly at Katakuri and said, by the time people discover it, nobody in the world will be able to stop me. Do you know why I wanted to destroy your Big Mom pirates? Ross said as he came towards Katakuri's cage, and smiled, for the land of Tadolansi? No, my purpose was always the soul fruit. This fruit is so valuable that it is too wasteful to put it in the hands of Big Mom. For this reason, I destroyed your Big Mom pirates and I'll wait for it to be born again on the sea. Hearing Ross's words, Katakuri's body trembled slightly. Soul fruit. Memo fruit. Personality transplant surgery. When these factors are linked together, it is almost scary to think about it. If Ross is really successful, he will use this power to devour all high-level combat power of a four emperors' pirates. Let alone the remaining four emperors, even Marines and the world government will find it difficult to resist the Ghost Hand pirates. Katakuri's heart was cold. Big Mom is expanding Tato land to accommodate all races and combat power, while 100 Beast Kaido has formed the Beast Corps to create an army of Devil Fruit users. The Ghost Hand pirates. Everyone always supposed them to be creating the Giants Regiment, ruling everything by the strength of the Giants Regiment, but now it seems that the Giants Regiment is just a facade. Ross turned around and ignored Katakuri. Katakuri had no chance to escape from here, so he didn't mind telling Katakuri about his future plans, and maybe he could also shake Katakuri's heart and make it appear flawed. Robin took out the Denmushi and informed Lafitte to come here while Ross and Law took Pudding to another room. Behind them is a Sky Island girl with small wings named Rika, Ross's assistant assigned to Law, and she was also the target of this exchange. Pudding's strength is not very strong and personality transplant surgery is much easier to be performed on her. For Law it is as simple as creating his most basic technique room. Law's wrists trembled, and the translucent cover enveloped the entire room instantly. He asked Rika, are you ready? Ready. Rika nodded seriously. Buzz. Law's finger turned gently and two heart-shaped things flew out of Pudding and Rika's body and exchanged and flew into each other's body. This ability to exchange minds is a bit like the mind transfer jutsu of the Yamanaka family of Hidden Leaf Village in Naruto, but it is just a two-way exchange instead of one taking control of another. Rika and Pudding went unconscious at the same time. After a while, Rika woke up in a daze and opened her blank eyes. She looked around. When she saw Ross and Law, she immediately remembered something and there was a hint of panic in her eyes. She quickly looked down at herself. It looks fine. Ross nodded and walked beside Rika, or walked towards Pudding where the soul entered Rika's body, and gravity distortion hit her, holding her in place. At this time, Pudding also slowly woke up. After opening her eyes and looking around, she gradually remembered what happened. Captain Law, Ross-sama, did you succeed? Let's see if you can use Memo Fruit's abilities. Ross nodded and walked towards her, and opened the sea stone shackles with the key. Rika controlled Pudding's body. She moved her fingers and stretched her body. Memo Fruit. seems to have a strange power. Rika herself is not a devil fruit user. She is now controlling Pudding's body with devil fruit ability. It feels weird. However, Memo fruit is a special type of fruit. It is similar to Hobi no Mi. It does not need to be developed for one to perform with it, they can do it instantly. Come and try. Law spoke to Rika, pointing to Pudding. Rika nodded and came to Pudding, and because Pudding was occupying her body, looking at herself had a strange feeling. However, she has been Law's assistant for some time. She is adaptable enough, and soon she shows a serious expression, trying to extract Pudding's memories. Pudding was resisting, and a mass of film-like things was drawn out of her head instantly. It was the ability of Memo fruit. Can you modify your memory? Ross asked Rika. After all, Rika was using Memo fruit for the first time, and her proficiency was very poor. She hesitated slightly and said, "It seems possible, but it is a bit difficult." "What about creating memories?" After a little thought, Ross asked again. Rika tried it a little and said, "It seems to be doable. I feel I can conceive a picture and replace the content on this thing. It really is an ability which can be used without much development." Ross thought a little and said, "Cut off all her memories and create a memory of her being born. Her life was created by me, and her ability was given by me. Let me try." Rika nodded and her little hand twitched hard, pulling the film out of a string, and soon pulled out a lot of memories, and her forehead was a little sweaty. After all, it's not her own body, nor her own ability. But, after all, Memo fruit is still a fruit of low development. Rika finally intercepted all of Pudding's memory, and according to Ross's description, she created a Ross-made man memory as the only memory of Pudding. After all this was done, Rika's forehead was sweaty and she was panting heavily. "All right." Ross watched the whole process and looking towards Law and nodded. "Room." Law immediately used Surgeon Fruit's ability and exchanged Rika and Pudding back. The two women passed out again, and Ross and Law waited silently. Using personality transplant surgery to exchange the body, and then rewriting the memory using the Memo fruit ability, this is a method that Ross thought, and it is not clear whether he can succeed. If it is not successful, then Rika can only replace Pudding. Chapter 307. Not able to extract. It was a white world. She did not know where she was, nor did she seem to have any consciousness of her own, but felt herself immersed in a opalescent halo, unaware of the passage of time. As if a moment had passed, and as if a long time had passed, the milky halo that enveloped her suddenly flourished for an instant and then began to spread out in all directions. As she lay curled up, she sat up slowly, rubbed her eyes, and found herself sitting in the middle of a huge flower with white clouds beneath its petals. In a daze, she heard a voice, and it was holy. "From today on, your name is Pudding." "My name is Pudding." She felt that the name Pudding was strangely sweet, as if it had been her birthright. And at this moment, she saw a figure in the front, deep in the white cloud, and that figure instantly occupied all her memory. The secret base. Inside the laboratory. Lafitte looked at Pudding, who was still in a coma. His eyes twitched slightly, and he said to Law, "You mean, that's all of that's left of her memory?" "Yes." Law nodded. Lafitte rubbed his eyebrows, feeling a slight headache coming in, and said, "It's too much of a mess. If you do that, there's a good chance you'll turn her into an idiot." "Is it?" Ross came out of the next room, touched his chin, and said, "Did I make a rash decision?" Lafitte thought it was Law who made the proposal, but it was Ross who made the decision. His expression suddenly became a little stiff, and he reached out and said, "There is still a possibility that everything will be okay. After all, it is the devil fruit power, not the loss of all memory. When it comes to the mind, Lafitte is certainly an expert among experts. He can actually hypnotize a person into forgetting something. But he wasn't able to hypnotize Pudding because of her dual personality." "Okay." Ross nodded, said, "If something goes wrong, just put Pudding out of the coma. The Memo fruit's abilities may fail. There are not many devil fruit abilities in this world. Most devil fruit abilities will fail when the ability user is unconscious, such as Hobi no Mi of sugar. The perpetual youth devil fruit ability of the surgeon fruit can be regarded as one of the exceptions. Neither the perpetual youth surgery nor the removal of the heart will be invalid due to Law's coma or death. But, in Ross's opinion, the Memo fruit capability will not fade away just because its user is unconscious, as Pudding is now in a coma. While Ross was communicating with Lafitte and others, Pudding's eyelashes twitched slightly and she slowly opened her eyes and woke up. "What is this place?" She looked around blankly. When she saw Ross, there was a flash of light in her eyes, but then there was a hint of hesitation and confusion. She is already feeling as if something is wrong. What's up with her? Ross and others have long noticed Pudding's wakefulness, and seeing Pudding's blankness, Ross asks Lafitte. Lafitte stepped in front of Pudding and stared at her twice, thoughtfully. It should be that the memory changes were too much, which makes her feel that her memories are false and unreal, but she can't remember more stuff, so I'm lost. As he spoke, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, if it's like this, it's easy. Ross looked at Lafitte. It doesn't look too bad. Lafitte smiled while spinning his red wooden cane and said, it can be said that this is one of the best situations, and her dual personality must have been washed away. As he spoke, he rotated the red wooden cane in front of Pudding and soon put Pudding into a state of complete obsession. 3 days later. Under Lafitte's multiple hypnotic piles of washing, the new Pudding is finally released, and because the memo fruit has washed away all of her memories and her dual personalities, her current transformation is more perfect than all previous deep hypnosis done by Lafitte. With a normal thinking process and absolute obedience to Ross, no matter what instructions Ross issues, she will not hesitate to complete it. Moreover, Law also used Surgeon Fruit's ability to remove her third eyebrow, allowing her to look exactly like a normal human, without having to cover her forehead with her hair again. After 2 days of the trial period, Ross was satisfied with Pudding and made her another special member after Sugar. Secret Base. Inside the laboratory, Kitakure's cage was opened, and Kitakure in sea stone shackles was lying unconscious on the cold ground. Pudding tried several times to extract Kitakure's memory, but even if Kitakure was knocked out by Ross, she still couldn't extract Kitakure's memory. Can't draw? Ross looked at Kitakure, who was unconscious, with a thoughtful look. He didn't worry about what Pudding thought when she saw her pictures in Kitakure's memory. Now, Pudding is not only washed by the memo fruit's ability, but also by Lafitte's most perfect deep hypnosis so far, and there is almost no possibility of her betraying them. But for someone who is able to use future prediction and have the top level of observation hockey, Kitakure's mental strength is undoubtedly top of the sea. What if we weaken Kitakure's vitality to the utmost limit? Ross turned to look at Law and asked. Law shook his head and said, in that case, he may collapse directly. Ross asked, will he die directly? Yes. Law nodded. Kitakure is now in a state of imprisonment, and they can make him unconscious, and they can naturally suppress his vitality to the limit so that he does not have the slightest resistance. But if they forcibly use the memo fruit's ability to extract his memory, there is a great possibility that it will cause a direct psychological breakdown. In that case, Kitakure's body will die directly. Hearing Law's words, Ross fell into deep thoughts. Soul exchange can only be done between living people and has no effect on dead people. Gecko Moria's shadow fruit is capable of acting upon the dead, but the zombies created by that ability have too many side effects, such as being restrained by salt, etc., and their battle force will be limited and they wouldn't be able to use their devil fruit ability. What about your mind exchange technique? Ross thought for a moment and asked Law. Law glanced at Kitakure, who was unconscious, and said, I can use my abilities on him while he is in this state, but no one can bear Kitakure's power right now. Kitakure is head of the 4 Sweet Commanders. To fully exert Kitakure's power, the soul that is exchanged inside Kitakure has to be very strong, almost as strong as Kitakure. If only 70% to 80% of the strength is required to be exerted, then the requirements can be reduced, but it also needs to be second only to the strength of the soul of the 4 Sweet Commanders. The only qualified people are Lafitte and Law, and they obviously will not use Kitakure's body. Wait. Ross thought for a moment, shook his head and said, let's hold the mind exchange technique until we find the soul fruit. We may be able to solve this problem then. Chapter 308 Science Base. Ross turned and walked outside the laboratory and saw Robin standing alone in the corner with her eyes lowered and her expressions were a little lonely. Taking a look at her, Ross walked over and after being silent for a moment, he said, Pudding's memo fruit can delete and change memories. If you want, you can forget about that bad pasts. Robin raised her head and her eyes flashed with light, but that light disappeared in the next moment. A slight smile appeared on her face and she said, some things can't be forgotten. Yes. Ross smiled gently. For whatever bad things had happened, forgetting is tantamount to escaping. This is a manifestation of being not strong enough. A person with a strong heart will not choose to forget anything, nor will that person be entangled in the body and bruises, but they will train and their spirit will not be broken. Robin's heart is undoubtedly strong. Maybe there are some occasional thoughts about forgetting her past, but those thoughts will be wiped out instantly. If her heart wasn't strong enough, she may have died in Ohara, or died on some island and would not have survived until now. No doubt. Ross also didn't want to see Robin make a weak choice. Just as Ross and Robin left the laboratory and were about to leave the base, the Den Mushi on Robin suddenly rang. Pu-upper-upperu. Den Mushi's voice sounded buzz. Buzz. Rustling, Robin took out the Den Mushi and connected, and from the other side of Den Mushi came the solemn voice of Kaku. Captain Robin. We found the world government's hidden base of the scientific force. Among the world government subordinates, in addition to Marine and Cipher Pol number 0, There are organizations of various sizes such as the Science Force among various other forces, and it is that same Science Force that Ross cares about. Because the method of eating devil fruit by weapons and creating weapons like devil fruit swords is one of the research achievements done by the top scientist in the scientific force, Vegapunk. Using devil fruit to create weapons with the devil fruit powers, this is one of the technologies that Ross needs because after getting the Soul fruit, he plans to inject the ability of Soul fruit into one of the 12 supreme grade swords, Cursed Blade Morass, aim to make a Soul Slayer blade. But it appears in Ross's memory that all devil fruit eaten by all weapons were zone fruits. The Soul fruit belongs to Paramsha type. It is still unknown whether it can still be used for weapons. In any case, he needs this technology. The Scientific Force Hidden Base. How did you find it? Ross heard Kaku's report and paused slightly before speaking in the Dendenmushi. Kaku was not surprised that Ross was next to Robin, and he responded in a deep voice. Fukuura was caught by Marines and was sent to the secret scientific base, and he sent us some information. Ross frowned when he heard that Fukuura was captured. Fukuura was captured? When did this happen? 3 days ago. Kaku responded in a low voice. I thought we could deal with it, and after tracing him, we found that it was the secret scientific base of the world government, so I can only report to you. At first, Kaku and others didn't intend to alarm Ross. They thought that Fukuura had only been discovered by Marine, and they had to find a chance to rescue him. However, he was taken to the secret scientific base. Ross asked in a deep voice, is he alive? Unclear, the Vivre card is acting weird now. Kaku responded with a low tone. He had Fukuura's Vivre card in his palm. This Vivre card did not burn, but it was strangely static and did not move in a certain direction. It was as if Vivre card's perception was blocked by some force. Ross paused with his eyes flickering unsaid after some time. So it's no longer possible for us to use the Vivre card to locate the hidden scientific base? Yes. Kaku nodded and said, however, the Vivre card is still pointing in a general direction. As long as the scientific base does not move, we should be able to find it according to the direction. Ross rubbed his eyebrows. Kaku doesn't have to say it, as Ross had already considered this possibility. The hidden secret scientific base may really have the ability to move around, just like the island carried on the back by the ancient giant elephant. But whether it moves or not, he has to take a trip. Explain the direction and circumstances. Ross took the Dendenmushi from Robin. First, he asked Kaku to report the situation in detail, and at the same time, he said to Robin, call Lafitte, Law, Fiaxerman, and tell them to prepare for action. Robin responded and immediately notified Lafitte and others. Since the Ghost Hand Pirate Regiment is now a huge power that owns Tato Land Sea, its every move is highly watched by various powers of the world. If the giant cores move too loudly, Marines and world government will likely to act against them, causing unnecessary trouble. As for Lafitte, Law, and others, Lafitte's hypnotic ability is needed when understanding information. Law's surgeon fruit space ability will also play a huge role. Fiaxerman's speed is fast enough, and his flexibility can be considered as a guarantee for solving various accidents. Although the scientific base is mysterious, but no matter how mysterious, they cannot possess the world's top combat power. They would not be able to handle the current Ross. Once they are found, they will be destroyed. If it weren't for the fact that Ross wasn't just out to destroy, but to get the devil fruit technology to use for weapons, and whatever else might be useful, he wouldn't have a problem going there alone by himself. Quickly, Ross learned specific information from Kaku. On a simple sea map, he roughly drew several moving tracks of Vivre card and calculated the sea according to time. Because Vivre card's direction is now blocked by something, Vivre card cannot accurately locate the scientific base, but Ross can still shrink to a sea area. However, in that sea area, there is no marked island. Sure enough, there are no islands. Ross's eyes flicker slightly, which means that the secret base is not an island that can be reached by log pose, and whether it is an island or not is still up for debate. This is not surprising for Ross. There are a lot more people who would want to find a place like the science base with its artificial devil fruit technology, which exists in the science base. Once it can be located on an established island, Kaido would have attacked it first. Therefore, the base of the scientific force must be on an island without magnetic force or magnetic disorder, which will not be captured by log pose. Or it may simply be a mobile super large ship, like the terrifying thriller bark of Gecko Moria, which was similar to the size of an island. Chapter 309, Combel, the scientific force base of the world government. Since those guys captured one of ours, we really can't just ignore them, but just us. Fiaxerman and Lafitte and others arrived one after another on the coast of the Cake Island. A medium-sized sailing ship is docked here. For this team of the Ghost Hand Pirate Regiment, the size of the ship, artillery, and even speed are not significant. Once enemy ships appeared in their area of sight, Ross could easily control the current and pursue at a speed much faster than any ship in this world. 5 people is enough. Ross calmly responded to Hueco and then motioned Lafitte to come and study the sea map and describe the specific situation to Lafitte. Lafitte's current level of navigation is much higher than Ross's. Soon, the range of the sea marked by Ross is narrowed again. If the base of the scientific force base will move, the sea range will be even greater, but even if such a base can move, the speed will not be very fast. It may still be possible for us to find it based on this sea. Lafitte held a pen to mark on the sea map. Ross took a closer look at Lafitte's narrowing sea range. A small half of this sea was inside the calm belt, and the other part was in the second half of the Grand Line, on the edge of New World. What if we narrow it down to the inner part of the calm belt? Ross spoke suddenly. Lafitte was trying to say that calm belt could be ruled out, but when he heard Ross, he suddenly looked thoughtful. It is not impossible. Calm belt is the home of the Sea Kings and there are countless giant Sea Kings in it. There are some Sea Kings which are too large that they can be compared with the giant elephant Zunisha. Even the disasters can be killed by just their casual attack and it is too dangerous. But it is also because of its danger that scientific force base may have a method that can be used by them to build an artificial island in the calm belt. After all, sea stone is embedded in the bottom of the battleships to blind the Sea King's perception, which was researched by scientific force base. If that's the case, the scope becomes even smaller. Lafitte pondered before responding. Ross nodded and glanced at the few people present, and said, "It's not too late, let's go now and find this secret scientific force base." Including Ross, there were 5 people on board. Ross, Robin, Trafalgar Law, Lafitte, and Hueco. Except for these 5, they only have some obedient toys that obey orders. Currently, Tato Lancy has established a rough governance system. Even if Ross is not there, it will not be a big deal, not to mention Fujitora, Shiryu of the Rain, and Hatruden are still there. How to transform the cursed blade Morasame into a soul blade, Ross needs to get that technology for his plans. The entire group quietly left the Cake Island and Tato Lancy and sailed towards the edge of the Grand Line, near the calm belt. Because this time they were light-loaded and they were traveling on a medium-sized sailing ship with only 4 people, they did not alarm any forces. According to the information that the forces received, Ross and Robin usually lived in the Sky Island Burka and rarely calmed down, so even the world government did not notice Ross's actions. After a few days, with Ross manipulating the current at full speed, the ship sailed across New World to the edge of it and came near the calm belt. The 2 seas, calm belt and Grand Line, can be described as clear and distinct. On one side, the current is turbulent and the sea breeze is whistling. On the other, the sea's surface is calm, without any wind and waves. It's like 2 trains crossing each other, with a very clear dividing line. Calm belt. Boss, are we really going in? Hueco didn't seem to have any good memories of calm belt. Looking at calm belt in front of him, his mouth twitched slightly as he revealed an expression that said that he didn't really want to go in. Ross is not afraid of the huge Sea King, which is the size of an island, but he will still get a little irritated if they continue to attack. Ho ho ho, you look a little scared. Lafitte stood aside and smiled, showing an expression that looked through Hueco's mentality. Hueco's eyes flickered and he retorted, "I'm kidding. Calm belt, isn't it just a home for a little bigger Sea Kings?" Ross didn't care about Hueco's words. He stood at the forefront of the deck, stepped on the guardrail and the power of distortion controlled the current underneath the ship and it rushed forward with the sailboat and he broke into the calm belt. Before he escaped from impel down, calm belt still have the ability to threaten him, but today, even if he is faced with a Sea King as big as an island, there will be no trouble. Crash. Almost as soon as the ship broke into the calm belt sea and sailed less than a few kilometers, a Sea King with a length of hundreds of meters poked its head out and looked at Ross's ship. This Sea King can only be regarded as a small Sea King in this sea. After staring at the ship with its 2 eyes, it treated the ship as a snack and opened its mouth showing rows of sharp teeth, and snapped it. But almost at this moment, a magnificent momentum passed by instantly. Roll out. Ross glanced indifferently at the Sea King and he controlled the current to pass by it. The Sea King was under the shock of Ross's Conqueror's haki. Although it did not fell unconscious, it still showed a humanized expression of fear. It watched Ross' ship passing by, and finally dived into the sea and disappeared. Ross's Conqueror's haki can have an instant deterrent effect on small and medium-sized Sea Kings, but the effect on large Sea Kings will not be obvious enough, let alone a giant Sea Kings. But the moment he entered the calm belt, Ross entered the state of spirit heart and he fully used observation haki and inspired the ability of future prediction. Once a large Sea King or a supergiant Sea King which can attack the ship appears, he will be able to predict it 7 seconds in advance and he will be able to completely avoid them. Sailing down this road can be described as safe. Although from time to time, Outrageous Sea Kings emerge from the sea. They never managed to get a hold of Ross's ship. So, Ross controlled the ship in this way and swept back and forth a few times around the marked sea area, but he did not see anything like an island or the existence of a large ship. Lafitte stood at the table covered with sea maps, his face reflective and thoughtful. Trafalgar Law, sitting next to Kikaku the demon sword, said, "We have been here for a few days. If that base moves, then maybe it's not in this sea anymore. The Vivre card doesn't work, and it doesn't know the direction of that base's movement. The search range will greatly increase. In this case, even if we are fast enough, it will be difficult to find," Lafitte said in a difficult way. Just then, Ross came over from one side, glanced at the sea map and the mark made by Lafitte, and said, "What if it was underwater? Impel Down is also built on the bottom of the calm belt, but only part of it is exposed on the surface. The government has no doubt the ability to build a building on the bottom of the calm belt. Underwater? It's not impossible." Lafitte points to the ground with his wooden staff, which gave a few beeps as he said, "But in this case, we need to go underwater to find them. Even if Captain can take the ship into the water, it is still too dangerous in a place like Calm Belt. All the people present here were devil fruit users. If they went into the sea and encounter a giant sea king who attacked them and they were washed away by the seawater, they will all be finished. 4 emperors died in the sea by drowning in it. That would probably be the biggest joke of the century. Anyway." Ross glanced slightly, and said, "I will not be in any danger if I am alone. You go outside the calm belt and wait. Protecting a ship on the underfloor of the calm belt where the Sea Kings roam is very difficult, even for Ross, but if he is alone, there will be no problem." Chapter 310 Biological Transformation. The seafloor of the calm belt is very deep. Because there are large and even supergiant Sea Kings here, the average depth can be described as the deepest sea in the entire world, and in this deep water, Ross is sneaking alone. Thanks to the ability of light distortion, Ross can still see far ahead even in the deep sea where there is nothing but darkness, not to mention that his observation hockey can also be used in the sea. Although Ross's observation hockey does not have the same kind of effect that Hatruden's does, where he relies on rumble fruit to expand the range to a great extent, but there is no problem in covering 3 to 4 kilometers. That is, Ross's search range is a ball with a diameter of 3 to 4 kilometers centered on himself. This is the bottom of the sea. After sinking to unknown depths, Ross landed on the ocean floor, which he estimated to be at least a few tens of thousands of meters deep. The mud on the seafloor is silent and unmoving. The whole seafloor looked dead. No one has reached this place for thousands of years. Ross didn't stop at the bottom of the sea, and he quickly floated a few kilometers and then began a carpet search. His movement speed on the ocean floor is not slow. Occasionally, he will encounter the supergiant Sea King, but because Ross's body is too small for the supergiant Sea King, he is not even as big as their single hair, so he will not be noticed. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. As time goes by, Ross searches continuously on the bottom of the calm belt, but he still found nothing. The most he sees are those Sea Kings swimming around. And just as Ross was wondering if he had made a mistake and the secret base was not here just as Lafitte had expected, he sensed something strange ahead. Sneer. 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 A Sea King, nearly a kilometer in size, was swimming by when all of a sudden its body split and was torn to pieces and then dragged away by something. Ross blinked and immediately followed. The Sea King is cut into pieces of meat by some kind of mechanical thing. It looked a bit like a rough version of a large pacifista. The first generation of pacifista. There was a hint of thought in Ross' eyes. It is not laser power that cuts the Sea King into pieces of meat, but a special kind of silk thread. It seems to have a strong tenacity, comparable to the thread fruit capability of Doflamingo. The head of the Sea King bumps into the silk thread and cuts itself into pieces. Following this weird machine, Ross sneaked under the sea and finally came to a base hidden deep in the mountains below the sea. This can be regarded as a bulging mountain range on the bottom of the sea, which is extremely wide in Ross's perception. Due to the darkness, it is even difficult to see the overall appearance. This position should not reach a depth of 10,000 meters from the sea's surface. Silence. Ross followed the weird machinery that dragged a lot of meat into the interior of the mountain, through a strange cave, to a gate made of steel. A cursory glance revealed the world government logo on the door, while in one corner was the scientific force base number 0 was written. Base 0. Ross watched the door open and watched as the machine dragged the pieces of meat into the base with a wistful look. There are probably more than one scientific force base, and this one is probably the most secretive of them all, hidden deep under the calm belt. Without making a sound, Ross used his distortion space and distortion sound abilities and sneaked into the door as soon as the door closed. The inside and outside of the base are very different. Outside is a quiet mountain range, and in the dark, without any light, full of ancient and desolate, but inside the base, everything suddenly became a scene taken out of a sci-fi movie. The white lights are inlaid on the ceiling, making the entire base bright. The entire base seems to be made of some extremely strong ore, most of which is second only to sea stone. Number 9 is back. The meat looks pretty good this time. 2 people wearing World Government Scientific Force Base uniforms stepped out and watched the huge machine pull the pieces of meat over with a smile on their faces. And just as they inspected the pieces of meat, one of them looked stunned and he felt weird for some reason and he said to his companion, "Did you feel anything passes by us?" "There's nothing there." His companion glanced around strangely and smirked. "Are you not sleeping well these 2 days? This is the bottom of the calm belt." "Well, it should be my misconception." The man also shook his head, thinking that this is the bottom of the calm belt sea, and it is needless to say that there are sea kings everywhere. Except for the submarines designed by Vegapunk that can reach here, this place is almost isolated from the rest of the world. Secret Base Center. In one of the deepest laboratories, there are a lot of strange peoples. They seem to be human but they have animal arms or teeth. Some even have half of their body as some kind of crustacean, while the other half of their body looks like a mix between lion and tiger and looks extremely scary. Biological modification. Is this the end? Vegapunk held up the reports, frowning. This is not a base for making the mechanical transformation, nor is it a place for making artificial devil fruit, but it is the base 0 used for biological transformation. In fact, artificial devil fruit also originated from here, and sad that is used for making an artificial devil fruit is also an important raw material for biological transformation. Phew, but it's now possible to create artificial devil fruit. Why bypass devil fruit to directly transform it? If we make artificial devil fruits, we will have an unlimited army of people. Caesar stands beside Vegapunk with his arms outstretched and an excited smile on his face. Vegapunk dropped the file and said, "Artificial devil fruit. My original intention was to detach the devil fruit and get straight to the essence of its life, but are you going back to the devil fruit again? What are you talking about? It's... Don't mention it again." Vegapunk continued to look down at the file. Caesar's face changed for a while and he was feeling very annoyed and he quips, "But the only thing you can test now as a semi-finished product is that Marine Vice Admiral." "No." Vegapunk turned the file to the last page and narrowed his eyes. "His inner will is beyond my imagination. It can't be said to be a semi-finished product anymore, it can be regarded as the only finished product." "Your transformation was successful?" Caesar's eyes widened instantly. "The experimental bodies they can capture here are basically not very strong. Occasionally, some strong ones are caught and once they are transformed, their bodies will reject the transformation and they will even lose all the desire to survive in the process of transformation. Eventually, all the experiments failed. But just a while ago, a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral volunteered to participate in the transformation, and in the process of transformation, he displayed a strong will and desire to survive, supporting 2 consecutive transformations. There are 3 rounds of Vegapunk transformation, which are divided into 3 stages. Now it seems that the 3rd round of transformation has also succeeded. Chapter 3119999. Naturally. Vegapunk responded calmly. Although he succeeded, he was not very satisfied, because so far, only 1 subject has completed the 3rd transformation, and most of the experimental subjects died in the 1st transformation, and only 2 have survived the 2nd transformation, including the Marine Vice Admiral. If they want to make the whole battle force consisting of these subjects, the subjects have to go through the 3rd round of transformation, but according to the current success rate, they can't make it in batches. The inability to produce something in batches means failure to Vegapunk. But they can't be mass-produced. Caesar quickly gets to the point, too. A Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral who voluntarily participated in the transformation. This is something that they may not encounter for decades. A person with the physical fitness of Headquarters Vice Admiral is not a cabbage that can be caught everywhere. In addition to having the body fitness of a Headquarters Vice Admiral, they must also have a strong will to support 3 rounds of transformation in pain. Each of the 3 rounds of transformation has a high failure rate, and it is incredible that one can succeed. It can be said. Even with a Vice Admiral's physical fitness, strong will, and survival desire are met at the same time, the success rate of completing the 3rd round of transformation is less than 1%. Not to mention that it is difficult to meet these 2 conditions. Yes. Vegapunk nodded and said, "So I'm going to suspend the biological transformation trials and having successful at 1 will be enough to get more resources from the government." The corner of Caesar's mouth twitched, and when he was about to say something, a series of dense alarms sounded suddenly in the laboratory. Vegapunk and Caesar froze at the same time. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Vegapunk quickly came to a monitoring screen and pressed several buttons in succession. The screen shifted to the cell area where the prisoners were held. In the cell area, the prison where Fuakura was held was destroyed by a strange force of distortion, and Fueco walked out of the prison. What happened? Caesar's eyes glared at the screen and he was feeling inexplicable. How could the cage suddenly break? Vegapunk calmed his emotions and pressed a button. Starting power level analysis. DD. The picture instantly became a scan-like thing, sweeping across the cell. With a series of sounds, the power level of all the prisoners in the cell were scanned one by one and appeared on another screen next to it. Most of the data are between 500 to 1000, Fueco's data is 1200, it seems that there is nothing abnormal. Strange, what the hell is? Caesar stared at Fueco in the screen, and while frowning, the entire screen suddenly glowed a red light and shook violently. On the other screen on the side, a label of unknown life form appeared, and its power level data was 99,999. What the fuck? Caesar's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What the hell, is this machine broken? Vegapunk's pupil also shrank sharply. He vaguely thought of something and his face changed drastically. He grabbed the pager on the side and said, "Release the 37th experimental body, quickly." While giving the order, he turned without hesitation and rushed out of the laboratory. Caca. Almost as soon as Vegapunk rushed out of the laboratory, the picture of the surveillance cell suddenly burst, completely broken, and the surveillance was destroyed by internal violence. Caesar stood there stupidly, reacting only a few seconds later, and he screamed and also ran outside the lab, but he could no longer find Vegapunk. Ross-sama. Fueco bowed to Ross. Although he knew that Ross and others will most likely come here for him. This is a secret base and it can isolate all life-based detections, such as Vivre Card, so he was not sure how Ross would find him. He had some fear in his heart about this so-called biological transformation. It would be better to eat a devil fruit instead of getting injected with something weird and getting turned into a half-human, half-animal form that could not be changed back into a human being. That would have been worse than death. Good job. Ross smiled slightly at Fueco. Even after getting caught, he was able to pass a message to Kaku and others, and clearly pointing out that he was caught in the secret base of Scientific Force Base. Fueco is undoubtedly using his intelligence capability to the limit. Being able to find this base is undoubtedly credited to Fueco. It's my duty to explore various intelligence reports for Ross-sama. Fueco spoke with gratitude, as it was a great honor for him to be praised by Ross. After this mission, maybe he can be promoted. Ross looked up at the ceiling with indifferent eyes. Let me see what they are capable of that they dared to detain one of my people. Bang. As soon as his voice fell, Ross stopped hiding and punched in the upward direction so violently that the ceiling above the cell burst apart. Countless exclaims and screams occurred one after another. There is an intruder. What a joke. This is the Zero base and it is also 10,000 meters below the sea. How could there be an intruder? Which prisoner ran out? The huge movement caused many people to startle and scream. They were stationed at Base Zero, and the Scientific Force Base soldiers guarding them soon arrived. Looking at the severely damaged cell, the captain of Scientific Force Base shouted, calming the chaos slightly. How can there be an invader at 10,000-meter deep sea floor? Which idiot was so negligent that he accidentally gave the prisoner a chance to escape from the prison? But the prisoners here don't have much power except for one or two of them. Whiz. Just then, a figure flickered out of the cell. He was a very fat man, and he is Fueco of the Intelligence Unit 4 under the Ghost Hand Pirate Regiment flag, a former member of Cypher Pol No. 9. Oh, it's you. The captain of the Scientific Force Base knows about Fueco. He even met him once before, and he also knew that Fueco was now a traitor. Looking at Fueco, there was a cold look in his eyes. Do you know where this is? This is Combelt Seafloor. You can't get out and escape. Get captured without a fight. It turned out to be the bottom of the Combelt. Fueco looked at the captain of Scientific Force Base without any panic and smiled, but unfortunately, this place will soon cease to exist. Big words. The captain of Scientific Force Base sneered. He knew that Fueco was quite powerful, but it is impossible for him to destroy this base unless. The sneer on his face solidified. Looking at the figure coming out from behind Fueco, his forehead gradually began to overflow with cold sweat, and fear and panic appeared in his eyes. Can you tell me, where is Vegapunk? Ross looked calmly at him and asked. His observation hockey can sense all life in this space, but he can't distinguish which one is Vegapunk, and there is also a strong presence in this space, but this strong guy gives Ross an inexplicable familiarity. Is he Vegapunk? Where has he seen Vegapunk before? Chapter 312 Monster You Are. Looking at Ross standing in front of him, the captain of the Scientific Force Base Guard was sweating heavily. Although this is a secret base on the bottom of the Combelt, it also keeps in touch with the outside world. He may not recognize 4 Suite Commanders or the 3 Disasters, but Ross, who is one of the 4 pirates standing at the highest point of the sea, how could he not recognize him? 4 Emperors. Ghost Hand Ross. Along with Whitebeard and 100 Beast Kaido, he is the new generation's monster that is giving more headaches to the world government than Whitebeard and Kaido combined. Can't you speak well? Ross looked at him calmly and suddenly reached forward. There is still a distance of more than 10 meters, but the space of more than 10 meters is suddenly compressed by distortion. Everyone saw Ross' hand directly cross the 10 meters of space and instantly grasped the captain's neck and tugged him in front of him and lifted him up. Can you tell me, where is Vegapunk? Ross stared at him and asked again. The captain's face showed fear as he struggled hard, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of Ross's hands. Captain. Hurry, attack. Nearby, all the scientific force base soldiers, too, looked horrified. Someone spoke in a quivering voice and shot at Ross with his gun. Bang. 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 Suddenly, countless bullets shot towards Ross's head and his body. These bullets are specially designed by Vegapunk, but they are not to deal with invaders, but to control the riot that the transformed creatures would cause. The transformed creatures, even if only transformed once, have more than 5,000 power level data. These bullets can deal with them, so their power is undoubted. But before any of the bullets could reach within 3 feet of Ross, they were all contained in the air by the power of distortion and began to deform under the watchful eyes of countless people. Ross looked at this scene indifferently and then he looked at the soldiers of scientific force base. Bang long. The power of distortion flooded into the ground. This kind of base building is made from ore and steel, which are very strong, but it is like a piece of paper in front of Ross's power of distortion. Almost instantly, the ground in front of Ross crumbled like a whirlpool, engulfing dozens of scientific force base soldiers and wiping them out. Damn it. He is really Ghost Hand Ross. Hurrying to the spot, Scientific Force Base Head Captain and Vegapunk's bodyguard Sentomaru looked at Ross in the distance, his pupils twitching, feeling a little scared. He is the head captain of Scientific Force Base and also a subordinate of Marine Admiral Kizaru. He is no stranger to Ross. But this is the zero base of Scientific Force Base. How did Ross appear here? What? When Sentomaru looked at Ross, Ross also found Sentomaru. Although Sentomaru didn't play any major role in the original series, but because of his unique shape, Ross still had some memories of him. With a toss of his hand, he flung the captain out and threw him against the wall, breaking it into pieces and sending blood flying everywhere. If he remembers it correctly, this Sentomaru seems to be Vegapunk's bodyguard. He should know where Vegapunk is. Ross looked calmly at Sentomaru, took a step forward and suddenly crossed a few dozen meters and appeared in front of Sentomaru. What? Sentomaru's pupils narrowed sharply, and he attacked Ross with a fright. Ross swings his backhand. Bang. Sentomaru's armament hockey collapsed instantly, and the whole person flew backward like a ball, smashing into a wall and spitting blood. Where is Vegapunk? Ross strolled towards Sentomaru, asking him. Sentomaru gritted his teeth and barely stood up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said, "No comment. Don't expect to get any intelligence out of me. My mouth is sealed." "Then you are useless." Ross stared at Sentomaru indifferently, throwing a punch at Sentomaru. However, almost immediately, a huge black shadow smashed into the wall and came hurtling toward it and punched and collided with Ross's fist. Bang. 2 fists collided, and a loud bang broke out. The entire zero base shuddered in the aftermath as if it was hit by an earthquake. The ground between the black shadow and Ross suddenly showed signs of cracking, spreading in all directions, eventually covering the entire hall, and then stopped. "You are." Looking at the creature in front of him, a strange gleam flashed in Ross' eyes. What is this creature? Because Ross doesn't know if it should be called a human or something else. Although it still has a head with 2 arms, the entire body looked ugly. The surface area of the body is covered with a layer of silver-colored scale armor, with 2 white horns sprouting from its head like 100 Beast Kaido. Its muscles are exploding, its body the size of a giant ape with a tiger's stripes and skin on its head. Its whole body looked a combination of countless creatures. The strangest thing is, Ross still felt a little familiarity from this creature. "Don't you know me, Ghost Hand Ross?" The weird creature had a character-colored face, bloodshot and red eyes, and a grin on his huge mouth. He swung his fist with condensed armament hockey, which seemed to explode with 100 Beast Kaido-like powers, onto Ross. Ross raised his hands expressionlessly. Bang. A bang resounded through the entire base again, and the ground at the feet of the 2 collapsed directly to the next level, which is also the lowest level of the base. "I don't really remember it." Ross slowly retracted his hand and said indifferently, "Are you Vegapunk?" "No." The creature looked wicked and said, "Vegapunk gave me a new life and gave me the power to destroy you, Ghost Hand Ross." He roared and charged into Ross again, his fists waving constantly. Bang. 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 In the constant bangs, Ross's figure receded and the ground under his feet continued to shatter. Is this the strength after that test finally succeeded? Sentomaru was standing in the upper corner, watching the creature below beating Ross violently, and there was a touch of palpitations in his eyes. What a terrible thing, even the ghost hand Ross. Bang. Almost as soon as his voice fell, a shocking sound came from below, and Ross's figure flickered, avoiding the opponent's punch, and levitating into the air. He kept searching in his memory, and finally fixed on a certain figure. He looked at the creature unexpectedly, wondering, "You are, Doberman? Gee ha 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 ha, do you still remember me? I thought you had forgotten, and I never thought you would come here alone." Doberman seemed to be in a state of insanity. He growled and jumped into the air using moonwalk and punched Ross. Die. Ghost hand Ross. Bang. The blow made the air ripple with a terrible crack. Ross's gaze calmed down, his mind moved and the space barrier opened, and Doberman's punch passed through him without causing any harm. Die. 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 Doberman howls and punches, and the aftershock of these punches shatters the back walls but never does Ross any harm. Based on strength and speed alone, Doberman, who has become a monster today, does have 2 improved points, but he only has strength and speed. Both of his armament hockey and observation hockey were too weak in front of Ross' eyes. I feel sorry for you. Facing Doberman's rainstorm-like attacks, Ross was suspended in the air and sighed softly, and the whole person stepped forward. Sneer. In an instant, Ross crossed the distance between him and Doberman and appeared behind him. There was a terrible blood mark on Doberman's chest and abdomen. He looked at his chest in disbelief and put his hand to the wound. How can? This way. My strength is obviously. Ross turned around and held the cursed blade morass aim. His eyes were calm and indifferent, with a touch of compassion, saying, "This is not the strength you get from practice, relying on external forces to gain strength. It is never possible to reach the peak by yourself. You will never be strong enough." Sneer. 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 At the moment his words fall, Ross suddenly disappears in void, instantly turning into 3 shadows, and he charged into Doberman from 3 different directions. In an instant, numerous sword lights crisscrossed, and Doberman's tough transformed scale skin was cut by Ross's attacks, showing horrible cracks. There was a hint of unbelief in Doberman's eyes. Why? I have gained much more power than I did before, and I still can't win against Ross. I can't even fight against him. He can't accept it. The cracks spread in all directions, and Doberman's large, terrifying body eventually shattered into numerous pieces in the air and fell to the ruins at the bottom of the base. This. Sentomaru looked at the scene with a fearful look on his face. What kind of strength Doberman has after completing 3 rounds of transformation, he just saw it clearly, and each of his punches almost enough to kill him directly. With that tough to terrifying body, even his own master may not be able to injure Doberman in a fight. But even such a monster was so vulnerable in front of Ross. Ghost hand Ross, how much power does he contain in that body? Chapter 313 Sasara Farewell. Ross floated in the air, facing the flat opening at the base of the base, then flew overhead to the top of Sentomaru and watched him calmly. Sentomaru gritted his teeth tightly, and there was an unwilling look in his eyes, and he said indignantly, "Don't expect to know where that punk bastard is from me," he said angrily. "I'm the most tight-lipped man in the world, and I won't tell you that the bastard went towards a submarine." "Oh, he went to a submarine." Ross glanced at Sentomaru and instantly used his observation hockey, covering the entire zero base, perceiving a certain direction of the zero base where a submarine was starting. Whiz. He ignored Sentomaru and rushed in that direction. Everywhere he went, the solid walls were broken by him. Occasionally, when he comes across the sea stone embedded in the wall, Ross punches and bangs it out, smashing it into pieces, and continued to rush in the direction of the submarine. The submarine's propeller has been activated, and the steel front door to the submarine has been almost closed, leaving less than a third of the last opening. "Come on. Come on." On the submarine, Caesar hurriedly urged the Scientific Force Base members who drove the submarine. Even without Caesar's urging, the Scientific Force Base member of the sturdy submarine was already full of fear. Although he had never seen Ross before, the name of 4 emperors was enough to make people fear. Purr. The submarine started, and the special propeller ejected a peculiar air current, which drove the entire submarine to the depths of the sea. Caesar was relieved to see the base behind him get further and further away, and the steel gate glinting white from its last crack. Get saved. No matter how strong the monster is on this kind of ocean floor, it won't be possible to catch up. Oh! Caesar wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, sighed with relief, and made a strange laugh. But almost at this moment, in the last crack of the steel front door, a figure flashed through it, like a blackfish, and instantly rushed into the water. Oh, no. Caesar happens to see this with a vague sense of foreboding. Want to run? Looking at the fast-moving submarine, Ross's eyes flash with indifference, his hands grasp the void and a jerk of power of distortion spread at the bottom of the sea. At a depth of 10,000 meters, the submarine is engulfed by Ross's power of distortion vortex that covers an area of about 1,000 meters. No matter what source of power the submarine tried to use to accelerate, it could not get out of the whirlpool, and finally caught up in the whirlpool currents, it began to spin and fall into the middle of the whirlpool. It's over. It's over. Caesar was flying around in the spinning submarine, tears and snot flowing out of him in horror. Because he is a Logia gas fruit user, he can't be knocked to death, but he is bound by this current, and it is still at the bottom of 10,000 meters in the sea. The user of the ice devil fruit may be able to survive this, but the user of the gas fruit is going to die. Gudong gudong. The inside of the submarine became a mess, but the shell of this submarine was made out of an unknown material as it could withstand the water pressure of the 10,000-meter deep ocean floor, and it was ridiculously strong and it did not break in the whirlpool. No one knows how long it has been, it may be less than half a minute in the outside world, but in Caesar's eyes, it seems to be a long time, as decades seems to have passed in front of his eyes and the rotation finally stopped. I'm not dead yet. Caesar affixed himself to the ceiling of the submarine in a mass of gas and noticed that the rotation stopped. He stares for a while and then reacted. Caesar responds with a triumphant smile, reaching over to stroke the submarine's inner shell, and laughs. It is indeed a submarine made of adamant alloy. It's all right, this solidity is perfect. Almost as soon as his voice fell, a wave of marks suddenly waved across the center of the submarine, and the shell of the submarine, along with his entire body, instantly appeared with a crack. Slap. The submarine, like an apple split by a sword, cut to the sides. Caesar, who was also cut in half, also had a stiff expression on his face. Since he was a Logia user, he was healed immediately after being cut, but the submarine was cut in this way, which also meant Caesar turned his head little by little, and his entire body instantly seems to fell into an icy cellar. You? Ross looked at Caesar shrouded in purple gas, frowning slightly, and he glanced again at the submarine, where there was only a scientific force-based soldier who had fainted. He naturally knows this. Caesar knows and the Logia gas fruit ability. A scientist originally affiliated with the world government, who was convicted of a poison gas accident, he later escaped from prison and made artificial devil fruits with the help of Sad for Doflamingo and sold it to 100 Beast Kaido. At this point in time, Caesar doesn't seem to have that gas incident. Where is Vegapunk? Ross frowned. He didn't want Caesar, but Vegapunk? Although Caesar was a bit useful, it was impossible for him to be compared with Vegapunk. Caesar's eyes showed fear, and under Ross's unintentional momentum, he was so scared that he almost pissed himself and his voice trembled. Beck. Vegapunk, that asshole, he has long slipped away. As soon as Vegapunk was mentioned, Caesar cursed Vegapunk countless times in his heart. Vegapunk was first on board the biggest submarine and escaped the base when the power level data detector machine detected Ross's unreasonable data. By the time Caesar reacted, there was only a small submarine left. As a result, as soon as he sat up in the submarine and the chair was barely warm, Ross pulled a vortex and dragged it back. Caesar was broken inside. Ran? Ross frowned. From Sentomaru's humorous response, it should not be possible for him to lie in that situation, and to leave the ocean floor, you must only take a submarine. And the submarine on which Caesar sits is indeed a bit smaller. Buzz. Ross utilized his observation hockey on the ocean floor, but it's been half a minute, and probably longer, and there's no sign of a submarine. Ross looked at Caesar and asked in a deep voice, which direction did he run away? This. I don't know. Caesar trembled as he answered. Ross rubbed his eyebrows and looked at Caesar. He took a deep breath and slowly said, give me a reason not to kill you. Chapter 314. One sword. Ross doesn't kill Caesar after all. For his life, Caesar talks a lot about how there are 3 of Zone's devil fruit in the base, and how he can make an artificial devil fruit, a poison gas weapon, and so on. Naturally. What really saved his life was that he said he would be able to make the technique that will make weapons be able to eat a devil fruit. Ross carried Caesar back to base 0. In front of Ross, who is a 4 emperors, Caesar knew that he had a few options. Naturally, he didn't dare to mess with him at all. In a laboratory at base 0, Caesar took 3 devil fruits from 3 suspended glass-filled glass instruments and handed them to Fuokuro next to Ross. Fuokuro took the devil fruits and took them to Ross. 2 ordinary zone, 1 ancient zone? Ross picked up one of them and placed it in front of his face for a moment and asked Caesar. Yes. Caesar said cautiously, these 2 ordinary zone are in the form of crocodile and praying mantis, the one in the ancient type is the form of a dragon. Ross raised a brow slightly, thinking of Drake, one of the supernova, and said, how many ancient zone devil fruits are there in the form of a dragon? There are several, But there is only one here, and the government has another, which they have never given to anyone. Caesar showed a poor expression. Ross weighed the devil fruit in his hand without comment. The role of the ordinary zone devil fruit is not very great, but if it is used on the giant core, it should be able to build on the basis of the giant body and then improve. It can be considered better than nothing. As for this ancient devil fruit, if used well, it is not impossible to create a battle power on the same level as the three disasters. Is there anything important here? Ross handed the 3 devil fruits to Hueco for safekeeping and asked Caesar again. Caesar scratched his hair and said, "This. The experimental equipment is very important. And the SAD produced. Too much." Ross said calmly. "This is the bottom of the calm belt. There are too many Sea Kings here, and although he is not afraid of them, but it is going to be very troublesome to bring a lot of things with Caesar and Hueco." With some pain in his heart, Caesar found out the most important test equipment. In the process, he also found that Vegapunk destroyed all of his previous research data, and he began to curse Vegapunk again in his heart. Quickly, the collected experimental instruments are brought together, and although they have been simplified a lot, but they still piled up to a lot, and they could have almost filled an entire small ship. Isn't this a little too much, Ross-sama? Hueco looked at the stacked instruments and asked Ross. Ross glanced and thought for a moment, and said, "Almost. That one." Caesar puts the last piece of information on the instrument, looks at Ross, and hesitantly asks, "How are we going to get out of here? This is a 10,000-meter deep ocean floor, and the kind of bubbles used in the Sabati archipelago is invalid here and will directly burst. In addition, there are countless terrifying Sea Kings at the bottom of the sea. Without the trait of a submarine that can shield against the Sea Kings, it is impossible to travel to and from the water and the base." Although Ross had taken him back with a submarine, it was near the base after all, and the submarine could shield the sense of the Sea King. Now the submarine is broken, and Ross, this monster in human form, might be able to get out of here, but how will he go up? I'm thinking about it. Ross looked up at the ceiling above him and touched his chin with a thoughtful expression. Poof. Caesar has an urge to vomit blood. You told me to pack everything important here, and you are just thinking about it now. Are you really making fun of me? Do you think that the government will cooperate with you and send a submarine here? This was Caesar's inner thoughts, but he didn't dare to say it, and could only hold back the words that he wanted to say. Hueco stood there, and when he saw Caesar's appearance, he couldn't help but glanced at him disdainfully and said, "Ross-sama must have a way." Caesar rolled his eyes. Ross' subordinates are brainwashed thoroughly. Ross didn't bother with Caesar and Hueco. He looked at the ceiling, thinking about the distance from the sea to the base, and also considering the effect of water pressure. "Caesar, how many meters from here to the sea's surface?" "Nearly 9 kilometers. Caesar replied to Ross. Hearing Caesar's words, Ross' eyebrows suddenly stretched and said, "It's shallower than I thought. I thought it was over 12 kilometers. Caesar grumbled, "It doesn't make any difference. 9 kilometers and 12 kilometers, there is no big difference between these two types of the ocean floor." "There is a big difference," Ross responded calmly as he reached into his waist with his right hand, and pulling out the cursed blade Moras aim. Buzz. The power of distortion condenses on the blade, blurring the space around the blade, making the blade seem unreal. It seems to be close but feels far away. Hueco and Caesar both felt a sense of oppression. Neither of them knew what Ross was going to do, but they retreated subconsciously. "Although I am not very proficient in sword arts, but..." Ross's fingers trembled slightly as he held the hilt, and the blade in his hand swung upwards as if it were carrying tens of thousands of pounds of mud. The condensed power of distortion stirred up in an instant. Buzz. Suddenly, a ripple ignited from Ross's blade and penetrated the ceiling unhindered, plunged into the sea, and rose at a terrifying speed. 9 kilometers. 8 kilometers. 7 kilometers. As the ripple continues to rise, its speed also becomes slower and slower, but this slowness is only compared to the previous penetration speed. In fact, it is still very fast. 2 kilometers. 1,000. The ripples came to the last 1,000 meters of seawater, and the power contained in them has become very weak compared to before, but the water pressure in the seawater at 1,000 meters has weakened too much. Like a kind of microwave emitted from the seafloor, this ripple finally penetrated the sea's surface and flew out from the calm sea surface of the calm belt. It was a complicated process, and it took a lot of time in describing, but it happened in less than a second. Silence. The sea, which was originally calm, seemed to become silent at this moment and appeared dead. Not only the surface of the sea, but the sea that had spread all the way from base 0 to the surface of the sea, fell into a dead silence, and all the subsurface currents of the ocean floor stood still at that moment. This is... Inside base 0, Caesar looks up at the ceiling and stares, not knowing what Ross just did. But just as he was about to ask, a crack appeared in the middle of the ceiling, and the crack spread to both sides in a straight line, splitting into two in an instant. But even then, no seawater came pouring into Base Zero. Behind the cracked ceiling on either side was a clear blue sky, and the sun was pouring down on the base at a depth of 9 kilometers. An impossible path made by a single sword. Chapter 315 The calmness and steadiness is impossible. It is rare in this world to see a man fight against nature. In particular, Caesar and Hueco have never seen anything like the power to cleave an entire ocean from the abyss, nearly 10,000 meters below the surface. That's Master Ross's strength. Hueco looked at the blue sky with a shocking expression on his face and muttered to himself. He even felt that the Whitebeard, known as the world's strongest man, might not be his own boss's opponent. Caesar stood aside, remembering the previous power level detector's detection of Ross. The data was 99,999. This data is the upper limit of the detection instrument, that is to say that no specific value can be detected above it. Power level value. Strictly speaking, this is not a specific value of power, but a synthesis of data such as the strength, vitality, and flesh activity contained in the body. In addition to Ross, there is only one other person who can reach the limit of 99,999, namely 100 Beast Kaido. After Marine captured Kaido in a siege, he tried to poison Kaido with poison gas, but he failed completely. His gas had no effect on Kaido at all. This kind of monster, even a subject which has gone through the 3 rounds of Vegapunk's life transformation and has developed all of its life potentials, they still can't reach this level. Caesar's eyes shook with a hint of fear at the same time. The kind of fear you feel in the presence of the sea's top and highest power. Let's go. After cutting through the ocean floor and reaching the surface, Ross swung his cloak and used gravity distortion on the Hueco and all the instruments and instantly flew overhead with the instruments and Hueco. Caesar stared and watched Ross and Hueco and the instruments flying upwards until the seawater began to flow from the ceiling, and the crack was gradually closed by the closed seawater. Then he responded, making a strange noise while flying up. Whiz. Fortunately, he reacted fast enough and wasn't blocked by the seawater, and flew out of the last gap. However, after flying out of the base, there was still a height of 9 kilometers above him, and the seawater had begun to close from both sides to the middle, wrapped in surging forces beyond human power. Wah-wah-ah. Don't leave me here. Caesar is about to burst into tears and flies up and down with his ass almost glued to the water because of his average speed. The sea that had been cut off from the abyss began to close towards the center, and it looked like a terrifying beast closing its mouth to the horizon to swallow Caesar into it. Caesar, who fought hard to fly upwards, was finally a little bit faster than the seawater. Before the seawater was closed, he rushes to the surface. Bang! 2 pieces of seawater joined and collided with each other, and at one moment the sea was splashed with huge waves, causing numerous sea kings to pop their heads out of the sea. The massive movement was too huge even for those large sea kings. Caesar jumps on Hueco with tears running down his cheeks and says, "Hey, I almost got drowned. Aren't you flying?" Hueco slaps Caesar and gives him a lazy look. Ross ignores Caesar and continues to fly sideways with Hueco and a stack of instruments. Caesar with a tearful face has some thoughts of wanting to run away, but his survival instinct overwhelms his inner thoughts and he follows. At an altitude of about 1 kilometer, Ross stopped flying upwards and began to fly horizontally out of the comm belt. At the same time, he took out a piece of Robin's Vivre card to guide them to Robin's direction. World Government. Inside the highest lobby. The 5 Elder Stars listened to the intelligence reports reported by his subordinates about the infiltration and erosion of several countries by the Revolutionary Army and looked a little solemn before saying, "The threat of the Revolutionary Army is getting more and more serious. With the passage of time, the Revolutionary Army is no longer as weak as before, and they had penetrated into many countries. The most important thing is that the ideas it spreads are extremely harmful to the world government. But they have never been able to find Dragon, and they are still confused about the location of the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. There is no way for them to take out the Revolutionary Army. In the absence of specific intelligence, it is impossible to send admiral forces to chase every trace of it day after day. We can't do anything for the moment." One of the 5 Elder Stars raised a teacup and drank tea. The 5 Elder Stars holding the sword next to it, points to the ground with the tip of his sword and said, "The new world has stabilized during this time, which is a good thing." "Good." The 5 Elder Stars sitting on the sofa said in a deep voice, "Although Kaido has gained the remaining power of the Big Mom pirates, it has become a bit bigger, but it has formed a balance with the Ghost Hand pirates. In this way, the Ghost Hand pirates have to remain quiet. For them, the most important thing is balance. As long as the sea is balanced and does not threaten the existence of the government, they wouldn't care even if the new world is given to 4 emperors to divide it among themselves. Today's New World 4 emperors are divided, and unless there are special circumstances, they cannot send troops to New World to destroy any of the 4 emperors' pirates, as that will cause other 4 emperors to take action and it will likely cause a world war. Coupled with the Revolutionary Army, there are too many variables for them to start a war now. It's a good thing that the Ghost Hand pirates have to settle down. He has taken over the territory of Big Mom. The 5 elder stars standing next to the sofa said lightly, "Once you have the power to rule a sea and stand on the high places where countless people look up to you, the edge will gradually be smoothed. This world has always been like this. People who have nothing have the courage to fight, but once they have power and prestige, they will start to be afraid of losing, and they will become cautious and lose their former edge." When Kaido and Big Mom did not become 4 emperors, it was a world of chaos that led to war after war. But with the establishment of the 4 emperors pirates system and the division of their respective territories, the sea is much more stable than in previous years. Although the Revolutionary Army is creating chaos everywhere, as long as Ross doesn't do anything and the other 4 emperors remain in stability, the world will not be chaotic, and it would not be a problem for them. Speaking of which, Vegapunk previously reported that the 3rd transformation was successful. Oh? The 5 elder stars who were not responsible for managing the scientific force-based section heard his words and turned his head. Although they are not responsible for the management, they still have heard about the biological transformation reported by Vegapunk. After 3 rounds of transformation, they can even create a Marine Admiral level of combatant. I didn't expect Doberman to succeed where others haven't. The 5 elder stars sitting while drinking tea said, "Unfortunately, mass production of these subjects cannot be achieved, and the cost of failure is too high. Otherwise, the 7 warlords of the sea system would not be necessary. If Vegapunk can produce 3 or 5 battle forces in batches, what balance does 7 warlords of the sea have? It can be discarded at any time. Even if it can't be mass-produced, it means a lot to be successful." The 5 elder stars with the sword solemnly spoke, "The Marine Admiral level battle power is a rare power for the entire government. Vegapunk really did a great job this time. When can he be called? Let's ask him about his success." Several 5 elder stars talked to each other, intending to ask Vegapunk about the time when Doberman can join their battle forces again. One of them reached out to a Dendenmushi and was ready to call Vegapunk. But at this moment, a government official rushed in and hurriedly looked at 5 elder stars and said, "5 elder stars Sama, something went wrong. Base 0 was attacked by Ghost Hand Ross and has now been completely occupied. All instruments and experimental items are gone. Only Vegapunk fled back." Kaka. It was the sound of a teacup falling on the floor, and broken glass splashing around. There was silence in the entire hall, and only tea was flowing slowly on the ground. Chapter 316 Kaido and Whitebeard inside the calm belt. Everything is calm, but outside the calm belt, there is now a violent wind rainstorm, the sea is undulating and the undercurrent is surging. And all of this is separated by a line. The weather conditions are quite different. Lafitte controls the rudder and directs the toy soldiers to sail and hang the sails so that the ship can be supported in the storm without being washed into the calm belt by the undercurrent. It's been 12 hours, Captain Ross hasn't returned yet. Trafalgar Law stood on the deck, looking in the direction of the calm belt, with a look of worry on his face. As one of Ross's subordinates, he is naturally very clear about his captain's strength, but how dangerous the seabed of the calm belt is, he is also very clear about that too. Coupled with the mysterious scientific force base, no one knows what will happen. Are we going to find Captain? Fioxerman leaned against the side of the cabin and said, "They have Ross's Vivre card and they can enter the calm belt to find Ross, but the calm belt is too dangerous for them." Robin held Ross's Vivre card and there were no emotions such as flustered the dark eyes as she said, "The Vivre card has not changed, we will continue to wait." The fact that Ross's Vivre card didn't show any abnormality indicates that Ross is not in any danger, so they don't need to worry about him for the time being. If they rashly break into calm belt and are besieged by a large number of Sea Kings, then the problem will be serious. While the group of people was waiting in the storm, Lafitte suddenly pressed the top of his ceremonial hat and looked at the sky in the direction of the calm belt. "No need to wait, Captain is back. It seems that he found the base." Law straightened up, too, and he also looked in the direction of Ross's flight. He saw Ross carrying a lot of strange equipment, and the Fueco, who was much fatter than Ross. Crash. There was a huge wave coming, and the ship was going up and down in the waves, and it looked like it was going to capsize, but just then the figure of Ross broke through the waves and landed on the ship. Hardly had he stepped on board when the power of distortion was thrust through the planks into the rough sea, forcing down the rolling currents and waves. Subsequently, Fueco also landed on the deck. "Good job, Fueco." Law carried the demon sword Kikaku and said to Fueco. Fioxerman also nodded towards him. Fueco was able to send intelligence from the base of the scientific force base, which is indeed a credit to him, But this base was not so easy to find. It seems that it was indeed under the sea. If it hasn't been for Ross, I am afraid no one would have found it. Captain, who is that guy? Lafitte pointed to Caesar with his red wooden cane. Ross put all the instruments on the deck steadily and said, Vegapunk escaped, but this guy is also useful. As he talked, Ross turned to look at Caesar and said, but to make sure you're obedient, we still need to take some measures. Law. Yes. Law responded as soon as Ross's voice fell, and he suddenly shifted his position and appeared behind Caesar, and his blade penetrated Caesar's chest instantly. Caesar lets out a scream and backs away while clutching his chest. He was horrified to find a gaping hole in his own, while Law has a pounding heart in his hand. My heart. Cut it into 2 pieces and keep them separately, one of them with you and other with Lafitte. Ross ignored Caesar and said to Law in a low voice, and Law responded by cutting Caesar's heart in half and tossing one piece to Lafitte. Lafitte held the pounding heart and tilted his head to look at Caesar. Well, then you have to be obedient, or you will die. Grunt. As his voice fell, Lafitte's fingers squeezed the heart. Caesar suddenly feels a sharp pain in his heart area and falls to the deck. He instantly started to cry and was in tears, feeling that he has fallen into darkness. I will obey. Can I put my heart? Ross ignored Caesar and walked directly into the cabin, while Law and Lafitte put away their respective hearts. Sermon added, this guy seems to be a Logia user. You too, be careful, don't let him steal his heart back and run away. Don't worry. Law lowered the brim of his hat and walked into his cabin. Back to Ross in the cabin, he thought of it and called out the talent system interface. After killing Doberman, he got 25 talent proficiency points, which was a little unexpected to him. This reward value is obviously still based on Marine Vice Admiral standards. He has defeated a Marine Vice Admiral for the 3rd time. He got 100 points for the first time, 50 points for the second time, and 25 points this time, which is estimated to be so much. Although the battle power of that guy is not easy to measure, even a Marine Admiral would have found it difficult to deal with him. It's a little loss. Ross touched his chin and said to himself. The strength of the mutant Doberman is not well defined, because his armament hockey and observation hockey were too weak, but in terms of pure strength and pure speed, he was a lot stronger and his body was very strong. He gave off a feeling of being a little Kaido. But it's not bad to get rewards, even if it's a little less. After all, something is better than nothing. Buzz. Ross did not hesitate to put all 25 points on Distortion Fruit, and after the golden light flashed, Distortion Fruit's total proficiency also reached 845 points. His physique today is strong enough to withstand this level of improvement, and even a 900-point power of distortion should not be a concern, but if he wants to raise it to 1000 points of maximum value, his current physique may still be slightly weaker and he would need to improve it. Although the 3 talents of physical enhancement and tenacious and rock have been set to maximum value, the improvement of the talent system is extra. Ross's own potential has not been exhausted and can still be developed. With a thought, Ross put away the talent system interface and showed a touch of contemplation before saying to himself, Kaido is becoming more powerful, it is not easy to deal with him for the time being. Should I start with Whitebeard? Ross now has the absolute certainty that he can beat Kaido. Even if he can't kill him, his current power is enough to suppress him completely, but his subordinates may not be able to deal with the 3 disasters and the 2 of the Sweet Commanders. In comparison, the subordinates of Whitebeard, only the captains of the first 5 teams have the strength of the 3 disasters, while captain of the second team is still vacant. That is, there are only 4 generals. However, Blackbeard, who hasn't gotten the Dark Devil fruit yet, is also an uncertain power element in the battle. He may also have strength compared to a disaster. The beast pirates that merged the remnants of the Big Mom pirates, it seems that they are not much better than the Whitebeard pirates. After all, before Ross appeared, the Whitebeard pirates were recognized as the head of 4 emperors. Chapter 317 Conflict. In the current situation, it is not just a simple matter of war in dealing with the 4 emperors. Marine and the government are bound to smell the conflict and they will come to fish in the troubled waters, and other 4 emperors may not be able to sit still. The root cause of the chaos that happened in the era of the previous 5 emperors was the inevitable result of the imbalance of forces, so no matter how chaotic it was, it cannot be stopped. But after Big Mom died in Ross' hands, New World restored the 4 emperors era, which is tantamount to restoring balance, so once someone moves, the consequences will be great. If Ross led his main force and left the Tato Land Sea, will Tato Land be attacked by Marine? Will other 4 emperors intervene? These are all problems. Even if Marines dared to get involved in the Tato Land, Ross will also take advantage of that and deal with the Marine when they return after the battle, but all this must be prepared in advance. In terms of Ross's status today, it can be said that any decision he made is enough to set off a wave in the Grand Line and even the entire world. However, While Ross was contemplating, Robin suddenly opened the door and walked in from outside with a complex expression on her face and said, "Our people are fighting the Whitebeard pirates." "The Whitebeard pirates? What's going on?" Ross frowned slightly as he looked at Robin and asked in a deep voice. Robin held the den-den-mushi in his hand and put it in front of Ross. "The situation seems to be a bit complicated. Ask them yourself." "Captain Ross?" Shiryu's voice was heard from the other side of the den-den-mushi. Ross looked at the den-den-mushi and his eyes flickered slightly as he asked, "How did you end up in a fight with the Whitebeard pirates? What happened?" "It's a long story, but I haven't fought them yet." Shiryu's voice was slightly subdued as he continued, "I'm on my way out now and as this is beyond Ishu's jurisdiction, I have to ask you." Hearing that Shiryu had not yet fought against the Whitebeard pirates, Ross estimated that the situation would not be much worse, so he relaxed a little and asked, "Tell me more and don't leave anything out." "Well," Shiryu spoke slowly from the other end of the den-den-mushi, recounting what happened during the days when Ross was away. "The current Ghost Hand Pirates are aggressively expanding its intelligence unit. The subordinates of this unit have operating in many islands, including other 4 Emperor's territories. Just a few days ago, a member of the intelligence unit found a devil fruit on Proust Island, one of island under Whitebeard's territories, and was about to bring it back when the subordinates of the Whitebeard pirates discovered him and the devil fruit. Devil fruit, which appeared in Whitebeard's territory, was first discovered by Ross's subordinate. Who should this devil fruit belong to? Obviously, the two sides could not reach a consensus. Although the pirates on the island were not the pirates directly affiliated to Whitebeard's subordinates at all, they were just a group of the fleet of subordinate branches, but the intelligence personnel on Ross's side were even weaker and devil fruit was eventually taken away. A devil fruit found by Ross's intelligence unit has been stolen. Is this really okay? Although the matter involves the Whitebeard pirates, due to time constraints and the fact that Ross and Robin were dealing with the scientific force base, the lower-level report was only submitted to Kaku and Kaku's decision was to grab back the devil fruit. They are the Ghost Hand Pirates, and no one can grab things from them, not even the Whitebeard Pirates. And the other party is not directly affiliated with the Whitebeard Pirates. It is just a team of the local pirates that is attached to the Whitebeard Pirates. They are separated from Whitebeard by thousands of miles. Kaku made a decision, and because he was in the nearby sea, he personally went out and he snatched back the devil fruit. However, the local pirate group was naturally furious and their captain immediately ordered their ship to give chase, and because they were familiar with this place, Kaku and others were eventually overtaken. Kaku didn't expect the opponent to pursue them so fast, and he rushed to fight in a hurry. Both sides fought a real bloody battle at sea. In the end, the two sides suffered heavy casualties. It was at this time that the situation changed dramatically. What started as the lowest members of the hierarchy turned into a bloody battle between Kaku and the captain of the local pirates. They couldn't hold it anymore and reported it to the Whitebeard pirates. "So, is the captain of the Whitebeard pirates coming for them?" Ross asked Shiryu after hearing the full story. "Yes," Shiryu whispered coldly, "since a captain has been sent by the opposite side, we can't be indifferent on this side. I plan to go there myself, but the conflict with the Whitebeard pirates is not the responsibility that Fujitora can afford to give." When Ross was not in Tato-Lancy, most of the things were handled by Fujitora, but there was also an upper limit on the things that Fujitora could handle, and one of such things that he couldn't handle is a direct conflict against a captain of the Whitebeard pirates. He obviously couldn't make a decision on such a major event and it had to report to Ross. "I know." Ross nodded and said, "What's the power of that devil fruit?" "It's not clear." "Well, it's Parimsha's transfer fruit." Shiryu really didn't care about the specific ability of the devil fruit, but the deputy captain next to him whispered to him. "Transfer fruit?" There was a look of surprise in Ross's eyes. He was impressed that this fruit was one of the abilities of one of the pirates that had died in his hands. It can transfer all the attacks and all damage in a certain range. This fruit is extremely powerful. "So, Captain, your decision is?" Shiryu held the den-den-mushi and spoke slowly towards Ross on the other side of den-den-mushi. "Go ahead." Ross's eyes calmed down and he said indifferently, "Show Whitebeard that not anyone can take something that is ours." "I know." Shiryu grinned as if he had expected Ross to make such a decision. He followed Ross on his journey, but he had never seen Ross fear anyone. Even at the Marine headquarters, he dared to break into it. He destroyed the Marine's headquarters fortress in front of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. These crazy things and such crazy decisions are something that made the Ghost Hand Pirates the most unprovocable existence on this sea. Palu. The den-den-mushi was hung up. Robin put the den-den-mushi in her pocket and her expression did not change in any way because of Ross's words. It seems that she had already guessed this result. "Made up your mind?" The ability of the transfer fruit, If it is used by a giant, it will create a powerful force. Ross held up his teacup and took a sip. So this fruit. I'm taking it. Whitebeard can't keep it. Chapter 318 The support arrives at Wall, Starport Sea. This is the sea ruled by Whitebeard, but it is located on the edge and the land occupied by Whitebeard is the largest of all 4 emperors. Bang! Bang! Cannonballs pierced the sky, falling on the sea, and the exploding waves splashed everywhere. 3 ships flying the flags of different pirate regiments were chasing a ship in 2 directions that appeared to have been in a major battle. On the mast of this ship, a flag representing the ghost hand was hung. On the deck, Hueco was standing there with one of his arms bandaged and hung on his chest. The bandage was stained with blood and another bandage was wrapped around his waist and the side of his waist was covered with a faint spillage of blood. Just then, a cannonball fell from the sky and landed straight on the top of Hueco's head. Bang! A figure jumped up and charged into the sky and punched the cannonball off with his fist and fell back to the ship in the diffuse smoke. The figure seemed extremely battered and he seemed to have experienced a long fight. Blocking the cannonball for Hueco is Blueno. He gritted his teeth and looked at the 3 pirate ships of the Whitebeard pirates that were following them. Hueco, we may not be able to stop this. Keep going. Hueco was badly wounded, but he stood on the deck with a grim expression on his face. Captain Shiryu is on his way. Bang! A cannonball fell and hit the edge of the hull, shaking the whole ship. Soon a man covered with water came running out of the cabin in a panic and said, Hueco-sama, the ship has been blasted with a hole in the side. Water is coming in. Hueco gritted his teeth slightly and said, what about Snuggle? Ask him to help and plug the hole first. A hole was blown up on the edge of the hull. It was not easy to plug it naturally and he and Jabra and Blueno were all busy defending. They could only let others help. Yes. But then there will be no one on the starboard. It doesn't matter. We can't control that much. Hueco said in a deep voice, anyway, this ship cannot sink. The nearest island was still some way off, and in his heyday, he might have been able to fly by using moonwalk, but now most of the people here are wounded, himself included, and without this ship, they would be buried in the sea. Although Blueno's door fruit can open the door by air and span a certain space, it has a large distance limit. Opening a door between 2 islands cannot be done by his ability. Hueco. Blueno's face was a little dull as he asks, can we still make it? The Whitebeard pirates were moving fast but they were heading for their home base and the ships behind them had been chasing them for a long time. We must make it. Hueco said coldly, Captain Shiryu may not be able to come that fast, but the people in the nearest 3rd division have already been dispatched. The Whitebeard pirates are like a hornet's nest and a swarm of bees will pop out instantly if something happens, but the Ghost Hand pirates are also the same. Now that the Ghost Hand pirates' influence network is gradually spreading out, people like Shiryu of the Rain will take some time to reach them from Todo Lancy, but there are people from other divisions who are closer and are dispatched earlier. Bang! 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 Due to the great distances between the ships, several ships of the Whitebeard Pirates Regiment subordinates were launching their cannonballs from a special long-distance cannon from afar as normal ranged weapons won't hit Hueco's ship. There are a lot of people in the New World who could use moonwalk or some similar technique, but not everyone can, and those who can are at least a level of a cadre. On these Whitebeard pirate ships, there are not many cadres who can use moonwalk. Continue to push forward. Don't hold back, don't stop. On the 3 Whitebeard subordinates' ships, the captain and the cadres held their swords and continued to command their men to attack Hueco's ship with cannons. But after all, a pirate ship is a pirate ship. Its gunfire power is far less than that of a battleship. Even if there are 3 ships, the cannonball network formed cannot destroy Hueco's ship in a short time. Hueco and his crew's ship was a light sailboat that would have been a little faster, but due to hull damage, they can't escape Whitebeard subordinates' ship now, so they have to keep running away. 1 hour. 2 hours. Time passed little by little. The damage to Hueco's ship was getting worse and worse, and it was gradually getting overwhelmed. At this time, 2 cannonballs suddenly crossed 2 arcs accurately and landed on the hull. One hit the deck and one hit the mast. Blueno blocked the one that was going to hit the deck, but he could do nothing against the one that hit the mast. Bang! The cannonball hits the top of the mast and it burst into flames and smoke. Caca! The huge mast, about a third of the top part, is now broken and splashed, and the sail is also broken along with the top of the mast, so it can no longer bear the wind. Good job. Ha ha ha, let's see where they run to now. On the 3 Whitebeard subordinates' ships, a smirk appeared on everyone's faces. The people on Hueco's ship saw their masts broken and their faces changed. Without the sails, the hull had no power, and the people behind would immediately catch up with them. I'll do it. Blueno clenched his teeth and jumped to the mast. He grabbed the broken part of the mast and forced his arm to press it on the broken part. No way. He won't last long. Kiku looked up and his face was still a bit depressed. If he was in his prime condition, with Blueno's power, he could hold on to the mast stiffly for a while. But after a naval battle and a chase battle that hasn't stopped yet, Blueno doesn't have much stamina at all, so he won't last long. Moreover, the mast was severely damaged and it was no longer possible for them to reach their previous speed. But when Kiku's fists were tightened, Blueno, holding the mast, suddenly looked up to the distant sea with a surprised expression on his face. Kiku. Our men are coming. Huh? Kiku heard the words and looked up and he saw 3 ship shadows appear on the sea horizon. The navigator standing next to Kiku took out his binoculars and took a look. He clearly saw that the 3 ships were flying the Ghost Hand Pirates flag, and the number 3 was marked on it. It's the reinforcement from the 3rd Division. He lowered his binoculars and almost jumped up in joy. The feeling of being on the verge of death and then suddenly getting a hope that they will live, no one could keep calm in that situation. Kiku took a deep breath and glanced through the telescope and said, 3 ships. It seems that a large army is dispatched. Although the Captain Fiuxerman of the 3rd Division was not present, the deputy captain and the cadres of the subordinates were also excellent and had regular contact with them. The captain of the Intelligence Division is Robin, while Kiku's current position is the vice captain of the Intelligence Division, Jabra, Blueno, and others are the 3rd seat and the 4th seats in turn. Chapter 319 Damn. It's Ghost Hand Pirates. The Whitebeard Pirates subordinates also discovered the 3 ships flying the flag of the 3rd Division at the same time. The captain and many cadres all looked a little worried. They have been chasing Kiku and others for a long time and they have seems to be winning. However, the other party suddenly got reinforcements. How can they be happy? Their sails are broken, kill them before their reinforcements can reach them. The captain of the local pirate regiment named City Pirates looked at Kiku's ship and others with a grim look on his face. One of his legs was broken. Now he had only 1 leg left and he was supporting himself with 2 crutches. He broke Kiku's arm, but his own injury was more serious. Kiku's arm had the chance to recover, and his leg was completely crushed by Kiku. Rest assured, big brother, we will get revenge for you. The captain of the Black Mist Pirates was standing next to the captain of the City Pirates with a wicked look on his face. Like City Pirates, they are also a pirate group under Whitebeard. The City Pirate Regiment and Kiku and other people fought hard, resulting in both of them having heavy injuries and heavy casualties. They were the reinforcements that arrived afterwards, and then started chasing Kiku and others. Full speed ahead, all of you. The Black Mist Pirates captain raised his blade high and pointed it in the direction of Kiku and others and roared. Bang! 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 The cannonballs were constantly being shot and the 3 ships quickly approached Kiku's ship. Until they were within a certain distance, the Black Mist Pirates captain slashed sharply with his sword. A blue sword energy broke through, completely cutting off the masts on Kiku's ship. The distance is enough, come on. The Black Mist Pirates captain, with an angry look in his face, began to slash repeatedly with his sword, bursting forth with continuous sword energy one after another. At the same time, the pirates of the other 2 ships also began to attack. Although they are not division captains, as captains under Whitebeard, each one of them is a strong character. They can rule a domain in the first half of the Grand Line. Kiku's ship, which had been overwhelmed by the bombardment from close-range attacks, were now being pounded by long-range cannons in a short distance and by a variety of sword energy attacks. Kiku's ships continued to crumble into pieces and it began to make an overwhelming creak. Is the distance enough? Kiku and everyone else on the ship had now come to the stern, abandoning their resistance against the Whitebeard pirates and looked far away at the 3rd Division ships. Blueno pressed his hands in the air while panting violently, staring at the coming support ship of the 3rd Division. Just as the hull swayed violently and was about to collapse, his eyes flashed. All right. Air door. The ability of door-to-door fruit was instantly stimulated. A door-like shape appeared in the air in front of him, and the rear of the door was directly connected to the deck of the ship in the 3rd Division across a space distance. Let's go. Kiku whispered and everyone rushed inside the door. At the same time, on the 3rd Division's ship, an air door appeared on the deck, and Kiku and others stepped out of the door one after another. All of them were bruised and their power and stamina was overdrawn. You look miserable, Kiku. The 3rd Division's deputy captain came up and looked at Kiku and others, and took a breath, saying, Is devil fruit still with you? It's here. Kiku took out a devil fruit from his pocket and put it back in his pocket. The 3rd Division deputy captain nodded and said, Captain Shiryu is coming soon, and Lord Ross has already given an order. Master Ross order? Blueno sat on the deck as his stamina was overdrawn and he asked the 3rd Division deputy captain weakly. The 3rd Division deputy captain looked into the distance, looking at their sinking ship, the ship that Kiku and others had been riding on, and the team of Whitebeard pirates that were chasing them. He smiled coldly before saying, Fuck them. What about the Whitebeard pirates? Their ghost hand pirates had defeated the beast pirate and also killed the big mom pirates. Even though Whitebeard is the so-called legendary strongest pirate, but he is also an old man who is already old. Their captain Ross is less than 30 years old and he has just entered his prime. Kaku, you go inside and rest first, leave everything here to us. The 3rd Division deputy captain stepped forward and came to the front of the deck as he looked at the direction of the Whitebeard pirate regiment, and coldly issued a combat order. Kaku and others didn't expect the deputy captain of 3rd Division to be so forward that he directly started a war, but as Ross had already ordered it, it should be the same. All ready to fight. Let that old man Whitebeard see what we've got. With the roar of the deputy captain of the 3rd Division, many of the members and cadres of the 3rd Division were eager to fight and they shouted together with him. On the one hand, Ghost Hand Pirates Captain, Ghost Hand Ross is the most brilliant and dazzling existence of this era. There is almost no one who is similar to him. He is the strongest combat power in the new era, and he is someone who has even destroyed Marine headquarters. On the other hand, Luffy has applied a small amount of hypnosis to all Ghost Hand Pirate subordinates and the official members are the 7 members. This hypnosis has only one effect, that is being fearless. It stimulates the courage in people's hearts so that there is no fear in them so that in the process of battle, they will exert their 100% or even more than 100% combat power. On the sea the 3 ships of the Whitebeard pirates had completely broken Kaku's ship but they only found a few corpses. Damn it. Did they run away? The captain of the city pirates propped his cane and looked down at the fragmented shipboards and corpses below. Kaku and Jabra and others were not found and he bit his teeth in frustration. The Black Mist pirates captain's face is not looking very good either. They originally thought that they could destroy Kaku and others before the reinforcements came over, but Kaku and others used some weird abilities and just slipped away under their eyes. At this time, a pirate of Black Mist pirates came over while looking into the distance and said, "Captain, the guys over there seems to be coming here. I don't think that they are planning to run away." In their sights, the 3 Ghost Hand pirates' ships were already extremely clear, and all of them had their artillery fired out and they set out in their direction. But Ghost Hand pirates? Assholes. There was a trace of anger on the captain's face and he said, "Is that so? Then let us see how good they are that they dared to come and fight with us. In this sea, they have never been afraid of anyone and now after the Ghost Hand pirates robbed their devil fruit, and attacked the captain of the city pirates. Today, they are going to kill them and bury them in the sea." Chapter 320 Alarming All Sides Marine Headquarters. In the top office, Fleet Admiral Sengoku is reviewing documents. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, urgent information. A Marine Rear Admiral rushed into the office in a hurry, reporting to Sengoku nervously, "The Ghost Hand Pirates subordinates cadres and the Whitebeard Pirates clashed violently in Atwal in Stuart Pottersea area." Hearing the Marine Rear Admiral's report, Sengoku suddenly looked up. It is not uncommon for the 4 Emperors' pirates to clash against each other. Generally, as long as it does not involve a 4 Emperors or a full-scale war, Marines generally adopts an attitude of surveillance. But Ghost Hand Pirates is another case. Sengoku knows very well to what extent Ross's madness has reached. Ross is someone who had once overturned the Marine headquarters in person. The subordinates of the Ghost Hand Pirate Regiment and the Pirate Regiment under the flag of Whitebeard Pirates are involved in direct conflict. This will not be as simple as an ordinary war. Atwal, Stuart Pottersea, that should be Whitebeard's territory. Why would the Ghost Hand Pirates fight against the Whitebeards there? Sengoku stood up and asked the Rear Admiral gravely. The exact reason is not clear, but it seems to be a fight over a devil fruit, the Rear Admiral says nervously. Sengoku's eyes flickered slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "What's going on with Tato Lancey and Whitebeard?" "Unclear for now." The Rear Admiral bowed his head and said that as even if there is a local war between the Ghost Hand Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates, they have just learned of this news and although Marines always kept an eye out at 4 Emperors Pirates all the time, it was impossible for them to know everything about a 4 Emperors. "Check it now!" Sengoku shouted. The Rear Admiral answered and immediately turned and left the office. After Rear Admiral pushes the door away, Sengoku, standing there, leans over and supports the top of his desk with his hands, his face showing a terrible headache. Ghost Hand Ross. Ghost Hand Ross again. He had received word from the World Government Intelligence Agency a few hours earlier that Ross had infiltrated the scientific force base Zero and that all of it had been destroyed except for Vegapunk. And in less than a few hours later, the Ghost Hand Pirates clashed with the Whitebeard Pirates. It was like a spiny dolphin covered in thorns, which had to be pierced everywhere. After half an hour, a Marine Vice Admiral hurriedly came to Sengoku's office and reported to Sengoku solemnly about the specific movements of the Whitebeard Pirates and Ghost Hand Pirates. The Ghost Hand Pirate Regiment was dispatched on a large scale, and the Whitebeard Pirate Regiment has done something similar. Two of their captains had set off a day ago. Convene a high-level meeting. Sengoku took a deep breath, a touch of gravity in his eyes. If it is only an ordinary war, then they can still wait and see, but when it comes to Whitebeard Pirates and Ghost Hand Pirates captain-level characters, it will likely evolve into a full-scale war. If Whitebeard and Ghost Hand Pirates fight, it is impossible for their marine headquarters to sit idly by and ignore it. They must start to act, but how to act still requires a meticulous strategy. At the same time, in Beast Pirates territory, somewhere at sea. Ah, how did that Ghost Hand kid get up against that old man Whitebeard? 100 Beast Kaido listened to the report and rubbed his hair with one hand. Master Kaido, shall we act? A person sighed beside him. While the conflict between Ghost Hand Pirates and Whitebeard is going on, we can take all the territories of the Ghost Hand Pirates. Kaido sat there cross-legged and didn't respond. If he captured Ghost Hand Pirates territory while they and the Whitebeard Pirates are fighting, where would his reputation go? This kind of thought didn't exist in his mind at all. Instead, if the Ghost Hand Ross and Whitebeard really fought against each other, he would be quite interested in the fight itself, and he was already thinking about going there. Red Hair's territories. Somewhere on the grass, people from the Red Hair Pirates were gathering, talking and laughing with each other. The reason for this party was the visit of Hawkeye Mihawk. But at this time, everyone's laughter had stopped, and there were only some low drinking voices in the field. It really is impossible to rest peacefully. Listening to reports from his subordinates, Shanks sat there wearing a black cape while facing the shore, exposing a deep gaze. Beckman sat on a rock behind Shanks and took a puff of a cigarette and slowly said, looking at this momentum, a war cannot be avoided. A devil fruit, unless it is something like the rumble fruit, is not a particularly big deal for a Four Emperors pirates. As long as either side slightly compromises, the conflict will immediately stop. The problem is that neither Ghost Hand Ross nor Whitebeard is someone who would compromise. Once both sides do not choose to concede, that war is inevitable. What shall we do, boss? Lucky Roo took a bite of the meat and asked Shanks. Shanks lowered his head and closed his eyes slightly, then he slowly opened them and stood up and wrapped up his cloak on his body before saying, "Get ready to go." "Well, are we going to fight?" Lucky Roo swallowed the meat into his stomach before asking. Beckman also stood up while his hands were patting his butts, and said, "It depends on how much things will get messed up. Marine won't sit idly by, and Kaido may not stand idly by either." Ghost Hand Ross. Sitting a short distance away, Hawkeye lowered his head, revealing a touch of contemplation. He had the impression of Ross when he defeated a swordsman who challenged him to a fight at an island. At that time Ross and leader Don Shinjao fought. He was not interested in the battle and left directly, but he did not expect that the man who was nothing in his eyes at that time would become a Four Emperors. "Do you know Ghost Hand Ross?" Shanks heard Hawkeye's murmur and looked at him strangely. Hawkeye stood up and shook his head. It was just a meeting. At that time, he was still struggling in the first half. I didn't expect that in a flash, he had reached the current level. Ha ha ha, who would have thought? Shanks laughed when he heard Hawkeye's words. He and Hawkeye were no different in this situation. They had only met Ross once. Although he had a hunch at the time that he might meet Ross again. But who would have thought that by the time he met Ross again, the other party would have already become a Four Emperors? "Do you want to come?" Laughter fell and Shanks looked at Hawkeye. Hawkeye groaned slightly and said, "The government may call in the 7 warlords of the sea. If you don't mind, I'll take a free ride." After a few hours, the news of the conflict between the Ghost Hand Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates began to expand toward the entire sea at a very fast speed, and countless forces of all sizes got the news. This news got the world's attention. Almost all of them were nervous, whether they were related to the Whitebeard Pirates or the Ghost Hand Pirates. The destruction of the Big Mom Pirates is still fresh in their minds. And the impact caused by their collapse, that big shuffle of the underground world, also caused the whole world to be confused for a while, and the scope was extremely wide. Today's conflict between the Ghost Hand Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates will probably only have a large impact, and it would not be a small one. Chapter 321 Flower Sword Vista Etwall, Stuart Potter C. The Ghost Hand Pirates subordinates, 3rd Division Support Unit, and several pirate groups such as City and Black Mist Pirates under Whitebeard are still in fierce confrontation. For nearly 4 hours, both sides suffered serious casualties. Due to the shelling and side-to-side battle of the 6 ships, 2 of them were sunk, and only 4 were left. They were still in fierce fighting. Tempest Kick. Blue No kicked out Tempest Kick and swept at an opponent's cadre, while the opponent's cadre waved his blade to resist and slid out a few meters under the impact of Tempest Kick. Due to the extension of the fighting time, in addition to the severely injured Kaku, Blueno and others rejoined the battlefield after reading and drinking and getting some rest. How long can you last? The cadre of the Black Mist Pirates subordinates looked at Blueno indifferently and said, our things are not so easy to get, you have to pay the price in your blood. Whiz. He slammed into Blueno, his blade wrapped in armament hockey as it chopped down. Blueno blinked and folded his arms in front of him. Armed iron body. Armament hockey and Marine 6 powers' iron body were utilized at the same time. After resisting the opponent's sword, Blueno kicked back and forced the opponent back. If he hadn't experienced a series of battles, with his hockey and strength, this cadre is not his opponent, but now he can only fight him as equals. On the other side, the 3rd Division's deputy captain is fighting against the 2 captains of the Black Mist Pirates and White Blade Pirates. Ghost Hand Pirates has 7 deputy captains, with the strongest deputy captain of the 1st Division, comparable to a pirate with a bounty of 300 or 400 million berries, followed by the 2nd Division and 3rd Division and 6th Division. The current strength of Hueco and others is not much different from many New World's pirates with a bounty of 200 or 300 million berries. In New World, the 200 or 300 million bounty pirates are basically ordinary cadres of the 4 Emperor's pirates. The 2 captains of the Black Mist Pirates and White Blade Pirates in front of them have a bounty of 200 million berries and 220 million berries, respectively. But both the Black Mist Pirates and White Blade Pirates had their stamina drained due to their previous chase battle against Hueco and others. At this moment, they have been fighting for more than 4 hours, but both captains were unable to win against the Ghost Hand Pirates' 3rd Division. Captains of the Whitebeard Pirate Regiment subordinates, is that all? 3rd Division Deputy Captain had blood stains on his face and a lot of blood on his body, but he was still standing and was alert without any expression of timidity. His face was filled with a sullen expression. This bastard. The Black Mist Pirate Captain was holding a broad-edged broadsword in his hand and he got angry when he heard the words and said, "Don't be too arrogant, Ghost Hand Pirates scum." Ding ding dong. The 2 sides staggered with swords. The 3rd Division Vice Captain took the opportunity to kick the Black Mist Pirates Captain in the chest and caused him to fly backward. But White Blade was on the side and he immediately came forward when he saw the situation. The 3rd Division couldn't make any extra pursuit and he could only continue to fight with White Blade, and couldn't end his previous opponent. Black Mist Pirates Captain returned to the battlefield to continue charge into 3rd Division Vice Captain. The bloody battle continued and the casualties continued to increase on both sides. Of the remaining 4 ships, 2 more were gradually overwhelmed, and there were signs of destruction. Ghost Hand Pirates, these guys really have some strength. White Blade Pirates Captain's face looked a bit ugly. He judged that if this situation continued, although the opponent may not win, most of them will not win either, and it is most likely that they will lose everyone on both sides. One should know that this is the sea under the control of the Whitebeard Pirates. They are in their base camp and they are fighting a losing battle on both sides with the Ghost Hand Pirates. It will undoubtedly damage the reputation of the Whitebeard Pirates. However, after White Blade Pirates Captain brandished his sword and made a hard fight with the deputy captain of the 3rd Division, the shadow of the ship appeared on the sea level in the distance. That's Captain Vista's ship. Black Mist Pirate Captain also noticed the change in White Blade's expression and also glanced in that direction from the corner of his eye. He also saw the ship coming. Whitebeard Pirates, 5th Division Captain, Flower Sword Vista. Now Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd team captain's position is vacant. Vista ranks 5th in the Whitebeard Pirates, behind Whitebeard and Marco and other top-ranked captains. I thought we could destroy you before Captain came. I didn't expect your resistance to be tough, but that's all for now. Black Mist Pirates Captain stood with a look of defiance in his eyes. This Ghost Hand Pirates Deputy Captain, although he has some strength, but faced with Captain Vista, he is nothing more than a chicken or a dog. After all, this is the territory of their Whitebeard Pirate group. How could the Ghost Hand Pirates act wildly on their territory? Captain. This is bad. 3rd Division Deputy Captain also saw the ship sailing in the distance and the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates, and his face became ugly. As the Deputy Captain of the 3rd Division Support Unit of the Ghost Hand Pirates, he may not know everything there is to know about the Whitebeard Pirates, but he knows enough. The Whitebeard Pirates has a total of nearly 1,600 people which are divided into 16 teams, led by 15 captains. Each captain is a very powerful and brave figure. In addition to the 16 teams in the group, the Whitebeard Pirates also has 43 New World subordinates pirate groups. The City Pirates, Black Mist Pirates, and White Blade are just 3 of them. If one of the pirate regiments under the Whitebeard Pirates is coming, then it would not a big problem, but a division captain from the Whitebeard Pirates is coming here and it would cause a big problem for them. Reinforcement of the Whitebeard Pirates. Vice Captain, what shall we do? The look on the faces of the rest of 3rd Division also changed. In their current situation, There is no chance for them to escape. Once the remaining ships were severely damaged, a large number of people on both sides are entangled together, and there is no chance of separation. Seeing that the Whitebeard's ships were getting closer, sweat appeared on the forehead of the deputy division captain of 3rd Division, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. On the ships of Whitebeard's regiment, 5th Division Captain Flower Sword Vista is standing in the forefront of the deck, looking at the direction of the battlefield distantly. This is really terrible. Are the Ghost Hand pirates mad? They dare to do whatever they want in our territory. A cadre standing behind Vista sighed exasperated. Vista squinted slightly, saying, no matter how rampant they are, they hurt our companions, we must let them remember that this sea does not belong to the Ghost Hand pirates. Chapter 322 Vista and Shiryu of the Rain. As the ship gets closer and closer to the battlefield, Vista judges the distance and there is a faint flash of sharpness in his eyes. He suddenly jumps and directly invades the battlefield. Whiz. He landed on the bow of one of the ships on a raised guardrail on the deck, and he jumped up again, flying to the second ship towards the rear, and his eyes fell precisely on the captains of the Black Mist Pirates and the White Blade Pirates fighting against the 3rd Division Deputy Captain. The 3rd Division Deputy Captain is holding 2 swords and fighting Black Mist and White Blade. He bathed in blood and roared, trying to get rid of Black Mist and White Blade before Whitebeard's ship arrived. But the difference in strength between the two sides is not large. Even if he ignores his injuries and fights, it will be difficult to defeat Black Mist and White Blade in such a short period of time. And just as he attacked madly and desperately, suppressing the captains of Black Mist Pirates and White Blade Pirates, a few strange petals suddenly floated from one side. The petals rubbed across his cheek, instantly leaving a blood-stained wound on his face. He used observation haki and perceived that these are not just normal petals, as they contain a sharp cutting edge similar to that of a sword. Startled by the sudden change, the 3rd Division Deputy Captain was suddenly shocked, and he immediately turned back and leaped away, avoiding the weird petals that swept over Captain Vista. When the captains of the Black Mist Pirates and White Blade Pirates saw the petals, they immediately turned to look at the other side, and they saw a man wearing a black cape with a high-top ceremonial hat on his head, and he is holding 2 swords in his hand. Flower Sword Vista caused the crazy 3rd Division Deputy Captain to retreat, and he stared at him with a strong and calm smile on his face. Whitebeard Pirates, 3rd Division Captain Flower Sword Vista. The 3rd Division Deputy Captain also turned to look at Vista, feeling the looming threat that the swordsman in front of him poses, and his expressions changed. Vista lowered his blade slowly and said, "Do you know me?" Under the pressure of Vista, Deputy Division Captain of 3rd Division did not show any fear and said, "It would be strange if I didn't know you." So the subordinate got defeated and the boss came out? Hearing the words of Deputy Division Captain of 3rd Division, Vista was not angry, and there was still a smile on his face, but his spirit was suddenly stirred up. He is a swordsman with 2 swords, but at this moment, he only holds 1 sword in his right hand. He raises the blade and lays it horizontally in front of him, and says, "When an enemy comes to our door, how can we sit still and ignore him?" Whiz. In the next moment, Vista rushed forward and slashed his sword towards the Deputy Captain of 3rd Division, and the petals fluttered everywhere. The 3rd Division Deputy Captain's complexion changed, and he unleashed his observation haki to capture Vista's movements. His 2 swords stood in front of him, crossed forward, and collided with Vista's blade. Cree. As the sparks splattered, a sharp attack came in, leaving a bloodstain on his shoulder. "Your sword darts aren't good enough." Vista looked at the 3rd Division Deputy Captain lightly. He pushes the blade forward with a strong force and immediately caused the Deputy Captain to slide back. The gap in strength is revealed in an instant. Vista looked at the captain of the 3rd Division, who was forced to retreat. The blade in his hand doubled, and a distant sword split out. A huge sword energy erupted in an instant and rushed towards Deputy Captain. "You are 100 years too early to fight against us." Bang. The 3rd Division Deputy Captain is in a retreat and cannot avoid this sword energy. He can only force his sword to cross in front of him and try to parry it. However, the sword attack still caused him to fly back, and he fell into the sea. Vista walked forward holding the sword, and he came to the side of the board and looked down at the sea. There were many corpses floating in the seawater, and the figure of the Deputy Division Captain of the 3rd Division quickly floated out of the water, coughing violently, although he was not seriously injured, but he obviously could not compete with Vista. When Vista was about to go for the kill, he suddenly froze and looked up at the sea in the distance. He saw a large pirate ship flying the flag of the Ghost Hand Pirates, which was riding in the wind and waves, coming at full speed in this direction. Blueno and others on the battlefield have also seen the ship coming at full speed, and they have all seen the pattern of the pirate flag hanging on the ship. It's the 2nd Division ship. Captain Shiryu is here. The down spirits were renewed in an instant. Vista still kept the smile on his face, but hesitation appeared in his eyes. He did not expect that the Ghost Hand Pirates would continue to send out reinforcement. This is their territory. Are the Ghost Hand Pirates really planning to fight them in an all-out war? Vista didn't do anything for the time being. Although he is not afraid, as the Whitebeard Pirates cannot be afraid, but it is not a matter for him to decide to start a full-scale war with the Ghost Hand Pirates. If it can be resolved, the conflict can now be contained within a certain range. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. The 2nd Division's ship was finally close to the battlefield. Wearing a black cloak, Shiryu stood at the forefront of the deck, looking away from the direction of the battlefield. His face was slanted down and the corners of his mouth were raised slightly, showing his teeth. Whiz. He leaped forward and stepped on Moonwalk. After a few vertical strokes, he had already landed on a ship in the battlefield, not far from Vista. Captain Shiryu. The captain of the 3rd Division, who was drifting in the sea, screamed when he saw Shiryu. Shiryu turned his back to him and turned his head sideways to glance at him and said, "Scott, you look like shit. Did this guy do this to you?" He held his cigar and looked at Vista. "Ghost Hand Pirates, Shiryu of the Rain." Vista looked at Shiryu and slowly said, "I've heard your name a long time ago, but at that time you were still the warden of the Impel Down." "Really? I've been out of that prison for a long time now." Shiryu is wearing a black cape as he looked at Flower Sword Vista and said, "I am now the 2nd Division captain of the Tado land." Vista slowly said, "The Ghost Hand Pirates, why did you come to our place to cause trouble? Did you plan to give a statement? Or is it that you are ready to go to war?" Shiryu squinted his eyes and said, "Did you know what my captain said?" "What?" Vista sensed the changing momentum of Shiryu and pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Shiryu exhaled a cloud of smoke and said with cold light flashing in his eyes, "Kill without amnesty." Chapter 323 Ice vs. Flower Whiz. Shiryu pulls his sword out of the sheath and he rushed forward so fast that he left a residual image and instantly charges into Flower's sword Vista. The 2nd generation ghost blade in his hand is wrapped in a cold aura and is suddenly cut off. Flower's sword Vista has been prepared for a long time and his swords are staggered, blocking Shiryu's blade. Huh. The 2 men's swords collided together in an instant, and numerous petals emerging from void, all of which were frozen into the shape of ice crystals. A bunch of lunatics. The smile on Flower's sword Vista's face froze and he revealed a grim look. Since the other party is determined to fight, then their Whitebeard Pirates won't held back anymore. If the other party wants to fight, then they will fight. Nitro, instant cut. A flash of cold light flashed in Vista's eyes and he stepped forward and the 2 swords in his hand staggered, forming a sharp cutting edge. Huh. Shiryu waved his sword to resist the attack. His sword was steady as he blocked Vista's blow. An extremely cold force spread from Shiryu's blade, freezing Vista's sword halfway. At this moment, Shiryu's black cloak was already covered with a layer of frost. Where he stood, the ship's board also condensed into irregular ice flowers, spreading slowly around, leaving ice marks on the board. Is this ice sword art? No, this is devil fruit. Vista looked at his half-covered frost blade and frowned slightly. He thought that Shiryu was a swordsman with ice-like sword energy, but he was a devil fruit user. In their previous collisions, he has already noticed that the gap between the sword darts of Shiryu and him is not great, but he does not have the ability of devil fruit. If the opponent can perfectly combine the fruit ability and sword arts, then his strength is undoubted above him. Armed. Vista took a deep breath and used his armament hockey and wrapped it around the blade and instantly sharpened the sword edge, turning the 2 swords in his hands into a dark color. With the blessing of armament hockey, the frost covered on the blade also shattered. Humphrey. Shiryu snorted and stepped forward with the sword. In the past, his sword darts were more inclined to killing and brutality, which is different from Fujitora-ura's positive and rigid method that relies on gravity, but now he has begun to do this after the cold fruit has been developed to a certain extent. This is his current strong style. Only those who are strong enough can exert the true power of this battle method. Each move forces the opponent to collide with you directly, and each move can suppress the opposite, getting the opponent to step the opponent into despair step by step. Facing Shiryu's sword, Vista was forced to parry the attacks. This pure trick, if he chooses to avoid, Shiryu will immediately make up the 2nd and 3rd sword attack, and he will inevitably fall into a disadvantageous position. For swordsmen who abandon their defense and only attack, once a certain party starts to avoid instead of parrying and counterattack, it means that the balance of the victory and defeat begins to tilt. Huh. Under Shiryu's sword weight, Vista's feet sank in the ship's floorboard and there was already fragmented shipboard, and an overwhelming squeak came. Shiryu followed the trend and continued to wield his sword and attack without giving Flower Sword Vista any chance to counterattack. His cold fruit and sword darts have reached a state of perfect combination. Today, if he confronts Fujitora again, the difference in their strength is already very small. If it is a fight between life and death, The possibility of his victory is close to 50-50. Captain Vista. Black Mist and White Blade saw Shiryu getting the upper hand and couldn't help but shake. This is the first time they saw a swordsman who could suppress Flower's sword Vista. Vista has always had the idea of competing with Hawkeye, but due to the uncertainty of Hawkeye's location, he could not find him, and as one of the division captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, it is impossible for him to find Hawkeye by roaming in the sea, so it has been put on hold. In the eyes of Black Mist and others, the position of greatest swordsman in the world does not necessarily belong to Hawkeye. But now, Vista was so severely suppressed in front of Shiryu of the Rain. It's unbelievable. Captain Vista has fallen into a defensive state. Ghost Hand Pirates, Killer, Shiryu of the Rain. Countless people looked at the battlefield where Shiryu and Vista were fighting. When they saw Vista being strongly suppressed by Shiryu of the Rain, they could not help but feel shocked. The people in the 3rd Division certainly have different thoughts. At this time, they were smirking and looking at the Whitebeard subordinates pirates. The numerous subordinates pirates of Whitebeard Pirates felt their hearts sink. Ghost Hand Pirates 3rd Division Deputy Captain climbed up from the water, and came to the Black Mist and White Blade and smiled at them before saying, "It looks like your captain is not our captain's opponent." Black Mist and White Blade looked gloomy at him. The 3rd Division Deputy Captain shook off the water droplets on the blade and looked at Black Mist and White Blade and grinned, "Come on. Where's that confidence you had just now?" Unexpectedly, Flower's sword Vista suddenly came and he almost overturned on his side. Fortunately, Shiryu arrived in time and saved them. And now that their support is here, it's time to kill. Whiz. 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 The 2nd Division's deputy captain led a number of cadres and all members of the 2nd Division into the battlefield. At the same time, on Vista's ship, many pirates of the Whitebeard group also poured into the battlefield. What had been a lull in the 4-hour battle suddenly turned into a larger conflict, and it began to escalate. Kusagakure. Kusagakure. Shiryu and Vista smashed the ship and landed on the water, with Vista standing on a piece of wood while Shiryu of the Rain stabbed the blade into the water. Ice source. The force of the extreme cold surged into the seawater along the blade of the sword, spreading in all directions, and instantly froze the square kilometer of the sea into a frozen sea ice island. Vista narrowed his eyes and glanced at the ice. "You have created a good foothold." He smashed the wooden board under his foot and rushed towards Shiryu, trying to take the opportunity to recover the situation around. Nitro, upstream. The two blades slashed up sharply, wrapped in armament hockey, and cut left to right. Shiryu crosses the sword across his body before colliding with Vista's double sword. As if the grinding wheel rubbed against the steel, the sparks continued to splash. Nitro, ascend. After the Vista double blade is cut up and picked up vertically, the blade takes another steep turn and is pressed down in both directions again, forming a series of fierce onslaughts. Shiryu was still using his sword to resist the attack and he was calm. He stepped back a bit under Vista's fierce offensive. Ding ding dong. In the blink of an eye, Vista forced Shiryu back 4 or 5 steps, but he failed to do any harm to Shiryu as all of his attacks were blocked by Shiryu. Is that all? Shiryu blocked Vista's last attack and the blade was sent forward, pushing Vista out. He looked at him condescendingly and said, "It's my turn." With the strength of the cold fruit in his body, the consumption of his powers is almost restored. -200. Shiryu's eyes flashed with a cold light and he stepped forward and turned into a residual image, and suddenly appeared in front of Vista. In the path he passed, a frost image visible to the naked eye appeared in the air. This is the cold force of cold fruit. The frost shadow was formed by freezing the air. Itro, frost shadow. The sword blade with the cold force suddenly fell. Chapter 324 Marco the Phoenix Nitro, crosscut. Faced with Shiryu's attack, Vista waved his blade to resist the attack while using his armament hockey to the limit and condensing it on the sword edge and his body, resisting the cold power of Shiryu's sword. The sword edge collided against each other and ice flower petals splashed around. This is not the ice flower petals that was unleashed from any blade, it is the result of the collision of the two swords. Because of the collision shock, a little ice force leaked into the air, freezing the air and formed a strange scenery. Shiryu slashed with his sword and moved forward step by step, leaving a layer of frost in the air all over the area where his blade passed. It was as if water was thrown into the air in a very cold environment and the water froze in the air and eventually formed ice shadows. Captain Vista. When members of the Whitebeard Pirates saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel even more shocked. Some people tried to come up to support him but they couldn't even get closer. Shiryu blew out a cloud of smoke from his cigar and his eyes flashed coldly. The blade in his hand waved suddenly, wrapped in the power of extreme cold, and collided with Vista's double swords, rubbing his blades across. CEI. Sparks and ice petals appeared at the same time. With the force of freezing cold, in conjunction with Shiryu's sword power, Vista's blades were briefly suppressed, making it slow to move. Shiryu took the opportunity to kick him. Boom. Vista couldn't avoid this attack and he was hit in the center of his chest with one foot and flew backward instantly. A frosty footprint appeared on his chest in an instant, and ice began to spread toward the rest of his body. Is the division captain of the Whitebeard pirates amount to only this? Shiryu retracted his legs and stared at Vista with his indifferent eyes. Although this attack will not end this battle, Vista will undoubtedly fall into a huge disadvantage. Their next fight will probably take less than half an hour and it will end with him being victorious. But almost at the moment when Vista flew backward and was about to fall on the ice, a figure suddenly flashed past and appeared behind Vista. Sizzling. A faint blue flames burned and covered Vista's chest, which had a clear frost footprint upon it, the blue flame quickly extinguishing the frost footprint. Shiryu stared at the new figure and narrowed his eyes slightly. He hasn't seen this flame, but according to the intelligence department, this blue flame should belong to only one person in the Whitebeard pirates. First Division Captain Marco the Phoenix. So there is another division captain. This is troublesome. Blueno and others looked at the situation from far away and their faces changed suddenly. If it is the division captain of the first division who is second only to Whitebeard himself in the Whitebeard pirates, then there is no doubt that this person is stronger than Vista. In comparison, although everyone from the Whitebeard pirates was shocked by Shiryu's strength and ability to suppress Flower Sword Vista, they did not show any emotions such as panic, because they knew that there was also Marco. Thanks, Marco. Vista stood up. Under the influence of Marco's regenerative inflammation, his chest frostbite had basically recovered. Marco, wrapped in blue flames, turned to look in the direction of Shiryu of the Rain and said coldly, "The Ghost Hand Pirates are really a group of unreasonable guys." So what? Shiryu spoke indifferently as a flash of red light flashed in his eyes. Marco looked at Shiryu with a cold face and said, "The thing you took from us must be returned to us honestly, and then you will get out of our place." Shiryu said coldly, "What if I say no? Then that's war." Marco spoke coldly. As the situation has reached to this extent, it is no longer a conflict or something that can be calmed down. This will be an unavoidable war. You can think about it, you can leave here alive. Humphrey. Shiryu snorted slightly and closed his eyes slightly. When he opened them again, a scarlet and cold sharp edge appeared in his eyes, saying, "Then come and have a try." Seeing Shiryu facing himself and Vista while being so arrogant, there was no hint of him putting them in his eyes. There was also a flash of anger in Marco's eyes. Since the Ghost Hand Pirates plan to go to war, then they will not retreat either. On this sea, their Whitebeard pirates has never been afraid of anyone. Bang! The two sides moved at the same time. The blue flames interweave and the deep cold sword tears the icebound sea. In the violent bang, the innumerable ice cracks splashed everywhere. As captain of the first division of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco's strength is naturally self-evident. His mythical zone ability of the immortal beast has given him an immortal body. Unless his stamina is exhausted or the ability is contained, all attacks against him are meaningless. Ha! Shiryu fought with his sword against Marco and he performed dozens of moves in an instant. In the fierce conflict, Shiryu also noticed Marco's strange abilities. This ability of the undead body has great restraint for the swordsman. A swordsman is someone who abandons their defense and focuses everything on the existence of the attack. With his immortal body, Marco can ignore the swordsman's strong attack, and at the same time, he can attack the swordsman with low defense. Troublesome ability. Shiryu's face was dull. If Marco fought against Katakuri, then it would be difficult to say who would win between them, but he thinks that Marco would have a slight advantage over Katakuri. But he was really frustrated about Marco because of his abilities, not to mention the flower sword, Vista next to him. Since it is war, there is nothing more to say. Flower sword Vista looked at Shiryu fighting with Marco. After a pause, his eyes flashed sharply and he also rushed up. If there is a duel, it will naturally be one-on-one, but this is not a duel, but a war. The purpose of the war is to wipe out all enemies. CEI. Shiryu faced Vista's sword and was forced to fend against it, but at the same time, he was also hit by Marco. He flew out to the side and broke the pirate ship frozen on the ice and was smashed into the bottom of the ship. A icy force spread from the cave instantly, freezing the entire lower part of the sailing ship into a frost, and the cough of Shiryu of the Rain was heard. Ah! 2 versus 1, this will be fun. Shiryu's body was covered with frost and slowly walked out of the cave. Flower Sword Vista said calmly, "It was a stupid act to wage war on us in our territory. Get ready to face death." Chapter 325. I have already said that this is our turf, this is not a place where your ghost hand pirates can act wildly. Marco's eyes narrowed and his mouth curved up a little as he rushed towards Shiryu again without any hesitation. At the same time, Vista also stepped forward. Whiz. Whiz. Shiryu faced 2 division captains alone, and one of them had a lot of restrictions on him, and he immediately fell into a disadvantageous position and he could only continue to fight. Shiryu still made a mistake while successively parrying the attacks. He was grabbed by Marco and was kicked in the shoulder. He rolled over and turned around in the air several times. Itro, 1 cut. Shiryu held the hilt of his blade with both hands and he inserted the sword edge into the ground before stopping its body and fully stimulated the power of the cold fruit. The entire earth was covered with a layer of frost for a moment and spread out in all directions. Immediately, Shiryu turned up and each and every one of his movements seemed to pour out endless cold. He left a shadow of ice in the void as he moved around. When the sword blade waved out, it left a glow like moonlight. With Shiryu's full power burst, Marco and Vista's offensive was slightly blocked. But the strength of the 2 division captain and Shiryu of the Rain are not different from each other. In the case of cooperation, Shiryu alone cannot deal with the 2 division captain no matter what he does. He will fall into a disadvantageous position bit by bit. CEI. Vista's sword energy left a bloodstain on Shiryu's left shoulder. Whiz. Marco turned his legs into the blue claws of the phoenix, leaving a claw print on Shiryu's back. Under the joint onslaught of Marco and Vista, Shiryu suffered successive injuries and his body was getting more and more battered. Although these were minor injuries, the further the fight dragged on, the worse the situation became. Because of Marco's special abilities, even if Shiryu wants to attack Vista, it is impossible to defeat Vista first and Marco can always use his body to resist his attacks. Captain Shiryu. The members of the 2nd Division and the 3rd Division were secretly anxious as they watched this scene, but there was no other way as they couldn't do anything, not to mention the lack of support. Even if they can make it, it is difficult to intervene in Shiryu and Marco's fight. They could only look from afar. In comparison, the pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group are in a strong position. Although the 2-on-1 situation is a bit disgraceful, but they are all pirates and this is a war. There is only victory and loss in war and there is no justice. Kill them. For them to dare to invade our territory, let them see how powerful we are. The Whitebeard pirates' subordinates screamed, wielding weapons to keep attacking the Ghost Hand pirates. Vista holds the double sword in his hands and he attacked Shiryu with one sword after another. Suddenly, Vista moved violently while holding his 2 swords with both hands, splitting towards Shiryu's head, planning to cut him in half from head to bottom. The sword burst with mighty power and petals were flying everywhere. Shiryu could not escape this situation and he was forced to resist the coming attack with his sword. The huge unprotected gap in his chest was suddenly seized by Marco. Bang! Under Marco's foot, Shiryu's body was bent into a bow shape as he flew backward, falling hundreds of meters away, and he coughed out blood from his mouth. If it is a marine admiral with Logia devil fruit such as Aokiji or Akainu, even if they were injured, it will not be serious for them, but for a swordsman such as Shiryu of the Rain, the damage of this attack isn't something that he can easily disregard. Although this blow alone will not cause serious injuries, but if he took attacks like this a few more times, it will inevitably be unbearable. Have you given up yet? Marco looked at Shiryu, who was standing upright again. With Shiryu's strength, if he wants to leave, he and Vista may not be able to stop him, but looking at Shiryu of the Rain standing there is no intention to leave. It would be too late for Shiryu if he wants to leave after being injured, and if the 2 division captains let an injured Shiryu escape from them, then they wouldn't have any face left to face their captain. 1-2, you have no chance of winning. Marco continued. Shiryu of the Rain loosened the hilt of his sword with his left hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and lowered his face slightly, but suddenly there was a heart-wrenching smile on his mouth. Really? 1-on-2 won't win, but what if it was not 1-on-2? When Shiryu's words fell, Marco frowned slightly and he became consciously aware of something as he turned his head and looked back. He saw 2 large pirate ships appeared in his line of sight, and these 2 ships were heading towards the frozen Iceland and they were only a kilometer away. The 2 ships have the flag of the Ghost Hand pirates hung on it. Reinforcements coming again? Marco's face suddenly changed. Vista also frowned and said, "This is trouble, but father should also be on the way." Quickly, the ship approached the ice island and a human body flickered from the ship and turned into a thunderbolt and disappeared. When it appeared again, it was already on the battlefield. The figure was wearing a black cloak, and there was a faint arc of thunder fading up and down his body. Thunder Giant, Hadruden. You look a little beat up, Captain Shiryu. Hadruden looked at Shiryu, who had many wounds on his body. Shiryu of the Rain said, "I won't die yet. Here comes a tough guy." Marco looked at Hadruden, who suddenly appeared on the battlefield, his face faintly dimmed as he naturally knew the name of Thunder Giant. And with the speed that Hadruden had shown just now, he is definitely a very troublesome figure. Creak. 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 From a distance came the sound of a wooden pole and wooden shoes on the ice. They saw Fujitora in a black cloak, holding a wooden pole in his hand as he walked slowly towards this side. Although his movements were slow and he showed no momentum, His very presence gave people a feeling of oppression and palpitations. It's really troublesome now. Vista's expression became ugly. The 1st Division captain of the Ghost Hand Pirates, issue, bounty 1 billion berries. Although this bounty is not as good as Shiryu's, the 1st Division is undoubtedly in front of the 2nd Division, and Fujitora joined the Ghost Hand Pirates much later, and for such a person who joined late but still holds a position next to the captain, he is undoubtedly powerful. He will be much trickier than Shiryu. One moment it was 2 against 1 on their side and they had the absolute advantage. Now it was 3 against 2 and they were in trouble. We met for the first time. Let me introduce myself, Kamitato Land's 1st Division captain. Issue. Fujitora came towards Marco and Vista holding a wooden pole, and he spoke quietly and slowly. He opened his eyes that were without pupils and only showed white eyes, but he still looked in the direction of Marco and Vista. Although the devil fruit was found in your territory, devil fruit has always belonged to the person who had discovered it. So, can you please give in a little bit? Marco chuckled. If not? Fujitora slowly put the wooden pole in front of him, holding the handle of the pole in one hand, and slowly pulling out his blade, and said, then I can only remove the 2 of you by force. Chapter 326. Whitebeard comes. When Fujitora was talking, Shiryu and Hajruden didn't talk. When Ross was absent, Fujitora represented the Ghost Hand Pirates and had a status similar to Vice Captain. Although he could not decide some major events, he ranked ahead of them. Buzz. As Fujitora's voice fell, the sword in his hand waved. The power of the gravity fruit was instantly inspired by him, spreading from the rod blade and shot into the unknown sky. After a few seconds, the end of the sky flashed with a bright light. A meteorite fell. Meteorite? Marco and Vista looked up into the sky, both with a hint of shock in their eyes. This is the first time that they had seen Fujitora's ability. Before, they had just guessed that Fujitora was a troublesome character. Now it seems that there is no need to guess. This person may be even more troublesome than they had expected. Vista, step back. Marco took a deep breath and immediately made his choice. The 2-3 situation is extremely detrimental to him and Vista, and any type of confrontation is obviously not the right approach them. Whiz. Whiz. Marco and Vista quickly retreated tens of meters away. Fujitora's observation haki clearly captured the movements of these 2 people. He moved his head slightly and waved his sword in their direction. The meteorite changed the trajectory of its fall under the action of gravity and continued to move in the direction of the 2. Seeing that they could not escape the falling meteorite, Marco could only roar while bathing himself in blue flames and turned into the full form of a phoenix and charged into that meteorite. At the same time, Vista also raised the 2 swords in his hands and waved, cutting the meteorite from the center into 2 parts. Bang! The meteorite that was cut in half was shattered by Marco, and the rest fell on the Iceland surface, and immediately made this small ice island with a radius of nearly a kilometer fragmented. The aftermath swayed in all directions, and the war on the battlefield was contained for an instant. All of them could only keep their bodies still and standing in a difficult way, instead of sliding down the ice into the sea. You use too much excessive force, issue. Shiryu stood on the sloping ice surface as he looked at the torn ice island and spoke to the expressionless Fujitora. He then stabbed into the sea with his sword. Buzz. The cold fruit's ability stimulated and the crushed ice island was frozen again. I'm sorry, I forgot that this isn't on an actual island. Fujitora touched the back of his head and responded apologetically, but Shiryu didn't buy it. There is no way that Fujitora would be so careless. Just as Shiryu was talking to Fujitora, Hajruden turned into a thunderbolt and came into the air, looking at Marco and Vista, and raised his hand sharply. 100 million volts, lightning strike. Crackling. With a wave of Hajruden's arm, a few thick, thunder-like rays of light suddenly emerged from the sky, violently splitting towards Marco and Vista. Marco and Vista just blocked Fujitora's blow and their faces didn't look very good in the face of Hajruden's attack. Whiz. Shiryu was too lazy to talk to Fujitora and rushed forward, charging into Marco and Vista. He was bullied by the 2 just now, and he must return the favor. Huh. Shiryu split out and his sword energy interspersed with thunder and cut to Vista. Vista was forced to defend with his sword, but he resisted the thunder and resisted Shiryu's attack. Obviously, he couldn't stop Paul at all. The power of frost struck his arm along the blade of the sword, making him stunned. He felt as if he took a sip of ice water in the hot summer. Kill without amnesty. Shiryu looked indifferent and continued to attack with his sword. Under Hajruden, Fujitora and Shiryu's attack, Marco and Vista were rapidly losing their ground, and the situation for them got even worse when they faced Shiryu previously. In a short time, Marco was blown up in flames and Vista was flying backward, his face scorched by lightning. If Marco had not resisted some of the attacks for him, his condition would have been worse. But even if Marco has the ability of a phoenix, he can't be infinitely recovered. His stamina will be consumed by a lot, and once his stamina is exhausted, it is tantamount to him being finished. The ability of the Zone Mythical Zone Devil Fruit is even rarer than Logia. Fujitora sensed Marco's condition and his eyebrows moved slightly. Marco didn't respond. He looked gloomy, knowing that the situation is very bad. He has enough stamina to shelter Vista at a critical time, but once his stamina runs out, he will be slaughtered. Whiz. Whiz. Shiryu and Hajruden continued to attack without any pause. After a few people had a fierce battle, Marco and Vista flew out again. Bang. Marco and Vista fell on the ice and splashed the ice cubes into the ice, almost breaking the ice island again. There was a blood stain on the corner of Vista's mouth this time. Obviously, even if Marco had the ability not to die, it would not be possible for him to stop all injuries in front of Fujitora, Shiryu of the Rain and Hajruden. However, just as Shiryu rushed to the edge of the shattered ice field to continue his attacks on Marco and Vista, who were embedded in the ice layer, a figure rushed quickly against the ice surface. Shiryu's observation haki sensed someone's movements and blocked the attack with his sword. The man did not repel Shiryu, but the unknown person was extremely flexible, turning like a feather in the air and falling smoothly onto the ice. Ah, to hurt them, you have to go through me first. The man had an orange pompadour hairstyle, a scar on the left side of his left eye, and he looked at Shiryu with a smile on his face. His smile carried the confidence and perseverance of the strong. Whitebeard Pirates, 4th Division Captain, Thatch. Gravity Blade. Fujitora was aware of Thatch's appearance. He sank slightly and clenched the handle of his sword, and a violent gravity condensed on the blade, and he swung it out. Buzz. The entire empty space in front of him seemed to be distorted under the explosion of gravity. This blade did not have any trajectory of the blade light, so it irresistibly attacked Thatch. But almost at this time, a figure slammed against Gravity Blade while roaring, the ice under his feet shattered and his arms trembled in the end. This person's body was crystal clear, shining with diamonds. Captain Jazu? The Whitebeard Pirates showed ecstasy. Captain Thatch and Captain Jazu both appeared, that is to say. Someone looked up into the distance, and as far as they could see, several ships bearing the Whitebeard Pirates flag appeared on the sea. One of them was the main ship of the Whitebeard Pirates, Moby Dick. Call. Marco shattered the ice and broke free from the ice and fell beside Thatch and Jazu, staring at Shiryu of the Rain and others. I didn't expect the other party's support to come so fast. Fortunately, we came here on time. The sword flashed and the ice layer shattered as Vista jumped out of it. The 4 people looked at Fujitora and Shiryu from a distance, but they did not attack again and looked sideways to the rear. There. On the ship of Moby Dick, a figure held Bisendo and stepped forward from the rear of the deck. The Bisendo paused on the deck and made a dumb depressing sound. The figure with Bisendo came to the front of the deck and stopped. He didn't exude any momentum and didn't have any fierce wicked expression, but the presence excluded by this person while standing there with an indifferent expression frightened everyone. The strongest man in the world. Whitebeard. Edward Newgate. Chapter 327, Ross vs. Whitebeard. Whitebeard. Looking at the figure on Moby Dick's deck, whether it was Shiryu or Fujitora or others, they felt pressure from their very basic survival instinct. It is not the influence of conqueror's haki, nor is it the influence of any type of momentum, it is just the name of the world's strongest that has shaken the sea for decades. Father. Father is here. The pirates of the Whitebeard Pirate looked at Whitebeard, who appeared on the battlefield, and they couldn't help showing deep awe and admiration. Whitebeard is expressionless as his eyes swept across the battlefield. He glanced at his deadly wounded subordinates, and his eyes continued to roam around the battlefield and finally fell on some people such as Fujitora and Shiryu of the Rain. Did you guys enjoyed what you did? He didn't look angry as he looked at Fujitora and Shiryu and said, devil fruit or anything is a trivial matter, but to hurt my children's like this. How are you going to explain this to me? Ghost hand. As his voice fell, Whitebeard looked up at the sky. They saw a shadow slowly falling from the sky. It is a pirate ship. When pirate ship landed on the ice, the figure standing in the forefront of the deck was clearly visible on the battlefield. He was wearing a black cloak and looked pale. 4 emperors. Ghost hand. Ross. It's your people who hurt my men, Whitebeard. Ross stood at the forefront of the deck, looking at Whitebeard calmly, and said, don't you think that you should be the one to give me an explanation? The air was silent. Whitebeard stares at Ross for a few seconds. Instead of being angry, he laughs. The laughter was overbearing. Gorura, I haven't encountered such a crazy kid for many years. With his voice falling, a spirit of deterrence sprang up from Whitebeard. Even the ordinary pirates looked intimidated as they looked at Whitebeard from a distance. With Whitebeard's momentum, Ross's expression remained unchanged. So, what do you want me to explain? Whitebeard stopped laughing. He held the Bisendo in his hand and looked at Ross, His voice filled with wild and domineering might, and his conqueror's haki was looming around him. Ross's face remained unchanged and his eyes were dull. The devil fruit was discovered by my people. It belongs to us. As for the injuries to my men, you can use your territory to make up for them, the Fishman Island. With Ross's voice falling, Marco, Vista, and others' eyes were filled with anger. If this wasn't a conversation between Whitebeard and Ross, they would have been unable to hold back and would have already rushed towards him. You want the Fishman Island? Whitebeard heard Ross's words and grinned again, but this time his laughter gave people the feeling of falling into an ice cellar, and his momentum was vaguely like a volcano that was about to erupt. Ross's words made it clear that he didn't want to talk more. Since Ross doesn't want to talk, then Whitebeard naturally wouldn't talk nonsense. As a legend that ruled the sea for decades, his reputation is piled up with countless bones. If you want to go to war, let's go to war. What there to fear? His laughter ceased. Whitebeard looked down at Ross and said in a cold tone, Are you lying in bed and talking in a dream? You want me to give you the Fishman Island as compensation? Did you hit your head? Let me experience your skills and then we will talk about it. When his voice fell, Whitebeard's left hand fisted suddenly and a white halo circled above his left fist, and he immediately punched in the direction of Ross. Bang! This punch hit the empty space in front of him, making the atmosphere suddenly appear like cracks in the mirror, and a terrifying shock power suddenly burst out, and hit in front of him. Everywhere it went, it was just the invasion of the aftermath of the main attack, and the ice surface began to crack. The invisible shock force fell like a mountain that was irresistible. Insignificant skill. Ross opened his mouth and said in a calm tone. He punched in the direction of the shock. The void distorted around his right fist and it began to show a strange arc of distortion. This punch hits the empty space and the entire space in front of him starts to collapse. Bang! The power of distortion and the force of the shock collided against each together. Not good. Be careful. Although Marco and others are not in the middle of Whitebeard and Ross's airborne attack, but they were also in the scope of the attack impact radius. With almost no hesitation, everyone immediately retreated toward the distance. Bang rumble. With the shocking attention of countless people, the void between Ross and Whitebeard distorted like a dough and the terrifying aftermath erupted, which instantly caused the square-kilometer ice surface to collapse from the center, like a spider net that is generally spreading in all directions. Some pirates in the vicinity were rolled back without resistance as if wrapped in a storm, and they were unable to scream. The aftermath swept open in all directions. Even Fujitora and others looked grim and steadied themselves in the aftermath. The ice surface continued to collapse and shatter and the entire ice island trembled violently. The seawater continued to surge as if it was about to completely collapse. Shiryu's face changed slightly and his blade was inserted into the ice again, which stimulated the power of cold fruit, and he began to continue to freeze the ice and increased the thickness of the ice to maintain the existence of this battlefield. Bang! After some time, the aftermath of the attack finally dissipated. In the central area where Ross and Whitebeard were became a no-man's land. Although the ice surface was constantly frozen by Shiryu's power, it still showed a large area of spider-web-like cracks. Pirates in all directions are even rolled out by the aftermath and fell hundreds of meters away. You do have some power. Whitebeard slowly retracted his left arm while staring at Ross. He squinted his eyes slightly. Ross also retracted his right fist while his face remained unchanged as he said, I am not that old that I wouldn't be able to move. Gorura. Even if you were too old to move, you are not the kind of kid who can only suck the milk. Whitebeard's face was filled with pride as he held the bisondo in his right hand and laying it horizontally in front of him, holding the handle with both hands, and suddenly splitting it towards Ross. With a shock from bisondo, the attack range is even greater. If the previous blow was just a warm-up move, then in this blow, Whitebeard has already shown his true strength. One attack cracked the atmosphere. Chapter 328 Whitebeard's strength. Whitebeard's bisondo split off the shock force and it hasn't even fallen. The power behind that attack makes people feel their breath getting stagnated as if a huge mountain is collapsing down, which is unstoppable. It is now 18 years of the Great Age of Pirates, and there are 4 years to go before the War of the Best. Whitebeard is 68 years old now. For ordinary people, this is already an old age, but for Whitebeard, even though he could not display the power he could in his youth, but he still has the power to make the whole sea fear him. Bang! Facing Whitebeard's attack, Ross pulled out his sword and wrapped the blade in power of distortion and cut across the empty space in front of him in an instant, splitting the space in front of him in half. The space in front of him was split, and the force of shock was naturally split apart, crossing from both sides of Ross, leaving him unharmed. Let me see how much strength you have today, Whitebeard. Ross held the hilt of his sword in his hand and he stepped forward and took a single step across space and came toward Whitebeard. He grasped the blood-red cursed blade Morassime in his hand and attacked. Bang! Whitebeard moved his Bisondo to meet the coming sword. Cursed blade Morasame and Whitebeard's giant Bisondo collided against each other. The slender blade looked small compared to the giant Bisondo, but it held enormous power and it was as heavy as mountain peaks. It trembled and the entire space around it also trembled with it. The Moby Dick under Whitebeard's feet has been frozen on the ice island. Under the blow from Ross, the entire ship sank almost 10 meters in an instant and the ice surface cracked. Buzz. The aftermath of this attack swept open in all directions. Some of the Whitebeard pirates' cadres on Moby Dick as well as captains of the lower rankings were forced to retreat under the aftermath of this blow. The terrifying sound produced by the sword and Bisondo collision alone is terrifying. They don't qualify to intervene in such battle, even if looking at this scene from a distance, they only feel their heart palpitate. Bang. After a terrifying bang, Ross's body was pushed back into the air 10 meters away. Better than I thought. In these 3 collisions, he roughly judged Whitebeard's strength. It was at least 20 years after the great age of pirates that Ace boarded Whitebeard's ship, which is 2 years from now. At that time, Ace couldn't hurt Whitebeard even in his sleep, which displayed some of his strength. The current Whitebeard has not entered a period of rapid decline in his strength due to the injuries which would happen 2 years later, and his strength is not inferior to his peak strength from some years ago. Able to react with ease to a blow from Ross across space, able to deflect a blow from Ross that is close to his full strength. He is fast, his observation hockey is at the top, his armament hockey is at the top, his physique, tremor fruit attacks are beyond terrifying, except for the current Ross, no one is on par with Whitebeard in terms of pure attack force. A little strength. The muscles on Whitebeard's arms eased as he looked at Ross in the sky, and said, "But if this is it, you still won't be able to win against me." When his voice fell, Whitebeard leaped up while holding his Bisondo in both hands and he attacked Ross's head with it wrapped in a terrifying shock force. The power of distortion has the power to affect people's arms and body, and the tremor fruit is also this type of ability, with nearly the same characteristics. In other words, there was no such thing as the distortion fruit growing stronger and stronger before Whitebeard, and once he had the upper hand, he would be able to drive the enemy all the way to his death. Winning or losing will depend in their strength. Bang. Shock and distortion collide again. The entire sky seemed to be torn apart under this blow. The Conqueror's hockey on Whitebeard emerged irresistibly and swallowed Ross. The Conqueror's hockey in Ross' body was also unwilling to surrender and it rushed out and stir up the conflict. In today's sea, apart from Red Hair Shanks, Ross and Whitebeard's Conqueror's hockey is arguably the best. Under the conflict of Conqueror's hockey, dense dark clouds appeared and turned into a terrifying vortex. The entire world seemed to have divided into 2. Crackling. Conqueror's hockey's conflict broke out and countless black thunders also emerged from the empty space. This is a shocking picture that is formed by 2 Conqueror's hockey conflicting with each other. Conqueror's hockey. Marco and the others looked at the sky from a distance, and their faces were all a little solemn. Although the 2 waves of Conqueror's hockey were in opposition to each other, they could not show any expression of relief in the face of such a threat. Of course, no one was surprised that Ross had Conqueror's hockey. A 4 emperors without the Conqueror's hockey would be a strange thing. Well done. Shiryu of the Rain relights his cigar and he looked at Ross and Whitebeard. He took a deep breath and exhales the smoke, and turns to look in at Marco and others. There was a glint of blood and fury in his eyes. It's time to kill these guys, too. With Shiryu's words falling, Fujitora and the others all looked back from Ross and Whitebeard and turned to look at Marco and the other captains. Marco and others noticed the eyes of Fujitora and others and turned their heads. Under the banner of Ghost Hand Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates, the top combat force just stands on the ice tens of meters apart, facing each other at a distance, constantly raising the momentum. Step, step, step. The Whitebeard Pirates' 6th Division Captain and the 7th Division Captain, and others all jumped out of the ship as the fight between Whitebeard and Ross started, and they walked to the side of Marco and others and got together. At the same time, Fioxerman, Lafitte, and other Ghost Hand Pirates wearing black capes also walked to the side of Fujitora and others. The 2 sides have not yet started, and the conflict between the momentum has already made the air in the field extremely heavy, making countless people afraid to breathe. The people on the Ross side all wore black cloaks and the blackness was in a line, and it seemed to be in a line of power. Though there were not as many of them as Whitebeard's 15 captains, the power was better. In comparison, although the Whitebeard pirate regiment was scattered, as the captain of Whitebeard's subordinates, all of them had experienced numerous battles and were senior cadres of the top forces in the sea. No one showed any cowardice. Call. Marco exhaled and said with a hint of indifference in his eyes, "Let's show these guys what happens when someone hurts our companions." Kill. No one knows who shouted, but the momentum of the 2 sides continued to rise and finally broke out like a landslide. Fujitora, Shiryu of the Rain, Fyoxerman, Hadruden. Everyone from the Ghost Hand Pirates all moved together and stepped forward. And at the same time, many captains, such as Marco, Jazu, Thatch, and Vista, also rushed out at this moment, and their faces showed self-confidence and anger. It has started. There are some ordinary pirates from the Whitebeard Pirates and some ordinary members of several teams under the Ghost Hand Pirates, and they all murmured, with a slight tremor in their tone. This trembling was not fear, but tension and excitement as their blood surged. Ghost Hand Pirates versus Whitebeard Pirates. A full-scale war just broke out. Chapter 329. Fierce combat in the sky. Some kilometers away from the ice island, a white bird with a video den mushy on its head is constantly filming the battlefield. The situation here is also transmitted to the Marine and world government in real time. At the moment, the whole of Marine headquarters was solemn and was under the highest degree of martial law, and the Marine elite lined up in the square directly below the fort, ready to go at any moment. Arara, sure enough, there was a fight. In the top office, Aokiji leaned back in his chair and spoke. Do you want me to go, Sengoku? Kizaru tilted his head and looked at Fleet Admiral Sengoku, but he didn't want to go there. Ross is the only 4 emperors that he didn't want to encounter now. Sengoku looked at the slightly blurred picture in deep thought when all of a sudden an aftershock came from the battlefield and the picture collapsed and disappeared. The battlefield where 4 emperors clashes is not so easy to monitor. Ghost Hand and Whitebeard are fighting. No matter whether we can catch this opportunity or not, we can't remain indifferent. Okainu sat there, speaking with a serious expression. Under normal circumstances, it is very difficult for Marines to annihilate 4 emperors. Any of the forces of the 4 emperors' pirates cannot be destroyed by casually dispatching 1 or 2 admiral. It is concluded that it is possible to destroy them with great force, and this is only just to defeat, but if they want to kill them then it would be more difficult. But if 4 emperors fought against each other, this would undoubtedly create an excellent opportunity for them. Once both Whitebeard and Ross are defeated, there is hope that they can destroy the Ghost Hand Pirates, or they could even destroy both Ghost Hand Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates at the same time for a fraction of the cost. Good. Fleet Admiral Sengoku nodded loudly. It is impossible to be unmoved by such opportunities. Marine had seized many of the sea's strongest existence, and some of those people had even been able to compete against Whitebeard and Roger in their peak days, but Marine had defeated them all. A big part of it was because they fought against each other and gave Marine a chance. Sakazuki, Borsalino, you are responsible for this operation. Set off immediately for Atwal, Stuart Potter C. The news that the Whitebeard Pirates and the Ghost Hand Pirates were fighting against each other was quickly spread to all major forces after about half a day. It is no surprise to many leaders that the 2 sides are at war. Neither Ross nor Whitebeard seems likely to concede. But no one can predict the consequences of this war. Bang. 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 Expanding to a few kilometers of Ice Island, Bang's humming sound continued to blast. Fujitora fought against Marco the Phoenix. He relied on the power of gravity and absolute strength to steadily occupy the fight, and Marco could not seek any advantage and could only defend. Shiryu was supposed to deal with Flower Sword Vista, but he was blocked by Diamond Jazu. Needless to say, the defense of Jazu's Armament Hockey and Diamond Fruit is difficult. Even Shiryu has difficulty breaking his defense, but the cold fruit of Shiryu still prevailed. Fyoxerman and Thatch faced off against each other. Both of them are flexible characters and they are vaguely comparable in terms of power. Flower Sword Vista's sword split out a sword energy and towards Hadruden's huge body. However, Hadruden's observation Hockey had already captured Vista's attack, and his body had been turned into a thunderbolt a while ago. He used his Logia's form change to avoid Vista's slash. Immediately, Hadruden's figure flickered in front of Vista, holding a huge thunder tomahawk in both hands, and slashing at Vista. Due to the extremely fast speed, Vista couldn't avoid this attack. His 2 swords were crossed in front of him and the petals were flying as he defended against Hadruden's thunder tomahawk. The swords and axes clashed and made a loud bang. Snee. Vista's sword edge cut through the thunder axe, but the terrifying thunder stream also attacked him and his hair and clothes exuding a little scorched smell. I didn't expect you to be so tough. There is a habitual smile on Vista's face, but it is not an easy one. He thought that Hadruden's body was so large that he could easily catch his flaw and defeat him, but unexpectedly, Hadruden's observation Hockey was extremely strong and his speed was too fast. After a fierce battle, he fell behind slightly. Room. Shambles. Lore least Surgeon Fruit's ability. His figure appeared behind a captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. He swung his sword planning to split the captain in half. The captain avoided the danger with a faint cold sweat on his brow. Body Flower 9 body. Robin faced dozens of Whitebeard Pirates subordinates and her eyes flickered, her arms staggered in front of her and petals fluttered, and 8 doppelgangers were created. Each doppelganger can use armament hockey and they charge into the Whitebeard's subordinates. Well, don't get distracted. Lafitte got close to a captain and his red wooden cane almost ran through his shoulder and the captain was barely able to stop him. Compared to the Ghost Hand pirates, the Whitebeard pirates are still more powerful. The mid and low-level combat power of the Whitebeard's subordinates is stronger than the 7 sub-teams that Ross's subordinates formed. But Ross has 1,000 weapons of war on his side. Sandstorm. The lower half of Road, the giant of sand, turns into quicksand, and the upper half also presents a sand-like shape, creating a large area of sand on the ice island. He roared and rushed past carrying the sand. Wherever he went, the sand set off terrifying sand waves that were tens of meters high, crushing and devouring everything in front. Steel. The giant soldier. The steel giant stands on the battlefield, with a body that is tens of meters high, giving people a sense of depression and fear. Countless people keep firing guns at him but the bullets were completely useless against his body and they only created a small spark. A lower-ranked captain came forward with a sword and slashed on the calf of the iron giant. However, when he retracted his sword and backed up, there was only a tiny indentation on the steel-forged calf. To the giant, this wound was similar to a wound created by a needle. The iron giant's fruit development level is not as good as Cracker's biscuit fruit or Hadruden's rumble fruit, but his body is harder and it is comparable to sea stone. Coupled with his armament hockey at proficiency level, it is extremely difficult to hurt him. Damn. The captain saw that his attack had little effect and the steel giant was still running rampant on the battlefield and could not help showing a distress expression. He is massive and is made of steel. How did the Ghost Hand pirates created such a troublesome monster? Chapter 330 Twists vs. Shake. Just when the giant corps showed their great power and captains and the cadres of the Whitebeard pirates were suffering from it, a dark shadow suddenly appeared on the distant sea. The shadow was getting closer and it finally came to the edge of the ice island. After crushing the thin ice layer at the edge, the shadow finally set foot on the ice island, exposing an extremely large body. Even a giant looked like a child in front of him. Oh, he's finally here. Little Urs Jr. The Whitebeard pirates looked at the dark shadow and revealed a joyful and smiling expression, and they all cheered for a while. At this time, Ghost Hand pirates' eyes also fell on the shadow and their expressions changed. That's a bit oversized. Fioxerman opened his mouth as the expressions on his face changed. The giants were already too huge. This Little Urs Jr. is bigger than the giants. Although such a large body is a living target for his existence, but to deal with ordinary people, this size has an absolute size and strength advantage. To kill our companions, unforgivable. Little Urs Jr. stood there like a giant mountain overlooking the battlefield and roared that shook 100-mile sea around them. He rushed forward and every single step he took made the ice island made by Shiryu shake violently. He rushed towards the steel giant and raised his gigantic machete with both arms and cut it down. The great strength brought by his huge body made his sword carry a terrible force. Under the blade, he stabbed the steel giant's head into his chest. The steel giant was cut, but he was not injured. He is a special Paramsha metal attribute fruit ability user. Even if Urs has such a strong power, he can't do any damage to him without hockey. The huge sword, which was stabbed into his chest, was held by Metal Giant's hands. With a loud roar, he broke out with amazing power and even tried to turn Little Urs Jr. over. Woo-oh-oh-oh-oh. Little Urs Jr. noticed the opponent's strength and could not help but burst out with a roar. This is the first time that someone had dared to fight him with only physical power. His arms tightened around the hilt of the blade and a terrifying force broke out as he held down the huge sword and pressed it, trying to split Metal Giant completely. The stalemate between two powerful people stopped everyone nearby and they couldn't help but held their breath for a while. Kaka. The sound of steel crumbling spread across the battlefield. Under the pressure of Little Urs Jr. and Metal Giant, the huge sword could not support its own weight and it was snapped by the force. At this point, a translucent iron wall in the shape of a big giant rushes in and slams into Little Urs' right leg. Little Urs was hit by the translucent wall and took 2 steps backward. He barely fell down. In his anger, he pulled out his big hand and slammed it on the iron wall giant, and slammed it into Metal Giant. Kuang! 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 The blast was so powerful that the entire ice island shook, but when Urs stopped, the Metal Giant and the iron wall were unharmed. The abilities of the barrier fruit are absolute unless it's the top-level armament hockey or any devil fruit with restraining abilities. The defense of the barrier fruit is absolute. Not so good. The Metal Giant grinned and snarled while charging into Little Urs Jr. entangled by the giant core. Even if Urs was even more powerful, it would be difficult for him to pass the giant and attack ordinary members of the Ghost Hand pirates. Just as the two sides fought, several loud noises broke out in the middle of the ice island. Call. The lingering aftermath was like a storm, which caused countless people to be shocked. Distortion. Fist. Ross held the hilt of his sword horizontally in his left hand and folded his fingers with his right hand into a fist and directly punched Whitebeard. Whitebeard showed no panic and he stands erect with a calm look in his eyes, showing that he is still above everyone in the sea. He is the strongest and he punched back. Bang. The empty space in front of him shattered. Ross's power of distortion falls and the empty space in front of him seems to turn into a vortex, and the fall of Whitebeard's fist also makes space seem to be shattered and the earth is shaking. At this moment, Whitebeard's strength is not much different from his peak strength. Needless to say, Whitebeard's battle skills are honed from countless bloody battles. They are not as bold as Kaido, nor as unskillful as Big Mom. Compared to the War of the Best, even after getting stabbed in the back by his own son and taking the attacks of Akainu and Kizaru, he was still strong. Not to mention right now Whitebeard in this state is undoubtedly terrifying. But Ross's power is just as amazing. If it was when Ross fought against Kaido, he would probably not have been Whitebeard's opponent, but now he has improved a lot compared to the time when he fought against Kaido, especially in attack powers, which is not less than Whitebeard at the moment. Bang. The bright light flashes. Ross shook his body and stepped back, while Whitebeard also stuck to the ground with his bison toe, holding his body in shape. Whitebeard looked calm on the surface and didn't speak, but he still sighed in his heart. He was getting old. No one can stand on top forever. His armament haki is 1 point stronger than Ross, but the power of Tremor Fruit can no longer withstand the wanton power outbreak of the youth in front of him. His Devil Fruit powers are a little worse than Ross. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Ross today to face him equally, and he would be suppressed by him. Crack cut. Ross is also very clear about Whitebeard's state at this moment. Compared with the old Whitebeard, his young heart is surging and he is strong. He holds the sword in both hands and steps forward. Suddenly, his body was divided into 6 and he appeared in 6 different directions of Whitebeard at the same time. Insignificant skill. Whitebeard snorted and put his bisondo on the ice without any panic. Facing Ross in 6 directions, he turned his fists out and gave a sharp blow to both sides. Kaka. His fist fell into the air as if it were shattering glass, but it seemed to strike against the substance, giving the atmosphere the appearance of ice shattering, and the force of shock broke out in all directions. Bang bang bang. 6 bangs went off almost at the same instant. After blocking Ross's tactics with all-round attacks, Whitebeard immediately spread his hands and held the bisondo's handle, and waved fiercely at the empty space in front of him. There, Ross's figure just emerged. But Whitebeard captures the position and movement of Ross with his top observation haki, but Ross is the ultimate observation haki of future prediction. Ross, who had long foreseen Whitebeard's move, tilted to the side at the moment of his appearance, avoiding Whitebeard's bisondo, and at the same time swiped his elbow in the direction of Whitebeard. Buzz. The empty space in front of him collapsed by the power of distortion. Whitebeard couldn't withdraw his bisondo anymore and he had no time to throw a punch and was forced to fight with his arms. Boom! During Ross's attack, Whitebeard shivered and stepped back, and for a single moment, it looked as if Ross had the upper hand. Chapter 331 Peak Battle. Father. How is this possible? Seeing that Whitebeard was repelled by Ross, many of the Whitebeard pirates were shocked, and some people had a look of shock and disbelief in their eyes. This is the first time that they've seen someone who can fight back Whitebeard in a one-on-one situation. Except for Ross, even 100 Beast Kaido couldn't do it. When 100 Beast Kaido came to Whitebeard to fight him one-on-one, he was suppressed by Whitebeard's terrifying fist, and it was almost impossible to fight Whitebeard in a 1-versus-1 situation. Father's body. Marco noticed Whitebeard's direction and his eyes also changed, showing a little worry. As a doctor of the Whitebeard pirates, he is the one who is most aware of Whitebeard's physical condition. However, although Whitebeard has not reached the critical point of unbearable internal injuries, there is no doubt that he could not utilize his peak strength. Whitebeard is getting old after all. If it was 20 years ago, no one would have had the power to make him take a step back. Marco clenched his fists. On the field. After being repelled by Ross, Whitebeard didn't show any surprise. Instead, he clenched the bison toe and shouted and slashed it sharply at Ross. To this point, he has experienced too many battles. He was not always invincible, but he has reached the strongest position in countless battles. When did it start? The time when everyone around him started to call him the strongest. Whitebeard has forgotten. He only knew that when he was young, he had failed many times and he was even defeated, but in the end, all the enemies fell to his feet. Kaka. Whitebeard's bisondo fell and the empty space in front of him shattered like glass, and the shock force hit Ross. Ross was not afraid and he also split the shock force with his sword. Above the blade, there is a distortion of power visible to the naked eye. Under the sword, The atmosphere that was torn by tremor fruit is destroyed by distortion. The glass-like crack, under the power of distortion, looks similar to a line, and they got distorted and squeezed before collapsing in void. Bang! The aftermath swayed and the ice surface shattered. Ross stepped forward and instantly crossed the space and came to Whitebeard's body, and raised his hand towards Whitebeard. Buzz! Gravity distortion suddenly swoops over Whitebeard. Whitebeard instantly became unstable and he leaped up after stabilizing himself, flying towards Ross. Shrouded by a strange power, Whitebeard didn't panic. His eyes sank as his right arm clenched into a fist in the air, and he swings it. Kaka. He punched the empty space in front of him and the void shattered again. Faced with Whitebeard's shock power, Ross also threw out a punch. Distortion and shock collided again, and each encounter produces an earth-shattering roar. After blocking Whitebeard's shock fist, Ross waved his sword and Whitebeard, who was in the air, could only wave his bisunto to cut Ross's attack. When the two sides collided, Whitebeard could not use his strength in the air, so he flew backward and landed on the ice, crushing it as he landed. You can't protect the strongest name forever, Whitebeard. Ross looked back at the Whitebeard. Even though he was much smaller than Whitebeard in comparison to his size, the momentum of the expansion made the air heavy. If Whitebeard is like the sunset that is going to fall, then Ross at this moment is like the shadow that gradually covers the earth when the sunset goes down, invading everything in the world. You have to take if you want it. Whitebeard has a calm look. His right arm holds the bisunto, and one can see the muscular bulge in his arm. At his age, the average person has long since become old. Whiz! Whitebeard and Ross shout angrily at the same time and charged into each other. With Whitebeard's to-battle skills and top-level observation hockey, Ross rarely wastes his strength on any useless form. Whitebeard's fighting method is that no matter what you do, no matter how you show it, he can always find you and defeat you with one punch and one strike. To deal with this kind of existence, head-to-head confrontation is naturally the best choice for Ross. It can maximize the elimination of Whitebeard's fighting skills that are higher than him. And in speed alone, Ross is faster than Whitebeard. When the power of the attack is similar, speed becomes the key factor in determining the victor. In the constant attack, Ross can always play more than Whitebeard. Bang! 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 It was a series of confrontations to bang again. Not knowing how many blades and punches he had thrown, Ross threw another punch faster than Whitebeard by force of speed, forcing Whitebeard to swing his bisunto and unable to keep up with Ross. Boom! Ross's attack is obviously not that easy to fend off, just as it is difficult for Ross to block Whitebeard's attack with his arms. Under Ross's blow, Whitebeard slid back 4 or 5 meters, taking the brunt of the impact, and where his feet stood, there were 2 crevasses of broken ice, as if cut by an iron plow. Whiz! After Ross pushed back Whitebeard, he continued to storm on. Both sides know very well that if this fight continues, the winner will be Ross. Kaka. Facing Ross's onslaught, Whitebeard lifted his foot and an earthquake erupted. The entire ice layer instantly shattered, and a severe shock spread towards Ross. Ross stretched out of the ground, ignoring the earthquake caused by Whitebeard. After reaching the air, he held the sword in both hands and fully used the power of distortion in his body, converging it on the sword edge. Distortion. Buried sword. Buzz. It's like a chaotic power of destruction is tearing all the voids into a paste and cutting them off towards Whitebeard. As space is shaken, the trajectory of this sword is hard to describe in terms of the speed of the three-dimensional world. Bisunto, air shock. Whitebeard sensed the power in Ross's move and he also showed a dignified expression. His arms clasped the bisunto and armament hockey was used to his limit. In a roar, he fully inspired the power of tremor fruit. Distortion and quake. 2 of the most destructive powers in the world, unleashed to their fullest extent by Ross and Whitebeard, collide in void. No sound was made, and the entire world was silent for a moment. The power of this attack has surpassed the sound, making the world eclipse. Everyone on the battlefield, such as Marco, Shiryu of the Rain, and others, almost all stopped their movements and stared in the direction of Whitebeard and Ross. Countless lights came together. No one knows how long has passed and it seems like a moment has passed and at the same time it also looked endlessly long, then the 2 violent forces in void are stirred together and finally turned into a dark swirl. The vortex was deep and dark as if it could devour everything, even if Marco and others looked at it from a distance, they felt a sense of fear. Finally, the black swirl slowly dissipated. Ross appeared in midair, holding the cursed blade Morasame in his hand as he floated in the air and a corner of his black cape was fragmented. Below Ross, Whitebeard kept waving his bisunto and was slowly retracting his bisunto. Z. The corners of his mouth slipped silently into a trail of blood. This attack was an attack which was the result of a long struggle between the 2 sides, and they tried their best to break out, And the level and result of this attack were also clear at a glance. Earthquake and Distortion, Whitebeard and Ross. The aforementioned figure. Won by a notch. Chapter 332 Who as the strongest the sea breeze swept over the icy island. The cold island has added a bit of coolness to the already cold breeze. Ross was floating in the sky, his tattered cape quivering slightly in the wind. His figure looked a little funny, but no one laughed at him. Unfortunately, I wouldn't have been able to fight against you 20 years ago. Ross looked at Whitebeard below him with calm eyes. If it was Whitebeard 20 years ago, the outcome of this battle would have been unknown no matter how much time passed, but it is Whitebeard now, and unless Whitebeard does something else, this battle will continue and his chances of winning will be lower and lower until they reached zero. No one can stand on top forever. Whitebeard knew very well that he couldn't always be the strongest, and sooner or later someone would replace his existence. But this battle is not over yet. Without any sense of discouragement because of the injury, Whitebeard's eyes are always like a pair of a cold glacier. He folded his fingers together and made a fist, and punched out. All at once. Bang. Ross raised his hand and pressed it down, and the power of distortion swinging away, blocking Whitebeard's punch. His eyes were silent and he entered the battle state again. His figure flashed and came to the right side of Whitebeard. He slashed Whitebeard with his sword. Whitebeard waved his bicinto to block Ross's sword and he began to fight again with Ross. But it was different from the beginning. Ever since that blow, Whitebeard fell into a disadvantageous position and was injured. Each of these attacks created quivers on the hearts of Marco, Danzō, and others, making their hearts sink straight to the bottom of the sea. Everyone is unwilling to accept or even think about it, but no matter how you look at it, unless Whitebeard can regain his youth and time can go backward, the result of this battle is clear to everyone. Gotta help father. Marco resisted the heavy gravity pressing on him and wrapped himself in blue flames, and gritted his teeth and punched Fujitora continuously. He began to do his best to storm out, trying to break through Fujitora's blockade. King. King. Fujitora waved his stick blade and after blocking Marco's several attacks in succession, he slammed his backhand and broke out with a terrifying gravity, which collapsed on Marco's body and the blue flames collapsed. After the blue flames disintegrated, they quickly converged on the sky more than 10 meters away and turned into the form of a phoenix. Once the wings flew, it was necessary to charge into Whitebeard. But almost at this time, Fujitora also came into the air, holding his sword in his hand. His body was steady as he stood in front of Marco. Get the fuck out of my way. Marco gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Fujitora slashed out, forcing Marco back to the ground. You should be very clear that speaking here is superfluous. In any case, it is impossible for you to pass. Marco gritted his teeth, knowing that it was difficult to get around Fujitora, but he still relied on his phoenix form fire and tried to fend Fujitora against the outbreak of frightening death. In the face of Marco's fierce and deadly attack, Fujitora's face was slightly grave. Instead of fighting with him, Fujitora brandished his staff and blade to fight with him and retreated from time to time. It seems that he was attacked by Marco and fell into a disadvantageous position that could only be paraded, but in fact, he stopped Marco in his place, leaving him no chance to pass. Even with the body of a phoenix, Marco could not get around him. Bang. Ross and Whitebeard fought again and Whitebeard backs up again. Father. Danzō screamed angrily and slammed forward, knocking Shiryu of the rain away for a few meters, trying to charge into Ross' direction to support Whitebeard. Shiryu snorted and the blade in his hand waved, the power of frost spread and the ice at Danzō's feet suddenly skyrocketed, freezing his lower body. Kaka. Kaka. Danzō struggled to break free. Shiryu swung out his sword and chopped it on Danzō's back, and Danzō's body flew out. There was also a scar on his back. In the case of frontal resistance, relying on the defense of the diamond and his strong armament haki, Danzō was able to block Shiryu's attack, but it is obviously impossible if he wants to resist Shiryu's sword without any damage to his back. Damn it. Thatch, holding a long sword in one hand and a short sword in another, was also trying to support Whitebeard, but he could only defend against Fyaxerman's attacks. You are getting distracted. Fyaxerman opened his mouth and his figure suddenly came to Thatch's side and he kicked at Thatch's waist. Although Thatch instantly attached armament haki to his waist, he was still kicked by Fyaxerman, and he still flew out. He was severely hit and his face turned white, and the corner of his mouth overflowed with blood. Bang. Ross slashed out and Whitebeard backed up again. Father. Vista couldn't keep calm anymore, he gritted his teeth and tried to charge into Whitebeard. But with a flash of thunder, a terrifying thunder giant, 100 of meters tall and gleaming white, came in front of him. This is Hadruden's strongest form. Thunder incarnation at 300 million volts is an enhanced version of 200 million volts. His whole body is surrounded by terrifying thunder power and every one of his moves can burst out with terrifying power of thunder. Bang! Hadruden punched out at a terrifying thunder current burst suddenly and enveloped Vista. Vista waved his sword through the thundering stream and Hadruden yelled again. The thunder turned into a beast, swallowing at him. On the entire battlefield, no matter whether it is the top-ranked captain or the bottom-ranked captain, no one can support Whitebeard. And, except for the top-ranked captains, such as Vista, captain from the 6th position onward, even if they can support Whitebeard, it will not play any role at all. With Ross' current strength, even if they can block the aftermath of his attacks, they can't stop Ross's frontal attacks and they will be killed immediately. Bang! 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 The fight continues. Almost a day and a night have passed since the fight between the two four emperors had broken out. Whitebeard's naked upper body showed a variety of bruises and sprains attacked by power of distortion, and even blood stains cut by the blade. Ross stood on the opposite side, his lower half of the black cape was almost completely broken, and now it is covered on Ross' body like a shawl. In addition, there were no scars on his body. It wasn't that he had fully recovered from his injury with his ability to recover, but it is that in the fight till now, Ross had not been wounded by Whitebeard. He is faster than Whitebeard. His observation hockey is capable of future prediction, and the power of distortion is also able to positively block Whitebeard's tremor fruit-ass abilities. It is impossible for him to get injured. Over time, the battle that had been locked in a deadlock changed as the entire Whitebeard pirate regiment began to fall into a huge disadvantageous position because of Whitebeard's unfavorable position. The Whitebeard pirates are centered on Whitebeard. When Whitebeard's fight is extremely unfavorable, almost no one can calmly go to battle. In comparison, the Ghost Hand pirates have high morale, countless people are surging forward while roaring and shouting ceaselessly, their momentum is surging. Their boss, their captain, Ghost Hand Ross, one of 4 emperors, Ross, who is still less than 30 years old, has suppressed Whitebeard, the world's strongest man. The strongest. Ross is the strongest. Some people's hearts are surging, and countless people are shouting in their hearts. Before the great age of pirates, it was Whitebeard, one of the 3 legends of the sea. He took the position of the world's strongest and right now, he is finally going to be replaced by the latecomers. The replacement will be their captain, the boss of Todo Land, Ghost Hand Ross. This battle will be written into the annals of history, and they are writing new history in a stroke. Chapter 333 Final strike. Time goes by. The sky went through the day and fell into the night. On this frozen ice island frozen by Shiyu of the rain, and from time to time, thunder and all kinds of light were mapped by the ice. When Whitebeard fell into a disadvantageous situation, the situation of the Whitebeard pirates gradually collapsed, but because it was the edge of Whitebeard's territorial sea, the support of the Whitebeard pirates was fast, and nearly 20 Whitebeard subordinates pirate groups arrived one after another. In comparison, on the side of the Ghost Hand pirates, the support unit has only 4 ships. With large-scale support, the Whitebeard pirates barely stabilized the situation, but only barely. Because, in the middle of the battlefield, Ross and Whitebeard still fought and no one can intervene in their battle. No matter what tactics the Whitebeard pirates uses, it is difficult to support Whitebeard. With Ross and Whitebeard at full blast, unless you're a top 5 captain, you're not qualified to support them. You won't even get close enough to the area where Ross and Whitebeard are fighting. Bang! Bang! The Whitebeard pirates used strange abilities to interfere with Ross remotely, but those inexplicable lights, cannonballs, and other attacks stopped 10 meters away in the air before they could get close and they were distorted and shaken. The aftermath of the earthquake and distortion shattered them. Distortion, frozen. Ross whispered as he used gravity distortion and the ice crumbled into countless pieces, freezing Whitebeard in it. Caca. Cracks appeared on the ice that covered Whitebeard. Whitebeard broke free from the ice seal but was attacked by Ross's sword. The character at the level of Whitebeard, even if the overall strength of Ross has a point better than him, it is still impossible for Ross to defeat him in a short time. He could only continue to expand their fight time and take advantage of his mistakes. Time goes by. Whitebeard's stamina is obviously not as strong as it was, and when the fight lasted for 2 days and 2 nights, it has begun to weaken. In addition, Ross continued to attack without stopping and Whitebeard could not ignore it, leaving many wounds on his body, which looked horrible. But, even if his body was injured, the blood-bearing Whitebeard showed no sign of falling down. He looked like a blood-stained demon. His battle momentum was not weakened, but it was constantly rising. That's a little bit like that, Whitebeard. Ross attacked Whitebeard, and as he looked at his steady and domineering figure, his eyes flickered slightly. In his memory, Whitebeard suffered countless fatal injuries in the War of the Best and he was still able to nearly kill Blackbeard. It was very impressive for Ross. But Ross is not afraid because of it. He just praised Whitebeard's will and power. For Ross, if your will is strong, then mine is stronger than yours. If your power is strong, then mine is still stronger than yours. To step on the world. Bang. Ross continues to fight Whitebeard. Although Whitebeard was fighting while bathed in his own blood, all this effort was just his strong will. His aging body could not support such a high-intensity long-term war. Father. That bastard. The Whitebeard pirates' subordinates were anxious. But they could only watch. It was almost impossible for them to get involved. The horizon was white, and 2 days and 2 nights passed, and the time came to the morning of the 3rd day. Caca. In the collision between distortion and the earthquake, the ice surface shattered. Ross leaped and fell behind the broken ice layer, and Whitebeard also receded continuously, his chest heaving violently. Ross has more than a third of his stamina left, and Whitebeard has bottomed his stamina out after suffering a series of setbacks. On the surface, it seems that Whitebeard's strength has not weakened in any way, but in fact, his body has reached its limit. It's just that his will is too strong. Last attack. In front of Ross, Cursed Blade Morasame's blade was covered with a faint red glow that dripped to its edge. He looked at Whitebeard calmly. Instead of rushing in, he recovered and stored his strength in place, intending to decide the victory by one stroke. No one knows how long Whitebeard's counterintuitive state will last. In this case, a one-shot decision is the right choice. Whitebeard's chest was heaving violently and he was panting. He was aware of Ross's intentions and knew that Ross was accumulating his remaining power, intending to make a final blow. But facing Ross's plan, he couldn't do anything. It was impossible for him to rush and stop Ross. Are we there yet? Whitebeard's eyes cocked up slightly, looking behind Ross, or above, at the endless horizon. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Marco and others fighting hard. He saw them frantically trying to rush towards him to support, but they were completely blocked by Fujitora and others. Whitebeard's forehead was stained with sweat and blood, and he could feel his body empty and powerless. His body felt like a block of dry rotted wood. No matter how he squeezed it, it seems difficult to squeeze any vitality. Whitebeard's gaze fell on Ross. What kind of look is that? Words cannot be used to describe it. It is full of domineering, calm, hesitant, disobedient. He was not dissatisfied with Ross, but he dissatisfied with how he had struggled with age, time, and the world and the sea. No. Even if he falls, it is definitely not here. Whitebeard withdrew his strength and looked at Marco and others. At this moment, it seemed as if all of their convictions had been brought together. In that withered body, a sudden power came from sources unknown. This power is surging as if it could break everything. Goo. The muscles on Whitebeard's arm were tense as his arms clenched tightly at Bisendo's handle, and his power surged wildly. Opposite him, the strength in Ross' body continued to flow like a tide, and eventually converged into an overflowing pond. Come on. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Whitebeard seems to have gained strength by his will again, but all this doesn't matter. At this moment, he has stamina and he has an advantage in all aspects. So what if Whitebeard has some of his strength back again? If he can't even win against Whitebeard, how would he take this world and overthrow the world government that has ruled the world for 800 years? Whiz. Ross's figure flashed and he charges into Whitebeard. He held the hilt of his sword in both hands, and the terrifying power of distortion condensed on the sword edge. The power felt as if it could tear the sky, and he waved his sword toward Whitebeard, which was much taller than him. At the same time, Whitebeard clenched the Bisendo in his arms tightly, and there was a flash of unprecedented light in his eyes. There was no roar or scream as he split his Bisendo brazenly, wrapped in a shock halo that seemed to be able to break the mountains. At this moment, the world seems to be overshadowed. The world seems to have dimmed, and all the light has come to Ross's sword blade and Whitebeard's Bisento. Fujitora stopped. Marco stopped. Shiryu of the Rain stopped. On the battlefield, at this moment, almost everyone stopped moving invariably, looking at the battlefield that seemed to become the center of the entire world. Chapter 334 Marine arrives. Time seemed to slow down an infinite number of times. Ross's blade cuts across void, wrapped in the power of distortion, as if dragged in a heavy quagmire, a soft boggy area of land that gives way underfoot, and Whitebeard's Bisendo also cut across space in a half-moon arc and fell heavily. In the numerous light-gathering spot, Bisendo and Cursed Blade Morasame finally collided against each other. Buzz. Almost instantly, shattered traces appeared above the cloudy sky, as if the sky itself was getting torn apart. This strike is the one that Ross and Whitebeard put all their efforts into. They used their ultimate armament Haki and even the outbreak of Conqueror's Haki, tearing the sky and the earth apart. Caca. There was a sound like a cracked mirror. At the collision point between Ross's sword blade and Whitebeard's Bisento, there are clear signs of fragmentation, like a quagmire of space, torn and kneaded like plasticine, a soft modeling material, used especially by children, under the collision of two forces. Arg. In the wanton outbreak of power, Ross fell in a daze and roars wildly. The power of distortion and armament hockey intertwined, seemingly reduced to the essence visible to the naked eye, sharpened in void. Whitebeard's arm trembled violently, and it was under tremendous pressure as he pressed it down. ZZ. Tremor and distortion, the former is the force that shatters everything, and the latter is the force that destroys all. Both forces are trying to destroy each other in a crazy conflict. It seemed as if a few seconds had passed, and it seemed as if a long time had passed. That force of constant fierce conflict finally showed a change. Ross' power of distortion overpowered Whitebeard's tremor force little by little, and it also rushed forward little by little. Finally, Ross's blade swung hard. Dang! A golden iron symphony rang through the battlefield, and Whitebeard's bison toe was swung open by Ross's blade, unable to press down. The power of tremor fruit was also completely broken by Ross' power of distortion at this moment. It's over. Ross took a deep breath, and instead of recovering the cursed blade morass aim, which was being shaken by the force of the shock, he let go of his right hand, grabbed it in void, pulled the scattered power of distortion, and punched Whitebeard on his chest. Whitebeard's tremor force was completely broken by Ross, and his bison toe was up in the air and his front body was completely defenseless. Bang! Ross's fist landed on Whitebeard's chest. Whitebeard's chest suddenly sagged, and his huge body bent down instantly, and like a meteor, he flew backward while blood was spurting from his mouth. Father! Marco and others watched this scene and they shouted out in horror and anxiety. Whitebeard's body flew up in the air and crossed the entire battlefield. It flew over a distance of nearly a kilometer and reached the edge of the ice island, and eventually fell on the ice. At the same time, the Whitebeard could not hold the bison toe in his hand and it spun out, eventually landing on the ice. In a continuous clang, the giant bison toe bounced a few times on the ice, and finally stopped. Great Age of Pirates, 18th year. Ghost Hand pirates and Whitebeard pirates fought against each other in the Etwall Stuart Potter Sea region. Later generations called it the Battle of Etwall. In this battle, one of the three legendary pirates who dominated the Great Pirate Age of an era, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, was defeated. The title of the world's strongest man, from this day on, changed ownership, and it no longer belongs to Whitebeard and it belongs to a new legend. 4 Emperors. Ghost Hand, Ross. Not far from the ice islands where Ross and Whitebeard were fighting, 10 marine battleships are watching this scene. At the forefront of one of the battleship decks, Aokiji, dressed in the Justice Clock of Marine, is looking at the ice island. Is that Whitebeard and Ghost Hand? What terrible power! Kizaru whispered incoherently. This was not a sarcastic joke out of his mouth, but a terrible feeling from his heart. He could still feel the palpitations he felt by the collision of that power just now. If he was at the center of that attack, he would die. It looks like it's over. Whitebeard's breath is fading. Ghost Hand has won. Aokiji let out a cold breath and murmured. He couldn't help but think of the scenes of his first encounter with Ross when he had met Ross on the Florian Triangle Sea region as a Marine Admiral, how he had looked down on the Ghost Hand pirates. But it was in that situation that Ross had saved his crew members such as Luffy and Law and Robin in a way that he hadn't anticipated. In a completely unexpected way, Ross awakened the power of his devil fruit, and even if Aokiji didn't realize it then, he still tried his best to stop Ross, but Ross escapes through the fog of Florian Triangle Sea. After that, Ross went to Dressrosa and destroyed Doflamingo and was finally defeated by Marines. He was put in Impel Down, then he escaped and destroyed Impel Down and caused the collapse of the Marine headquarters. Which part went wrong? Aokiji reflected in his heart. If he had taken Ross seriously from the very beginning in the Florian Triangle Sea, would there be no Ross now? But there is no if. Ross now is already one of 4 emperors, and just now, he defeated Whitebeard who dominated the sea for decades, taking the title of the world's strongest for himself. It's our turn. Kizaru didn't think as much as Aokiji thought. After taking a breath, he said in a repressed tone. Ross defeated Whitebeard and he must only have a little power left in his body, and the Ghost Hand pirates and the Whitebeard pirates fought hard for so long, they must be at their limit. Now, even if they failed to completely eliminate the people on the island, they can take down 2 of the 4 emperors' pirates, and they can even capture or kill one of the 4 emperors themselves and make their pirate group disappear from this sea. Ah, it's our turn. Aokiji turned back and stared openly in the direction of Ice Island. At this time, the battleships were already close to the Ice Island. When the Ice Island entered the shelling range, a Vice Admiral waved his hand. Bombard. Destroy the Ghost Hand pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. Under the order of the Vice Admiral, the many cannons already prepared on the 10 battleships fired in a volley, firing on the chaotic Ice Island. Cannonballs fired by heavy cannons exploded on the Ice Island. The ice was splattering, and smoke filled the area. Although the Whitebeard pirates and the Ghost Hand pirates are extremely terrifying, all Marines know that the battle between Whitebeard and the Ghost Hand has been going on for almost 3 days and 3 nights. They also have 2 admiral teams led by Aokiji and Kizaru, and even 2 of the most powerful vice admiral, Momouzagi and Tokakake. Kill all pirates and execute them on the spot. A Marine vice admiral drew out his sword and said in a sharp and cold tone. Yes. During the bombardment, countless Marines responded and they pulled out the standard sword and set foot on the ice island, and swarmed to the battlefield. Starting from now, the battlefield is going to be taken over by the Marines. Chapter 334 Marine arrives. Time seemed to slow down an infinite number of times. Ross's blade cuts across void, wrapped in the power of distortion, as if dragged in a heavy quagmire, a soft boggy area of land that gives way underfoot, and Whitebeard's Bisondo also cut across space in a half-moon arc and fell heavily. In the numerous light-gathering spot, Bisondo and Cursed Blade Morassame finally collided against each other. Buzz. Almost instantly, shattered traces appeared above the cloudy sky, as if the sky itself was getting torn apart. This strike is the one that Ross and Whitebeard put all their efforts into. They used their ultimate armament Haki and even the outbreak of Conqueror's Haki, tearing the sky and the earth apart. Kaka. There was a sound like a cracked mirror. At the collision point between Ross's sword blade and Whitebeard's Bisondo, there are clear signs of fragmentation, like a quagmire of space, torn and kneaded like plasticine, a soft modeling material, used especially by children, under the collision of 2 forces. Arg. In the wanton outbreak of power, Ross fell in a daze and roars wildly. The power of distortion and armament Haki intertwined, seemingly reduced to the essence visible to the naked eye, sharpened in void. Whitebeard's arm trembled violently, and it was under tremendous pressure as he pressed it down. ZZ. Tremor and distortion, the former is the force that shatters everything, and the latter is the force that destroys all. Both forces are trying to destroy each other in a crazy conflict. It seemed as if a few seconds had passed, and it seemed as if a long time had passed. That force of constant fierce conflict finally showed a change. Ross' power of distortion overpowered Whitebeard's tremor force little by little, and it also rushed forward little by little. Finally, Ross's blade swung hard. Dang! A golden iron symphony rang through the battlefield, and Whitebeard's Bisondo was swung open by Ross's blade, unable to press down. The power of tremor fruit was also completely broken by Ross' power of distortion at this moment. It's over. Ross took a deep breath, and instead of recovering the Cursed Blade Morassame, which was being shaken by the force of the shock, he let go of his right hand, grabbed it in void, pulled the scattered power of distortion, and punched Whitebeard on his chest. Whitebeard's tremor force was completely broken by Ross, and his Bisondo was up in the air and his front body was completely defenseless. Bang! Ross's fist landed on Whitebeard's chest. Whitebeard's chest suddenly sagged, and his huge body bent down instantly, and like a meteor, he flew backward while blood was spurting from his mouth. Father! Marco and others watched this scene and they shouted out in horror and anxiety. Whitebeard's body flew up in the air and crossed the entire battlefield. It flew over a distance of nearly a kilometer and reached the edge of the ice island, and eventually fell on the ice. At the same time, the Whitebeard could not hold the Bisondo in his hand and it spun out, eventually landing on the ice. In a continuous clang, the giant Bisondo bounced a few times on the ice, and finally stopped. Great Age of Pirates, 18th year. Ghost Hand pirates and Whitebeard pirates fought against each other in the Etwall Stuart Potter Sea region. Later generations called it the Battle of Etwall. In this battle, one of the 3 legendary pirates who dominated the great pirate age of an era, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, was defeated. The title of the world's strongest man, from this day on, changed ownership, and it no longer belongs to Whitebeard and it belongs to a new legend. 4 emperors. Ghost Hand, Ross. Not far from the ice islands where Ross and Whitebeard were fighting, 10 marine battleships are watching this scene. At the forefront of one of the battleship decks, Aokiji, dressed in the Justice Clock of Marine, is looking at the ice island. Is that Whitebeard and Ghost Hand? What terrible power! Kizaru whispered incoherently. This was not a sarcastic joke out of his mouth, but a terrible feeling from his heart. He could still feel the palpitations he felt by the collision of that power just now. If he was at the center of that attack, he would die. It looks like it's over. Whitebeard's breath is fading. Ghost Hand has won. Aokiji let out a cold breath and murmured. He couldn't help but think of the scenes of his first encounter with Ross when he had met Ross on the Florian Triangle Sea region as a Marine Admiral, how he had looked down on the Ghost Hand pirates. But it was in that situation that Ross had saved his crew members such as Luffy and Law and Robin in a way that he hadn't anticipated. In a completely unexpected way, Ross awakened the power of his devil fruit, And even if Aokiji didn't realize it then, he still tried his best to stop Ross, but Ross escapes through the fog of Florian Triangle Sea. After that, Ross went to Dressrosa and destroyed Doflamingo and was finally defeated by Marines. He was put in Impel Down, then he escaped and destroyed Impel Down and caused the collapse of the Marine headquarters. Which part went wrong? Aokiji reflected in his heart. If he had taken Ross seriously from the very beginning in the Florian Triangle Sea, would there be no Ross now? But there is no if. Ross now is already one of 4 emperors, and just now, he defeated Whitebeard who dominated the sea for decades, taking the title of the world's strongest for himself. It's our turn. Kizaru didn't think as much as Aokiji thought. After taking a breath, he said in a repressed tone. Ross defeated Whitebeard and he must only have a little power left in his body, and the Ghost Hand Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates fought hard for so long, they must be at their limit. Now, even if they fail to completely eliminate the people on the island, they can take down 2 of the 4 Emperor's pirates, and they can even capture or kill one of the 4 Emperors themselves and make their pirate group disappear from this sea. Ah, it's our turn. Aokiji turned back and stared openly in the direction of Ice Island. At this time, the battleships were already close to the Ice Island. When the Ice Island entered the shelling range, a Vice Admiral waved his hand. Bombard. Destroy the Ghost Hand Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates. Under the order of the Vice Admiral, the many cannons already prepared on the 10 battleships fired in a volley, firing on the chaotic Ice Island. Cannonballs fired by heavy cannons exploded on the Ice Island. The ice was splattering, and smoke filled the area. Although the Whitebeard Pirates and the Ghost Hand Pirates are extremely terrifying, all Marines know that the battle between Whitebeard and the Ghost Hand has been going on for almost 3 days and 3 nights. They also have 2 admiral teams led by Aokiji and Kizaru, and even 2 of the most powerful Vice Admiral, Momouzagi and Tokakake. Kill all pirates and execute them on the spot. A Marine Vice Admiral drew out his sword and said in a sharp and cold tone. Yes. During the bombardment, countless Marines responded and they pulled out the standard sword and set foot on the Ice Island, and swarmed to the battlefield. Starting from now, the battlefield is going to be taken over by the Marines. Chapter 335 Momouzagi's Sword Day RT's father. Marco turned into his phoenix form and flew in the direction of Whitebeard. This time Fujitora did not block him, or Marco in a nearly insane state rushed out of Fujitora's oppression. Cough. Cough. Whitebeard covered his chest with one hand and coughed violently, and as he coughed, countless blood drops spilled onto the ice. It was really a shocking sight. Marco rushed to Whitebeard's side and produced a massive Phoenix flame into Whitebeard's chest, and prevented Whitebeard's injury from becoming more serious. His Phoenix flames can't have much effect on people other than himself. It is impossible for him to fully heal Whitebeard's injury in a short time, and at most, he can prevent it from becoming worse. Whitebeard stood up slightly. After Marco gave Whitebeard emergency treatment, he asked Whitebeard anxiously, "Father, how are you?" Whitebeard waved his hand at Marco. Just when he wanted to say something, countless cannonballs suddenly emerged from a distance and banged on the Ice Island. Damn. It's Marine. Marco looked back, only to find out that a large number of Marine fleet had arrived at the Ice Island. He could not help showing some of his anger. Whitebeard lost to Ross and was seriously injured. His condition is also very bad. After a long fight, his stamina has been exhausted and bottomed out. At this time, Marines had boarded the island. These guys are really worse than trash. But Marines' attack target is not just them. The Ghost Hand Pirates will probably be targeted by the Marines as they also want to kill them all. The next situation will become extremely bad for them. Whitebeard was also looking in the direction of the Marine battleships, and a flash of coldness flashed in his eyes. He had indeed lost to Ross, and although it was because of the aging of his body as he didn't have his peak powers, but this fight was also considered to be upright and not disturbed, and him losing was fair. And now, Marines wanted to take advantage of this situation at his time. This undoubtedly offended Whitebeard. At this moment, several cannonballs fell from the sky and fell in the direction of Whitebeard. Marco's eyes flashed, and just as he was about to rush forward to stop them, Whitebeard suddenly waved his arm. Kaka. No one knows where the power came from. The air burst in an instant, allowing all the cannonballs to freeze in the air, and then explode one by one. Want to take away my head during this time? Marines, I'm afraid you're wrong. I am. Whitebeard. Whitebeard turned around and the momentum surged. He slammed out his hand angrily and punched forward. The force of the shock erupted. Kaka. The air showed cracks like ice. The ice surface in front of Whitebeard shattered in a large area and blasted towards the Marines' battleships. Numerous ice pieces broke up, breaking the first half of many battleships. You have been pushed to this point and you still have such power. It's really terrible, Whitebeard. Whiz. A golden light flashed and Kizaru appeared on the ice island and said with a terrifying tone, but there was no fear on his face. If it had been Whitebeard in his youth, he wouldn't be appearing here. But now an old Whitebeard with severe injuries is standing here and he would have had no reason to be afraid of him as a Marine Admiral. As his voice fell, he stretched out his fingers and a bright light condensed and a few laser beams burst into the air and blasted towards Whitebeard. Yellow. Monkey. There was anger in Marco's eyes, and he moved forward in an instant, reaching Whitebeard's front and blocking Kizaru's laser attack. With Kizaru ascending to the island, Marines also rushed towards Ice Island in a large group. They really did come here. Ross stared at Marine's fleet from a distance with a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. And at this time, a cherry-colored sword light swept across and the ice surface was cut open by it. The sword energy aimed at Ross and fell down. Ross grunted and reached his hand out to grab the empty space in front of him and curbed the impact of the cherry blossom sword energy. Far away, Marine Alternate Candidate Admiral Momazagi appeared, standing with a large sword in her hand with the clock of justice wrapped around her. Finally became a top sword user once and for all. No, you should be infinitely closer to being a top sword user? Ross glances at Momazagi, opened his mouth and spoke indifferently. He has little experience with sword arts, but he does not know much about it. If he only talks about sword arts, he is now an ordinary swordsman. But is that all? The first half of Ross's sentence is stated and taken seriously, but the second half suddenly turns into something flat and condescending. As soon as he grasped the void with 5 fingers, the cherry-colored sword energy was like a huge python, which was rotated by his distortion and turned into a cherry-colored sphere. It kept shrinking and finally was held in Ross's palm before it broke and disappeared. Now Momazagi is almost the same as Aokiji and Kizaru and others, and she is even stronger than Aokiji and Kizaru in attacks, but it is still not enough in front of Ross. Even if Ross only has 1/3 of his stamina left, he is still not someone that Momazagi or a mere admiral can win against. It's enough for you. Momazagi's eyes remained unchanged. She seemed to have become integrated with the sword blade. In her eyes, only what was to be cut and what was not to be cut were left. Captain, in our state, I am afraid we can't fight the Marines. Lafitte stood not far away with his cane spread out in his hands and spoke helplessly to Ross. There were several wounds on his body and his appearance looked a little disheveled. Fighting with the Whitebeard pirates for so long, it is impossible for anyone to remain unscathed. They are only a little hurt, but the main problem is their stamina. No, we can't, Trafalgar Law gasped while holding the demon sword, Kikaku, but his eyes were calm, and he said, and there are still them. This them naturally refers to the Whitebeard pirates. What do you think? Lafitte asked Ross. However, Marines would not wait for them to finish their discussion. The Marines who had rushed to the ice island, and after attacking the Whitebeard pirates, they also aggressively attacked Shiryu of the Rain and others. Aokiji's ice age strengthened the thickness of the ice island and it spread across the battlefield instantly, freezing countless people into ice sculptures. Whiz. Except for Shiryu, everyone jumped into the air and avoided Aokiji's large-scale attack. Ice ball. Aokiji's figure flickered into the air and his eyes lightened with his steady arms. His arms instantly turned into surging ice cubes, and he struck away at Ross. Ross stood on the ice and raised his hand indifferently. Bang. The power of distortion erupted and instantly broke the surging ice. The spread of the power of distortion even hit Aokiji's and his body broke into ice. Aokiji's body was broken into ice cubes and fell to the ice island below. Chapter 336. Red Hair Sheiks Shiryu was standing on the ice. Half of his body had been turned into frost and his eyes stared coldly at the direction in which Aokiji had attacked Ross. He raised his sword and split it towards Aokiji. Wherever the sword energy went, the air showed a frozen form, as if a clear white line had been cut in void. Kaka. Kaka. The broken eyes quickly regained its shape in the air. Aokiji waved his arms, blocking Shiryu's sword energy and ignoring the coldness contained in Shiryu's sword energy. His body is ice, and cold fruit's abilities will have no effect on him. Cold fruit against ice fruit, the former has great immunity against the latter's power, while the latter is almost completely immune to the former's power. But Shiryu's strongest attacks are from his sword arts. Even if cold fruit does not work for Aokiji, he can also rely on cold fruit to have an extremely large resistance to ice. On the contrary, he is at an advantage against Aokiji. But all of this must be based on the benchmark power level of the two sides. The current Shiryu has been fighting for a long time and there is not much stamina left in him. He isn't Aokiji's opponent at this time. Moon Arc. Momazagi rushed forward while Aokiji attacked Ross, splitting a sword again towards Ross. However, before this sword energy rushed to Ross, it was stopped by Fujiwara's staff blade. The gravity crushed the sword energy and cut the ice island into an abyss. Momouzagi looked solemnly at Fujitora. Ross retracted his fist and looked at Momouzagi and Aokiji, and said, "Want to kill 4 emperors at the same time, don't you think your appetite is getting way too big?" Whiz. At the moment his voice fell, Ross took a step forward and his figure suddenly came in front of Aokiji. He punched towards Aokiji. Aokiji's face changed and he folded his arms in front of him. Bang. Ross's punch instantly broke through his armament haki, making his body break into ice cubes and splashing away into the distance. With Ross's words, Shiryu and others also showed a cold look on their faces. After fighting with the Whitebeard pirates for so long time, a third party in the form of Marines suddenly stepped in their battlefield. Anyone would be a bit angry in their hearts. Even those who let go of the Whitebeard pirates would never make these Marines feel better. Kill. Don't be afraid, they don't have much power anymore. 3 or 4 Marine headquarters Vice Admiral rushed forward with a large number of Marines, all with murderous intentions in their eyes. The two sides rushed together in an instant and the situation has become completely chaotic. Aokiji, Kizaru, and Momouzagi, the 3 of them have real Marine Admiral combat power. In addition, there is also a observation haki future prediction user with powers only second to a Marine Admiral, Admiral Candidate, Tokakake. Coupled with a large number of Marine headquarters Vice Admiral and Marine Elite Force, after the fight between the Ghost Hand pirates and Whitebeard pirates, the Marines are undoubtedly the strongest player on the field. But even if they are the strongest currently, their strongness is also limited. If they come together to deal with one of the 4 emperors, as whether it is the Ghost Hand pirates or the Whitebeard pirates, they would have the absolute upper hand and they could even defeat or kill them. But if they want to deal with the Ghost Hand pirates and the Whitebeard pirates at the same time, then they are dreaming. Even if the stamina of people on the Ross side is extremely consumed and many people are injured, but they are still not someone that can be easily defeated. If the Ghost Hand pirates and the Whitebeard pirates are completely united, Marine will not be an opponent even if it has the top 4 combat power capabilities. However, the problem is that the Ghost Hand pirates and the Whitebeard pirates will not join up their forces together, as there is also a fierce conflict between them, and this situation has become a 3-way fight. On this battlefield, the most noticeable existence is undoubtedly the Ghost Hand Ross, who defeated Whitebeard and won the title of World's Strongest. Bang. 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 Vigorous bangs kept coming. The wanton explosion of Ross's powers is almost like a weapon to destroy the world. No one can resist his power wherever he goes. Even Aokiji and Momouzagi can only restrain him on a single side. Dang. 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 Ross' arm was attached to the dark armament haki and his fists hit Momouzagi, colliding with Momouzagi's blade, and sparks splattered everywhere. After a few punches that shook Momouzagi's blade and forced it sideways, Ross grasped this opportunity and punched against Momouzagi's chest with the power of distortion. Whiz. Momouzagi stepped back decisively and condensed her armament haki. Taking advantage of the situation to retreat and defend herself with the armament haki, she felt a tightness in her chest that made her uncomfortable, but she managed to resist Ross's attack. Ross strides forward, edging past Momouzagi and reaching for her blade. Momouzagi is a swordsman. As long as her sword is taken away, her power will drop by half in an instant, and then there is the possibility of catching her alive. Once she is in his hands, with the help of deep hypnosis, mental surgery, and Hobi no Mi Fruit's ability, she could be turned into a battle power on his side. But just as Ross charges into Momouzagi, a bullet cut through the battlefield and hit towards Ross' temple on the right side, forcing Ross to give up his action of snatching Momouzagi's sword and flicking that bullet. "Hey, don't be careless, little Momouzagi. Even if your sword darts have improved, this guy is still very good," shouted Tokakake from a distance. Momouzagi was tense when she faced Ross, and she knew that she was in danger and was relieved by Tokakake's rescue. However, when she heard a little Momouzagi popping out of Tokakake's mouth, she was annoyed for a while. "Shut up," she replied in annoyance while holding her blade and slashing it towards Ross, trying to vent her anger on Ross. Ross became vaguely aware of why Tokakake failed to pursue Momouzagi 100 times. Bang. Ross pulls off 2 punches and hits Momouzagi's blade. After a 2-second standoff, Momouzagi was unable to fight with Ross head-on and flew back to the rear, landing a few dozen meters away. Looking at Momouzagi as she flew backward, Ross's eyes flashed and he was about to take a step forward and continue his attack when a voice suddenly sounded in the confused battlefield. "Stop." The voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the battlefield. As if it contained some inexplicable power, many people subconsciously stopped their movements in their hands, raised their heads, and looked in the direction of the sound. There. A figure wrapped in a black cape had stepped on the ice island, and he is now standing at the edge of the ice island, his eyes swept across the battlefield. He has red hair and is not very tall. Like Ross, he has an ordinary human body, but he has a frightening momentum. It's him? Why is he here? The moment they saw that figure, everyone reacted differently. There was a shimmer of light in Whitebeard's eyes. Aokiji, Kizaru, and others' looks changed slightly, and Ross narrowed his eyes slightly. Red hair, Shanks. Someone called out the identity of the figure. Third place for Emperors, red hair Shanks. Finally arrived on the battlefield. Chapter 337 One move on the battlefield. The Marines, the Whitebeard pirates, and Ghost Hand pirates are in a three-way confrontation. Although Marines have an advantage in this situation, it is impossible for them to completely destroy the Ghost Hand pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. The Ghost Hand pirates and the Whitebeard pirate can defeat the Marines if they join forces, but there is no doubt that them joining forces with each other is simply impossible. Red hair. Marco stood on a bulging ice rock, looking in the direction of Shanks. Shiryu of the Rain slowly lowered his blade. Everyone slowly stopped attacking. In this completely melee situation, the appearance of red hair is enough to change the whole battle situation. Once he joins the battlefield, it will inevitably evolve into the largest battle since the Great Age of Pirates. And in that case, the situation of the Ghost Hand pirates and the Whitebeard pirates will be very bad, because the main cadres on both sides have reached their limit. Step, step, step. Shanks, wearing a wooden shoe, stepped on the ice and walked slowly into the field. He did not unleash his Conqueror's Haki. In this situation, releasing his Conqueror's Haki is tantamount to provoking the three parties at the same time, and a bloody battle will be inevitable by the time we meet again. Red hair. Ross stood upright on the ice, looking at red hair Shanks as he approached, his voice relaxed. Last time they met, it was in the West Blue. At that time, he had not yet stepped into the Grand Line and was still struggling under the manhunt of Marines, fighting his way out of West Blue, and the gap between him and Shanks was immeasurable. But more than 6 years later, everything has changed. Today, he is one of the 4 emperors, his strength stands at the pinnacle of the sea, and even Whitebeard is no longer his opponent. Ross's words caused the crowd to turn their eyes towards Ross and drift back and forth between Ross and red hair, showing a few different colors. Has Ghost Hand Ross met red hair? When is it? Why have they never heard of it? Oh. Shanks nodded and said with deep eyes, time really does fly by. Aokiji stood not far away, looking at Shanks with a look of gravity and alarm, and asked, "What are you doing here?" Although it is difficult for the Marines to destroy the Ghost Hand pirates and the Whitebeard pirates at the same time, there is no doubt that they currently have a great advantage. However, red hair pirate's appearance on the battlefield has completely changed the situation. Shanks stopped and turned to look at Aokiji, and he also looked at Momouzagi, Kizaru, Marco, Fujitora, Shiryu of the Rain and others, and said, "This battle, it doesn't make any sense for it to continue. It will only endlessly expand the casualties. Marines will not reap any benefit here. What do you want to say?" Momouzagi coldly looks at red hair Shanks. Shanks stared at Momouzagi for a moment and said, "I am here to stop this war. This battle needs to stop now. Think before you speak, red hair." Tokakake put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked at Shanks and slowly said, "Do you want to stop Marines from dealing with pirates?" Tokake's voice dropped, and the atmosphere in the field suddenly sharpened. However, at this time, the ship of red hair pirates leaned against the ice. The deputy Captain Beckman, together with a large number of high-level cadres of red hair pirates, stepped onto the ice island and walked towards the field. The presence of the red hair pirate regiment cadres immediately suppressed the atmosphere. Unlike those who have been fighting for 3 days and 2 nights, such as Marco and Shiryu, everyone in red hair pirates is in their peak condition. "No." Shanks spoke slowly, saying, "I didn't mean that. There are too many things that have to be fought because of my position. But this battle should stop here. If we continue, we will only continue to expand our losses." Ross looked at red hair Shanks. No one knew what he was thinking. In the War of the Best, Shanks used a similar tough attitude to prevent the subsequent development of the war. Blackbeard did not want to fight against Shanks in Marine headquarters, and Marines did not want to face red hair while chasing Whitebeard pirates and Blackbeard pirates. However, this situation is completely different from the War of the Best. Neither Whitebeard nor Ross is willing to compromise. A tough attitude will only make things worse, so Shanks shows a calm attitude. Shanks' words silenced everyone. If Shanks did not appear on the battlefield, Aokiji and others will inevitably continue to deal with the Whitebeard pirates and the Ghost Hand pirates. Not to mention Whitebeard and the Ghost Hand, except that Ross, who has kept nearly a third of his stamina. Everyone else's stamina is at its limits. If they continue to fight, even Shiryu and Marco has the possibility of dying here. Ross looked at Shanks. "Red hair." Shanks looked over. Clang. Ross reached over to the hilt at his waist and pulled the blade out. The next moment, Ross suddenly disappears and reappears in front of Shanks with the blade in his hand was wrapped in a chaotic halo of distortion, and he smashed into Shanks. Shanks was a little surprised. At the moment Ross drew his sword, his hand was already pressed on the hilt of his own sword. When Ross appeared in front of him, his sword was already held in his hand and he waved it against Ross. Time seems to have slowed down. Under everyone's attention, Ross's sword edge and Shanks' sword edge approached each inch, and finally hit each other. Clang! Sparks splattered. A chaotic power of distortion erupted suddenly, swaying in all directions, breaking the ice surface under the feet of Ross and Shanks, and instantly expanding to a range of dozens of meters. At the same time, the dark clouds in the sky also cracked like an abyss with the collision of this sword. Ghost hand. Among the red hair pirates behind Shanks, someone's looks changed. In this unfavorable situation, will Ross choose to continue this fight? Kaido had some sense in him, and no matter how crazy Ross was, he wouldn't be a crazier beast than Kaido, who would fight off people until he fell down. Kaka. Kaka. After the ice surface under Ross and Shanks had been crushed by the power of distortion, a number of fragmented gullies appeared in the lower area, spreading in all directions. When everything stopped, everyone saw Ross and Shanks standing face to face, with their blades coming together. Apart from the ice at their feet, which had not been broken, a huge crater had appeared on the ice for dozens of meters as if a meteorite has crashed down here. Chapter 338 The war ended. Clang. Ross withdrew the cursed blade Morasame and put it back into its scabbard. He attacked with all his strength, and it was to test Shanks's strength. His hockey is at the top, his sword darts is at top. Even if his arm is missing, the impact on his strength is not great. Let's go. Ross's gaze stayed on Shanks for a few seconds before he turned around and jumped to the edge of the crater before moving forward. Seeing this, Fujitora and others put their blade into the scabbard. Fioxerman also put his revolvers back to his waist, and the Thunder Argon Hadruden gradually disappeared. After glancing around at the Red Hair Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Marines followed Ross's lead and headed out of the ice island. In the direction where Ross went, the people from Whitebeard Pirates and Marines swallowed their saliva and moved out of his way. They were too afraid of him to even consider stopping him. Momouzagi looked at Ross's back, and her fingers holding the blades were lightly forced, but after all, she didn't take any action, so everyone just watched as Ross and his pirate crew went away. Shanks put his blade back in the scabbard. No one noticed that the ice surface was cracked where he stood with his feet, or under the soles of his feet. Whereas Ross had stood before, the ice directly under his feet was not damaged. There is no doubt that even after 3 days and 2 nights of fighting, Ross with only 1/3 of his stamina still has the upper hand in this hit. Shanks did not turn his head, but the corner of his eye moved to the end of Ross's back and it was closed back. That guy. Beckman stood behind Shanks, in the middle of a crowd of red hair pirates cadres, puffing on a cigarette and staring deep into Ross's back as he walked away. He noticed the fact that Shanks had fallen slightly. Although Shanks was pushed only a small amount, it was caused after Ross defeated Whitebeard and was fighting for 3 days and 2 nights. There is no doubt. Whitebeard's loss wasn't just based on Ross's luck. The title of the world's strongest, from this day, it is indeed necessary to change the owner. What the hell do we do now, Kuzan? Kizaru stood at the edge of the battlefield and spoke to Aokiji. Aokiji took a deep breath and glanced indifferently at Shanks and Whitebeard, and finally turned around, saying, "Retreat. Ross is gone." Although it seems that there is only one Whitebeard pirates left and it is easier to deal with, but Shanks will not remain indifferent. Once he orders a fight, red hair pirates will definitely join battle. Although their battle power this time is huge, it is not possible to fight against the full-powered red hair pirates while fighting against Whitebeard pirates at the same time. A Marine Vice Admiral clenching his fists, he was annoyed for a while, but Aokiji and others had already left, and he could only be forced to withdraw eventually. Marines recedes like a tide. Soon, only the red hair pirates and the Whitebeard pirates remain on the ice island. So, that went well. Shanks saw Marines withdraw and watched their battleship leave, and he also looked in the direction of Whitebeard and others before turning away. Marco and others stood in place, surrounding Whitebeard, and staring at the departure of the red hair pirates. In the end, they did nothing. With the departure of the red hair pirates, the Battle of Etwall, which was recorded in history, came to an end. In this war, Whitebeard, who stood at the peak of the sea for decades, was defeated by Ghost Hand Ross and lost the strongest in the world title. This is one of the biggest events since the beginning of the Great Age of Pirates. Tato Lancy, Sky Island Burka. More than half a month has passed since the end of the Battle of Etwall. Fujitora, Shiryu, and others have almost recovered from their injuries. With the existence of Trafalgar Law and GERD and the internal and external combination of Surgeon Fruit and Heal Fruit, it is not difficult to cure ordinary injuries. This war harvest is the world's strongest name. In the eyes of countless people in the world, the Ghost Hand Pirates has become the strongest pirate force that has surpassed the Whitebeard Pirates and dominates this era. On the Ross side, however, there is a headache due to the huge loss of middle and lower level combat power. In the battle, there were no casualties among the captains such as Shiryu and Lafitte, but 2 of the deputy captain had been killed and the middle and lower combat forces also had more than half of the casualties. The 7 regiments members of the Ghost Hand Pirates are mostly recruited not from the attached pirate, but from the Tato Land Sea and underground worlds. This time the loss is too large and it is difficult to fold these forces in a short time. This kind of middle and lower level force has a small impact on the overall battle power of the Ghost Hand Pirates, but without so many people, there is no doubt that there is a shortage of manpower to manage the huge Tato Land Sea. How many people have joined in these days? Inside the Sky Island's palace, Ross sat on the cloud sofa of the island and asked Robin. Robin came in holding a document and said, 37, there are quite a few pirate groups that want to be attached to us, but you don't plan to accept them. No, I definitely don't want that kind of stuff. Ross shook his head. Why would he accept the kind of pirate who only knows to burn and plunder? Can they even manage Tato Land Sea? As for the battle power, he still wasn't short of it. From the beginning, he did not intend to receive such pirate groups that had burned and plundered. If they were to be received, he would probably throw them to sugar and turn them into toy soldiers. After all, without the authority similar to that of the world government, it is difficult to gather enough people in a short period of time with this conscription method. Robin put the documents on the coffee table and said, although the prestige of the world government has been suppressed many times because of Ross, it does eventually have more than 170 participating countries, which is more than half of the world's countries. And no matter how strong they are still pirate. Only 34 islands are ruled by him, and out of those 34 islands, 21 are small islands and 9 are middle-level islands. He only has 4 large islands. World government. Ross shrugged. If we want a similar prestige to the world government, we at least need to unify the new world first. This is a huge project. The world government currently rules more than 170 countries, that is, more than 170 large islands, and Ross only has 4. And these islands are all located in Tato Land Sea. The area around his territory was taken up by either the Beast Pirates of 100 Beast Kaido, Red Hair, or Whitebeard and Red Line, or the Marine Headquarters. To expand his territory, he needs to fight 4 emperors or fight marines. I still need to get the Soul Fruit as soon as possible. Ross thought about it. With Soul Fruit, he would be able to annex the high-level combat power of other 4 emperors' pirates, giving the Ghost Hand Pirates the capital to confront the Marine Headquarters and even the world government. Chapter 339 Germa 66 Just as Ross was meditating, the Dendenmushi in Robin's pocket suddenly rang. Hello? Robin took out the Dendenmushi to answer. Lafitte's voice came from the other side of the Dendenmushi. Well, Captain Robin. Sir Ross should be there, right? Lafitte used to call Ross Captain in the past, but since occupying Tato Land Sea, the Ghost Hand Pirate Group has disbanded and reorganized into 7 division teams. His title has been changed from Captain Ross to Lord or Sir Ross. Robin tilted her head and looked at Ross, passing the Dendenmushi over. What's the matter, Lafitte? Ross took the Dendenmushi and spoke, leaning softly on the soft white back of the island cloud sofa. Lafitte gave a slight chuckle and said, Sir Ross should still have some impressions about the industries left by the Big Mom Pirates. As one of the former 4 Emperors' pirates, the Big Mom Pirates' power wasn't limited to Tato Land. It is involved in the dark underground world of the sea, and most of these industries and businesses have been received by the Ghost Hand Pirates. Well, what's wrong with them? Ross frowned and sat up slightly to ask. Lafitte shrugged and said, the Big Mom Pirates stayed at a dessert factory in North Blue and it was destroyed. I was supposed to receive it in the past. It was not long before Ross destroyed the Big Mom Pirates. In the middle, they experienced the scientific force space and the incident with Whitebeard, which led to the failure to completely accept the Big Mom Pirates' former industry. East Blue was not involved, West Blue was not involved, and North Blue was not involved. Lafitte was going to take over the industry bordering the Whitebeard Pirates' territory this time, but he got word that it was gone. Oh? Ross's eyes flickered slightly, and he wondered, are there still some people who would dare to do such things at this time? Not to mention that he had just defeated the Whitebeard Pirates. Even before that, they were the 4 Emperors' forces of the New World. Although the legacy industry of the Big Mom Pirates has not yet been taken over completely, those who dare to stretch their paws at this time are really brave. No, it's not what you think. Lafitte said with a slight sneer, the thing is this. The factory left by the Big Mom Pirates is the Skull Kingdom in North Blue. Just a while ago, there was a rebellion. Ross didn't speak and he just took the cup and sipped tea. Lafitte continued, the rebels got a lot of money from somewhere, they hired a force, defeated the Kingdom Army of Skull, and finally overthrew the Kingdom of Skull. The factory was also in the war and it was severely damaged. It's a mess. Then Ross put down his teacup and commented. Lafitte said helplessly, that country is not a subordinate of the world government, so chaos is normal there. The Big Mom pirates also have the power there, but after we occupied the Tato Land Sea, it has fallen apart. What are you going to do? Robin asked from the side. Ross touched his chin and said, North Blue is a bit far. Even if the new regime is destroyed, it will be very troublesome to govern a country. By the way, what is the source of the employee force? Lafitte laughed on the other side of the den Mushi and said, the point I want to talk about is this power. They have no territories, but they have a special power that allowed them to participate in the World Council privileges. It's Germa 66. What? At Lafitte's words, Ross, who had not been paying much attention, was caught off by surprise. The factory and the power that Big Mom left there was gone after we destroyed the Big Mom pirates, so they took off the flag and started their own business, Lafitte said. Germa found out later that it was the legacy of the Big Mom pirates, and our people also found it. They were very self-aware and made a sincere apology. When he heard Lafitte's words, Ross blinked again, but he wasn't surprised by his later words. Germa 66's leader, Sanji's father. Vinsmoke Judge is an extremely realistic character who treats the weak with disdain and only values strength and profits. And such a person will not be arrogant in front of true power. When Ross's people found something that they shouldn't have, they apologized immediately and didn't dare take any ownership of it. In today's world, the forces that cannot be provoked are the Ghost Hand Pirates. Even the Beast Pirates is not as terrifying as the Ghost Hand Pirates. Judge knew that Ross would be able to destroy them in minutes. If it was someone like Straw Hat Luffy in his place, then there would have been a fight, but he is a 4 emperors and the strongest pirate of the sea. Judge and his family wouldn't be able to survive the consequences, and they knew it. Well, since they have already apologized and didn't know any better beforehand, let them go. Ross said indifferently. He had just fought Whitebeard and he was feeling a little lazy now, and he didn't want to move just because a small force like Germa 66 had caused trouble. Moreover, Germa 66 has some strength. Although it is far worse than any 4 emperors, its backbone and cannon fodder forces are huge. To destroy Germa 66, he must dispatch Fujitora or Shiryu. If that was the case, Germa 66 will ask the world government for help and cause a lot of follow-up troubles. Ross doesn't want to compete with the world government and Marine for the time being. Understood. Lafitte smiled and said, but the Vinsmoke family has the intention of joining us. Oh yes, the Vinsmoke family is the family that rules Germa 66. Okay, I know. Ross sat there with his legs crossed and said, however, it's a bit naive of them to think that they can join us just like that. It's already quite nice of us that we hadn't destroyed them. Now they want to use our flag to rule? Germa 66 is not valued in the world government because it does not have a fixed territory, and it studies clones and transformations. The world government can remove them from the franchise and destroy them at any time. In this situation, if they can get attached to the Ghost Hand Pirates, they would have the ability to show some power. Even if the world government really removes them and wants to destroy them, they must carefully consider whether they will collide with the Ghost Hand Pirates. What do you mean? Lafitte also knows that Germa's idea is too naive. How could they be sheltered by their Ghost Hand Pirates without paying any price? Ross touched his chin, thinking that there is not enough manpower to manage Tato Land now, and the clones that can be mass-produced by Germa 66, if added, would immediately make up for the severe vacancy in the middle and lower levels. Tell them they can consider it if they are willing to devote all of their staff to become our subordinates. Chapter 340 Negotiation North Blue. Somewhere in the sea, several ships flying the flag of Germa 66 were slowly sailing on the sea. In a cabin, here is a furnished hall with aristocratic temperament, in which there are 2 sofas, glass coffee tables, and some seats. Germa 66's leader, Vinsmoke Judge, is sitting on a chair with a cup of hot coffee in his hand. What did they say? Judge asked his subordinate standing near the table. The Ghost Hand Pirates said that they can consider taking us in if we are willing to devote all of our staff to their subordinates, said the man with a slightly embarrassed look on his face. Oh, so grand. Nijai, the second son sitting at the table, let out a whine. The eldest son, Akiji, drank the tea and said quietly, after all, they are the Ghost Hand Pirates. They even defeated Whitebeard half a month ago. But that's a bit too grand. It makes us look like homeless people. Ha, ha, ha. The fourth son Yanji laughed as he leaned against the back of his chair. The only woman present in the room, Reiju, sat there without talking, and put a finger on her lips, revealing a thoughtful look. After a while, she said, after all, we ruined the industry they were going to take over without knowing it. Reiju's words made Judge's expression a little more relaxed. Although the ghost hand pirates are powerful, the attitude expressed by them is a bit of an overstatement, but it's understandable if you think about the fact that they destroyed the industry they wanted to take over. They should be grateful that the ghost hand pirates haven't come here to destroy them. If they hope that the other party will just accept any of their requests, that they are fools. All hands on it. Judge's face was pensive. It's not an unacceptable thing for them to become ghost hand pirates' subordinates. The other party is the strongest force in the world today, except for the world government. The Germa 66, although they always wanted to dominate North Blue, had many difficulties and even faced the crisis of being delisted and eliminated by the world government. Although North Blue is a lot weaker than Grand Line and even New World in the second half, it is not so easy to dominate. After all, there are quite a few pirates on the Grand Line that went out from North Blue, and many of these places are home to some strong presence. However, the current situation is also not optimistic. On the one hand, it is necessary to put all of their forces into becoming the subordinates of the ghost hand pirates, which means bowing down to Ross, and that is something that Hutch can't accept. After all, he also considers himself as a hegemonic power. What he wants most is to cooperate with the ghost hand pirates according to the intelligence obtained by him. Although the captain of the ghost hand pirates is very strong, the subordinates are seriously underpowered. This is also a normal thing. After all, the ghost hand pirates do not accept other pirates in their ranks, and they have risen in only a few years. In this case, their Germa 66 can provide the middle and lower levels troops to make up for the shortage of ghost hand pirates. The problem is, the ghost hand pirates wouldn't have a big problem if they didn't have them. It is nothing more than slow development for them, and their governance may be troublesome for a short time. In contrast, they face the risk of being removed from the world government, and they may also be erased by the world government. How can we achieve a cooperative relationship? Judge kept thinking. Dominating North Blue with the power of ghost hand pirates, and at the same time they provide enough middle and lower level combat power for the ghost hand pirates, this cooperation is undoubtedly the most perfect. 1 month has passed. During this month, Germa 66 kept in touch with the ghost hand pirates forces, and they assisted Lafitte in receiving Big Mom's industry in North Blue and providing various intelligence to the ghost hand pirates. With a lot of effort, the relationship between the two parties has finally been completely relaxed, and it has reached a stage of preliminary cooperation. But this alone is not enough. Moreover, because of their contact with the ghost hand pirates, the world government's attitude towards Germa has become much colder after learning a little about it. In this unfavorable situation, Judge made a decision to go to Tato Lancy and develop a further partnership with the ghost hand pirates. This request was granted by Ross. So half a month later, at the beginning of the 19th year of the Great Age of Pirates, the ship of Germa 66 came to Tato Lancy, Cake Island coast. Germa 66's leader Vinsmoke Judge, with his 3 sons and Reiju, boarded the Cake Island. Was this the center of power for the Big Mom pirates? Judge glanced at the Cake Island. In his intelligence, it should have been the base camp of the Big Mom pirates. Although repaired and rebuilt after the war, Judge, who is often involved in warfare, still can see that this land has experienced a fierce war. Is that where it is? Judge takes a few steps and looks inquiringly at the huge factory in the middle of the Cake Island. This thing is a little too ugly to look like Ross's place. The person beside Judge was Lafitte. He shook his head and laughed. No, it's not there. It's up there. As he spoke, Lafitte pointed to the top of his head. Judge and Nijai and others looked up and saw the blue sky and white clouds floating, and they could see nothing. When it was beginning to get strange, a group of people came over, holding a pile of strange utensils in their hands, like a pile of weird shells. Captain Lafitte. The group came to Judge and others, and they ignored Judge and saluted Lafitte respectfully. Lafitte said, "Okay, send us up." Yes. The group responded, and immediately began to fiddle with the things in their hands, and soon made a large cloud of white clouds, and installed more than 10 strange shells under the white cloud. Lafitte turned to look at Judge and others, and laughed. "This is our special transportation and will take us to it." Oh. Judge stares at the strange cloud for a few moments, then he walks up with Nijai and Reiju. Lafitte followed them and said, "Stand still." Pooh. 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 Just as Lafitte's voice fell, the shells under the white cloud suddenly made a flapping sound, blasting a strong air current, pushing the whole cloud quickly into the sky. Oh oh oh. Unexpectedly, this thing actually can take a person to fly. Nijai and others are somewhat surprised. Chapter 341 Reiju and Robin. Interesting. Reiju stood on the edge of the white cloud's chariot, watching the rising landscape, holding her chin in one hand, with an expression of appreciation. Although with their memory metal armor and equipment, they can also easily fly into the sky, but never to the altitude of more than a kilometer. The air will start to get thinner, Please be careful. Lafitte watched as they flew higher and higher and reminded Judge and others with a smile. Yes. Judge nodded as he also looked up into the sky. It now seems that the Ghost Hand Pirates base camp should be in the sky. This is really an unexpected thing. Although it is a little magical, it also meets the identity of the strongest 4 emperors. Quickly. The white clouds came to the altitude of 8 kilometers, and the huge white cloud could already be seen floating, which was 10,000 meters away from the ground and 2,000 meters away from them. Is this the legendary Sky Island? It really exists. Judge and others looked at the huge white cloud and spoke. They have heard about Sky Island more or less, but they have never seen it, so it became impossible for them to determine whether it really exists or not. Now it seems that Sky Island is not just a legend. The scenery is so beautiful. Rage looked at the Sky Island burqa that was gradually showing its looks and couldn't help but sigh, showing a touch of envy. She really wanted to live here for a while. The white cloud continued to rise, eventually reaching a landing site on the edge of Burqa Island, and Lafitte led several people up. This way. Without giving Judge and others much time to watch, Lafitte waved at Judge and others, leading several people to board Burqa. Along the way, they encountered some Sky Islanders with wings who saluted Lafitte respectfully. In Burqa Island, Lafitte and other captains are second only to Ross. As for the deputy captains of various teams, most of them have not been to Sky Island, or they are not qualified to set foot in Sky Island. Even if it is a captain, it is forbidden for them to set foot here without the permission of Lord Ross. Lafitte led the crowd to the Grand Palace in the center of Burqa, and smiled at everyone as he spoke. This sentence was a bit of a serious reminder, which made Judge's mind a little surprised, and his expression became solemn. As for Nijai and others, because they are special transform humans, there are no human emotions in them such as fear, and their expressions have not changed. Walking into the palace, a Sky Island girl with a delicate face, blonde hair, and bicolored pupils came face to face to them and smiled at them and beckoned everyone to come in. She would lead the way. Oh. Angel? Nijai and his 2 brothers saw the appearance of that Sky Island girl, and they were all amazed by her looks and revealed an exaggerated expression. There was a hint of helplessness in Reiju's eyes. Keep it down, you 3. Judge coolly reprimands his sons, who are perfect warriors in every respect except one: they have a lustful personality. In this respect, they are almost identical to Sanji. Yes. Nijai and others are naturally fully obedient to Judge's orders. This is because they have been formulated to follow them from birth. They must not violate Judge's orders. In any case, they must protect Judge. In fact, Judge has never treated his sons with love. For Judge, it is equivalent to training a close believer. Under the guidance of the girl from Sky Island, several people went deep into the palace and passed through a delicate and magnificent pavilion, and came to an inner palace. Well, here they come. Ross had his hands crossed in front of him as he stood at the window on the side of the palace, and looked at the scenery on the Sky Island. He realized that Judge and others were coming, and he turned his head and glanced at them calmly. Buzz. The look wasn't harsh, it was calm and unruffled, but a sudden burst of Conqueror's Haki came over Judge and others. Wherever the Conqueror's Haki went, the ground made of white cloud in the palace was faintly cracked. However, because the palace is built by island clouds, it has a strong toughness, and it recovers quickly after cracks, just like water flow. Well. Under the pressure of Ross Conqueror's Haki, Judge's face changed and he began to feel that his breathing suddenly became heavy, and he felt as if he was carrying a heavy giant mountain peak. At the same time, Nijai and others' faces changed. Although they did not retreat because of this, there was a trace of cold sweat on their forehead. Conqueror's Haki. Haki. With 3 sweat stains on his forehead and a low murmur in his heart, Judge once again has a new definition of Ross's powers in his heart. Without any movement and just with his Conqueror's Haki, they were already run to such a point that they almost lost their battle power. This is the most powerful man in the world. Ghost Hand Ross. The coercion of Conqueror's Haki didn't last long, and just a few seconds later, it disappeared silently and was taken back by Ross. By this time, Judge and others were already sweating. Especially Reiju. She is a very special existence, as she is somewhat between Sanji and Nijai and so on. While possessing human feelings, she also has a special physique and strong strength. It is also because she has the feelings of a normal person. When facing Ross's Conqueror's Haki, she was more affected than Nijai and others, and her clothes were soaked with sweat. That man. Reiju looked at Ross's figure, took a deep breath, and did not show any fear because of it. Instead, after Ross withdrew his Haki, she smiled softly. I like this Haki. Sit down. Ross walked over the window and motioned for Judge and others to find a place to sit. Judge slowed down and said, Your spirit and powers are really extraordinary. I apologize for the disturbance. Don't care. Ross casually came to the main seat and sat down. As a dignified 4 emperors, He naturally had to show his powers a little bit. Red Hair went to Whitebeard and used Conqueror's Haki first. He thought this method was very good, and one burst of Conqueror's Haki was enough. Because Nijai and others are transformed people, they have no fear of Ross, but Ross's Conqueror's Haki still put a lot of pressure on them. However, even if there are no feelings of fear, it does not mean that there are no other feelings. They still feel solemn about Ross's existence, and no one has made any presumptuous actions. Quietly, the Sky Island girl who had previously led Judge and others appeared with a tea tray in her hands and put down a few cups of freshly brewed Sky Island-specific brewed tea on the table. Judge saw this and his expression slowed a little, and the tension in his heart subsided slightly. The strongest man in the world, and the identity of 4 emperors, plus the Conqueror's Haki just now, they are all the things which are very stressful to his heart, but this cup of tea is served. It shows that Ross's attitude is not so cold. Is the tea unique to Sky Island? It tastes great. Reiju took a sip of tea and smiled at Ross. Things that were previously affected by Conqueror's Haki seemed to be non-existent. Yes. Ross nodded and faintly smiled at Reiju and said, "It is Sky Island's specialty. It is difficult for ordinary people to drink it." It must be said that Reiju's elegant manners and generous personality won her a little goodwill. At least it's better than Dokiji, Nijai, and Yanji. Reiju smiled, "Then I must cherish this opportunity to drink." Ross took a sip of tea and said, "It's not something rare. If you stay here, you can drink it every day." Reiju smiled, "Is that okay?" Judge sat beside her and drank tea, but he remembered something for Reiju. He was still thinking about how to get closer to Ross, but he didn't expect Reiju to do it easily. Of course, he was happy as he looked at this situation, and it was much better than talking to Ross directly. Ross smiled faintly. Just as he was about to say something, a voice suddenly came from behind him. The eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmoke Reiju. "If I remember correctly, your ability seems to be poison? It's a really good ability to deal with the enemy." Robin came over and said with a smile. See Chapter 342 Unequal. Ross paused with a teacup in his hand. He didn't need to look back, he could feel Robin's expression at the moment. Her eyes were bent into a crescent shape, and there was a playful smile on her face. "Is this Captain Robin?" Reiju smiled and said, "It seems that you have a thorough understanding of our intelligence, and it is an honor to be so valued by someone of your standing. The intelligence team is managed by me. I naturally need to have information upon the people who come to visit, and it is also natural that I learn of their abilities." Robin tilted her head and smiled, her eyes were still like a crescent moon, and she sat down next to Ross. Ross sighed. Ignoring Robin and Reiju, he looked at Judge and said, "You came here this time, are you going to talk about the so-called cooperation?" Judge, who is trying to figure out how to come up with ideas, is relieved that Ross has taken the initiative to get to the point. He also ignored the smiling Robin, who looked at Reiju, and Reiju who smiled back at Robin and said to Ross, "Exactly. Since Captain Robin knows us so well, I suppose you know something about us, Lord Ross." Ross said casually, "I have heard some of it." Judge said, "I used to be a member of Scientific Force Base and worked with Vegapunk, but later separated because of some things, but I still worked on lineage factors and cloning technology." Judge said while spreading his right hand, motioning Ross to look at Nijai and Reiju, and the other two on his right, saying, "A few of them are my children, and they are also the perfect works of science and technology. They are the most perfect fighters. Together with the equipment of science and technology, they can exert a great battle force. In addition to them, I can also make clone soldiers who have beyond normal physique. They are not afraid of death, and they absolutely obey orders. This is also the power that countless North Blue nations fear." Speaking of this, Judge's tone reveals a hint of pride. Although the power he possesses cannot be compared with New World's top-level forces, it can be said that it is difficult for any ordinary country to deal with his forces. He was able to defeat even the ordinary forces of the New World. Once, he helped the kingdom army of a country in the New World to destroy the rebellion provoked by the Revolutionary Army. It's very nice, but you're also on the receiving end of something the world government would love to have, Ross says in a neutral tone. Compared to Judge, the resources held by the world government are undoubtedly incomparable to any power. Once they get Judge's technology, they would be able to make clone soldiers in large quantities, and even mass-produce combat powers such as Ikiji and Nijai. Ordinary clone soldiers are okay, but Ikiji, Nijai, and others are not weak. If they are produced in large quantities, it will undoubtedly be an extremely terrible core. That's exactly what I want to say. Judge's tone became somewhat depressing, saying, "The government wants what I have studied for my whole life, but they will not let me rule North Blue, so I will not give them something that is mine for free." Judge has no ambition to rule the entire world. His highest goal is to rule the North Blue and let Germa stand at the peak of North Blue. If the world government agrees with Judge's rule over North Blue, he is willing to surrender his lineage factor technology and cloning technology. But the world government will not allow any single force to dominate North Blue. The 5 Elder Stars will absolutely not stand for this. So this transaction can never be established. If you want to dominate North Blue, you must rely on your own strength or other forces. Obviously, it is difficult to rule alone, but with the help of the Ghost Hand Pirates, Judge sees a glimmer of possibility. If he can get the support of Ross and the support of Ghost Hand Pirates, with his cloning technology and a 4 Emperors force, he would be able to rule North Blue. So you plan to trade with me? Ross took a sip of tea and said lightly, you want to use my power to deter all forces, to discourage the world government, and to use the Ghost Hand Pirates' resources to dominate North Blue. Judge was not embarrassed by Ross's words, because all of this was already obvious. He solemnly said, this is indeed my idea, but at the same time, my power will also be put into your hands. With cloned soldiers and scientific power, you can have an army in a short time. An army that will obey orders without questions, an army that will charge at any enemy without fear. Whether it is governing the Tato Land Sea or expanding outward to conquer other countries, you can use them. Judge still hopes to gain more autonomy. He doesn't mind being attached to the Ghost Hand Pirates, but he hopes to have a role similar to that of a prince. It sounds pretty good. Ross said lightly, but your strength is not necessary for me. This is an unequal transaction. And you guys are here. If I destroy you here, I can take over your power. In a bland tone, Ross spoke words that were extremely threatening. Judge looked pale and said, if we die here, the clone soldiers will commit suicide after destroying all data on the technologies. Then I can detain you all here. I have some interest in the modification of the bloodline factor, and you are well placed to study it. Ross said lightly. Why bother? Rage said suddenly. She looked at Ross and whispered, we will send it with both hands, and all we need is just your shelter. Really, with both hands? Ross stood up and walked in front of Reiju and stretched out a finger to drew her chin and said, what if I want you? Cough. Robin coughed. Ross pretended not to hear her. Reiju didn't show any resistance, but smiled gently and looked up at Ross, and said, I can't be the one to decide that, it depends on whether my father agrees. Judge looked at Ross strangely, his thoughts flashed quickly, and said, Lord Ross, aren't you married yet? He suddenly thought that Ross seemed to be in his 20s. Because 4 emperors and the strongest names in the world are too dazzling, covering up the fact that Ross is extremely young. Thinking at this moment, Judge suddenly felt that it seemed possible to start from this point. If Reiju can. Oh? What do you want to say? Ross turns around and looks at Judge with a half-smile. Does he still want to be his father-in-law? Is this person that crazy? Judge's eyes touched Ross' expression and he froze for a moment, thinking of Ross's identity again. After a little struggle in his heart, Judge resolutely said, if Lord Ross is willing, I think Reiju will be willing to serve you. The perfect work of the bloodline factor is only Reiju and Ikiji, Nijai, and Yanji. If he had to hand over one, there are only 3 left, which can be described as a bit of heartache. But if this can be exchanged for Ross's support for Germa, allowing him to dominate North Blue, it is totally acceptable. Chapter 343 Information Shout. No one noticed that Reiju let out a gentle gasp as Judge uttered the words. There was still a smile on her face, but no matter how she looked, the smile was a little sad. She didn't feel surprised when Judge made such a decision. At this time, she suddenly thought of Sanji and didn't know how Sanji is now. Is he still alive? She has very few feelings for the Vinsmoke family, in which she has 3 brothers without human feelings, and a so-called father who only values strength and interests. Fine. Ross just said it casually, but he didn't expect Reiju and Judge to agree to his words. Now that this is the case, that's how it is. He had planned to bring Germa 66 over, otherwise he wouldn't let Judge and others set foot on the island. Robin glanced at Ross but said nothing. Speaking of the understanding of Ross, I am afraid that no one can surpass her anymore. Sometimes Ross and she will suddenly quarrel a few times. He didn't think through his brain at all, he just came to think of anything, he didn't consider the consequences in advance and she was already used to it. It's just that. Why did she suddenly have the urge to use her signature 100 rounds of flower slap technique on Ross? Well, this is really the way of life for Germa. Judge saw Ross agree, and although his attitude was a little bland, he still smiled. The existence of Ross, the dignified 4 emperors, his style of conduct is extremely overbearing, and the thing Ross had promised will naturally be delivered. From today, Germa 66 is classified as the 8th division. Ross said arbitrarily, you will be the captain. Other deputies and the like are up to you, and the management is yours. Ross also does not plan to intervene in managing Germa 66, Nor does he intend to insert his own people into a large group of modified people such as Germa 66. As long as he can command and move them at any time, that's enough. Ross is an emperor, he can throw the training of people towards Judge. That couldn't be better. Judge naturally has no opinion on this, and even wants to shake Ross's hand in gratitude. After Ross spoke, he turned to look at Reiju again, and said, "Then Reiju will stay here, as a liaison between me and Germa. You can report anything to her. In addition, the clone troops on Tato land will also be led by her." Now that he's decided to keep Reiju, Ross isn't going to waste her talents, and he will use her as the go-between between the Ghost Hand Pirates and Germa 66. Germa 66 would be staying in North Blue for a long time. Only a few clones will be left on the Tato land sea. The clones on this side will be led by Reiju, and she would be responsible for the governance of Tato land sea. Her personality also reassured Ross. People like Shiryu of the Rain are not fit to run a country. No problem. Judge nodded, and he was happy to see that happen. Reiju will lead the cloning forces in Tato land and can talk directly to Ross. This status is not as close as that of the captains of Ghost Hand Pirates, but it is second only to them. That way he won't have to worry about what might happen to him in North Blue, and he can receive information about the Tato land. Ross didn't bother Judge and looked at Reiju, waiting for her answer. Judge realized this and turned to look at Reiju. "Reiju, what do you think?" Asking her is equivalent to ordering her. Reiju can't disobey his order. This sentence just reminds Reiju to answer. "That's fine with me." Reiju calmly responded, "It's my honor to be the liaison and the head of this side." Ross glanced at Reiju. Although she didn't reveal anything on the surface, Ross could detect the change in her heart. This is the partial perception of the emotional aspect after observation hockey reached the extreme state. Ross doesn't know if this is the legendary voice of all things, but even if it is probably only at the basic level stage, because he can't interpret poneglyph by observation hockey. At best, it is a slight capture of other people's inner emotions, such as anger, sadness, and pain. "Then we are done here. Ask Lafitte for the resources you need," Ross says to Judge and others. "I want to have a clone army in Tato land that is good enough for me within half a month. You can rest assured." Judge laughed. "Science can't go wrong, as long as there are enough resources. Such a perfect army can be produced at will." As he talked, he gazed at Ross and said goodbye, and at the same time gave Reiju instructions calmly. This order naturally allowed her to stay here with Ross. While obeying Ross, observe more of the situation here and report to him at any time. Without waiting for Reiju's response, Judge took Nijai and the other two out of the palace. Reiju sat there, holding the teacup and sipping the tea gently, as if she hadn't received her instructions from Judge, or didn't want to bother. Robin looked at Reiju and shook her head slightly. She felt a little sympathy for Reiju at this moment. After all, Germa's intelligence was in her hands. She knew the origins of Reiju and others and knew about Judge's personality. Now Reiju is equivalent to being traded as an item. Anyone who encounters this situation will not be very happy. Ross looked at Reiju's lowered brows and walked past her naturally, whispering in her ear. "Want to know what happened to Sanji?" Reiju's eyes froze and she looked up at Ross. Ross straightened up and smiled faintly at her. "Come with me, I'll tell you." With that, Ross moved forward, not looking back to see what Reiju was doing. Reiju's face flashed with surprise, disbelief, and so on, but she eventually followed Ross and followed him out of the palace. "Sanji? The third child who died?" There was a flash of surprise in Robin's eyes. With observation hockey, she could hear what Ross said to Reiju, and Ross didn't try to hide it from her. Of all the information she has gathered about Germa, only a few words were written about Sanji. The third son of the Vinsmoke family died young in the war. A normal person would probably ignore this sentence, but because she had such a strong memory, it came back to her in a flash. Listening to Ross's tone, it seems that Sanji is not dead? There is something else hidden in this matter? Thinking about this, Robin was even more surprised and she wondered where Ross had gotten this news from. This has been the case for a long time. Ross always knows a lot of things. Now she is in charge of the entire Ghost Hand Pirates intelligence unit. All intelligence must pass through her. She is also the only source of intelligence for Ross. She doesn't know this intelligence. How did Ross know? The more she worked with Ross, the more she learned about him, the more she felt that Ross was hiding something else from her. But if Ross doesn't say something, she won't ask. She'll guess and do her job. It's her responsibility. Chapter 344 Potential Sky Island Burka. At the very top of this towering palace, Ross's figure walked up the spiral corridor and reached the highest point, overlooking the entire Sky Island and clouds. Reiju's figure followed Ross's back and slowly climbed to the top of the palace. So, Sanji is still alive. Hearing a little information from Ross, her eyes flashed a tenderness. Although she hasn't been able to find any news about Sanji for a long time, she has always felt that Sanji might be alive, but now her feeling has been verified. As for whether Ross was lying to her, she didn't think about it at all. Once because of Ross's identity, and secondly, Ross had known the name Sanji. Although she didn't know how Ross knew this. Well, he is still alive. If nothing unexpected happens, you can meet him again in the future. Ross stood with his hands behind his back, looking far into the clouds. If nothing unexpected happens, Sanji will join the Straw Hat Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates will break through the Grand Line, participate in the War of the Best and arrive at New World. But unfortunately, Luffy's dream may not be realized, because Ross will not allow a Pirate King to appear in this world. He has 4 emperors, being a Pirate King means being above him, which is clearly impossible. After he overthrows the world government, he will calm down the world and will not allow the Pirate King to appear. Unless Luffy was able to run to Raftel before he overthrew the world government and find the so-called One Piece. Can I really meet him again? Reiju's eyes flickered and murmured. Ross' words had given her enough thoughts. Ross looked at the clouds in the distance and stared at the golden ray of the sun that is crossing the edge of the white clouds, then looked away and looked at Reiju. He watched Reiju think a little, and suddenly he felt a little curious about Reiju's body and he released his observation Haki's careful perception. Lineage factor. This is another scientific product. Reiju noticed Ross's gaze and Ross's perception. When she turned her head to look at Ross, she did not avoid it, but instead tilted her head and asked, "What is Lord Ross looking for?" "I'm a little curious about what is the so-called lineage factor is." Ross didn't hide his intentions and spoke with one hand on his chin. Reiju shook her head and said, "I don't know much about this, my father never told us detailed things. As for the core technology of the lineage factor, Judge has it firmly in his own hands, and he didn't even disclose it to Reiju and others, or it did not make sense to disclose it. He doesn't need to train Reiju and others into scientists, he just needs them to follow orders and be a powerful warrior." "Oh." Ross touched his chin and didn't doubt Reiju's words. After staring at Reiju for a few more eyes, he beckoned at Reiju and motioned for Reiju to come over. Undeterred, Reiju came over, smiling gently and letting Ross look at her. Ross put his hand on Reiju's shoulder, his fingers touched her skin, and he applied a little force to feel the hardness of her bones, which was completely different from ordinary people. Lineage factor modification. This is not so-called mechanized transformation, but something similar to genetic modification, which is the root of the strengthening. Well. Reiju's eyes frowned as she felt a little pain, but she did not avoid it. Ross didn't press harder anymore either. He let go of his hand thoughtfully and ran his fingers across Reiju's skin again, and finally looked in her eyes. There is a little mucus on his fingers. Poison? Ross frowned slightly and asked Reiju. Reiju's ability is poison and he still knows it well. Reiju shrugged and said innocently, instinctively, accidentally. "Do you need me to detoxify you?" "No need." Ross shakes his head and clears the mucus from his fingers with a pinch of power of distortion. Reiju's poison is so ineffective for his physique today that it can't even numb his fingers. One only needs to know that he is not inferior to 100 Beast Kaido today. Even if it is Magellan's poison, it would only be able to numb him. I should say. As expected of a 4 emperors, Reiju looked at Ross's finger and her eyes flickered lightly. She could naturally see that her poison had not affected Ross at all. Although the poison was not used by her in full force, it was just an instinctual reaction, but Ross could ignore the toxin, and even if she ignites it fully, I am afraid that it will not affect Ross. Your constitution is interesting. Ross smiled slightly at Reiju. He knew something about Reiju's constitution, but he could not know it in such an external way in more detail. So does yours. Reiju also smiled. Ross stroked his chin and thought for a moment, saying, things like bloodline factors, although they can give you extraordinary strength from birth, it also curbs your potential. How unfortunate. Reiju looked at Ross without understanding. Ross explained calmly, everyone's potential is the same. Those who are born with strong physiques are just born with a lot of potentials. Marines Vice Admiral Garp and Whitebeard, they are really strong people who are pushing their potential almost to the limit. And the way you use the lineage factor, although you are born with great power, the potential of belonging to humans is also curbed. It will be more difficult for you to develop and it will not even be possible to reach the limits of humans like Garp or Whitebeard. Reiju looked thoughtful and said, I see. This lineage factor sacrifices the future to shape the present. Although it is almost impossible for the average person to fully develop their physical potential, it is even more difficult for them after being transformed by lineage factors. The way forward has been fixed, and the limits of strength have been fixed. She can feel that since the age of 16, her strength has not improved in a long time. Don't you feel discouraged? Ross looked at Reiju and asked with a smile. Rage smiled and said, heroes like Garp and Whitebeard are just a few in the world. If there was no transformation of lineage factors, maybe I would not be any better than ordinary people now. Not everyone has the idea to be the strongest in the world. Many people have never had this idea, and it is even more impossible to become the strongest. After all, they have denied this themselves. It's hard to say. Ross shook his head. If Reiju didn't have her lineage transformation, she might be as good as the current Sanji, who is still a chef at a sea restaurant. But this is also inaccurate. Maybe she can continue to break her physical limits and make rapid progress all the way and may have stronger strength than now. Reiju's current strength is inferior to Lafitte, Robin, and others, and it is not much different from the deputy captain of various teams. Chapter 345 Fire Fist Ace World Government. Holy Land Mary Ejos. Germa came in contact with the ghost hand Ross. That Vinsmoke judge, is he going to turn to a four emperors? 5 Elder Stars and others received the intelligence of the meeting between Germa 66 and the Ghost Hand Pirates, and all of their expression twisted. Regarding the science and technology mastered by Judge, their attitude is not as desperate as Judge thinks, but they do have an optional attitude towards him. Because Vegapunk had fully researched Judge's technology, and Vegapunk's research now is much stronger than Judge's technology. Named Pacifista, the mechanical transformation man is extremely powerful, and it is only the first generation. Vegapunk is now studying the second generation and even plans to add Kizaru's laser capabilities to it. In the face of Pacifista, Judge's clone technology is just garbage. But although 5 Elder Stars has an optional attitude towards Judge's technology, they do not want to see others get this technology, especially the Ghost Hand Pirates. The greatest threat to them today is undoubtedly the Ghost Hand Pirates. Although the current Ghost Hand Pirates do not have the ability to directly confront the government, it is already extremely difficult for them to destroy the Ghost Hand Pirates. And he is different from other 4 emperors. The management of the Tato land by the Ghost Hand Pirates made 5 Elder Stars and others feel gloomy. Their governance method is completely different from other pirates. It seems nothing to the average person, but to 5 Elder Stars, it shows Ross' ambition. Ross is not willing to be a pirate. He wants to build a real government. That technology cannot be obtained by the Ghost Hand Pirates. We seem to be unable to stop it. The 5 Elder Stars argued with each other with angry and helpless expressions on their faces. Although the cloning technology is nothing, if it is obtained by the Ghost Hand Pirates, it can still become a little more powerful. After all, it can sharpen the already sharpened fangs. Let's give it a try. Let our people stop Germa. Going to Tato Lancy to deal with Germa is obviously whimsical, but if Germa leaves Tato Lancy, they can try it. Half a month passed quickly. Within half a month, Germa 66 was attacked by Marine, but Lafitte and Shilyu of the Rain were there, defeating Marine's troops. At this time, the world government also announced that Germa 66 colluded with the pirates and has been removed from the world government subordinates. Judge wasn't surprised about this situation, and he was ready. It is precise because of the announcement of the world government that Germa has been completely labeled with Ghost Hand Pirates. It didn't take long for Germa to be listed as the Ghost Hand Pirates subordinates of the 8th Division, which was the scientific force space, and this news spread throughout the world. Germa did not become a target for various other forces because it was expelled from the world government, as no one dared to mess with it for a while. After all, the Ghost Hand Pirates recently defeated the Whitebeard Pirates. While Ross became the strongest in the world, the Ghost Hand Pirates also became the most terrible force in the pirate world. Many people are not afraid of world government because they are in collusion with the officials within the government, as long as their fault is not exposed to the government and they do not offend 5 Elder Stars, the rulers of world government. The world government is totally indifferent to minor crimes. But the pirate faction is different. They don't care about anything, and if you provoke them, then they may come knocking on your door the next day. In this way, half a month passed in a hurry, and a group of clone troops appeared in Tato Lancy, led by Reiju, who is responsible for the management of 3 medium-sized islands and 6 small islands in Tato Lancy. In addition to the expansion of the 7 teams during this period, there was no longer a shortage of staff. Sky Island Burka. Inside the palace. The shift devil fruit, did you gave it to Dean? Ross sat there peeling the fruit and casually listening to Robin's report. Dean is one of the giants, and he can be regarded as the elite among them. In the previous battle with the Whitebeard Pirates, he also has a lot of merits. Although he is far inferior to Sand Giant and others, he is far superior to other giants. And Dean also followed Ross long before any of the deputy captains and other members did. There is no objection to the merit of the battle, the qualification of the seniority, and he gave the shift devil fruit to him. Yes, there is another cadre in the giant corps. Robin nodded. She also knew the power of the shift fruit, and Dean, who ate this fruit, suddenly soared a lot through the ranks. Due to the special nature of the shift fruit, his power is close to being stronger when it is stronger. The only thing he lacks is the two-color hockey. However, he is also struggling to improve on it. Do we still have no news about the soul fruit? Ross threw Sky Island's specialty fruit into his mouth and asked Robin. Robin shook her head. By the way, a newcomer pirate recently refused the 7 Warlords of the Sea invitation from the world government. Oh? Ross hasn't followed 7 Warlords of the Sea for a long time, but Robin occasionally reports to him. 7 Warlords of the Sea can still enter his eyes, especially Hawkeye, the greatest swordsman in the world, whose strength is still unknown. The point is, this newcomer pirate is a Logia user. The giant pirate group was built with Logia devil fruits. This was Ross's plan from long ago, so if someone with Logia's ability appeared, she would report to Ross. This happened to be that both Logia and 7 Warlords of the Sea were involved, and naturally there was no reason not to notify Ross. Robin took out a wanted poster and put it on the coffee table in front of Ross, saying, "This newcomer has a 400 million berries bounty on his head. He is known as Fire Fist, Ace." Oh, it's him. Ross had already guessed about the person when he heard about Logia user. It is now the Great Age of Pirates' 19th year. It was in this year that Ace went out to the sea. He quickly broke through the first half and became the super rookie of that generation. He even rejected 7 Warlords of the Sea's invitation and set foot in the New World. Finally, he tasted defeat at Whitebeard's hands and no longer wanted to be the Pirate King himself and switched to Whitebeard's subordinates. Where is he now? Ross asked casually as he looked at the familiar face on the wanted poster. Robin said, he went to Fishman Island, but did not cause trouble in the Fishman Island, and should be able to go to New World soon. So? Ross thought for a moment and said, keep an eye on him. Now that the Big Mom Pirates has been destroyed by himself, the course of Fire Fist Ace may change. Just Ace, a newcomer is not worthy of Ross' attention, but his identity is not ordinary. He is the son of the Pirate King Roger and grandson of Garp of Marine. He can even involve Red Hair and Rayleigh. Understood. Robin nodded. Chapter 346 Ace vs. Sliffit New World. Somewhere near the surface of the Red Line. Suddenly the sea surged, and a huge bubble emerged from the water, enclosing a ship inside, and as the hull completely floated to the surface, the bubble also broke and cracked. Oh, we are finally out. On the ship's deck, a young man in a fur cap stretched his arms vigorously. He stretched out a finger to help the crooked fur cap, and there was a ray of flame on his finger, and his identity was self-evident. Flame fruit ability user, Fire Fist Ace. My body is fire. I feel uncomfortable surrounded by water. Boss, where shall we go next? Ace's crew came over, experiencing the sea breeze of New World, and asked Ace. Ace glanced at the distant sea and a gleam of light flickered in his eyes and he smiled. I want to go to and find Red Hair first, and then. 2 months later. About 12,000 meters high. Ross is exercising his body by using moonwalk and exerting gravity distortion, pressing it on his body and stomping on the air with his feet. Because of the strengthening brought by the talent system is an additional bonus, his physique can still continue to improve, and it must be improved. If not, even if he had enough talent points, he would not be able to increase his power of distortion with a distortion fruit, for his body would not be able to bear it. Ross's gravity distortion is now fully activated, and even though it is not as good as Fujitora's in terms of gravity, it is extremely terrifying. And to perform moonwalk in such conditions is putting an extremely terrifying pressure on his body. And this is a height of 12,000 meters, the air here is thin. The Cypher Pal number 9 guys would have been unable to stand up straight, let alone walk, under the pressure of gravity, and performing moonwalk would have been impossible for them. Pu-upper-upperu. As Ross continued to use Jep, his clothes soaked with sweat, the den-den-mushi sounded. Ross lifted his feet and stomped and the empty space was struck by a loud explosion, leaving a layer of visible waves in the aftermath. At the same time, he conceded the pressure of gravity and stopped using moonwalk and remained suspended in the air, and took out the den-den-mushi. What's up? Ross asked in a deep voice. Coming to the sky to exercise is a compulsory class every day and everyone is forbidden from disturbing him for ordinary small things. Fire Fist Ace entered the Tado land. Robin's voice was heard from the other end of the den-den-mushi as she gave out an extremely brief report. Ross's expression paused for 2 seconds, he rubbed his neck making a kaka-kaka sound and turned the den-den-mushi off. Subsequently, he turned his head and headed down, he raises his foot and stomps the air that created a sonic boom. He charges into the Sky Island Burka at a very fast speed. Whiz. Just like a falling meteor, the distance of 2 kilometers is just around the corner. At the moment of landing, Ross changes the direction of gravity and lifts his feet to release the force. Eventually, he fell into the huge cloud-paved courtyard in the island and the island cloud at his foot rippled, walking across the courtyard to the palace. Robin was already waiting here, holding a clean dress in her hand. Ross walked into the bathroom and took off his sweat-soaked clothes and rinsed briefly, then he walked out of the bathroom and took over the clothes in Robin's hands. "Did we fight with our people?" Ross asked Robin as he dressed. Robin tilted her head and said, "Well, it seems that he is trying to challenge you. Fire Fist is not weak. The average person is not his opponent. Lafitte has gone there." Ross buttoned a button as he heard Robin's report and said calmly, "Lafitte may not win against him. He may not win, but he won't lose either." Robin, holding a black cloak, came to Ross's behind to drape the cloak over Ross's back, and said, "Shiryu of the Rain is planning to go over. Shiryu will be able to defeat him." Ross shook his head and said, "I'll go by myself." "Okay." Robin responded neatly and picked up the Dendenmushi to inform Shiryu of the situation. Shiryu, who just wiped his blade, heard that Ross was going to go in person and he couldn't help shaking his head, and put the blade down again. He wanted to have some fun, but Ross has grabbed the opportunity. But there is no way. Ross is the boss. Tado Land. Somewhere on a medium-sized island, the original Cookie City town. In the streets of the little town, a figure bathed in flames confronts Lafitte dressed as a magician. "Boss, that guy is a division captain of the Ghost Hand Pirates. Demon Sheriff Lafitte." Behind Ace, his crew reminded Ace gravely. "Captain." Ace's hat was burning with a flame and a somewhat confident smile appeared on his face as he said, "Before dealing with your boss, let me practice on you first." "Ho ho 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 ho, how young?" Lafitte wasn't angry and instead, he showed a smile and slightly raised his head before saying, "There are many people who challenge our captain, but a large part of them can't even see captain's face. It's been a while since the Ghost Hand Pirates had become 4 emperors. Occasionally, some supernova, who conquered the first half of the Grand Line would came to challenge them. However, most of the newcomers can't even pass the level of deputy captain. Sometimes they can't even see the division captains, let alone challenge Ross. Because of Ace's reputation in being the strongest supernova in recent years, he is a very powerful newcomer of this generation. All other pirates in the same generation must be overtaken by Ace. Coupled with his Logia Devil Fruits ability, Lafitte chose to come over in person instead of sending a deputy captain. "Oh." Ace smiled and said, "But there will always be someone who can break it all. Fire Fist." The moment his voice fell, Ace's eyes flashed and the flame of his right fist burst, waving at Lafitte. A blazing flame swept across the street at once, slamming against Lafitte. It is indeed Logia's ability. Lafitte's eyes narrowed slightly as he jumped decisively to the top of the roof, avoiding Ace's frontal attack. At the same time, he pulled out his handguns around his waist and fired at Ace continuously. See. 3 bullets wrapped in armament hockey flew out. As a Logia user, Ace is almost invincible in the first half of the Grand Line and he often ignores the attacks of others directly. But in the New World, he had already come in contact with hockey and it was clear that New World's people were very different from his opponents in the first half. Whiz. Ace did not hesitate and decisively chose to dodge. However, the angle of Lafitte's bullet shot was tricky, and there was still a scratch on Ace's shoulder, tearing his clothes, leaving a scar on his skin. If this had happened in the first half of the Grand Line, Ace would have been surprised when this happens, but it is not a surprise in the New World. His face sank slightly and his fingers moved in a gesture of guns. Fire guns. Bang 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 bang. The fingers instantly turned into flames, like the guns of the hand, shooting flames toward Lafitte. Lafitte shook his cloak and took out his red wooden cane and wriggled like paper through the flames, avoiding them all. Was that observation hockey? Ace's eyes flickered slightly, but it seemed that he had already expected this and a trace of a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Like Luffy and others, he is a clueless person, but in the process of battle, he doesn't know whether it's a talent or something else, but he can often grasp a lot of details. Burst. As Ace read the situation, a slightly different flame suddenly burst out as it passed by Lafitte. The flames instantly turned into a raging fire. Lafitte's complexion changed slightly, he jumped decisively and escaped towards the distance, and immediately tore off his lighted cloak and threw it onto the street below. "Can sense my attack, or am I being careless?" Ace said and waved his arms and the 2 flames waved away as if the 2 sword energy hit Lafitte. Chapter 347 Ross appears. Lafitte frowned slightly and retreated under Ace's strength. He doesn't have a wide range of attack methods, and Ace's fire can hurt him, and he doesn't want to fight Ace in close range. For long-range combat, the Logia ability of Flame Fruit can undoubtedly prevail over his attacks. Great. Many of Ace's crew members who were watching not far away looked at Ace with great respect. The 4 Emperor's pirates are not so powerful. Yeah, a division captain, whose name scared countless people, is noting in front of Ace. Because they had seen red hair with Ace before and had a party with the red hair pirates, They have no fear towards of four emperors. Now looking at Ace showing his mighty power, forcing Lafitte to keep avoiding him, they all smiled. However, Lafitte, who was constantly avoiding Ace's attacks, looked calm. He just didn't want to fight with Ace in close range, but it did not mean that he wasn't without resistance, nor was he overwhelmed. Whiz. Seizing a chance, Lafitte rushed towards Ace and punched him. His fist instantly clung to armament hockey, and it became dark and hardened. Ace wasn't afraid and a fire fist waved towards Lafitte. Bang! A fiery flame exploded in the field. Lafitte backed out quickly in the flames, not wanting his clothes to be burned by the flames. Ace kept his fists and the flames tumbling fiercely. He roared and continued to rush towards Lafitte. Armament hockey can either be strong or weak. Lafitte's armament hockey is not strong. He is better at observation hockey. He is a bad matchup against any Logia Devil Fruit abilities, especially the Flame Fruit. Will we fight till one of us consume all of our stamina? Lafitte avoided the flames that Ace swept over and continued to step back, shaking his head slightly. Since his armament hockey attacked Ace's fire fist and was weaker in attack, then he could only rely on his observation hockey to find a chance for an attack, or fight till Ace consumes his stamina. However, the stamina of Logia Devil Fruit users are all perverted. They use powerful abilities and their consumption of stamina is very low, much lower than those of Parimsha ability users. However, after retreating from Lafitte, Ace did not continue to attack, but looked at Lafitte from afar. Why, aren't you planning on doing anything except retreat? He raised his head, his arms still burning with flames, and said, if you don't think you can win, call your boss as soon as possible. Lafitte's expression sank when he heard this and a heart-wrenching expression appeared on his face. It doesn't matter what the rest of it is, he can treat him as a kid if he wants to, but if he wants to call Ross out, he can't pretend that he didn't hear such words. Can't deal with Fire Fist, call Ross? You must be kidding. Who the hell does this kid think he is? I just can't pretend that I didn't hear it. Lafitte's face showed a dark expression. However, just when he was about to start, he suddenly noticed something and turned to look at the sky behind him. He saw a dark shadow breaking through the distant sky from at a very fast speed, like a meteor, and fell to this island. At the same time, Ace also noticed the appearance of the dark shadow and looked up into the sky, and his eyes flashed with a strange light. What is that? Many of the crew members behind him also subconsciously looked into the sky and saw the dark shadow falling down. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The shadows were getting closer and closer, and as it was about to reach over the city-town, it disappeared strangely, like black flashes. What the? Ace frowned as he watched the dark shadow suddenly disappear from his sight. Many other crew members also showed inexplicable expressions. They were just looking at the dark shadow and it disappeared in front of their eyes. But when they strangely retracted their gazes and looked back at Lafitte, they all stopped. They saw that a figure had appeared behind Lafitte without them knowing. I didn't notice him at all. Ace looked at the figure and there was a hint of alertness in his eyes. He didn't even realize how the shadowy figure had appeared. At a slight pause in breathing and a change in complexion, Lafitte stopped his darkened expressions and saluted the newcomer. Lord Ross. I didn't expect you to come here in person. Ross. Ghost Hand Ross. There is no need to talk too much, just one word had already made Ace's crew members breathe heavily. There stood the most powerful man in the world, captain of the Ghost Hand Pirates, Ghost Hand Ross. Although they have all seen the wanted poster of Ross, no one expected that this man, who was called the most dangerous existence in the world, looks no different from ordinary people. They could not help but think of Red Hair. While having a party with the crew of Red Hair, they were all wondering, is this guy really a 4 Emperors of New World? Exclamation mark. Wearing wooden trousers, stubborn beard, shirt buttons loosened, he had no image at all. If you compare him with Red Hair, it seems that Ross actually had some standards. Are you Ghost Hand? Looking at Ross, Ace spoke with a smile on his face. Since going to the sea, he has not encountered any person who could defeat him along the way, and he had almost swept the entire first half off the Grand Line. The world government tried to use 7 warlords of the sea's position to solicit him, but he rejected it directly, and he didn't care. After visiting Red Hair, he had only one goal: win against the strongest person in the sea. And now, he finally came to Ross, or Ross appeared to him. Yes. Aren't you looking for me? I'm here. Ross turned around, facing Ace directly. His gaze remained on him for a brief amount of time. Ace looked no different from his memory. Ace took a breath and the figure of his mother and the Pirate King flashed in his mind, the goal and answer he was looking for. All this passed away in an instant. He looked at Ross, his eyes filled with fighting intent as he said, then, let's have a fight. Captain Ace. Seeing that Ace directly challenged Ross, many of his crew members swallowed their saliva. Although Ross looks no different from ordinary people, His reputation of the strongest is still there. However, they have followed Ace all the way here and they never saw Ace lose to anyone. Ghost Hand Pirates high-level cadre and the division captain Lafitte was also completely suppressed by Ace just now. Maybe Ace can defeat Ross. As the newcomers who have just stepped into the new world, they have not really experienced the power of New World. In their eyes, as long as they win against Ross, they will reach the pinnacle of the sea. Although this is indeed the case, they are only seeing the tip of the iceberg of the power possessed by four emperors in the real New World. It's way too early for you to compete against me. Ross had his hands on behind his back as he looked at Ace and said quietly, "You are too anxious." For the vast majority of pirates, they have grown quickly in the first half, but their journey in the New World has been extremely slow. The more power increases, the harder it is to grow. It may only take a few years to reach the level of Marine Rear Admiral, but it may take more than a decade to reach the level of Vice Admiral. Even if he has extremely high talents and tried his best to train, it took him 6 years to climb to the position of a four emperors. What about Ace? Planning to reach that position within a year? Do you refer to moving towards your goal as anxious? Ace hesitated, and there was no feeling of the younger generation facing the older generation. He only has the mentality like Luffy. Ross raised his head and glanced at the crew behind Ace and said casually, "You think they and you can carry the name of four emperors?" The crew members who were swept by Ross's eyes all felt an inexplicable palpitation in their heart and the forehead overflowed with cold sweat. Ace noticed that his crew was being looked at by Ross's spirit and his face sank gradually. No one is born to be a four emperors and these things are not important. As long as I can win against you, it will be enough. As his voice fell, the flames on his body suddenly rose and he turned into a fireman. "Leave it to me, Lord Ross." Lafitte stepped forward. Ross reached out and stopped him. "Step back." "Yes." Since Ross had decided to do it himself, Lafitte naturally didn't have any reason to reject and he resigned and stepped aside. Chapter 348 Ordinary Fist ZZ. The flames on Ace's body continued to burn. Ross stood there calmly, without any fluctuations in his complexion, as if not facing a fight and just feeling the sea breeze. Ace's momentum continued to rise. At last, when the momentum reached its zenith, he shot out. Fire Fist. The most common and most frequently used trick was used by Ace. A punch was thrown, and a fiery flame swept through. In an instant, this flame swallowed up the entire street. But in the face of this explosion, Ross just stretched out his white palm and waved it gently. It was as if the wind had danced, and the blaze of flames had collapsed and annihilated in front of Ross with one wave. For a time, countless people stared. Ace's Fire Fist has no effect at all. Someone murmured in his heart and his heart vibrated violently. Although Ross had been expected to be very strong, he may be the toughest opponent Ace has faced so far. But he swipes the Fire Fist with a wave of his hand. He is a little stronger than they had expected. It has no effect at all. As expected, if you can be defeated so easily, you will not be a four emperors. Ace did not feel discouraged. After realizing that Ross was a bit strong, he was even warier of him. He must win. Fire Pillar. Ace leaped up and his arms swayed suddenly, and a towering flame spun up, turning into a pillar of fire, and falling down. The pillar of fire fell down and devoured everything in all directions. The blazing flame enveloped Ross for a moment, while Lafitte, who was not far away, stepped back to the distance, avoiding the aftermath of the flame. It hit. Somehow it works. Many of Ace's crew members also stepped back to avoid the aftermath, with a touch of excitement in their eyes. But just as their words fell, a calm voice came out of the flames, without any emotion in it. "Is that all the power you have?" Ross walked out of the flames and a blaze of flames scattered around his body, unable to reach even a trace of his clothes. Ace's complexion changed slightly, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Ross's strength was still a little bit beyond his expectation, but along the way, he also encountered many powerful opponents, such as Marines Headquarters Vice Admiral, but he had defeated them all one by one. This is just the beginning. Ace snorted and his arms began to glow with fiery flames. The flames condensed into a shape of a spear and he threw it suddenly towards Ross. God Fire, Unknown Fire. While throwing the flame spear, Ace didn't pause for a moment and rushed over again. His whole body burst into flame and the flame spear was continuously thrown towards Ross continuously. Bang! 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 Each spear fell down like a heavy cannonball and kept exploding in the field. The tremendous momentum continues to erupt and the flames ignite and burn, forcing the onlookers to retreat. Boss Ace. The blazing heat wave swept in all directions causing Ace's crew to cover their faces and stared nervously into the field. Ace threw fire spears one after another, and his figure wandered around the field, like a magic weapon. But just as he threw more than 20 fire spears in a row, a fist suddenly emerged from the fire and landed on Ace's stomach. The sky was full of flames. Ace's figure was severely hit and he flew backward instantly, smashing a building and creating a human-shaped mark on the wall. The flames dissipated, and Ross's figure emerged from the flames, slowly retracting his fists. Boss Ace. No way. The faces of Ace's crew members changed as it shows a bit of horror. Ace attacked for a long time and it had no effect. Ross just punched Ace like he was swatting a fly. How could the gap be so big? Cough. Ace, whose back had smashed a cobweb of cracks into the cookie wall, coughed up a mouthful of blood, broke free from the wall and jumped down. Well, your physics is not bad. Ross looked at Ace and spoke quietly. If someone totally relies on the fruit ability, their physical skill began to get very ordinary. Ace should not have been able to get up from this punch. Even if there is no fruit ability, Ace is very strong, which can be seen from Ace's consistently winning against Luffy and Blackbeard's evaluation of him as he fought against the Blackbeard pirates. Ace gasped twice. You are the strongest opponent I have encountered so far. He took a deep breath and a look of determination and conviction appeared in his eyes. But he will win. Mirror fire. Ace's flame exploded again, rising into a monstrous flame, sweeping away towards Ross. He knows that general long-range attacks have no effect on Ross, so while performing this trick, he also charged towards Ross under the cover of the mirror fire. Huh. Ross waved his hand, and the horrible mirror fire was broken apart by him. But at this moment, Ace's fist mixed with flames appeared in front of Ross. Ross waved. Boom. Ace's fist was blocked and the flame rolled back in Ace's own direction, unable to invade Ross. Oh, hockey? Ross glanced at Ace's fist slightly with surprise. Not only did he feel the flame on Ace's fist, he also felt a hint of armament hockey on it. Unconsciously inspired? Self-awakening? He has to say that the talents of the brothers, Ace and Luffy, really make many people jealous. Don't underestimate me. Ace roared loudly as his fist mixed with flames and faint armament hockey and he punched it towards Ross. Ross looked calm as he began to observe Ace's potential while waving his arm to parry Ace's attack. Despite Ace's crazy onslaught, he always blocked all of Ace's attacks. Even if it's hockey, is it only that level? Ross muttered. After blocking Ace for more than 20 consecutive attacks, he punched out with one hand and broke Ace's defense. No power of distortion is used. It was an ordinary punch. Boom. The flames froze all over the sky as Ace's whole body moved. His body bent into a shrimp shape instantly, and the air vaguely rippled. His figure flew out like a stray bullet. Bang. 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 3 buildings were smashed in a row and Ace's back slammed against a stone wall before stopping, and blood spewed from his mouth. AC. Boss Ace. He is not an opponent at all. How can this happen? But the strength of Ace Boss is. Many Ace crew members looked at this scene showing a bit of panic. Even if they are stupid, they have realized something at this moment, and what they have realized is the gap between Ace and Ross. It's like sky and earth, an insurmountable gap. It's not that Ace is weak, but Ross's strength. His strength is a bit outrageous. Chapter 349 Soul Fruit appears. Cough. Keek. Ace was embedded in the stone wall, coughing violently, with blood flowing from his face. With his cough, he kept spitting out a little blood. He struggled to free himself from the rock wall and fell to the ground, staggering over his body and almost falling. He was barely able to stand. How could the gap be so big? He looked a little vaguely in Ross's direction, unable to remain calm. Although Luffy was a bit tricky, he has the faith to overcome him with his power. However, Luffy is already the top-rank member of Ghost Hand Pirates. Even though Ross is the captain, he shouldn't be too much better than Luffy. But the truth is, Luffy and Ross are not on the same level at all. It can even be said Luffy is 2 or 3 levels behind Ross. Ace. Are you okay? Many of Ace's subordinates came to their senses and rushed to help Ace. At this time, Ross also slowly walked towards Ace. You guys. Hurry up and run. Ace's eyes regained clarity and he looked at Ross coming over. He pushed away his supporters and shouted at them to run away. At the same time, he crossed his hands in front of him and took a step forward. Flame up net. The fiery flames intertwined, instantly turning into a large net and appeared behind Ace, blocking everyone behind him. Captain. Ace, what are you doing? Heated by the blazing flames, many of Ace's men were panic-stricken. However, their eyes were blocked by the flames, and they could no longer see Ace, and Ace did not talk to them anymore and stared firmly at Ross coming over. Our battle, it's not over yet. That is to say, I can't chase after your subordinates until the end of your battle with me, right? You are quite smart and clever. Ross looked at Ace calmly. Ace didn't respond. He waved his arms, and the fiery flames shot wildly in all directions. Great Flame Commandment. The circles of flame swirled and turned into towering pillars of fire, converging towards the sky, and finally turning into a huge fireball. intertwined on the sky. Flame Emperor. Ace lifted the bright fireball like the sun with one hand, staring at Ross without flinching. Ross glanced at the fireball and could easily determine the power it contained. Ace is similar to Straw Hat Luffy in that both have some of the characteristics of being strong at times and can grow in battle. There is something to be said for the power of this move. The next moment, Ace screamed angrily while ignited all of his power and smashed the huge fireball like a sun at Ross. Ross stood right where he was, his right hand folded into a clenched fist, and he simply waved. He did take it a little more seriously. Bang! The huge fireball stopped short before coming to Ross' fist. It was like a mass of mud, stirred by some force, and the whole fireball suddenly spun up and turned into a flame vortex. Hit! Under Ross's punch, Ace's Flame Emperor was like a faint flame and collapsed. The whole street straight ahead seemed to be swept away by some kind of shock, the buildings were smashed to pieces, and the earth was thrown out of a gully that spread out into the sky. Ace's body flew up high and he fell heavily on the edge of the battlefield. There wasn't any more movement. It's over. Luffy watched this scene and stretched his body. He walked to Ross and said, "He is a Logia user, maybe he is not dead yet, do you want to catch him? How are our people?" Ross didn't answer, but looked at Luffy and asked back. Luffy said, "There were some injuries but there was no death. That boy held back his power." "Oh." Ross slightly nodded and said, "Then ignore him. If he plans to stay, report back to me." After leaving a word, Ross's figure flickered, reached a height of hundreds of meters, and then crossed a black arc, flying into the sky. Inside the Sky Island Palace. By the time Ross returned, Robin had also received the specific event information. The power of Flame Fruit, don't you plan to make him stay? When Ross walked into the palace, Robin just happened to hang the Den Mushi and asked Ross. Although they cannot remove devil fruit from the user, just like Katakuri, but it is also feasible to imprison and slowly transform them. We don't need to. The flame fruit is nothing, I want to see what happens next. Ross took off his coat and his eyes flickered. Ace didn't go to Whitebeard and ran over here to challenge him, this change in event surprised him. What kind of development will happen after he is defeated? It is something that Ross can't predict. Will Ace go to Whitebeard again? If not, then all the subsequent developments will be off-axis, and he will have to pay attention to future events. But Ross is not very concerned about these things. With his status and power today, wars and the like are no longer sufficient to be called as key events. All he has to do is wait for Soul Fruit to appear and take it into his own hands, and then use that fruit to exchange souls with Surgeon Fruit to execute the Four Emperors' total extinction plan. After 3 months, Fire Fist Ace joined the Whitebeard Pirates. Slightly unreasonable, but not unexpected. He defeated 7 warlords of the Sea Jinbe, then got defeated by Whitebeard and joined the Whitebeard Pirates. Listening to what Robin reported to him, Ross rested his chin on one hand. Ace defeated Jinbe, but it was not unexpected. Ace fought him and he must have grown a bit in terms of power. However, he still joined the Whitebeard Pirates, which was something that Ross could think of, but he was still slightly surprised. Is this the so-called mysterious plot armor? With a murmur in his heart, Ross ignored it and set it aside. At this moment, the Den Mushi, which was placed on the documents in the distance, sounded. Robin picked the Den Mushi to answer. However, after listening to 2 words, her expression changed slightly. Ross, Soul Fruit appeared. It was such a simple sentence, but Ross, who was still leaning on the back of the sofa and was lying there lazily, suddenly opened his eyes the next moment. In those eyes, there was an unprecedented sharpness. He looked like a hungry sleepy tiger who has smelled his prey for a moment. Where? There isn't any need to talk more, and he just asked the simplest question. Robin took the Den Mushi in one hand and took a deep breath and said slowly, Holy Land. Mary Ijos. Chapter 350 Holy Land. Mary Ijos. Hearing Robin's words, Ross was slightly surprised and said, Are you sure? The place where Soul Fruit appeared turned out to be Mary Ijos. This is probably the worst place in the world. The problem is that his intelligence agency has not penetrated into the world government. How did they know that Soul Fruit has appeared in Mary Ijos? It's the world government's Devil Fruit collection channel. Robin brought the Den Mushi over and put it on the coffee table. The voice of Deputy Captain Hueco from the intelligence team came from the Den Mushi. The world government has been collecting various types of devil fruits. The Soul Fruit is one of the fruits discovered and collected by the world government. By the time we got the news, it was too late to rob it. Devil fruits are one of the fundamental forces in this world, especially those powerful Logia devil fruit, who can shape the top power in almost a short time. For devil fruit, the collection of world governments is undoubtedly more exaggerated than that of any single power. Ross sometimes even wonders whether Doflamingo got the flame fruit through world government channels in the original series. After all, as the original Tenryubito, Ubito, he has connections with 5 Elder Stars. But all of this ended with Doflamingo's death. There is no longer an answer. World government. Ross's eyes flashed. The soul fruit was found by the world government, and he was not surprised by it. No intelligence agency in the world can be compared to the world government. The world government can even monitor the 4 emperors' forces, and there are seagulls flying here and there all the time in Tado land. Due to the high position, the space is too large to kill them and they are too many, so they can only ignore them. Can you be sure that it was sent to Mary Ijo's? Ross asked in a deep voice. Kaku said, maybe it's not at Mary Ijo's yet, but it should be almost to the red line, and now it's too late for us to rob it halfway. I'm very sorry, Lord Ross, if our intelligence was a little faster. There was a hint of apology and blame in his tone. If they had gotten this information half a day ahead of time, they would have the opportunity to snatch the devil fruit halfway, but the fact is that they don't even have half a day. Once the soul fruit enters Holy Land Mary Ijo's, it is equivalent to entering the Forbidden Area. Although Fisher Tiger climbed the Red Line and created trouble in the Holy Land many years ago by releasing slaves, the place where the slaves were detained was in the most general outer area guarded by Mary Ijo's forces. Fisher Tiger just set a fire and opened some cages before fleeing. Something like a devil fruit, especially the soul devil fruit which belonged to a former 4 emperors, once it is acquired by the world government, I am afraid that it will be immediately sent to the center of Holy Land Mary Ijo's, to the most guarded treasure house. There is not only the base camp of Cipher Paul No. 0 but also the presence of the fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong and 5 Elder Stars. No one dared break into there. Marine headquarters has been violated and Impel Down has been attacked and broken out from, but only Holy Land Mary Ijo's remained untouched. Even 100 Beast Kaido has not broken in that place. Once 100 Beast Kaido tried to break into Mary Ijo's, but before he could climb the red line, he was stopped by the Marine admirals. You don't need to blame yourself, Ross calmly said. The government's intelligence agency is far superior to ours. For you to even get the news of soul fruit is a good thing. You have done a good job. Robin stood with a somber expression on her face, knowing how dangerous Holy Land Mary Ijo's was. What are you going to do? It should be obvious by now. I will go to the Holy Land. Ross sat up straight and took the teacup and took a sip. His eyes showed an unprecedented sharpness and he slowly opened his mouth. He needs to get the soul fruit. Even if the said fruit enters Holy Land or enters in the deepest parts of hell, he will break into the hell and grab it from the devil's claw if he needs to. It has been more than half a year since the war with Whitebeard. Except for his training, he has been idle for more than half a year. He couldn't even loosen his bones against his fight with Ace. This information came at the right time. Let's see what secrets are hidden inside Holy Land Mary Ijo's. You are being reckless. Robin closed her eyes and spoke. She is familiar with Ross's character and knows that Ross can't be stopped by anyone when he makes a decision. Don't worry. Ross touched her chin and raised it gently and said, Mary Ijo's won't be able to keep me and there's a need to learn more about the real power of the world government, so we won't be caught by surprise when we go to war with them later. The world government knows almost everything about the 4 emperors' pirates, including information about the Ghost Hand pirates, but no one knows much about the world government. The Void Century. The Empty Throne. Him who is above 5 Elder Stars. Cipher Paul No. 0 Chief of the previous generation and the current generation. And the previous fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong who is an admiral-level powerhouse. Everything is unknown and the center of Holy Land Mary Ijo's is always shrouded in mist, like the abyss of hell. No one had dared to invade it and step on it for hundreds of years. Hulu. Knowing that she couldn't stop Ross, Robin exhaled and said, wait a minute, I'll organize the world government information. Since she can't stop him, she will help Ross in reducing the crisis as much as possible and hand over all the intelligence about Holy Land Mary Ijo's to Ross. Good. Ross nodded. He has absolute self-confidence in his current strength and ability, but there is no such thing as enough information about your enemy. He should read whatever they have collected so far, otherwise he may find himself in a situation where he had entered the Holy Land but couldn't find where the soul fruit is placed. Half an hour later, Robin returned while holding a few documents. The document contains the distribution map of Holy Land's Mary Ijo's building structure, as well as information about the fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong, and other government high-level officials. Mary Ijo's structure is not complicated. The Red Line traverses the sea, dividing the Grand Line into the first half and the second half, while Mary Ijo's is at the center of the junction. In the front is the heavily guarded New World G1 branch base, and in the back is Marine Headquarters Maniford. This defensive force is enough to deter countless forces and they dare not invade the Holy Land. Behind the G1 branch base and in front of Manafort, near the Red Line, there are two huge red harbors. Officials from world government, as well as Marines, boarded the towering Red Line and stepped into Holy Land Mary-Ijos through the special transportation of these harbors. In front of Mary-Ijos is a huge forest manor with artificial greenery. Deep down in the forest manor is the Pangaea Castle. That is the core of the power of the world government. 5 Elder Stars and the Chief Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong almost all stay in the Pangaea Castle, which is also the only place where Marines and government officials are allowed to enter. Along the Pangaea Castle, it is the Dragon Gate, which leads to Tenryubito's residence. Except for Tenryubito and their slaves and attendants, no one is allowed to enter that place, including Marine admirals. Steelbone Kong. Ross held the Steelbone Kong information profile in his hands and was lost in thought. The data shows the achievements of Steelbone Kong. During his time as Marine Admiral, he defeated numerous well-known pirates with strong strength. However, he is now as old as Whitebeard. The information about 5 Elder Stars is completely vacant. Ross quickly flipped through the material and could not find the specifics of 5 Elder Stars, let alone him. At present, I am afraid that there are not many people who know that him exists, and naturally it cannot appear in the data. Yes. Robin nodded, saying, their information is completely unknown, but according to some clues, 5 Elder Stars should not have any battle power. It's possible, Ross nodded. And even if they have some power, they're not young, how much can they fight? Even if the strength of 5 Elder Stars has reached the level of a Marine Admiral, they are old now and their power will be inferior in some aspects. Their power would be close to Marco and Kitakuri. For people like Marco and Kitakuri, Ross can deal with them calmly and smoothly. But all this is only based on the analysis and judgment of data. The specific situation would only be known once he is inside the Holy Land in person to really confirm it. Chapter 351 arrives in Holy Land Red Line. Riding the bubble cable car, a group of world government people were escorting a large number of items as arrived at Port 3 on the edge of Holy Land. Finally delivered. The Heavenly Tribute. Some government officials were relieved to finally reach the harbor. Escorting the Heavenly Tribute is not a perfectly safe job, although Cypher Paul No. 0 escorts it all the way, but occasionally looting occurs. And the collection of Heavenly Tribute is not a thing that can be accomplished peacefully. Some countries and its people are going through poverty, they cannot even afford to eat, so it is even more impossible for them to pay the Heavenly Tribute. They are already on the edge of a cliff. It was a tough job for you. A government official spoke to the Cypher Paul No. 0 member. The Cypher Paul No. 0 member waved his hand and said, "It was nothing, now it will be delivered to the world noble." "Yes, let me escort you over." The world government officials will be returning to the Pangaea Castle and Cypher Paul No. 0 will perform the remaining transfer work. Several Cypher Paul No. 0 people nodded. This is not the first time that they had escorted Heavenly Tribute. And just then, a Cypher Paul No. 0 captain suddenly looked strangely in one direction. What happened? The person next to him asked. Cypher Paul No. 0 captain released his observation hockey to feel everything in that direction, but he could not feel anything and shook his head. It's nothing. Maybe it was a misconception. Just after the Heavenly Tribute had departed, the void distortion suddenly appeared beside some red rock in the direction where that Cypher Paul No. 0 captain had looked. It was Ross. He did not choose to invade directly from above Holy Land, because according to the intelligence he had learned, there was some kind of special equipment to monitor real-time situations above Mary-Ijos to prevent anyone from trying to invade and pass from the sky. Using light distortion and sound distortion, he moved from the bottom of the sea to the red line easily. However, he was nearly caught by the Cypher Paul No. 0's captain and narrowly escaped detection. Light distortion and sound distortion were unable to escape from observation hockey. And the only way to avoid observation hockey is the trick he just used. To hide inside the space itself. Utilizing the ability of space distortion to wrap the entire space around him, so that even the observation hockey can only pass through the distorted space and cannot reach Ross' body. Naturally. This ability also has its flaws, that is, he also gets trapped in a single position and it is hard for him to move in any direction. If he wants to move in this state, it is tantamount to maintaining the space that surrounds him like a quilt, while still moving the space ahead of him and around him to move. Although Ross can do it, but the consumption of stamina is too large and the speed of movement is too slow, so this ability can only be regarded as simple and will only be used to escape detection. Heavenly Tribute. Ross stared at the direction in which the Cypher Paul No. 0 and the government officials leaving, and there was no fluctuation in his eyes. He has seen too much about the ugly side of the world, and he will not be moved by this. Tenryubito has been doing these kinds of things for a long time now and nobody does anything to prevent it because they know that nothing will change. But now that he is here, The person who will do something about this and more will not be the Revolutionary Army or the Pirate King, it will be him. He took a step forward. Ross followed the people who escorted the heavenly tribute and quickly passed the artificial green forest in the first half of Mage and reached the world government's center, Pangaea Castle. This building, which is not so tall, gives people a majestic and grandeur feeling even when one looks at it from a distance. Even Marine headquarters, which Ross had destroyed, was no match for the seemingly defenseless Pangaea Castle. Because it represents the center of the world government, the supreme power of the world government stands here. Pangaea Castle. Ross glanced at the Pangaea Castle, his eyes shimmering slightly. He did not use his observation haki to perceive the situation, because there is no shortage of strong people who are proficient in observation haki inside that palace. Once he uses observation haki to perceive something, the other party can also discover his existence. Just to say, Ross is not afraid of 5 Elder Stars. Because 5 Elder Stars are just the top 5 people among Tenryubido. As Tenryubido, they possess a large political power, but they don't have much power themselves and can only deploy powerhouses to do their bidding. Will a Tenryubido go to battle? No, they won't. They have no experience of any real fight and they aren't that strong to begin with anyway. Even if they use the government's intelligence department to collect the top devil fruit and eat them, they still won't be any stronger than a Marine Admiral. What really made Ross hesitate was the person hiding behind the scenes. Why would Doflamingo know that a surgeon fruit user can use perpetual youth surgery? There is no doubt that someone must have used this operation in the past. What happens if a person lives for hundreds of years? There may be limits to physical fitness and the like, but things like observation haki and armament haki will probably reach a terrifying level. At least Ross is pretty sure that if he lived for a few hundred years, he would be able to handle his current self with on-hand tied behind his back. Naturally. It doesn't mean that he is afraid. Today he is recognized as the strongest person in the world. Since a long time ago, he has never had any fear of world government, and now he is the strongest person in the world. It is even more impossible for him to fear the world government. The soul fruit should be placed in the core warehouse, but it still needs to be confirmed. Ross murmured. Holy Land Mage has a huge warehouse that stores all kinds of weapons, contraband and the like. In addition to the warehouse on the side, there is a core warehouse, which stores extremely valuable things. Even Tenryubidos are prohibited from taking anything from the core warehouse without the permission of 5 Elder Stars. For the location of the core warehouse, Ross has learned it from the intelligence, which is a favorable situation for him. Whoosh! Ross used light distortion to reflect the image of a government official in his memory onto himself, replacing his appearance. Looking at the Pangaea Castle in front of him, Ross walked forward. He doesn't need to worry about being spotted. Except for the top practitioner of observation haki, the general observation haki users would only be able to sense human movements and not his figure. Therefore, the external image produced by light distortion can still confuse most people. Quickly, Ross walked to the main gate of the Pangaea Castle and the guards outside Pangaea Castle saw Ross and saluted at Ross and let him enter the palace without any obstruction. After entering the Pangaea Castle, Ross walked around naturally. After going around, he began to look for the accurate news of soul fruit. Although he hasn't done intelligence collection for a long time, he would still be able to do this. Not long after, Ross got accurate intelligence. The soul fruit was sent to Holy Land Mage 1 day ago and was logged into the warehouse. It was indeed included in the core warehouse. Chapter 352 Violent Break Core Warehouse. Ross's eyes flickered and he soon came to the underground area of the Holy Land Mareijos. Both the open warehouse and the core warehouse are located in Mareijos underground area, except that the location of the core warehouse is more hidden and it has more defenses. Mareijos is underground. What emerges here is the very ugly side of the so-called Holy Land. Those so-called self-walking trails are all pulled by humans. Ross knows that the world rulers are an existence that wants to express the darkness hidden under the light, but in this world, it is a real thing. For world government, it is not difficult for Vegapunk to study a mechanically powered self-propelled trail, but they are willing to use an artificial pulley system using humans because it looks more interesting to the Tenryubidos, and it also gives the untouchables something to survive upon. Silence. Ross' body slipped into the darkness. After using light distortion, he became completely invisible. No one would be able to capture his existence unless his location was swept by observation haki. Mareijos underground area consists of a huge space, but Ross already has intelligence on the map, and soon found the huge warehouse. There were 4 guards at the gate of this warehouse, and 2 guards were patrolling back and forth, but they didn't find Ross. Ross came to a wall of the warehouse. Ross reaches out and presses his palm against the wall and used a little of his space distortion power upon it. The wall grunted like mud and became embedded upon itself, and Ross crossed the wall in this step. After Ross entered, the wall was restored to its original state. Obviously, it was not the wall but the space that was distorted. Inside the warehouse, there was a dim light and a magnificent and wide scene presented itself to him. Numerous standard swords and guns were neatly arranged here, and they went on until his eyes can see. Although Marine Headquarters also has an arsenal, it is far from being comparable to the world government. Whenever there is a lack of firearms on the Marine side, the government will move some of this stuff to fill the vacancy. Step, step, step. Ross was walking in the warehouse. Although he knew that there was monitoring in the warehouse, he didn't care. After using light distortion, the monitoring Den Mushi wouldn't be able to capture his figure. Each step fell with a flash, and about a minute later Ross crossed the huge hall in front of the warehouse and went to the rear. It's here. There is a house-like structure built by sea stone. The house is not large. Compared to the outer warehouse where the standard swords and guns are placed, it is much too small. This is undoubtedly the core warehouse. Sea stone. Ross frowned and reached the outside area of the core warehouse. This core warehouse is surprisingly thick in thickness and is likely to be made of a layer of sea stone, a layer of high-strength steel, and so on. Because the outer wall of the impel down is made in the same way as the core warehouse, it is not worse than the huge impel down in terms of defense. Although this kind of outer wall is not unbreakable like Ponliff steel, it is not easy to break it either, because it is too thick and it is also divided into multiple layers, which can bear the force uniformly as a whole. Perhaps I can get inside using my abilities. Ross watched the outer wall of the core warehouse groan slightly. Although the inside and the outside are completely isolated, the power of space should be able to connect the inside to the outside, and he can directly penetrate into it in a way that crosses the space. Ross tried to use space distortion. However, this is the core warehouse, which is completely enclosed from inside and outside by sea stone, and it is not so easy to cross. Sea stone is like a magnetic field, which interferes with the radar's position scan. And Ross's space movement has always shortened the long-distance space to a short distance, which is similar to the ability of walking thousands of miles in a single step. One step is equivalent to a long walk. This ability is not teleportation. It is fundamentally different from Law's Surgeon Fruit ability Shambles, which does teleport things in the space. Ross has also been working on how to teleport himself directly from one space point to another, but he has not been successful so far. Can't do it. The distorted space in front of him finally recovered. That being the case, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes, and he walked towards the thick wall. He clenched his fist and punched the wall. Bang. This punch is incredible. This is the punch that Ross, as 4 emperors and as the world's strongest man, went all out to make, and in terms of the positive attack power, it can rival Whitebeard at his peak. Bang long. The tremor of this punch shocked the underground warehouse like an earthquake, sending weapons crashing down. The guards outside the warehouse also became unstable, their figures were shaking and swaying and they almost fell down. What? What happened? Is this an earthquake? The guards managed to steady themselves and looked at each other in some kind of shock. They had never heard of an earthquake on the Red Line. Just when they were in doubt. Bang. There was another bang that shook the earth. This time it wasn't just the underground, it was the Red Line on the ground, too, and there was the sound of crashing teacups inside the Pangaea castle. What is happening? Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong stood up and shouted. 5 Elder Stars, located in the middle of the highest level of power, also nearly toppled along with the sofa and stood awkwardly looking at the broken teacups on the ground. All of them were stunned. Bang. 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 Just as their expressions changed, a continuous stream of bangs started to sound out and the entire Holy Land Mary-Ejos shook with it. In the Tenryubito residence behind the Dragon Gate, countless Tenryubitos screamed in horror and ran out in chaos. Some people were riding the slaves, and they screamed the slaves to climb quickly. As a result, they fell off the slaves' back and were directly hit in the face by the overturned table. The whole Holy Land looked like it was full of chickens and dogs as the highest humans behaved like them. At the same time, on the outside of the underground core warehouse, Ross was punching the wall. He punched again and again without holding anything back, hitting the outer wall of the core warehouse. Bang. 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 Under Ross's continuous punch, the outer walls of the core warehouse were already visibly deformed and cracked, with steel layers barely visible inside. Under successive punches, the steel layer also shattered, revealing a special layer of ore further down. I don't know how thick the walls of the core warehouse is, how many floors it has, and what kind of relief frame it was designed with, but there is no doubt that it is not as hard as the Poneglyph stone. Sea Stone's outer wall had little effect on Ross. Now, even if Ross doesn't use his devil fruit powers, he can literally shatter the average sea stone with one punch formed by armament hockey alone. Sea stone layer, steel layer, cotton black ore layer. Layers of outer walls, hammered by Ross's fists, crack one after another and spread deeper. No one knows how long it has been. Bang. A loud bang sounded and the entire outer wall was completely smashed, and Ross smashed a big 3-foot hole in the wall. Chapter 353 Commander-in-Chief. Huh. That was too hard. Ross looked at the smashed wall and touched his hand. I don't know if the stones and materials splashed inside the warehouse have broken the contents inside. If two people eat the same piece of devil fruit at the same time, only the first person can obtain the power of devil fruit. No matter how simultaneously, there will always be a chronological order on the time scale, even if it is a fraction of a second. If the soul fruit is broken, he will have to collect all the pieces, otherwise in case the world government finds a piece and lets someone eat it, it will be extremely troublesome. No hesitation. Although it was difficult to get into the cave that was 3 feet wide, Ross did not plan to continue to destroy it. He just raised his hand and pulled the space apart, stepping into it. When the inside and outside are completely sealed, Ross can't enter, but as long as there is a small hole, he can instantly expand the space of the hole, and then step in. He has to say. This core warehouse is still very solid. The design of the unloading layer and the strass layer is almost perfect. Even if Ross smashes like this, it will only smash a hole in the end instead of blowing up the whole structure. The space in the core warehouse is not very large. There are a number of quaint wooden cabinets and wooden boxes. Several wooden boxes were smashed by stones and their content were already visible. Some are devil fruit, others are sword blades, which seem to be swords from the 12 supreme grade swords, and others are also raindrop-shaped sapphires with half a palm size. All of these are rare treasures. However, Ross only glanced at them and ignored all of them. His only purpose now is the soul fruit. He will first find the soul fruit first and then he will look at other things. Just after Ross entered the core warehouse, the severe earthquake stopped, but Tenryubito Ubito still suffered heavy casualties due to panic. Some people had so much bad luck that they even died from an artificial earthquake. Among the powers at the top of the Pangaea Castle is the Commander-in-Chief Steelbone Kong, who is here, along with 5 Elder Stars, ordering government officials to find out what happened. Report. Report to Commander-in-Chief, Lord 5 Elder Stars. At this time, a world government official ran in and said tremblingly, the source of the shock is underground. Is from the core warehouse. The technology inside the world government is unquestionable. Almost all kinds of monitoring devices and dendenmushi exist here. In such a situation that alarmed 5 Elder Stars and Commander-in-Chief Steelbone Kong, all government officials jumped and it took almost no time to find out the source of the problem. What? Hearing the man's report, 5 Elder Stars and Steelbone Kong were stunned at the same time. What happened at the core warehouse? The outer wall was damaged. It was ghost hand Ross. Various types of dendenmushi are monitored in the core warehouse. In addition to the simplest image dendenmushi, there are also voice dendenmushi, a high-level radar instrument and life-scanning instruments. After all, it is one of the most important places in the entire world government, so its security is high. Ghost hand? This piece of information stunned the 5 Elder Stars and their faces finally changed. Not only was the wall of the core warehouse destroyed, but someone, and that someone is Ghost Hand Ross. That's not good. If the contents inside are taken away by Ross, let alone other 4 emperors, even Marine headquarters won't be able to contain the Ghost Hand pirates. What about Cipher Paul number 0? Send all the nearest ones over there. A 5 Elder Stars got out of his shock and shouted immediately. I'll go too. Commander-in-Chief Steelbone Kong's complexion changed. He was very clear about the seriousness of this situation and immediately rushed out of the room and went straight to the core warehouse of the underground base. With Cipher Paul number 0 and Steelbone Kong going, 5 Elder Stars' expression eased a bit. After the tension and urgency subsided, it was replaced by anger. How dare that lunatic come here? This is Holy Land Mary Ijos. The core warehouse is located directly below Pangaea Castle and it is the most guarded place. Many years ago, although the Fisher Tiger did create chaos up here, but it was only in the outermost part of Mary Ijos, in the underground prison, where the slaves were imprisoned. A fire was set and he rescued some people before fleeing. Ross has invaded the center of Holy Land Mary Ijos, directly invading the Pangaea Castle, and he even went to the core warehouse. Madman. A 5 Elder Stars spoke while suppressing his anger. At this time, another government official rushed in and reported to 5 Elder Stars about the damage at the Dragon Gate. Several buildings collapsed due to severe shocks. The Tenryubito trampled on each other due to panic, seriously injuring 4 Tenryubito, 13 were slightly injured and 2 died. The Tenryubitos are now in extreme panic, demanding the deployment of Marine Admirals and all Cipher Paul number 0 members to protect them. The government official reported tremblingly. The 5 Elder Stars listened to the report. Almost all of them were furious. Ross invaded the core warehouse here. 2 Tenryubito died and 4 were seriously injured, while the other Tenryubito asked all Cypher Pol number 0 members to protect them. Waste. They could not help but think of the trouble that Fisher Tiger caused. That is because the fire was set off, and the Tenryubitos who were frightened asked Cypher Pol number 0 members to protect all of them personally. As a result, Cypher Pol number 0 members did not go to deal with Fisher Tiger, and by the time Marines arrived, it was too late, and everyone had already ran off. Pangaea Castle. Located in a special area, in a very strange room. Not many people are qualified to enter this room, and even the vast majority of government officials are unaware of the existence of this place, which belongs to the restricted area of the restricted area. Here it is, between flowers. In the middle between the flowers, a dark shadow was standing there, watching the surrounding rooms damaged by the quake, and there was a moment of silence. It looks like something happened, Lord Im. A figure emerged from the darkness. Im was still silent. The shadow asked, "Do I need to go?" Im. Holy Land Mary Ejos. Underground, the core warehouse. In the midst of the chaos, Ross finally pulled up a strange devil fruit with patterns that look like floating souls. Found it. During this time Ross had long remembered the pattern of soul fruit, and the moment he pulled it out of the wooden box, he recognized it. He decisively put the soul fruit in his pocket. He glanced at the devil fruits scattered all over the place. Although he didn't know about them, the worst of them was an ancient zone. The precious ones are probably Logia and the mythical zone like the Phoenix. I've already got the soul fruit. I don't need to be too greedy. Let's pack the rest. And take them away. Ross took off his cloak and the void shuddered. All of Devil Fruit's mess was collected by him, including 2 of the 12 supreme grade swords, and 5 or 6 pieces of sea treasures that even the Fishman Island did not have. He tore off a ribbon skillfully and tied the cloak's mouth. Ross carried the makeshift bag on his shoulders and walked towards the hole he had smashed before. He reached out and tear open space. Ross stepped forward to the outside of the hole. Then Ross saw, on the left side of the hole, a group of Cypher Pol number 0 members stood there, the first of whom was wearing glasses and had a cold and depressing face, while on the right in front of the hole, a strong man with a Mohican head came forward. Each step he took shocked the place. He is the previous Marine Fleet Admiral and also the current World Government Commander-in-Chief, and his rank is above Sengoku. He is Commander-in-Chief Steelbone Kong. Chapter 354 Strength. Air. Put down those things, Ghost Hand. Steelbone Kong coldly looked at Ross. Although he didn't know what Ross had taken, everything in the core warehouse was extremely valuable and it was impossible for them to let Ross take any of it away. Ross was carrying a cloth bag, like a long-distance traveler, and he took a casual look at Steelbone Kong, saying, "Oh, it's the previous Fleet Admiral." As the previous Marine Fleet Admiral and the current Commander-in-Chief, Steelbone Kong's strength when he was young is beyond doubt, and he is also a terrifying presence that shocked the sea. Before the great age of pirates, the only one who had defeated him was the only old bat Patrick Redfield, who had eaten his own devil fruit model vampire, and no one else had beaten him. And the strength of Patrick Redfield, better known as Red Beeloof, does not need to be said. He did not have any crew members and he alone was strong enough to contend against Rogue Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates and have similar strength to their Captain Whitebeard and Gold Roger. Naturally. These are the things of the last era. To tell me to leave these things here. Do you still have the ability to say that? Ross casually opened his mouth and replied while his eyes swept across the several Cypher Pol number 0 members. As his voice fell, he took a step forward and his figure rushed out in the direction where there was no one. If it weren't for Holy Land Mary Ejos and if he wasn't carrying a parcel on his back, he wouldn't have minded playing around with Steelbone Kong. Now, he doesn't have any interest in fighting right now. Whiz. Almost instantly, Ross appeared hundreds of meters away. But just as Ross was about to continue to walk away, a figure rushes through with terrifying explosive power, with pure physical speed, and smashes Ross in the back with a violent punch. Before the fist fell, the shock of compressed air roared in. Ross turned around and punched back. Fighting fists, he was not afraid of anyone. Bang. The fist trapped in the power of distortion and the dark armament hockey fist of Steelbone Kong slammed against each other. It was as if a bomb has gone off in the area as the sound made after two fists collided against each other finally explodes. The aftermath swings away. Ross remained motionless while Steelbone Kong's arm trembled and he was forced to take a step back. Even the Commander-in-Chief Steelbone Kong, who had terrified countless pirates and defeated many strong pirates, was inferior to Ross. There is no doubt. For example, Ross, who is less than 30 years old, and is at the peak of his power, he is almost invincible in one-on-one combat. His single punch was enough to force Steelbone Kong back, but Ross' fist was slightly tingling, Because Steel Bone Kong's armament hockey was stronger than his, but because of his body's strong resilience, it was basically nothing and the effects will be gone momentarily. Strength fruit? Or is it something else? Why did this man even retire when he had this much strength? Pulling back his fist, Ross glanced at Steel Bone Kong. The power of that punch just now was not normal and is a bit too prominent in terms of strength. It's almost the same as Whitebeard's full-strength attack. It is estimated that even Garp's fist will be slightly inferior to it. It's a little strange to have such a fist power just because of the amount of physical powers. There are devil fruits that can only increase speed, but there are also devil fruits that can increase speed, strength and physical abilities at the same time. Then there must be a devil fruit that can enhance strength alone. Increase your strength to the limit. This is the ability of Steel Bone Kong. The name of Steel Bone must be because he has steel-like bones that can withstand the explosion of such terrifying strength. Steel Bone Kong didn't speak, but he was astonished seeing Ross's strength. Although he is old and weaker than when he was young, his strength has not actually dropped much because of his physical fitness. Even if Ross won against Whitebeard, he doesn't have any fear, because when he was Marine Admiral, Whitebeard didn't have the strongest title in the world. But the reality is that Ross in front, even if he hits him with all his strength, he can stop it, and make him fall back. Sure enough, you have grown to an extent that was impossible to estimate. Steel Bone Kong sighed in his heart. He knew things about Ross relatively late, but he was also one of the insiders. He only felt one thing about this matter and that was a pain in the ass. Whiz. After Steel Bone Kong was forced to retreat, Ross lifted his foot and flew into the air using moonwalk. His right fingers gathered to make a fist. But at this moment, a strange power suddenly came towards Ross who was using moonwalk and he stumbled. Oh! Ross blinked. Even if the air was thin at a height of 12,000 kilometers, and he added the strongest gravity to himself, it was impossible for moonwalk to fail. And the weird power that enveloped him was also strange as it had taken all the air out of him in a moment, not only making him unable to breathe, but also tearing at his body to get all the air out of his lungs. Absolutely. Vacuum. Cypher Paul No. 0's new chief appeared under Ross. His eyes stared at the sky indifferently and then he punched towards Ross. Air cannon. Bang. A terrifying air column burst out violently, directly covering Ross's whole body, engulfing him in its power. The air hit the ceiling, and crack-like marks appeared on the extremely thick rock wall above. Bang. 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 Cypher Paul No. 0's new chief didn't pause at all. After releasing an air cannon, he flickered in several directions and punched out successively, hitting out several terrifying air columns in succession, enveloping Ross in the center. This power finally condensed and exploded, blasting the ground up and down, exposing the blue sky outside. However, when the compressed air erupted and the aftermath completely dissipated, Ross' body appeared in the sky. He remained floating there and there wasn't even a scratch mark on his body. Space barrier. He pressed the void in front of him with one hand and the empty space showed the shape of distortion. Even if the air is compressed even more powerfully and no matter how strong the impact is, it cannot break the space. This is the limit of the ability of the fruit. Oh! Ross's eyes narrowed as he looked at the Cypher Paul No. 0 chief and murmured. Logia's air fruit. The world government sure has many good things. Logia air fruit. There is no doubt that this is also a top-level devil fruit. The vacuum field attack alone is tantamount to a big killer. Anyone with insufficient physical strength will be killed by it. Not to mention the air cannon that compressed the air just now, I am afraid that it is more powerful than the bear paw attack of the 7 warlords of the Sekuma. After all, this is the ability to dominate the air. Chapter 355 Attraction. For the world government. They just need to find a Cypher Paul No. 0 captain or vice chief who can pass their tests in all aspects, and then give the other party such an air logia devil fruit, and they would immediately create an existence comparable to a marine admiral, which is the foundation of world government's strength. But now, much of it is on his shoulders. Whiz. Ross had no intention of fighting them right now and after blocking Cypher Paul No. 0's new chief's air cannon, he directly flew towards the sky. Although the air was still in a vacuum, making him unable to use moonwalk, he could still fly by using gravity distortion. Without air resistance, the flight could accelerate even more. Don't you dare run away. Steel Bone Kong roared and stomped towards Ross. With the strength of his foot, he stepped on the ground and directly caused spider-like cracks on the ground. It was also this explosive power that made him fly out towards the air in an instant. His figure seemed to have exceeded the speed of sound and he caught up with Ross in the sky and attacked him. Get out of the way. Ross had a bag in one hand and he could only use one hand. At this moment, he roared and turned his elbow towards Steel Bone Kong's fist. Armament hockey was attached to his elbow and Conqueror's hockey was emitted from his body. Bang. Steel Bone Kong's body shook. Because he was in the air, he could not step on the ground to release this force and he couldn't help fly sideways. You bastard, damn it. Cypher Paul No. 0 Chief yelled and was forced to put away the vacuum field, otherwise Steel Bone Kong would suffer. Ross could use gravity distortion and could fly, but their side couldn't use moonwalk in the empty air and they were in a bad situation. Withdrawing from the vacuum realm, Steel Bone Kong immediately used moonwalk and displayed the top-level moonwalk and his figure left residual image as he chased after Ross. Whiz. Whiz. Ross doesn't care about Steel Bone Kong following him and continues to run away. He has the ability of distortion space and he can appear a few kilometers away in an instant. Although not as perverted as using teleportation, not many people can catch up with him at close range. Although distortion space shortens the distance on the spatial scale, it takes time to launch, but it is faster than Steel Bone Kong's moonwalk, which is the strongest he has ever seen. Whiz. Whiz. Within a few steps, Ross had already left Steel Bone Kong behind. But just as Ross was about to shorten a longer space, and reached a few kilometers away in one step, a strange force suddenly enveloped him. Black Jail. This power seemed to be some kind of strong attraction, which instantly caught Ross' figure and he was to be dragged back to the ground. Ross frowned slightly and his body shook. He forcibly got rid of this ability upon himself, but he could not bear the burden he was carrying and they were pulled down by this power. The contents were sparsely scattered and flew down. Oh. Ross's eyes become red at this time. With a roar of rage, Ross directly used distortion space, grabbing everything in his hands and pushing down hard. Space. Collapse. Buzz. Under Ross's push, the empty space with a radius of nearly a kilometer directly below him collapsed in a flash and pops down. Today, Ross's control of space distortion ability has been improved a lot compared to when he used it against Whitebeard. This is a new trick that he could not perform before. It is pure space oppression. It's like forming a wall of space. Unless it's a top-level hockey or a devil fruit belonging to the space department, the people who faced this attack will either stay out of the way or be crushed into pieces by the collapsing space barrier. Iron Body. Steel Bone Kong was the first to endure the oppression of space. He immediately folded his arms in front of him and exhibited armament hockey to resist the coming attack. His armament hockey is top-notch, stronger than the current Ross. Naturally, he can withstand the collapsed space. Or the power of distortion that caused the collapse of the space. But he could block it, but he couldn't block it in the air while using moonwalk. Before Ross's space collapsed on him, he was forced back to the ground from the sky and stood on the ground to resist. Air wall. Cypher Paul No. 0's new chief's face changed, and he raised his hands up to create an air wall visible to the naked eye to block the collapsing space. But space and air can be seen at a glance. How can the air wall stop a space wall? Boom. When the two touched, the air wall almost collapsed at one touch, and it couldn't resist in the slightest. Ross's space wall directly crushed the air wall and continued to press downward. And at the same time, the third person who exhibited the strange power and shattered Ross's baggage also showed his body. He wore the same black cloak as 5 Elder Stars, and his face was unemotional. Facing the collapsing space wall, he pushed forward with both hands. Black Prison. A strange force came and twisted before him into a black swirl, and even space was distorted before it. When the wall finally disappeared, he grasped it in his right hand, and the dark whirlpool suddenly compressed into a small black ball that flew skyward. What? With a slight frown, Ross was about to move away when the small black ball suddenly created a terrible gravitational pull, gripping his body and drawing him toward it. At the same time, the ground on the red line began to crumble inch by inch, and mountains of rock rose up, flying toward the black ball as if they had been attracted to it. I see. Ross, who saw this scene, finally realized something. There is nothing wrong. This is the attraction devil fruit. It can be said that the Zushi no Mi, Fuwa no Mi Golden Lion Shiki's fruit, are the real upper-level devil fruits related to gravity. But for gravity, attraction is similar to being a father to it, because without attraction there will be no gravity at all, and all the gravity-based devil fruit and attraction fruit have an intercrossing relationship. Ross doesn't know the abilities of this attraction fruit, nor does he know this person. He is not one of the 5 Elder Stars, he is apparently a hidden character in Holy Land. So far, only 3 people have appeared. 5 Elder Stars didn't appear, and will not come here. 2 of the top powers of the world government are not here, but they still possess such power. Distortion. Ross swings his hand to counteract gravity. Both of these forces are invisible forces of nothingness, and they are in a fierce conflict and confrontation in the void. But this gravity is a large-scale attack. Even Cypher Paul No. 0 Chief and Steel Bone Kong have been affected, and it is difficult for them to attack Ross for a while. Black Jail. The attraction fruit user raised his hands with a dull expression on his face, grabbing at the pile of devil fruits and 12 supreme grade swords, and gems scattered in the air. Ross's face changed, his right hand was severely pulled, and the power of distortion violently spread out. Bang! Two forces collided in void. The devil fruits shattered into 7 or 8 pieces in a split second, leaving Ross bleeding. The 2 scabbards of 12 supreme grade swords also instantly deformed and shattered. As for the few gems, their texture was firm, just like sea stone. Although the chain attached to it was broken, the gem itself was intact. However, compared to Ross, Steel Bone Kong's was injured in his heart and he almost sprouted out blood. The Cipher Pal No. 0 chief knew about the preciousness of these things. His face is constantly twitching. The air fruit he ate was just one of the fruits that got destroyed here. If 5 Elder Stars knew that the devil fruits in the core warehouse had been destroyed in 7 or 8 pieces, I'm afraid all of them would growl and the sound of their roar would probably knock down the Pangaea Castle. Chapter 356 Harv's Ross was angry and the power of distortion broke out desperately. Bang! The black gravitational ball was blasted hard by a distortion fist and the numerous lifted rocks and mountains fell towards the ground. At the same time, Ross's right hand jerked and the force of gravity was ripped apart, holding on to parts of each other and separating the top from the bottom. Naturally. Because Ross occupies the initiative, the direction of his tearing is in the direction of the devil fruits, and the 12 supreme grade swords and gems can only be left with the world government. After the world government is destroyed, these things would naturally become his. There are 4 devil fruits in total. Counting the soul fruit, there are a total of 5. If each one is at the level of air fruit and attraction fruit, then this is undoubtedly the most vicious way to cut the fattest piece of meat on the body of the world government. Whiz. Wrapping the 4 devil fruits in a robe, Ross didn't speak and flew towards the sky. Steel Bone Kong roared and set off after him using moonwalk. However, Ross's power of distortion was excited and after a few steps, he became a black spot in sight, and soon Steel Bone Kong was left far behind. Damn it. Standing in the sky, watching Ross's figure disappearing, Steel Bone Kong clenched his fist. There has never been a moment where he was so angry. At the same time, he couldn't help but think that when this matter was known by 5 Elder Stars and what kind of consequences would follow, and he began to feel a pain developing in his head. We can't catch up. Cipher Pal No. 0's new chief's mouth twitched. He knows how terribly powerful the previous chief was and now there were 3 of them here and nothing needs to be said about their strength. Their combined strength is definitely the top in the sea, but they still couldn't stop Ross. The last attraction fruit ability user was also suspended in the sky. Out of the 3 people except for Kong who used moonwalk, the other 2 had the ability to fly. He looked up in the direction where Ross was disappearing, and then glanced back. Black Prison, why are you here? Steel Bone Kong looked at the unknown person's face and couldn't help but groan. Black Prison is the same as Steel Bone or Iron Fist, both of which are titles used by people to call them. It is similar to Aokiji Akainu Kizaru, who also has nicknames that are not linked to their real name. This person was an admiral, who was with him for an era. When he was promoted to Marine Fleet Admiral, the other chose to retire and then disappeared. He did not expect him to appear in Holy Land today. Go ask 5 Elder Stars if you want to know. Black Prison responded with a stern expression and flew towards the red line below. Royal Court Guard. This is his current identity, he is directly under him and he is his guard. He is above Cipher Pal No. 0, and only known to the 5 Elder Stars, but they can't command him. Steel Bone Kong knows that there are many hidden things inside the world government. With his current status, few things can be concealed from him. But because he is not a Tenryubido and has no aristocratic identity, he still cannot reach or cannot touch some of the most core things. Just like a country, the general was promoted to the Admiral Army and promoted to Fleet Admiral, but it was impossible for him to be promoted to the Emperor. The overall Commander-in-Chief position is the highest he would reach. 5 Elder Stars. Steel Bone Kong shook his head. He knows some things, but he doesn't want to consider it so much. His position is in the world government, standing on the government's side, protecting the world, and nothing more. After learning of the loss, 5 Elder Stars was naturally furious. For a moment, 5 people almost lost their minds and ordered Marines to attack the Ghost Hand Pirates, but they finally resisted. At this time, if Marines are dispatched to deal with the Ghost Hand Pirates, there is no doubt that they will be destroyed. It was not enough to go with 1 or 2 Marine Admirals and bring Momouzagi and Tokakake, they have to bring their entire force with them. If they do this, the risks involved are too great. Just in case. If other 4 Emperors' pirates knew about their plan, then it will lead to various unfavorable situations, like one of the 4 Emperors can attack the Marine headquarters or the Holy Land, which would lead to an uncontrollable situation, and the biggest problem is that Ross's presence presents too much trouble. His personal combat power is the strongest in the world. Steelbone Kong has personally verified Ross's power. If he was at his peak power, he can fight Ross, but now he is a bit worse than Ross because of his age. And Ross also has the best escape ability in the world. He retreated calmly under the 4 Admiral combat powers, and this time, in front of the 3 major combat powers of Steelbone Kong, Cypher Paul No. 0 Chief, and Black Prison, he was able to grab a few devil fruits before leaving. With this ability, it is possible for him to visit the Marine headquarters again one day if he escaped. At the same time, his survival ability is also the strongest. He is like the combination of Kaido and Whitebeard. He is a very tricky and powerful character to deal with. What about the warehouse? 5 Elder Stars asked the other officials after converging. The official in charge of the core warehouse had cold sweat running on his forehead as he said with some fear, 14 devil fruits are missing, 6 ancient species, 3 Paramsha, 2 mythical zone type, 2 Logia. Listening to the report, a 5 Elder Stars had blue veins overflowing his forehead. There are many ordinary devil fruits, and even Tenryubito sometimes buys them for their entertainment and let their slaves eat them. But ancient species, Logia, and mythical zones, each of them are rare and precious items, and the world government has collected them after many years of hard work. Especially Logia and the mythical zone type, it is easy to create a Cypher Paul No. 0 chief level fighter with those fruits. Fortunately, they have heard a rough report from Steelbone Kong before, and they knew that Ross had packaged the devil fruits of the core warehouse and ran out with them, so they did not lose their cool this time. Fortunately, under the carpet search, some of the broken devil fruits pieces were still found. Naturally, these pieces were only a part of it. This can be considered as making up for some losses. After all, as long as no one eats the other parts of the fragments, then these fragments are also effective. Half a day later. Sky Island Burka. Inside the palace, a few devil fruits were placed silently on a table. Robin was holding one in her hand and observing it. After looking at it, she put it back. Ross put on a loose bathrobe and walked out. How about it? 2 ancient zone species, 1 mythical zone, 1 Logia, and 1 Paramsha, Robin said to Ross. Ross picked up the soul fruit and asked, "This is soul fruit, right?" Robin confirmed, "Yes." "That's good." Ross nodded. The other devil fruits are also important, but for him, they are not as important as the soul fruit. Putting the soul fruit in his pocket, Ross looked at the other 4 devil fruit and asked, "What is the Logia's ability?" The ancient species devil fruits are also very strong, but they are nothing compared to Logia devil fruits and the mythical zone type devil fruits. It the Hurricane Logia fruit. Robin didn't expect Ross to get 4 precious devil fruits besides the soul fruit, especially a Logia and a mythical zone type. Hurricane fruit. It is also one of the top devil fruits, which can easily create storms. Hurricane. Ross thought of the broken devil fruit, and could not help but have a headache. After rubbing his eyebrows, he continued to ask, "What about the mythical zone type?" Zone, fox fruit, mythical zone. Dog fruit, model, 9-tailed fox. Robin picked up the 9-tailed fox fruit with 9 tail-like patterns on the fruit. Puff. Ross almost spit out the water he was drinking and said, 9-tailed fox? Is there really anything like that in the world? Robin looked strangely at Ross, saying, "The mythical zone type is originally a fantasy species, regardless of its existence or myth." Oh. The corner of Ross's mouth twitched slightly. Mainly this mythical zone type reminded him of the 9-tailed fox from the Naruto world. Even the golden Buddha, the phoenix, and the vampire fruit and the 9-tailed fox fruit was nothing strange. Chapter 357 Devil Fruit Experience Point. Airman, what are you going to do with these devil fruits? Robin asked Ross. There are 2 ancient species devil fruits which can at least create a strong combat force that is comparable to a captain and maybe even better. As for the hurricane and the 9-tailed fox, they would be able to create a combat power similar to the 3 disasters. Leave the hurricane and the 9-tailed fox devil fruit for the time being. The 2 ancient species devil fruit can be used as rewards to those who have high credit. Give priority to the giants. Ross thought slightly before replying. When the giants eat Zone's devil fruit, they will get Zone's bonus on the basis of their already strong physique, which is more advantageous than ordinary humans. As for the hurricane and the 9-tailed fox, Ross does not plan to release them for the time being, especially the hurricane fruit. He has some plans for it in his mind. Like Biomim's Prometheus and Zeus, their powers were unquestionable. In the event of a full-scale outbreak, even if they are not as good as a Marine Admiral, at least they have attack power similar to that of the 3 disaster. And Fire Cloud and Thunder Cloud are purely soul incarnation made by soul fruit, which is a combination of ordinary fire and thunder cloud. If Ross uses Logia's hurricane fruit to make a storm incarnation that belongs to him, then I am afraid that the strength of this incarnation alone would be comparable to a marine admiral. In this case, it is naturally unnecessary to feed this fruit to giants. Naturally. It is estimated that this kind of incarnation cannot be produced indefinitely. After all, Big Mom only had 2, maybe 2 or 3 is Ross's upper limit. Understood. Robin nodded and gathered the 9-tail fox and the hurricane devil fruit. Ross watched as Robin locked the 2 devil fruits into the safe inside the office. He pondered for a moment and then asked, "Robin, help me investigate someone." "Who?" Robin closed the safe and asked Ross. Ross described the appearance of the attraction fruit ability user he encountered in Holy Land and asked Robin to paint a picture with a 77% similarity and then nodded. "He almost looks like this." "Okay." Robin put down her pen and looked at the picture and nodded slightly. She left the office with the picture and went to the intelligence department and told her subordinates to investigate the origin of this person. After handing over the hurricane and the 9-tailed devil fruits to Robin and asking her to investigate the attraction ability user, Ross left the Sky Island Burka and landed on the Cake Island. Lord Ross. Today, the Cake Island has completed its base, which is heavily patrolled and has seamless surveillance of Mushi. When Ross arrived, the guard on patrol saluted him respectfully. The interior of the base is no longer as empty as it once was and it is divided into 3 areas, the first of which is the medical area. This area is managed solely by Trafalgar Law and he is responsible for the rehabilitation of some of the seriously injured, as well as psychosurgical rehabilitation, captivity tests and the like. The second area is Caesar's lab. Although Caesar is in charge, Trafalgar Law has the control and surveillance of the lab, and the assistants around Caesar are also responsible for monitoring Caesar's every move. Although Caesar's heart is divided and kept separate, no one knows if he will perform any small movements. Such surveillance is also reasonable. As for the last area, the construction of this area is the latest but this area occupies the largest plot of land. It is the clone manufacturing base, which is fully managed by Vinsmoke Raju. After walking forward for a while, Ross met Raju coming out of the base. "Lord Ross, why are you here?" Raju saw Ross and greeted him with a smile. "I need to talk with Caesar." Ross responded. He paused a little and said, "What's going on with the cloning of the army? How many people have you expanded?" Raju said, "Because of sufficient resources, it has expanded to more than 200 people." "That's good." Ross smiled, he stretched his fingers and caressed Raju's cheek and said, "Keep working." Facing Ross's frivolous behavior, Raju didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, she groaned, and her pink tongue licked the corner of her mouth. Alas! Ross raised Raju's audacity by another level, but now there is a serious matter and he had to find Caesar, and he has no time to hang out with her. Going towards Caesar's experimental area, he opened the door of the laboratory and directly walked in. "Who?" Without knocking. Caesar heard the door pushed open, and he was looking angrily to the rear while holding a few test tubes, but when his eyes saw Ross, the annoyance on his face suddenly turned into a pleasing expression. "Ah, it's Lord Ross, you're here." During this time, Caesar was responsible for cooperating with Law for physical transformation. It is also not inappropriate to say that the transformation is because his current work is complicated. On the one hand, he had cooperated with Raju to try to further increase the amount of strength and power of those clone soldiers. On the other hand, he cooperates with Law to study the physical aspect. "Devil fruit, the object you were asked to prepare, are you ready?" Ross enters and didn't even look at Caesar and asks pointedly. Caesar breathes a sigh of relief and says, "That is already ready." Ross pulled out the cursed blade Morass aim hanging from his waist and with a loose finger, the cursed blade Morass aim was directly nailed to the ground, while he took out the soul fruit with his other hand. After taking out the soul fruit and the cursed blade Morass aim, Ross stared at Caesar and said, "A Paramsha devil fruit merging into an object, are you sure it is feasible?" A zone devil fruit can be fused into objects, this Ross knows, but he has not seen a Paramsha devil fruit getting integrated into the object. Caesar told him that it is indeed possible but Ross still holds some reservation. This is indeed feasible. Caesar also knows that the current thing is important to Ross and said solemnly, "I have been deeply involved in the study of devil fruit before. Zone devil fruit fusion on an object is an experiment I participated in all the way and Paramsha devil fruit fusion." As Caesar said, he pointed to a water glass not far away, and said, "I did an experiment with Paramsha's fruit not long ago, and the experiment was successful. If you're worried, we can do a second test." Ross turned to look at the distant water glass, and said with a little surprise, "You did experiments with Paramsha's fruit? Where did Paramsha devil fruit come from?" "Oh, it was sent some time ago. Your men must have collected it," Caesar says, tilting his head. After a little surprise, Ross returned to peace. He is now a 4 emperors pirate, with power all over the sea. It is very common for his subordinates to find devil fruits. The ordinary Parimsha devil fruit, which is not very valuable, is nothing and can be used in an experiment like this. Like the spring fruit, Ross doesn't think it has many effects. Going towards the water glass, Ross took it off the test bench, and when he touched the cup, he noticed a slight difference in the cup. Although it is different from Zone's fusion object, it becomes a life-specific animal, but it also seems to have self-life. Ross can reach its consciousness. With a thought, Ross controlled the water glass, using the ability of the devil fruit fused with the water glass, and then he saw that the water glass turned into a spring, and suddenly fell apart, bouncing in his hands. Spring fruit? The corner of Ross's mouth twitched slightly. He was just thinking about it. The result was really a spring fruit. It seemed that Bellamy had no chance to play at all. It's true after Doflamingo got finished. Chapter 358 Soul-Cutting Blade. The spring fruit is indeed not a valuable devil fruit. Ross did not feel distressed by the fact that Caesar used it for experiments. Now that the fusion between spring fruit and a cup is successful, the fusion of soul fruit and the cursed blade Morasame should not fail. Now that you have a successful example, you can start, Ross said to Caesar. Caesar took the soul fruit from Ross. When he was about to get the cursed blade Morasame, he suddenly thought of something, and said, Lord Ross, when a Parimsha devil fruit and an object is being fused, the process is a bit long and it may last for half a month to a month. That's fine. Ross slightly nodded and said, then I'll wait half a month. Compared to the integration of soul fruit into the cursed blade Morasame, half a month is nothing. Seeing that Ross nodded, Caesar's anxiety disappeared and he turned to take the cursed blade Morasame. But almost as soon as his hand touched the handle of the cursed blade Morasame, a violent will suddenly erupted from the cursed blade Morasame, attacking him as a whole. Kill. Crazy. Blood. Dark. With all kinds of terrifying will attacking him, Caesar let out a strange cry and immediately released the handle of the blade. The whole person turned into a mass of gas and rolled several circles towards the distance. Then he looked at the cursed blade inserted in the ground. This is Lord Ross, your cursed blade Morasame. Caesar looked at the cursed blade Morasame with a change of complexion and spoke with fear in his heart. He also has Ross's date here. Ross's sword is one of the 12 supreme grade swords, the cursed blade Morasame, which is now known to everyone in the sea. Cursed blade Morasame has a terrifying legend and its masters in every generation have gone mad and crazy at the end of their life, but to many people, Ross is already crazy to the point of madness and no matter how the blade influenced him, he won't go crazier. He and the cursed blade Morasame are a natural pair. I forgot that this blade was not very obedient. Ross saw Caesar's look and frowned. If Caesar can't control the cursed blade Morasame, it will be a bit of trouble to transform it. It's alright. However, Caesar began to calm down and said, it's just a weapon, I'm a genius scientist. Although the cursed blade Morasame is terrible, Caesar is not something to mess with either. In the test base, he has seen many demons, ghosts, or biochemical person, why would he be afraid of a blade? After getting permission from Ross, he quickly restrained the cursed blade Morasame by some means and sent it to the top of a test stand, putting the cursed blade Morasame into a glass vessel. Subsequently, Caesar took the soul fruit to the other side of the experimental equipment and tossed the soul fruit into a glass, exuding a strange liquid. He pouring the liquid into glassware. ZZ. The liquid touched the cursed blade Morasame and immediately made a noisy sound. If someone looks at it with a magnifying glass, they will see that the liquid is penetrating into the cursed blade Morasame at a slow rate and settling inside the sword's edge. After Caesar finished, he immediately pulled over a special magnifying glass and stared at the cursed blade Morasame inside the glassware. After a while, he raised his head, showing a frowning expression. What happened? Ross, who hadn't left, came over while looking at the glassware and asked him. Caesar said a bit awkwardly, the material of this blade is a bit special. No, it should be said that the self-will on this cursed blade is too strong and it is resisting the fusion of devil fruit a bit. What will happen then? Ross asked invariably. Caesar rubbed his hands and said, the fusion will definitely not fail, but it may take more than half a month to a month, it may take more than a month. Ross asked, what's the longest time? Caesar continued to observe the blade for a while with the magnifying instrument, thinking slightly, it should be no more than 3 months at the latest. That's good. Hearing that the process would take no more than 3 months, although Ross frowned slightly, he relaxed quickly. 3 months was nothing to him, and Tato Land needed to stabilize again. He had just attacked the world government, it is inevitable that the world government will try to find some trouble with him. Then I leave it to you. Yes. Caesar responded. It wasn't until Ross was gone that he was relieved. It was okay to face the others. But the pressure Ross as a 4 emperors excluded was something terrifying to him. 2.5 months passed. During these 2.5 months, the world government carried out multiple retaliatory actions. First, they hit some underground forces associated with Tado Land, then smashed a site in West Blue that belonged to the Ghost Hand Pirates, and it also began to clear the Ghost Hand Pirates force from West Blue. Ross didn't care. His actions at Holy Land Mary Ejos has been exposed, and the whole world knows that Holy Land was almost overturned by him. In this case, the world government's shameful revenge operation looks like a cheap shot. Naturally, this is the only thing that they can so. It is obviously impossible for the world government to attack Tado Land. As long as the world government is not coming to the Tado Land Sea, Ross is too lazy to pay attention to it. The world government's loss is too big this time. It is normal for 5 Elder Stars to go a little crazy. With the passage of 2.5 months, Caesar's mission of combining the Cursed Blade Morassame and a Soul Fruit was finally completed, and he was relieved and immediately reported to Ross. Ross didn't hesitate, and arrived at the base a moment later. Now, the Cursed Blade Morassame is quietly lying in the previous glass vessel, and the special liquid in the glass vessel has completely disappeared at this time and is completely absorbed by the Cursed Blade Morassame. The Cursed Blade Morassame's blade has a little strange change, with a hint of unreal black shadows and a dusky sheen. The sword itself can reflect light and naturally has its special luster, but the Cursed Blade Morassame at this time looks different. The light and shadow it emits is not reflected by light, but originated from itself. It is glowing by itself. Be careful, this cursed blade is fused with Soul Fruit, and I don't know what the will inside of it looks like now. Caesar stood at the side and reminded softly. He has a deep understanding of the violent will contained in Cursed Blade Morassame. After integrating the blade with the Soul Fruit, he is even more afraid to touch it. No one knows how terrible the will in this cursed blade will be after its fusion with the Soul Fruit. It is no longer appropriate to say that it's a cursed blade. Now it should be called Soul Cutting Blade. I know. Ross nodded calmly, still looking at the handle of Cursed Blade Morassame. As a dignified 4 emperors and as the strongest person in the sea today, how could he be afraid of a blade? Even if the will of a blade is strong, it is just a sword that will be held in his hands. Chapter 359 Fusion Buzz. As Ross' hand touched the handle of the blade and he held it in his hand, a strange ghostly, illusory sheen suddenly erupted from the sword edge. This illusory luster does not have any substantial attack power, but it has caused the instability of Ross' power, causing the power of distortion to swing away from Ross' body. The empty space around Ross's body rippled instantly. Splashy. The glassware broke almost instantly, breaking into countless pieces of glass and flying in all directions. Standing nearby, Caesar, too, is distorted by the power of distortion. He loses his head and burst apart. Fortunately, he is a Logia user, and armament hockey did not escape from Ross's body. This knockdown did not hurt him. But Caesar was scared to death. The Cursed Blade Morassame has now become a real terrifying cursed blade from the history. If Ross is affected by it and goes crazy, I am afraid that the entire Cake Island will be finished. It's not just the Cake Island, the Ghost Hand Pirates will probably be going to end as Fujitora and the rest of them together may not be able to stop the crazy Ross. Stay. Hold on. Caesar crouched in the corner of the laboratory with a look of fear on his face. Kaka. Kaka. The power of distortion stirred up, causing the ground to crack under Ross' feet. Although the structure of this laboratory is not made from sea stone, it is also an extremely strong ore and special alloy, but it still couldn't bear Ross's dissipating power. The test bench in front of Ross was also distorted inch by inch under the dissipated power of distortion as if it had become twisted and it constantly crumbled. Countless experimental equipment was broken. Now, Ross could feel that the will inside the Cursed Blade Morassame was rushing towards him frantically, with a frightening deterrent, and it wanted to make him fear. This is not the will of Cursed Blade, but the ability of Soul Fruit. Once he developed fear, the consequences were undoubtedly unthinkable. But unfortunately, Ross's eyes were calm and indifferent, without any slight fluctuation in them as he stared at the Cursed Blade Morassame in his hand. If he had just arrived in this world, he might not be able to resist the power of Soul Fruit that incorporated the will of Cursed Blade. But at this moment, he is one of the 4 emperors of the sea. He is the world's strongest who defeated Whitebeard. When it comes to will, he doesn't think that many people would be able to beat him. With Soul Fruit, do you think you can retaliate against me? Ross had confronted the will of Cursed Blade Morassame many times. As early as when he first got the Cursed Blade Morassame, he fought it many times. Each time the Cursed Blade Morassame was defeated by his fear suppression, and it finally obediently surrendered. Now that the Soul Fruit is integrated with it, its will has been increased and with the ability of Soul Fruit, it has begun to rebel again. Buzz. While Ross spoke indifferently, his conqueror's hockey burst out violently and a captivating force broke out, forcing the will of Cursed Blade Morasame out from his body. At the same time, Ross fully gathered the power of Conqueror's Haki onto the sword edge of the Cursed Blade Morasame and attacked its will with Conqueror's Haki. Ding ding. The Cursed Blade Morasame's blade trembles constantly. Even though the Cursed Blade had become frightening, even if it has combined with the power of Soul Fruit, under the impact of Ross Conqueror's Haki, it still has no resistance. What a joke. Even Big Mom with Soul Fruit wasn't able to handle Ross. How could a blade surpass Big Mom? It's obviously impossible. Under the strong oppression of Ross's Conqueror's Haki, the resistance formed by the will of the Cursed Blade Morasame collapsed and was forced to be crushed by Ross Haki. What happens if the power of Soul Fruit is defeated? If you are a human, there may not be any strange changes, but the Cursed Blade Morasame is a blade and it does not have a human body and human will. In the previous confrontation, the Cursed Blade Morasame was the force that drove Soul Fruit to try to swallow Ross, but the power of Soul Fruit was like a fragile jelly in front of Ross. With a brutal Haki, Ross just crushed the jelly. Because the Cursed Blade Morasame does not have real consciousness, it is only a withdrawal of Cursed Blade, so after Ross's will slammed into it, his incomplete will was broken up. The will of Cursed Blade and the power of Soul Fruit are completely broken up, and unknowingly, it has begun to form a subtle connection with Ross' will. Well, Ross was also slightly surprised. At that moment, he felt a strange connection to the Cursed Blade Morasame in his hand and the blade seemed to become a part of his body, like the fingers on his hand, which can be driven at will. Even he could clearly feel that the power of Soul Fruit contained in Cursed Blade Morasame can also be inspired by his power. Although he doesn't know what happened, this is obviously a good thing. Lord Ross? Caesar, who had retracted into the corner, looks up after the will of the Cursed Blade had gradually stopped. He looked carefully at Ross. Seeing that Ross was motionless in place, he couldn't help feeling terrified and asked tentatively. Ross did not respond as he was immersed in the feeling of him being completely integrated with the Cursed Blade Morasame, or that it became a part of himself. Lord Ross? Caesar asked again, seeing that Ross hadn't responded yet, and his heart was a little cold. If Ross is really controlled by the Cursed Blade, then something will happen, not to mention whether he will be killed by Ross. Even if Ross doesn't kill him, Law and Lafit will not let him go. They will crush his heart and he will die. However, in the midst of Caesar's growing fear and he was on the verge of crying, Ross's eyes finally come back to life, as if he had been in a trance for a long time. He looked at the damaged test bed and the cracked ground under his feet, then turned to look at Caesar in the corner. Good job. Get Captain Law to repair the damage here. In Caesar's fear, Ross speaks to Caesar. After saying those words, Ross walked out of the laboratory. The newly acquired Cursed Blade Morasame. No, Cursed Blade Soul Cutting Blade was in his hand and he naturally can't wait to play with it. Hearing Ross' words, Caesar was finally relieved. It is indeed impossible for the ghost hand Ross to be controlled by a mere blade. Now that he's done a good job, he knows that he is close to getting his heart back and he may become a direct subordinate of Ross. Chapter 360 Manufacturing Homies leaving Caesar's laboratory. Ross came to the place where the criminals were detained, but saying that they were detained criminals were a bit too much, as, in fact, most of them were those who were too brave and invaded Tato Lancy. Those who were left after being slaughtered by Shiryu of the Rain were used as Law's test props. It is Ghost Hand. When Ross showed up, a lot of criminals showed their fear. Some of them come here thinking that Ross didn't deserve his 4 Emperor's title and he wasn't that strong and was only a lawless pirate, but the result was that they couldn't even defeat the division captain of the Ghost Hand Pirates and their defeat was devastating. Naturally. There are also those who are not afraid of Ross, and they looked at Ross with eyes filled with anger. Ross came to a fearless person and took out the cursed blade. He didn't ask, "What are you looking at?" He raised his hand and stabbed the blade into that person's body. The man apparently didn't expect Ross to start hacking people. His face suddenly changed, but because he was shackled and tortured there was no room for him to move. He could only watch as the sharp blade cut across. But Ross's sword didn't cut him, but passed him, sweeping the space and splitting the cage in two. This is... Some of the people in the cage next to him looked over in disbelief, their faces changing as they wondered what Ross was going to do. The prisoner in front of Ross, though he was not struck by the blade, something rises from his body in a weird, soul-like mass. Sure enough. There was a trace of a smile on Ross's mouth, and cursed blade Morasame in his hand waved again. This one swept straight through the strange mass, cutting it open in an instant, and at the same time the prisoner's eyes turned white and he fell back. This is one of Soul Fruit's abilities. Soul Focus. Big Mom used this ability to speak directly to the human soul's attachment to life, while striking fear into her opponent. She will demand that the person either give her what she desires or gives her their lifespan. If the person fears death for even a moment, Big Mom will be able to take their lifespan in any amount that she chooses. She can even take a person's entire remaining lifespan, instantly killing them. Once the fear appears, the lifespan will be overflowed with what is visible to the naked eye and will be stripped by the will of the soul fruit user. The cursed blade, which combines with the soul fruit and turns into the soul-cutting blade, naturally has this ability. Okay. Ross took a look at the life, or soul, that was around the cursed blade, and after some time, he swung his sword. Under the control of Ross, the soul flew into a prison cage and merged with the cage, which also emitted light and underwent weird changes. When the light is gone, eyes and mouth appeared on the cage. Boss. When the cage came alive, he became a living cage, and spoke respectfully to Ross. Obviously. While possessing the ability to strip soul and life, Ross also has the same ability to make homies as Big Mom did, giving life to something that isn't alive. What? The cage is alive. Several prisoners in the cage screamed strangely, watching the cage that had suddenly become alive. They looked at the talking cage, showing a bit of fright. Ross stared at the cursed blade Morasame for a few seconds, and then glanced at the living cage. Keep an eye on them, don't let the prisoners escape. Yes. Boss. The cage responded respectfully to Ross. The existence of homies will be determined by the personality of the soul fruit user. Ross's personality is calm, and the homies created will also possess this trait. It looks like soul fruit. No, cursed blade Morasame's will has become a part of me and had completely turned into my vassal. Ross murmured as he looked at the cursed blade Morasame in his hand. He has also noticed that it is not simply a sword with the ability to eat devil fruit, but it is him with a situation similar to eating double devil fruits. However, the power of soul fruit is completely attached to the cursed blade. It will not increase or weaken and is completely fixed by cursed blade Morasame. This was obviously something Ross was happy to see. The cursed blade Morasame that obeyed his orders and the cursed blade Morasame which became a part of himself were clearly different. If it was the former case, then the cursed blade Morasame can be taken away by others. As long as others can suppress cursed blade Morasame, they can use the ability of cursed blade Morasame. But now, even if other people take cursed blade Morasame, they will not be able to use its ability. Unless Ross is killed, the owner of cursed blade Morasame is only one, that is Ross. After confirming this, Ross looked at the prisoners in the cage and experimented. He stripped them of their souls and gave the souls to the cages and chains. During this process, Ross also gradually discovered the essence of homies. The essence of homies is life. He stripped off a prisoner's 30-year lifespan, which would give the cage 30 years of life, or evenly distribute it to the two cages, each of which would have 15 years of life. This kind of lifespan does not come out of thin air, it does not become more or less, it is a kind of transfer of soul. And by this time, Ross had some inkling of why the retrograde fruit, the fruit that causes the body to age backward, was not so valuable. In this world, the lifespan of a person is related to the soul. The regressive fruit can only regress the body, but it cannot prolong the real life of the soul. Even if an old man were to regress to a few years, he would still die due to the exhaustion of his life. Only the surgeon fruit can really extend someone's life. Yes. Not even soul fruit can extend someone's life. Soul fruit can strip other people's lives, but it can't be integrated into living things. Ross can't extend his life by depriving others of theirs. Soul incarnation. Ross said after doing several experiments with taking someone's soul, he began to study another ability of soul fruit, that is, the ability to make his own soul incarnation. Soul is related to longevity, but it is an exception for the soul fruit user. Making his own soul incarnation does not need to deprive Ross of his life. Ross recalls that Big Mom's soul incarnation can be more than one or two. Those things that collect life in Cake Island every day are also Big Mom's soul incarnation. There is no doubt that those things can also produce high-level homies like Zeus and Prometheus. In this case, soul fruit is indeed an extremely powerful devil fruit. If Big Mom produces homies with hurricane, ice, and other elements, it would be almost like taking charge of endless natural disasters with one person's power. Just think. Wherever Big Mom went, thunder, howling flames, hurricanes, and frozen winds, and various elements will interweave and collide. I am afraid she would have been the strongest 4 emperors or even the Pirate King. You must know that high-level homies, such as Zeus and Prometheus, are full of power, and their power is close to the level of 3 disasters, and they are immortal. After all, Big Mom is just a creature born with a body like a monster. In many ways, she does not have the will of a real emperor, because she does not walk to the top one step at a time with her own efforts. If the soul fruit was in the hands of Whitebeard and Red Hair Shanks, they would have been more powerful than Big Mom. Chapter 361 Soul Incarnation. Let's make an incarnation of my soul first. After a moment of contemplation, Ross turned back and looked at the cursed blade Morass aim in his hand. His eyes flashed lightly. After being familiar with the power of cursed blade Morass aim, he already knew how to make his soul incarnation, that is, to fuse part of his will with the power of soul fruit, and cut it out with cursed blade Morass aim. It's here. What blends with the will of Ross is the power of soul fruit, not the soul and life, so for Ross himself, making this soul incarnation will not consume his life, but he only used soul fruit and cursed blade Morass aim power. After deciding, Ross took a deep breath and calmed his mind and fused his will with cursed blade Morass aim, and launched soul fruit's ability. ZZ. Cursed blade Morass aim's blade gradually shed a ray of dim light. This light grew stronger and finally reached a certain level. Ross's eyes flashed, and cursed blade Morass aim in his hand flickered. Buzz. The light was thrown out by cursed blade Morass aim and it landed on the ground 10 meters away, and after squirming, it turned into a black slime-like thing. There are eyes and mouths on the black thing, but they don't seem to speak. This is Hamis, produced by Ross's will. It belongs to the soul of his incarnation. Even if it does not speak, he can perceive the consciousness of the other party. Obviously, this consciousness cannot be compared with Ross itself. It is like Ross dropping a drop of blood. Although this drop of blood has life, it is far from being comparable with Ross. It doesn't seem like much either. Ross looked at his soul incarnation and frowned slightly. He doesn't think how strong the will of this Hamis will be, compared with himself. Will this Hami be able to control the body of a character like Katakuri? After frowning and thinking, Ross could not help but shake his head. In any case, he has to try it. Captain Ross. At this time, Trafalgar Law finally came after hearing the news. He called Ross more casually, he sometimes called him Lord, and sometimes he used Captain habitually. Ross doesn't care much about symmetrical calls. It seems to have succeeded. Trafalgar Law naturally knew that Caesar was responsible for the integration of cursed blade Morass aim and soul fruit. Seeing those living cages in the cell, he knew that Caesar should have been successful. He was also present when attacking Cake Island before. He is no stranger to this kind of Hamis, and it is clear that this is Big Mom's soul fruit ability. But it is now Ross' ability. The fusion of cursed blade Morass aim and soul fruit is indeed successful, but whether my incarnation can drive Katakuri's body, I am not quite sure. Ross watched the dim dark slime and shook his head. Trafalgar Law also looked in the direction of Ross and saw the slime and he had a little uncertain expression on his face. He didn't even know if he could use personality transplant surgery on this. Let's go and give it a try. Can you strip Katakuri's will now? Ross asked Trafalgar Law. Trafalgar Law nodded. Naturally. It's been so long, he'd be a bit of a waste if he couldn't strip Katakuri of his will. Now he's not far behind the likes of Fujitora, Shiryu of the Rain, and even Fyakuserman in terms of power. They soon arrived at the lab. Katakuri has been kept in the lab, but he doesn't look much different now than he did 6 months ago. The strong people of this rank cannot be imprisoned for a year and a half to wipe out their consciousness. Otherwise, the eternal hell on the 6th floor of Impel Down would be a joke. Sensing Ross's arrival, Katakuri opens his eyes. And he just kept looking at Ross. However, Ross has already reached the peak of the sea, and naturally, he will not be affected by Katakuri's murder-filled eyes. Even if his killing intent is 10 times more powerful, it would still be ignored. After Katakuri stared at Ross for a few seconds, he suddenly changed his gaze and looked at the dimly colored slime behind him. He is the original head of the 4 Sweet Commanders, and he is naturally very clear about Big Mom's ability. This thing is obviously a soul incarnation. But Big Mom has fallen into Ross's hands and the soul fruit's abilities have all been lost. Hamis and soul incarnation have died. That is to say that Ross got the soul fruit. Let's start. Ross didn't think of talking to Katakuri. Long ago, he had already said what to say, and now there is nothing good. Trafalgar Law nodded and his right hand moved. Room. The translucent dome opened instantly, covering the entire room. Immediately after Trafalgar Law raised his hand and Katakuri's brows creased, his will and Law's ability confronted against each other. However, compared with the time when they had just defeated the Big Mom pirates, Law has grown a lot. In terms of the ability of personality transplant surgery, it has also reached a level of proficiency, which is no longer what Katakuri can resist. Even if Katakuri concentrated all of his will, a heart-shaped thing was still stripped from his body little by little. At the same time, the slime-like Hami was constantly shrinking under Law's ability and finally turned into a heart-shaped thing. Exchange. Trafalgar Law's eyes flashed, and the Hami, who turned into a heart shape, penetrated into the inside of Katakuri's body. At the same time, Katakuri's soul flew towards Ross's body. Ross pulled out the cursed blade Morass aim and stabbed it. Kitakure's soul was pierced by the cursed blade Morasame and turned into a weird mass, surrounding the blade of the cursed blade Morasame, and finally absorbed by the cursed blade Morasame. After all of this, Ross and Law's eyes fell on Kitakure, and the eyes of both of them showed their interest. I don't know how long it has been. Kitakure, who was in a coma, opened his eyes slowly as if he didn't feel well. He twisted his neck and twisted his arms. Boss. After looking around for a moment, his eyes quickly fell on Ross' body and he opened his mouth calmly at Ross. Ross was slightly relieved to see this. The soul fruit cutout soul incarnation was used to replace other people's souls to complete the personality transplant surgery. It was obviously a success. Today, Kitakure has become a Hami's under his control. The next problem is, will this Hami be able to use Kitakure's strength? Chapter 362 Robbery 6. Not letting Law do anything, the cursed blade Morasame in Ross' hands waved directly twice to cut off the sea stone chain, and Kitakure also stood up. How much power can you use? Controlling the body of Kitakure is the high-level Hamis made by Ross which, though far from the standards of Ross in terms of will, is the equivalent of a small Ross with many of Ross's characteristics. Kitakure shook his fist and felt the power in his body. I don't know, he said calmly. Oh? Hearing the other person's words, Ross was slightly surprised. Had he underestimated this slime? He stroked his chin for a moment and thought, follow me. Yes. This Hami is similar to Big Mom's Prometheus and Zeus. They only have a very simple consciousness. It responded to Ross and walked out. Arriving at a testing room deep inside the base, Ross signals to Kitakure to hit him. This room is specially constructed. The outer wall is made of the strongest steel, and there is a sea stone interlayer inside, plus a stress release layer. Even if it is not as strong as Mary Oza's core warehouse, it is not too different. It is used to measure the power of various weapons. Cut. Machi. The Hami's eyes flashed, revealing a calm temperament similar to Ross's. His arms suddenly swelled and turned into Machi. With dark armament haki attached to his fist, he smashed into Ross. Ross didn't back up and waved his right arm. Bang. A huge Machi arm smashed on Ross' arm and a depressed bang rang out, but it failed to make Ross take a step back. Carry on. The light flashed in Ross' eyes and he ordered the other party to continue. The Hami responded and immediately began to launch his attacks using his abilities. The Hami launched an attack on Ross and began to perform Kitakure's tricks one by one. Bang. 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 The battle continued and by the end, Ross had a smile on his face. He really underestimated his soul incarnation. After his soul incarnation took control of Kitakure's body, he can exert his strength and it can reach as much as 90% of Kitakure's original strength. The only flaw is that he can't use future prediction of the observation haki. But even so, he is already strong enough. The strength of this Hami is still in the rank of 3 disasters. It is indeed the soul incarnation of Captain Ross. Trafalgar Law stood at the door, looking at Ross and Kitakure in battle, and his eyes changed slightly. He did not expect that Ross's soul incarnation could bring Kitakure's strength to such an extent that it was a perfect fit. That's enough. Faced with another attack from Hami, Ross punched out and the power of distortion broke out and the Machi got distorted into a ball and flew out. The other party stopped immediately. Kitakure. No, there is no need for that name anymore. Ross watched the other person slightly. He can't make this kind of soul incarnation without limit. If he had eaten this devil fruit himself, he might be able to make more than 10. But now, the limit of Cursed Blade Morasame's affordability is probably 5 or 6. For Ross, 5 or 6 is enough. A name emerged in Ross's mind as he thought about the number of 6 souls, plus the ability of the other side is Parimshamachi Machi fruit. 6 paths of pain. Azura. There is no problem and it is in line with its identity. Ross decisively renamed the Kitakure in front of him as Azura of 6 paths of pain. You stay in the base for the time being, put on a cape, and don't let anyone know who you are. After naming the other party, Ross gave an order to Azura. Although Azura is also his puppet, it is still fundamentally different from the 6 paths of pain from Naruto world. The will of 6 paths of pain and the will of the bodies he used are not different, and this Azura and Ross's will is disconnected. It is just like Big Mom's relationship with Hamis like Prometheus and Zeus. Naturally, Hamis, produced by Ross's soul incarnation, has some of Ross's characteristics. Ross didn't worry that he would be taken away by Nami as Zeus did. He is not Big Mom. Yes. Azura echoed calmly. It doesn't have Ross's memory, but it does have some of Ross's will and his character is similar to Ross's, and it has a very simple sense. After dealing with Azura, Ross and Law returned to the laboratory. For those who are weaker than Kitakure, Ross does not intend to use his soul incarnation to make them puppets. After all, his soul incarnation will probably be limited at 6. Every puppet he controls must at least reach the power similar to Katakuri, otherwise, it is not worth to control someone weak with his soul incarnation. And after cutting out a soul incarnation, Ross can't cut out the second one in a short time. He must rest for some time, otherwise, it will damage his will. Azura will stay with you temporarily. Don't let him do anything unless he has to, and when he does, be sure to deal with the aftermath. Ross said to Law. Law understands the importance of this and nodded solemnly. If the news of Katakuri becoming a puppet of Ross spread out, I am afraid that other 4 Emperor's pirates will immediately feel threatened, and even if they do not join forces, they will be extremely wary of the Ghost Hand pirates. Even the world government and marines will not sit still. This is enough power to shake the foundations of the world. Just think. If Ross alone controls 6 characters that are comparable to Katakuri's strength, even if he attacks marine headquarters, it would be nothing. Besides, Katakuri is probably not the only character Ross will control after all. 100 Beast Kaido is also one of Ross's targets. That's the only way. Only by doing this would he have the power to fight against the world government. After returning to the Sky Island, Ross began to rest, intending to restore his mental fatigue and then cut out the soul incarnation to devour the Hurricane Logia fruit. Using Logia's hurricane fruit to create a soul incarnation, it would be far more powerful than using ordinary storms to create it. Maybe the strength of this soul incarnation will be comparable to that of Azura. Ross had some expectations in mind. A few days later, the intelligence forces collected news about Black Prison and handed it to Robin. Robin read through the intelligence and reported to Ross. Marine Admiral High was from the era of Chief Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. It is said that no pirate was able to escape from his hands. Everyone who meets him was imprisoned in a dark prison. So he was called Admiral Black Prison. It turned out to be someone from the old era. Ross glanced at the intelligence lightly. In the previous era, Sengoku and Zephyr were the Marine Admiral, respectively. The vacant admiral position, the government has always planned to let Garp succeed it, but Garp has repeatedly refused to be promoted. In the previous era before Sengoku, Steelbone Kong and Black Prison High were Marine Admiral respectively. As for the third Marine Admiral seat, it was not vacant, and its possessor has a title and was known as Disaster. But when Steelbone Kong was promoted to Marine Fleet Admiral, Black Prison and Disaster Marine Admiral both disappeared from that period. Intelligence about Black Prison and Disaster was deliberately blocked by the world government, and their information is now scarce and even their abilities are not known. But Ross, who fought against Black Prison once, knows that the opponent's ability is Parimsha Attraction Fruit, which is extremely powerful, and that person is more difficult to deal with than the current Marine Admirals such as Aokiji or Kizaru. Moreover, Attraction Fruit is the superior fruit in the Gravity Devil Fruit branch. If Fujitora and Black Prison encounter each other, Fujitora will be in great trouble as he would not be able to fight him. If it wasn't for him to make a fuss in Holy Land and snatching things from the core warehouse, I am afraid that this Black Prison would not have appeared at all. He is undoubtedly one of the hidden powers of the world government. Yes, there is one more thing. After commenting on the intelligence of Black Prison, Robin said, one of our subordinates' merchant ship was looted. The robber was a 7 Warlords of the Sea. Oh, when did 7 Warlords of the Sea's guts become so big? Ross gave Robin a strange look. However, 7 Warlords of the Seas are rebellious characters. Sand Crocodile was the perfect example, as he kept shouting to take Whitebeard's head even when he didn't have the strength to do so Ross is not surprised. Ross asked, which 7 Warlords of the Sea? Robin put her arms behind her and said, after the merchant ship came back, all the goods were gone, and the people on the ship were turned into stones. According to this intelligence, it should be the Empress of 7 Warlords of the Sea, Boa Hancock. Chapter 363 Pirate Empress. At the mention of Empress Boa Hancock, there was a hint of something interesting in Robin's tone, and she looked at Ross with a half-smile on her face. Ross's face remained unchanged. The Empress. She is really not easy to handle. If I remember it correctly, the Amazon Lily Island should be in the Calm Belt. Yes. Robin nodded and said, although I can get the sea map of the Amazon Lily, it's a bit of a fantasy to be able to come and go freely in Calm Belt by sea map alone. There are supergiant sea kings in the Calm Belt. Even if it is Shiryu of the Rain, he would not be able to come and go as he please. The rest of the giant sea kings and large sea kings are also troublesome. Shiryu of the Rain can freeze the surface of the sea, and the top powerful people are not afraid of going there, but if these sea kings swallow the ship in one bite, or break the ship with a tail, then they will become afraid, as they would have to swim in the sea, which is already impossible for the devil fruit users. But Robin's voice turned and he said, it's not impossible. Marine battleship's bottom surface is inlaid with sea stone to avoid the perception of the sea kings. Let's leave it to Captain Shiryu. I think he'll be happy to do it. Robin smiled as she said that. To deal with the 7 Warlords of the Sea, As far as the Ghost Hand Pirates' power is concerned, they only need to dispatch a few top-ranking teams. Ross thought of the scene where Shiryu ran to the Amazon Lily Island, and he couldn't help but say, when Shiryu starts, he doesn't stop, and if he robs a Marine's battleship, it's not guaranteed that Marines will not act. What do you mean? Robin tilted her head and looked at Ross. Ross calmly said, I'll go there once. The power of the Amazon Lily Island cannot be ignored. Maybe it will be our 9th division. Robin said with a smile, and here I thought that Captain just wanted to see the legendary pirate Empress. Ross pretends to not hear Robin's words. What a joke. Even if Hancock is recognized as the most beautiful woman in the sea, what about it? He is a 4 emperors of the New World, he is the strongest man in the world, would he be charmed by a female empress? And taking into account the hatred Boa Hancock had for Tenryubito, it is not absolutely impossible to make the Amazon Lily Island become the subordinates to the Ghost Hand Pirates and become the 9th division. The Empress's battle power is more than enough for her to serve as the captain of the 9th division. Do I need to notify the entourage? Robin asked Ross. Ross shook his head and said, no need, just give me the sea map. Robin had already expected that and she handed him a folded sea map. The position of the Amazon Lily was marked on the sea map but it was not accurate, it was also locked in a small sea, which was much easier to find than the base of the scientific force. Go early and return early, Captain. After giving the map to Ross, Robin said with a smile. Ross took a look at the sea map and thought for a moment, and said, you can go there too, maybe there is a poneglyph in the Amazon Lily Island. Ross intends to let her follow him, which is a bit unexpected for Robin, but the smile on her face becomes a little more real when she hears that there might be a poneglyph. Okay. Amazon Lily Island. Inside the royal palace. Hancock, who had just finished bathing, was wearing a luxurious bathrobe and she was sitting on the couch to rest, and finishing her slightly wet hair. And just then, a slightly impatient voice came. I heard you ransacked the merchant ship of the Chauerfield family? The previous generation Amazon Lily Island Empress Eldernyan came over with a snake stick. Some of Hancock's maids were shocked when they saw Eldernyan, including the 2 at the door. They couldn't help but say, oh! Lord Eldernyan, where did you come from? Hancock sat there, looking calm and said without looking up, noisy, get out for me. Every time Eldernyan appeared in her room was when she wanted some quiet, the guard at the door was useless, but she herself didn't know where she came from. Wait, Snake Princess. Eldernyan waved her snake stick and called, do you know the origin of the Chauerfield family? They are merchant subordinates of the Ghost Hand Pirates. Oh? Ghost Hand Pirates? The sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold who stood next to Hancock, suddenly heard Eldernyan's words, and their expressions suddenly changed. On this sea, people who have never heard of the name of 4 emperors almost never exist, and if they do, they are basically idiots. Besides, the Ghost Hand Pirates also defeated the Whitebeard Pirates some time ago, and Ghost Hand Ross became the strongest man in the world while the Ghost Hand Pirates became the most terrifying force in this sea, with a reputation that shocked the entire sea. The 2 sisters stared at each other and they could not help but think of the scene of looting merchant ships at that time. No wonder the captain of the merchant ship was not afraid but said sternly that they were members of the Chauerfield family, but before the other party said the next few words, Hancock had already started directly, turning the captain into a stone figure. She said she did not want to listen to others. Although Sandersonia and Marigold have heard of the Ghost Hand Pirates, they do not know that Chauerfield merchant family is the subordinates of the Ghost Hand Pirates. After the captain was turned into a stone figure by Hancock, they didn't think much about it. They led their subordinates to carry things and rob the merchant ship. Ghost Hand? Hancock's jade-like hands were lightly moistened as they played with her soft hairs and there was a slight wave in the calm pupil. Her personality is very clear to everyone. She is extremely proud, narcissistic, domineering, and wayward, but she is not stupid. Just like in the original series, the world government sent Momonga to invite Hancock to take part in the War of the Best. She knew very well what would happen if she did not take part in it. Even without Luffy's participation, she was likely to go to the War of the Best in the end. This is evident from her acceptance of the 7 warlords of the Sea Treaty even with her strong hatred of the world government and Tenryubito. Yes, that Ghost Hand Pirates. Eldernyan said with a look of calmness, this pirate group must not provoked. Snake Princess, you plundered their merchant ship. They will never forgive this. The Amazon Lily Island may be destroyed for this. Listening to Eldernyan's words, Sandersonia and Marigold were stunned and they began to show a little panic while looking at Hancock together. However, Hancock only stopped for a moment, but continued to brush her hair calmly with her fingers, and said, it's annoying, throw her out. Eldernyan's face froze, and she had a terrible headache. Wait, Snake Princess. You need to send someone to send their things back, maybe you can save the situation, otherwise. Chapter 364 Arrival in Amazon Lily Island. Otherwise? Hancock stood up, staring at Eldurnian with an unfeeling indifference on his pretty cheek, and said, "What if we plunder their merchant ships?" Speaking of this, Hancock's frosty pretty face suddenly took on a delicate and pitiful attitude and said, "This kind of thing will certainly be forgiven." Poof. The heartbeats of Eldurnian and the many female guards present at the scene accelerated because of the expression on their empress's face. They could not help but fell in love with her, even they were both women. Freed from the charm of the empress, Eldurnian showed her teeth and said, "It's not the time for you to act unreasonable, Snake Princess. Enough." Hancock walked to Eldurnian and grabbed her hair. The cold and domineering expressions of an empress were restored on her face. "My ears don't want to hear your nagging anymore." Holding Eldurnian's hair, Hancock raised her hand and threw her directly out of the window as Eldurnian let out a strange noise. "Ah, Snake Princess, how could you treat Eldurnian like this?" The next guards were sweating from their foreheads. Hancock turned her head and two faint blushes appeared on her cheeks, showing a perfect expression, and said pitifully, "If you are not careful." The female guards present were once again hit by her charms. Yes, yes. No one can avoid being careless. After throwing Eldurnian out, Hancock returned to the couch and said in a flat voice, "You all go out, you two Sanda and Mari." The guards responded and left the room, while Sander, Sonia and Marigold looked at each other and saw the tension in each other's eyes, but at the moment they had to leave the room helplessly. Time can't go backward. Looting a merchant ship is looting a merchant ship, not to mention that the goods have already been consumed, and even if they were not consumed, it does not mean that the conflict can be resolved by sending it back as it is. Besides, they knew too much about Hancock's personality, and there was almost no possibility of her bowing to anyone. However, when they thought that this is the Amazon Lily Island, located in the Calm Belt, it is extremely difficult to come here, and it is even possible to meet the supergiant Sea King, their hearts were a little more relaxed. With this location, the Ghost Hand pirates may not be able to do anything to the Amazon Lily Island. After the guard and both of her sisters left, only Hancock was left in the room. With a gentle sigh, she went to the couch. Two smooth white jade arms came out of her bathrobe and hugged her calf gently, and she lowered her head. At this moment, she had only a bathrobe on her body. If someone stood in front of her, they would be able to see everything from her head to toe. The delicate and tender skin was perfect and flawless, plus the extraordinary charm, and the slightest sorrow of anxiety between her eyebrows. Not many people can resist such beauty. Hancock is not stupid. On the contrary, hidden under waywardness and pride, she has a clever heart. She knew the severity of this situation when she heard that the merchant ship they had robbed the other day belonged to the Ghost Hand pirates. But this matter is not as easy to solve as Eldurnian said. 7 warlords of the seas status is only attached to the world government, and they have provoked 4 emperors. It would be a miracle if the government and marines send out help, even if she seeks it. As for the return of goods, it is also a stupid idea. Besides, she also has her own pride. It is impossible for her to send back what she grabbed and then bow her head to others, even if she is dead. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to have conquerors hockey. This world. Hancock's slim fingers squeezed tightly, pinching dents on the skin of her calf, and she bit her silver teeth lightly, showing not tenacity but fragility. No matter how willful and domineering she is, there is always an unchangeable and most vulnerable place in her heart. This is evident from her past, as she didn't want anyone to know that she was a slave. In fact, with absolute strength and hockey, how can she not be able to suppress a small island like Amazon Lily? But, because of this, her strength is strong, but it has also stagnated on a level, including her conqueror's hockey, which is also inferior to Doflamingo. Just as Hancock was sitting there alone, and all of her feelings were on the surface, a slight panic came from the door. "Snake Princess. There are enemies." Hancock, who was still tightly pinching her calf and biting his silver teeth, took a deep breath the next moment, and all of her expressions instantly converged, restoring the attitude of the Empress pirate. She pulled off her robe and threw it over herself. She stepped down from her seat, and as soon as she left the room she saw a nervous guard standing there. "What enemy?" Hancock asked. The guard's voice trembled slightly. "It's the Ghost Hand pirates." Hancock glanced at her coldly and said, "So you're scared like that? Useless things, get out of here." After a shout, she went straight out of the palace. Hancock's reprimand didn't break the guard's mentality but instead changed the guard's face a few times as she showed a hint of perseverance, and she began to follow Hancock with her weapon. Amazon Lily Island, coast. A sailing ship flying the flag of the Ghost Hand pirates was docking along the coast, where a fierce clash erupted. A large number of fighters appeared on the side of Amazon Lily Island, and more people were still coming, but there were only 2 people coming down from the ship of the Ghost Hand pirates. It was Ross and Robin. Faced with the flood of Kuja warriors, their expressions were calm, and Ross didn't even make a move but stood there with both hands behind his back. It was Robin alone, who blocked all the Kuja warriors that had struck, and swept through them in a smashing manner, and no one could stop her. The current Robin's strength has entered a bottleneck. She doesn't have a strong desire to become stronger, so this bottleneck has almost no possibility of being broken, and she doesn't even want to become stronger, so it wouldn't even help to be persecuted by external forces. Besides, Ross doesn't care much. Her battle power is enough now, and she doesn't need to be stronger. She is not a battle member who rushes to the front to kill. But even so, Robin's strength is not something that these warriors can withstand. In this world, battle is a catalyst for improving strength. Robin has followed Ross for nearly 7 years. From the bottom all the way to now, she is a member of the qualified 4 Emperor's pirates, and her battle powers are enough for her to get a bounty of 400 million berries. Even if she is not as good as Doflamingo and the 3 disasters, she is just a grade below that. She is still very powerful. Turn to Fleur, Hook. Faced with the Kuja warriors, Robin's eyes were calm, her arms were folded in front of her and countless arms appeared on dozens of people. Under a twist, their bones and muscles make a crackling sound. However, Robin did not kill them, because Ross's plan to come over this time was not to destroy the Amazon Lily Island but to insert the Ghost Hand Pirates flag on the Amazon Lily Island. Chapter 365 Robin vs. Hancock Stand Back. Just when Robin defeated many Kuja warriors and defeated them, Hancock's 2 sisters Sandersonia and Marigold finally arrived. Originally, they also had the idea of avoiding conflict with the Ghost Hand Pirates as much as possible, but seeing the conflict on the coast was overwhelming, and the people on their side fell to the ground one after another under Robin's hands. They could not help yelling at them. 100 Flowers Doppelganger. Robin's face was light as her arm staggered in front of her, and as the petals flew, 2 Doppelganger emerged to meet Sandersonia and Marigold, who rushed over. Sandersonia and Marigold were surprised by Robin's doppelganger, but they did not pause, each wielding their weapon and slashing down. Huh. On Robin's thin jade arm, a dark armament hockey emerged. Both doppelgangers staggered their arms and blocked the attack of the 2. Hockey? This level of hockey. Sandersonia and Marigold are also strong women who can use hockey. From this hit, they were able to determine the intensity of Royne's armament hockey, which is far above them. On the Amazon Lily Island, I am afraid that only their sister Hancock's armament hockey can fight this person in front of them. But at this point, even if the 2 women knew that it would be difficult for them to defeat Robin, they still choose to continue with their attacks. Robin smiled as she controlled the 2 doppelgangers to directly restrain the weapons of Sandersonia and Marigold, and her hands twitched. Kaka. A crisp and tense sound sounded. The weapons in their hands were broken by Robin's strangulation. Then, with a wave of her hands, Robin produced countless arms and turned them into 2 huge palms. With a single stroke from left to right, she took Sandersonia and Marigold out. How can this be, even Sandersonia-sama and Marigold-sama? Many nearby female warriors could not help but tremble when they saw this scene. Their strength was much weaker than Sandersonia and Marigold, but now Sandersonia and Marigold are also defeated by this woman. And the most terrifying one is not the woman in front of them, but the man who stood on the shore from beginning to end without moving. Most of them do not know Robin, but many people recognize Ross, 4 emperors. Even if the Amazon Lily Island is isolated from the outside world, it is necessary for them to go out and plunder from time to time, and they occasionally get some newspapers or wanted posters. They have learned about the terrifying existence that is Ross, who stands at the peak of the sea. Cough. Sandersonia and Marigold, who were slapped out, had bloodstains on the corners of their mouths, and they stared at each other, seeing the discoloration in each other's eyes. They have provoked the Ghost Hand Pirates, and they had already guessed that the other party might not give up, but they did not expect for them to come to their door so soon. And the most important thing is, Ghost Hand Ross himself didn't do anything at all. It was just a woman who had taken them all out. The 4 Emperor's pirates are really terrifying. The rumored Amazon Lily Island of female warriors. It doesn't live up to its reputation. Robin saw some people in the vicinity wincing, but they did not rush up again. She couldn't help but stop and gently smile. Ross stood on the shore, but his gaze was on Robin. He had never seen the scene where Robin easily defeated the enemy and scared the opponent. Speaking of which, although Robin was kind in her heart, her external appearance was somewhat bitter and black. Naturally, the most important thing that makes Ross difficult to give up Robin is that this woman is too smart. She always knows when to do something, and she occasionally gives Ross a wicked look to express her dissatisfaction. And when Ross needs something else, Robin can always quickly detect what he needs, and there are not many people who can do this. At least Califa and Rage are worse than Robin. Hearing a few sloppy words coming from Robin's mouth, many female warriors were a little annoyed and gritted their teeth. Some people with a hot personality, under the stimulation of Robin's words, charged toward Robin, trying to continue to fight against Robin. Boom. Boom. Robin's face remained the same, and with a slight smile on her face, she also came forward to meet the charging crowd. She doesn't have many skills in close combat fighting, but she is the person closest to Ross, so no matter how bad, her body movements are light and flexible. Ross smiled as he watched the scene in front of him. Admiring Robin's battle powers as it does has a unique taste. But just as Robin wandered through the crowd and everyone fell to the ground as no one could resist, a figure suddenly appeared behind the crowd. Wearing a bright red cheongsam, exquisite earlobes, wearing snake earrings, long black hair flying in the air as the limbs move, showing their suppleness. Perfume femur. Boom. Hancock kicked out with the marrow fruit ability, breaking Robin's doppelganger and spreading it out into numerous petals. Robin made a slight movement and looked over. Ah. No introduction was needed, just a glance was enough for her to know that the woman in front of her was the Pirate Empress, the one that most people would dream of but would not dare to offend. Even with Robin's current vision, she has to admit that the woman in front of her does indeed have the temperament in line with the name of the Pirate Empress. Are you the Ghost Hand Pirates? After breaking Robin's doppelganger, Hancock didn't continue to fight against Robin, but stood there, asking in a slightly soft and proud voice. If Robin was a man, I'm afraid she wouldn't even need to bother to say a word, but since it's a woman, she won't be able to turn her into stone at first glance. 6th Division Captain, Nico Robin. Robin looked at Hancock and examined the other side. She supported her chin with her finger and said, "You looted the Chowderfield merchant ship. I think we should not be in the wrong here." Hancock's expressions remained calm and she suddenly raised her hat and said, "I was very interested in their goods, so I took it over. Did I make you angry?" The first half of the sentence was normal, but in the second half of the sentence, she has already used the ability of the marrow fruit, and coupled with her own charm, even Ross, who is standing on the coast, can't help shaking his head. His thoughts were almost hooked. Robin also had red cheeks and she immediately wanted to forgive the other party, but she immediately reacted and pressed down the discomfort in her heart. On the way, Ross talked about the Empress, saying that the charm of the Empress was strong, and coupled with the power of marrow fruit, it was a killer for men and women. She just smiling then, as she didn't completely believe it. Now when she had confronted her herself, she knew that Ross was right and she was now getting a headache with an heartache, and both were for different reasons. While she was figuring out what to do, Hancock spoke again, still uttering irresistible charm. "Those goods are important to me. Can we not hold them?" The second half of the sentence was said with a pitiful tone, and even with the light and dark character of Robin, she couldn't help it. Hancock's charm power has an influence on anyone, plus her conqueror's haki, which can cause a sweeping effect under the double stack. If someone's will and strength are below a certain range, they will not be able to show any resistance in front of her, and even if their will and strength is above, they still won't be able to exert all of their strength because of the initial impact. One must know. Even Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral stabbed himself in the leg to resist Hancock's power. Imagine if Hancock had stood on the top of the harbor during the war and unleashed her powers. If she had said, "Could you please stop beating me? I'm so scared, I am afraid it will sweep the audience immediately." Chapter 366 Ross's attitude. "It's fine if we don't pursue it." Robin took a deep breath and pressed down the restlessness in her heart and said calmly, "As long as you give up the status of 7 warlords of the sea and lead the Amazon Lily Island to join us, the stolen goods are equivalent to internal consumption, so there would be no need investigated." Hearing that the other party wanted her to give up the 7 warlords of the sea's title and lead the Amazon Lily Island to surrender to Ghost Hand pirates, it is naturally impossible to make such concessions with Hancock's personality. The title of 7 warlords of the sea, I like it very much, and I don't like to be obedient to others. Look at it this way, your ship suffered a weird accident, and all the members turned into stones. Hancock spoke softly, still emitting her charms while looking weak. Under the ability of marrow fruit, her charms are equivalent to a hidden attack. Robin coldly said, "Do you think it is possible? Then don't blame me." Hancock lifted her chin slightly and suddenly turned into an afterimage. She rushed towards Robin and stretched her beautiful legs to draw a perfect arc in the air. Even if Robin had heightened her vigilance, when Hancock launched the attack, she could not help but look at the exquisite and fair skin at the base of Hancock's legs. Boom. It was this loss of mind that made Robin unable to attack, and she could only wave her arm to resist the kick, and with a cross kick from Hancock, she was pushed away. Hancock didn't pause for a moment and continued to move forward, kicking continuously. The hem of the cheongsam fluttered with her side kicks, and from time to time, she exposed some captivating images. Boom. 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 Under the influence of Hancock's charm and her attacks, Robin was forced to resist continuously. After blocking several attacks, she leaped backwards, folded her arms in front of her, and released her ability to deal with Hancock. But at this moment, Hancock's eyes flashed slightly, and a wave of Conqueror's Haki suddenly rushed out towards Robin. Under the influence of charm, her strength was greatly interfered with. Now, under the influence of Conqueror's Haki, Robin's flower fruit ability suddenly failed. Apart from charm and Conqueror's Haki, Robin at the moment is no less than Hancock in terms of body art and double-color Haki. There is not much difference between them. But had charm and the dual influence of Conqueror's Haki and the gap opens up. This is also the case where Robin is a woman herself and has followed Ross for years and seen all kinds of Conqueror's Haki. If not, a single charm or Conqueror's Haki influence can make a big enough difference. Bang! The fruit ability failed to launch, and Hancock's sidekick pushed Robin back. Although Robin had used armament Haki on her arms, that Haki was also showing the signs of being scattered. If her armament Haki is blown away by Hancock, the area hit by him will undoubtedly turn into stone fragments, which is extremely dangerous. Phew. Finding that she was not Hancock's opponent, Robin could not help exhaling. When she chatted with Ross before she came here, he had laughed and said that she could go and play with the Empress of the Sea to see if she would be affected by her charms. It turned out that she was really attracted to her and she was clearly a woman. Robin felt a pang of annoyance in her heart. Bang! At the very next instant, Hancock kicked off from the ground and continued to land a foot on Robin's chest to completely defeat Robin. But just then the ground suddenly rolled over. Hua! A huge piece of earth was suddenly lifted up, like an earthquake, which made everyone on the scene unstable and shaken for a while. Hancock's kick kicked the tumbling rock and shattered it, but Robin's figure had already receded to a safe distance. Hancock's eyes changed slightly, and she stared at the shore. There stood Ross with his hands behind his back, his eyes calmly looking at her. Robin was fighting her subordinates when she came here just now, and she focused all her attention on Robin while ignoring Ross on the shore. At this moment, she finally noticed Ross. It was obviously not Robin's ability just now, and the perception of her observation Haki also told her the same thing. Being able to win against Robin, you are as strong as rumors may do out to be. You are fully qualified for the position of the division captain of the Tato Land Ghost Hand Pirates. What do you think? Ross walked forward calmly. No momentum was revealed and he didn't even unleash his Conqueror's Haki, but as Ross walked step by step, the atmosphere in the field became suppressed. Hancock's eyes rarely reveal a trace of glimmer, leaving aside things like identity. In her perception, the man in front of her is very strong. Are you Ross? Hancock asked Ross as he came over. There was no disgust in her tone, but there was a hint of inexplicability, which made Ross slightly wonder if his own charm had come back to affect Hancock's attitude. Snake Princess, promise him. Elder Nyan came over with a snake stick from the back and said, if you join up with the Ghost Hand Pirates, even if you give the 7 warlords of the sea's name, the government and marines will not act lightly on the Amazon Lily Island. Looking at Ross who was standing at the same age as Hancock, Elder Nyan could not help but sigh. Hancock was already a rare emperor of the Amazon Lily Island in a century in her eye, but Ross's existence still surpassed Hancock. At this age, this person standing in front of her is one of the 4 emperors and he had also dethroned Whitebeard and had taken the strongest in the sea title. On the strength of qualifications, Ross is undoubtedly the most dazzling existence of this era. As for Hancock's attitude towards Ross, she knew what was going on. Ross had killed some Tenryubito before. These incidents were widely popular and the news has even reached Amazon Lily Island. After Hancock got the newspaper, she lingered on it for a long time, and then she learned that one of Tenryubitos killed by Ross happened to be someone who had forced Hancock to eat the Mero devil fruit. So far, Hancock only had a different attitude towards 2 people. One was Fisher Tiger, who saved her from a life of suffering, and the other was Ross, who directly killed the Tenryubito who had enslaved her. Hancock didn't speak. She seemed calm on the surface, but her heart was constantly rising and falling. Her attitude toward Ross is complicated. On the one hand, she is happy that Ross killed the Tenryubito and her hatred was vented. On the other hand, she does not want Ross to know about it, knowing that she was once a slave of Tenryubito. When it came to dealing with Ross, she didn't know what to do with him. Is he a benefactor? Or the enemy? Chapter 367 Twist the mind. This king doesn't want to listen to other people's ideas. Hancock finally spoke slowly. Regardless of Ross's attitude, she was reluctant to make acts such as surrender. She was proud and she could not live under anyone else. The title of 7 warlords of the sea can only be regarded as a cooperative relationship with the government. But the title of the division captain is different. This sentence was slowly spoken, with a hint of refreshing charm, making Ross faintly want to say you don't have to do it. But Ross is so strong-willed that not many people in the world can compare with him. Naturally, he can resist Hancock's charm. However, the interference of this charm is real, and Ross frowned slightly. He was willing to appreciate the charm of the Empress, but he was not willing to be affected by this charm. Silence. Ross put his fingers on cursed blade Morassame around his waist. The power of Soul Fruit was inspired and merged with the power of distortion, swimming through Ross's body and crushing all the restlessness in an instant. Then he looked at Hancock again and his eyes became calm, without any ripples in them. This is the result of Ross and Lafitte's exchange and study of hypnosis and his combination of the power of distortion and Soul Fruit, resulting in a more soulful, or willful, ability. This ability can be called distortion personality or distortion mind. Its effect is to completely distort an emotion, lowering it to infinity and suppressing it, or to magnify it to infinity, leaving the opponent in a state of infinite anger or sadness. Naturally, this ability was recently researched by Ross and he is not very skilled. So far, it has only been tested on himself. Unfortunately, Ross put his fingers on the hilt of Cursed Blade Morassame, and said calmly, "You only have two choices, one is to join actively and the other is to join passively." Hearing Ross's words, Hancock's eyes suddenly turned cold. Because she was once a slave of Tenri Ubito, and later became the Pirate Empress, she did not accept this method of trying to force her. Naturally, other methods will not be very good either. She belongs to a category of a self-centered person, and all of her judgments are based on herself. "Snake Princess, what are you hesitating about?" Elder Nyan stood beside her and seeing the changes in the attitude of the two sides, she couldn't help but become anxious, and said to Hancock, "You know who he is." In front of her is a four emperors, Ghost Hand Ross, who defeated Whitebeard. He has now come to the Amazon Lily Island in person. If he is denied, the Amazon Lily Island will probably perish. However, Elder Nyan's warning not only failed to have a positive effect but also stimulated Hancock's resistance as she said, "Shut up for me. This king is the emperor of the Amazon Lily Island. It looks like you are going to pick the second option." Ross looked at Hancock and said quietly, "He is not a submissive character, and he would not be used by Hancock just because of her charm. It is extremely easy for this kind of woman to cause trouble." Ross is also considering that the other side's beauty and strength are pretty good, so he has the plan to attract them. But this solicitation also includes a premise, that is, complete submission. What's the use of disobedience? It is absolutely impossible for this king to obey anyone. Hancock coldly said and expressed her attitude directly. Although Ross's overbearing character is not bad, but when it is applied to her, she wants to resist. "Then, you can try to resist." Ross spoke quietly and took a step forward. Whiz. Almost instantly, Ross came directly to the front of Hancock. His speed was almost incredible. Even the Kuja tribe warriors present stared at Ross with vigilant and released their observation haki, but they could not make any response. Hancock barely caught Ross's movements, but she had no time to fight back. She could only cast armament haki and wave her arm. Boom. With one move, Hancock's figure flew backward. "Snake Princess." Ross's sudden attack stunned everyone and the expressions of panic and teething were intertwined in countless people. Marigold and Sandersonia rushed forward immediately. No matter if he is four emperors or something, it is impossible for them to watch him hurt their sister. However, Ross had no intention of fighting Marigold or anyone else or even having him lift a finger. In the body like ordinary human beings, a rush of momentum soared away, and the black cloak shot up like a gust of wind. In an instant, the world seemed to have become silent. This conqueror's haki is far stronger than Hancock. With an unstoppable posture, it swept across in all directions. The female warriors of the Amazon Lily Island became stiff in place almost instantaneously and they began to fall to the ground. Even those captains who can withstand Hancock's conqueror's haki, under the conqueror's haki of Ross, can't hold it, their eyes roll over and they fall to the ground. Ha! Conqueror's haki. Marigold and Sandersonia have barely kept their consciousness because they have followed Hancock all year round, but they are also shivering and sweat covered their body. They were unable to keep standing and they have to hold their arms to support their bodies. Looking at Ross' figure, there was a deep horror and fear in their eyes. His conqueror's haki alone has made them lose their battle ability, making it difficult for them to even move one finger. This is four emperors, Ghost Hand Ross. Far away. Hancock, who was blown out by Ross in a single attack, made a perfect turn in the air and managed to barely land smoothly, and as she landed she was oppressed by Ross's conqueror's haki. The conqueror's haki in her body was oppressed, and immediately broke out to confront Ross's conqueror's haki in the air, and instantly darkened the whole world. Creak. There was another person who had not fainted, Elder Nyan, but she was also holding the snake stick to just stand. Under the conqueror's haki, the bones of the aging body creaked as if they were about to be crushed by oppression. Snake Princess. She looked hard at Hancock. As the role of news information, she is very clear that Hancock definitely cannot resist Ross's strength. What kind of confrontation will there be then? However, Hancock doesn't care about Eldurnian. Although her Conqueror's Haki is weaker than Ross, after all, she has Conqueror's Haki and she is not affected by Ross's Haki. Chapter 368 Mild Empress. However, she noticed that Ross Conqueror's Haki was far stronger than hers and Hancock's eyes still flashed with inexplicable light. The wind gale howled centered on Ross and Hancock, swinging in all directions. In the conflict of Conqueror's Haki, Ross took a slow step and just walked towards Hancock, looking calm without feeling any pressure. However, Hancock faced Ross coming to her and the pressure on her was increasing little by little. Under such pressure, she finally could not stand up to Ross and tried to fight him. Slave arrow. A pink peach heart emerged from her and her finger pulled the peach heart. The peach heart bounced like a bow and arrow, and countless pink arrows swept towards Ross. However, faced with Hancock's trick, Ross broke the pink arrows with just a wave of his hand. Armament Haki. Hancock's pupils contracted. Judging by Ross's strength, he is naturally able to break her slave arrows with his Armament Haki, and the Armament Haki just revealed by Ross is no doubt stronger than hers. This gap is like when she first learned Haki, facing the senior who taught her Armament Haki. This was a gap between a master and a novice, a giant gap. But even though Ross showed her outrageous strength, she still didn't intend to give in, and sweat stained her forehead and bit her silver teeth lightly. She didn't believe her charm could do nothing to Ross. Falling down drunk sweet wind. Faced with Ross's figure which was getting closer and closer, Hancock made a peach heart with her fingers, inspiring the most fundamental ability of her devil fruit. As long as the enemy is affected by her charm, they will directly change into stones, unless their whole body is covered with Armament Haki. But what makes Hancock feel incredible is that Ross faced her Mero Mellow attack without any evasion, and he walked directly over this wave of attacks and withstood it. Mero Mellow's pink light passed through Ross' body, but it did not cause any impact on him. This is an almost unbelievable scene for Hancock. After eating the Mero fruit and escaping from Holy Land Mary Ejos, her charm has continued to increase with time. She has not met anyone who is completely resistant to her charms, let alone a man. Even a woman cannot resist it. But in front of Ross, he completely disregards her charms and attacks. This attack was not blocked by Armament Haki, nor was it avoided, but it was directly ignored. No one has been able to do this. It means that the man in front of her wasn't affected by her at all. Shocked, Hancock even began to doubt her charms. Ross was normal and he is a man, but her charm had no effect on Ross at all, which was a bit incredible. Is this all you can do? Ross stepped in front of Hancock and looked at her flatly. He naturally wouldn't explain to Hancock that he used the ability of distortion to temporarily change his character into a disliked woman state. You. Hancock looked at Ross and stumbled a little. There was a great panic and a fear in her heart. Her mood was completely disturbed by something that was totally unexpected to her. Ross looked at Hancock's appearance and judged Hancock's current state of mind, which is naturally the most fragile state of her will. Huh. The next moment, Ross pulled out the cursed blade Morassame. The power of distortion was used with the power of Soul Fruit. The two forces blended together and converged on the sword edge, and turned into a strange light. Distortion. In the interweaving of light, Ross quietly said aloud, and the blade in his hand suddenly pierced Hancock as she was too late to escape. Snake Princess. Sister. Eldurnian and Sandersonia, among others, almost exclaimed when they saw this scene. Their faces were full of horror. Hancock also stood there stingingly, looking down at the blade that penetrated her chest. Strangely, she didn't feel any pain. The blade penetrated Hancock's body, but the situation was weird as it did not spill any blood, as if it was not the body but the mind that had been pierced. The original chaotic mind became completely disordered at the moment when Ross' power of distortion poured in and was no longer under Hancock's own control. This is also the first time that Ross has applied his character change distortion ability to others, and after the force had worked, he was a little hesitant to go in the right direction. After a few seconds of hesitation, Ross starts and ends the power again, then pulls out the blade. The blade was pulled from Hancock's chest, leaving no wound, not even her clothes were broken, as if the blade had been an illusion. Now, what's your choice? After Ross pulled out the blade, he dissipated the power of distortion, and the cold sword edge was placed on Hancock's white tender neck again, letting her return from the trance. Because this is the first time he had used this ability, Ross did not make any big moves and he just suppressed out the superficial character of Hancock narcissism and willfulness. He didn't know what would happen to Hancock. Detecting the cold sword edge on her neck, Hancock didn't show any fearful expression but instead gritted her teeth slightly. This king needs some time to consider. Hancock finally said this. The domineering pride in her heart made it impossible for her to give in, but apart from narcissism and willfulness, she would not take the act of pulling all the people of the Amazon Lily Island together with her. And Ross ignored her charm and influence, giving her a shock that still hasn't gone away. Silence. Ross's conqueror's haki receded like a tide. He looked at Hancock, lifted the blade and took it off Hancock's neck, put it into the scabbard, and stared at Hancock thoughtfully. He had no mind-reading skills, but the extreme observation haki allowed him to roughly capture Hancock's inner mood. He was also curious about his ability. When Ross stared at her in this way, Hancock felt a surge of discomfort in her heart. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks, and she turned and said, "Don't stare at this king so rudely." It was okay for her not to speak, but when she did speak, Ross was slightly stunned for a moment and stared at her with a gaze of interest. "What is this? Is she being proud or is she being a son, dear?" His new ability does not completely erase the personality of others but can cause enlargement and weakening of some definite traits. After weakening of her extreme willfulness and extreme narcissism traits, he has now formed this. Empress? Chapter 369 World Shock. A few days later. Inside a hidden cave somewhere in the mountains behind the Amazon Lily Island. I didn't expect that there would really be a poneglyph. Ross stood inside the cave, which was supposed to be extremely dark, but Ross used distortion to change the light from the entrance to the cave, making the whole cave as bright as day. Bringing Robin to find the poneglyph's deal was just a way for him get her to come with him because in his memory, the Amazon Lily Island did not have such things as the poneglyph's deal, but after searching the Amazon Lily Island carefully, he did not expect to really find one here. What is the history of the Amazon Lily Island? Robin came to the stone poneglyph and looked at it. This is an ordinary poneglyph. One which has history of the Amazon Lily Island. It is not an intelligence poneglyph or a road poneglyph. But even if it is an ordinary poneglyph, Robin still studied it in detail. In the past few days, in addition to finding the poneglyph's deal, Hancock also finally chose to lead the Amazon Lily Island under the control of Todo Land. When it comes to attachment, it is actually just hanging a ghost hand pirate's banner on the island. Just like today's Fishman Island and the Dressrosa Kingdom, these two countries are under the banner of ghost hand pirates and are listed under the Todo Land. At first, Ross thought about whether to get Hancock to Todo Land, but after thinking about it, it was better to let her remain on the Amazon Lily Island, so as not create a lot of trouble. After half a month, the Pirate Empress, one of 7 warlords of the sea, openly cancelled the 7 warlords of the sea contract with the world government and invested in the ghost hand pirates. The news came and the world shook. No one expected that the lonely Empress would be conquered. However, Ghost Hand Ross, who stands in the strongest position in the world, does have this qualification. Countless people who have dreams of chasing the Empress, after being informed of the news, couldn't help sighing, and quickly gave up their unrealistic dreams. So far, there have been 7 warlords of the sea accidents under Ross. In addition to Crocodile, Gecko Moria, and Doflamingo, the Empress Pirate also has an accident. What angered the world government is that the Empress was not destroyed by Ross, but she gave up her 7 warlords of the sea status and joined the ghost hand pirates. Bastards. Within the power of the world government, 5 elder stars couldn't help but curse. 5 elder stars next to him blinked and said, "Pirates are unreliable." When giving her 7 warlords of the sea status, we should have considered the current situation in advance. Should we destroy the Amazon Lily Island? 5 elder stars suggested angrily. It would have been fine if Ross had destroyed the Amazon Lily Island, but such a flagrant betrayal would undoubtedly be a great blow to the majesty of the world government. If this kind of thing happens more often, many people will think that the world government is not as powerful as the ghost hand pirates, and the ghost hand pirates is more terrifying than the world government. This idea is extremely dangerous. And when the Pirate Empress joined 7 warlords of the sea, Vegapunk had not yet developed the kind of battleship that could cross the calm belt. It is because of their helplessness of the Amazon Lily Island hiding in the calm belt that it was decided to make the other party a 7 warlords of the sea, and the location of the island was a very important factor in that decision. Now, with a battleship that Vegapunk researched that can easily cross the calm belt, there is not much danger even if their forces enter the calm belt. The natural barrier of the Amazon Lily Island no longer exists. No. That ghost hand guy is not a stupid beast. Since the Pirate Empress had joined him, he must have predicted our next move. The 5 elder stars holding a sword stood there, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. The next person heard his words and said, "Yes, maybe Ghost Hand Ross is now on the Amazon Lily Island, and if we hastily dispatch troops to fight against him, we will suffer great losses." After some deliberations, there was no final conclusion. The matter was shelved by the world government. After the Amazon Lily Island was listed as one of the affiliates powers of the Todo Land, Ross spent another week in the Amazon Lily Island and had an in-depth exchange with the female Emperor Hancock on the future development direction and progress plan of the Amazon Lily Island, and he also comprehensively explained the sustainable development methods. Ross spoke highly of Hancock's role. The contribution of the Amazon Lily Island confirms that Amazon Lily Island has independent autonomy. The planning and governance are still decided by the female emperor alone. In addition, when Tato Land is threatened, Amazon Lily Island needs to send troops to help. A week later, Ross left the Amazon Lily Island by his ship. Hancock personally went to the dock to see him off, with a little red color on her cheeks, and the sea breeze revealed her legs. A sailing ship is slowly sailing on the sea. Robin, holding a newspaper she just bought from Newsbird, came to Ross, who was sitting on the deck, and said, 500 million berries, the government seems to be really angry. The newspaper published the news that the female empress had unilaterally renounced the 7 warlords of the sea status and has become one of the subsidiary states of Tato Land. The world government put out a bounty of 500 million berries to the female empress. The strength of the empress is not weak. The reward of 500 million berries is not low, but it is not high either. It's okay. Ross took a look at the newspaper and laughed. It's best to irritate those 5 old things. World government is in chaos, and the guy behind the scenes should jump out soon. Robin hesitated a moment and said, isn't it a bit trash for you to let the empress publicly renounce 7 warlords of the sea treaty and join the ghost hand pirates? Now the other 4 emperors will keep a great vigilance against us, as will the world government and marines. Ghost hand pirates are huge. After defeating the Whitebeard pirates, they are already ranked first in 4 emperors. It is also because the ghost hand pirates are too powerful. The Germa 66 joined them and now the female pirate emperor joined with them. Whether it is marines or the world government, or other 4 emperors, they will maintain a great vigilance against the ghost hand pirates. Just think. It is normal for the 4 emperors with a small strength gap to maintain a distance and balance with each other, but if the strength of one of the pirate groups is getting larger, and gradually open a big gap with the other pirate groups, then this balance will be gradually broken. With the intelligence capabilities of the world government, they will find out about the empress sooner or later. Ross calmly said, instead of having the world government take the initiative to announce the withdrawal of Hancock's 7 warlords of the sea position and send troops to besiege the Amazon Lily Island, it is better for Hancock to give it up first. Tato Land is not afraid of anyone now because neither Whitebeard nor Redhair will take the initiative to attack it, and marines and the government are the same. By making such big news, it is easier to attract strong people around the world who are willing to submit, forming a virtuous circle. Hearing Ross's explanation, Robin looked thoughtful. Clearing the table, Robin said with a quizzical chuckle, Hancock. Since when do you call the Empress by her first name? A more intimate title will help to bring Tato Land and the Amazon Lily Island closer together in harmony, Ross says. Robin smiled and tried to say something, but Ross suddenly reached out and pulled. Caught off guard, she lost her footing and fell into Ross's arms. It doesn't matter who I call by name directly. It's only you who can call my name directly. Ross looked at Robin and said. Robin wasn't struggling and she looked at Ross with a smile. Her eyes were bright, and her smooth black hair fluttered gently with the sea breeze. Ross's heart stirred and he looked down. Chapter 370 Hurricane time has crossed and the great age of pirates has been going on for 19 years and entered the 20th year. It is less than 2 years before the time when Luffy went to sea in the original work. After returning to Tato Land for a month, Ross's will is almost restored, and Cursed Blade Morasame has also adapted to the situation of bearing 1 soul incarnation and can make the 2nd soul incarnation. Whether the soul incarnation can eat devil fruit or not is the main question now. Before producing the 2nd soul incarnation, Ross convened Trafalgar Law and Caesar to discuss this issue. In recent decades, soul fruit has been held in the hands of Big Mom, and it was not until her death that it fell into Ross' hands. Whether Trafalgar Law or Caesar, they don't have any specific understanding of soul incarnation. But the soul incarnation produced by Ross before can replace the personality and soul of others in the form of personality transplant surgery, which is the basis of their judgment. Caesar pondered, since the power of the devil fruit can be integrated into the weapon, the integration of soul incarnation should not be a problem. I don't think so. Trafalgar Law shook his head and said, it's not that simple. The incarnation of Lord Ross's soul is not strictly a specific material, and it has no form itself. Caesar countered, but soul incarnation can fuse imaginary flames and thunder, and directly make homies. It should be easier to fuse with devil fruit. Caesar also knows about homies. After all, Ross made a bunch of homies in the base when he experimented. Even so. Trafalgar Law turned his head and said, but how can you be sure that the produced homies will not be a talking devil fruit and not the actual element? This. Caesar froze. There is no doubt that Ross wanted a hurricane homie and not a talking devil fruit with eyes and mouth. If the actual devil fruit doesn't work, I can try to extract the power of devil fruit. Caesar said to Ross. Ross said, like eating a devil fruit? Yes. Caesar nodded and said, but there are some differences. The way is to extract the liquid energy of a devil fruit. What you need may be something more abstract, which is more difficult, but it is not impossible. Ross touched his chin and thought, then I will try to let the soul incarnation eat the hurricane fruit directly. If that doesn't work, then we will use your way. Ross can give life to the dead and make it into homies, and he can also extract the soul from the dead, so he is not worried that the soul incarnation will be wasted after it is combined with the devil fruit. Besides, it does not matter if the soul incarnation is destroyed. Cursed Blade Morasame is capable of producing countless soul incarnations, but it can only afford the existence of about 6 soul incarnations. A simple explanation is that a fruit tree can produce hundreds or thousands of fruits in decades, but it does not mean that it can bear thousands of fruits at the same time. Only 5 to 6 soul incarnations can exist at a time. This is the current limit of Cursed Blade Morasame, unless its strength is increased. After the decision was made, Ross no longer hesitated. He pulled out the soul-cutting blade or the Cursed Blade Morasame, and his will condensed on the sword edge of the Cursed Blade Morasame and the power of Soul Fruit was condensed. This is the first time that Caesar and Trafalgar Law had the chance to observe the abilities of the Soul Fruit up close, and both of them were staring at Ross's blade intently. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Ross's cohesive will is getting stronger and stronger, and a weird substance emerges from the blade, constantly writhing as if to drip from the blade. Just when the squirming mass reached its limit, Ross waved the sword, and an invisible sword light flashed, throwing the mass out. Slap. The creeping thing fell to the corner, and grumbled and rolled, turning into a strange dark light slime. Law had seen the soul incarnation once before, and he has also helped in making the first incarnation, so he was not surprised for long and his expression becomes flat. Caesar had a great interest in this slime, but he knew that this was Ross's soul incarnation, and he was naturally afraid to put forward a request for research. Call. After making the second soul incarnation, Ross exhaled. The first soul incarnation was an immature work. As for the second soul incarnation, because he already has a certain experience, he deliberately raised it to the limit and only launched the ability of Soul Fruit and cut it out. This soul incarnation is at least 30% more powerful than the previous soul incarnation. It brings a heavy burden on Cursed Blade Morasame, but it is also placed by Ross with high hopes. Ross even wants a homies that floats next to him at times like Prometheus and Zeus, and it would be best if it is several times stronger than these two. After exhaling a bit, Ross took out the hurricane fruit from his pocket. This devil fruit is similar to other Logia's devil fruit, but the color is cyan, and the pattern on it is a rotating hurricane pattern. Raising his hand, the hurricane fruit crossed an arc in the air as it was thrown to the slime-like soul incarnation and finally fell into its mouth precisely. The soul incarnation made a swallowing movement. Ross looked on expectantly. But after the soul incarnation swallowed that devil fruit, its body suddenly froze, then it began to shrink rapidly to the center and was finally sucked into the inside of the hurricane fruit. Finally, the eyes and mouth appeared. Boss. The surviving hurricane fruit bounced at Ross. Ross. The last thing he wanted was to see this. But Ross still had a glimmer of hope in his heart, and said to the hurricane fruit, "Can you use the hurricane abilities?" "It seems, no." The hurricane fruit jumped twice and replied to Ross. Ross. The hilarious scene makes both Trafalgar Law and Caesar want to laugh, but neither dares to and holds back. Ross sighed and he waved the blade in his hand, and cut it out towards the hurricane fruit. The hurricane fruit shuddered and the eyes and mouth disappeared, and a weird mass wriggled out of it, turning into the image of slime again. Ross walked over and picked up the hurricane fruit and looked at Caesar, saying, "Let's go, we will try your method." "Yes." Caesar nodded and took over the hurricane fruit and walked towards his laboratory. Chapter 371 Hurricane Incarnation in the Laboratory. In front of a delicate instrument, Caesar put the hurricane fruit in and started the machine. After a ding sound, the hurricane fruit turned into countless pieces and was poured into a beaker. Caesar, who was already prepared, took the beaker to the test bench and carefully took a sealed test tube from the test bench and poured out the purple liquid in it. Zzz. The purple liquid was poured into the beaker, and a noisy sound was immediately heard. Caesar didn't hesitate as he immediately picked up another object containing the green viscous liquid and he poured it into the beaker and sealed the beaker. Zzz. The inside of the beaker seemed to boil, and it started to crackle. After a while, Caesar opened the beaker, and the contents of the beaker had turned into a thick black liquid and countless debris. Caesar carefully fetched a piece of cotton gauze. It is said that the cotton gauze is actually made of sea stone. This is a filter screen that is divided into extremely thin silk threads and reorganized. It belongs to one of the most precious instruments and he brought it from the scientific force base. After filtering through the sea stone gauze, all the debris is filtered out, and the rest is a thick black liquid. Caesar dripped a few more strange things in it and then the liquid began to grunt, and countless gases evaporated and dissipated in the air. Finally, half a cup of cyan liquid appeared in the beaker. It is a beaker. In fact, the beaker is also made of sea stone, as the liquid in it is in a state that can be fused with any matter. This liquid devil fruit can be fused with any matter, but it will not be fused with sea stone, so only sea stone can be used to hold it. Caesar lifted the beaker with pliers and placed it on the central test bench. All right. Ross, who had watched the production of Caesar this time, had an understanding look on his face, knowing that his chemistry teacher from his previous life would not even be able to hold a candle to Caesar. Without hesitation, as soon as Ross waved his hand, the slime-like soul incarnation squirmed over and swallowed that strange liquid. Buzz. This time is completely different from before. When the strange liquid merged with Ross's soul incarnation, it immediately changed from a thick cyan liquid to a small group of rotating hurricanes. The soul incarnation slime shrank madly, rushing into the hurricane quickly, and the hurricane became bigger and bigger, and eventually reached the size of a basketball. Splashy. As the hurricane got bigger, a strong wind also rolled in the laboratory, just like a tornado, causing countless experimental equipment around to shake swiftly. It seems to be working, eh? There was a smile on Caesar's face, but before he could smile any further, the wind suddenly increased sharply, and everything in the laboratory instantly flew up and rotated around it. Even Caesar himself couldn't get rid of the impact of the hurricane. He was blown into a mass of gas by the wind, and he began to twist into the center while spinning. Caesar screamed and struggled desperately, but what was terrifying was that, with his strength, he couldn't get rid of the wind of that hurricane. After getting dizzy by the tornado, when he was almost unable to support himself, Ross yanked and caught a mass of gas, pulling him out of the hurricane. Master Ross. Caesar looked at the messy lab with tears. Ross smiled as he stared at the hurricane. He didn't look at Caesar's expression and didn't look back. You can have someone rebuild it later. Whatever resources you need, you can ask for them from Law. After hearing this, Caesar finally wiped his tears. At this time, the rotating hurricane was finally getting smaller. Eventually, a ball of tiny dragon tornadoes appeared in the air with eyes and mouth, looking at Ross. Boss. Ross has a subtle connection with the soul incarnation, and he can vaguely perceive how huge a force this seemingly miniature hurricane possesses. This is not Hami's made with ordinary hurricanes in nature, but hurricane incarnation made with Logia's hurricane devil fruit. One must know. The hurricane fruit can be eaten by anyone, and it can create a powerful existence. This is a Logia devil fruit that is not inferior to ice and fire. Let's go. Ross beckoned the hurricane incarnation and walked out of the laboratory. The hurricane incarnation immediately followed, flying around Ross's head. Raja came forward. She heard the movement and thought that something had happened, and hurried over. Watching Raja rushing over, Ross's mind was searching for some playing, and he flicked a little towards the hurricane in rotation around him. Ho! A gust of wind came out in an instant, blowing from the bottom up. Raja didn't expect that there would be a wind in the base. Suddenly, her clothes were blown. Just when she screamed and subconsciously stretched out her hand to press, her clothes couldn't support because of the strong wind and were torn down by the wind. Ross paused. Breaking clothes was not what he had expected. The wind was a bit too strong. Raja covered her body with her arms and the transfiguration device hanging around her waist was activated by her. The thick liquid surged and instantly wrapped around her body, turning it into a battlesuit, blocking the wonderful sight. After all this was done, she looked at Ross, and asked weirdly, Master Ross, what is this? Ross turned to look at Hurricane Incarnation, and yelled, Look at what you did. The Hurricane Incarnation looked aggrieved, but you ordered me to do it. Ross. He grabbed the Hurricane Incarnation and put it between his hands. Raja was still staring at him. She smiled with a playful expression and said, If Lord Ross has any opinion on my clothes, just tell me, why use this method? I can't resist your orders anyway. If Raja had dared to whisper such things in his ear, Ross would have given her a taste of what it means to be powerless, and now. Ross dragged the Hurricane Incarnation, as if twisting his ears, and took a step forward. The whole person disappeared out of thin air and left the base directly. Seeing Ross disappear, Raja shook her head slightly. She can't help blushing at the scene when her clothes were torn up in a flash just before she was caught off guard. Although she has underwear and Ross hasn't seen anything, she does feel a little embarrassed. The Hurricane Incarnation came to the outside world and Ross directly took him to a height of 5 kilometers. This location is in the middle of the Sky Island Burka and a Cake Island. He let his hand loose and threw out Hurricane Incarnation. Boss. The Hurricane Incarnation shuddered. Ross snorted and coldly said, Come on, show me what you can do. Show me your power. Chapter 372 2 moves. The Hurricane Incarnation looked at Ross timidly, but it couldn't disobey Ross's order. After a while of grievance and fear, it forced its courage and closed his eyes and shouted. Gale force. As it yelled out, it was originally the size of a head and it began to swell in an instant, reaching a width of several meters in an instant, and it continued to expand, gradually becoming thicker and longer. At the same time, a strong wind screamed, blowing wildly towards Ross. If an ordinary person had been in Ross's position, they would have been blown away like a leaf in a storm in an instant. Even Ross is forced to use his power of distortion to stay in the air and he is barely able to stabilize his body. What a trick. Ross's mouth can't help but twitch as he resisted the strong wind from Hurricane Incarnation. He can't understand the names of these moves. The Hurricane Incarnation was still screaming with closed eyes and a gust of wind swept open in all directions and the white clouds that were blowing thousands of meters away were cleared. This is purely a violent and powerful outflow of power and there aren't any tricks or moves. Sure enough, he can't expect the Hurricane Incarnation to have any battle skills. Ross rubbed his eyebrows. He gave up the idea of fighting against the Hurricane Incarnation. He covered his body with the power of distortion and walked towards the Hurricane Incarnation against a violent wind, and his hand grabbed its body. The power is too scattered. Ross retorted after pulling the Hurricane Incarnation. The power of Hurricane Incarnation gathered all over his right hand and wrapped around his right arm. With Ross's thoughts, the violent hurricane began to shrink madly and the huge hurricane the size of tens of meters was instantly reduced to the size of a ball. Immediately, Ross's eyes flashed and his hand caught the ball-sized hurricane and turned it into a cyan ball that was rotating in his palm. This is not the normal Hurricane Incarnation, but the power of the Hurricane Incarnation that has completely erupted and it was all condensed into such a small ball. Whiz. Ross's figure flickered a few times as he reached thousands of meters away and he threw the ball in his hand at the surface below. The ball spins and flies towards the sea. At the moment it came in contact with the sea, the violent wind pressure inside the ball exploded and it swept madly in all directions. In a moment, a terrifying storm covered an area of tens of meters. The water in this area was cut into countless imperceptible fragments in an instant. The fish in the water did not even spill a drop of blood, and they were completely strangled without a trace, just like a spiral sword. That's the normal power. Ross looked at the scene and nodded slightly. This kind of power is not necessarily inferior to Kizaru's Shaku curved jewel, Yasukuni no Magatama, and under his control, it would not be difficult for him to fight against Kaido. After the outbreak, the wind pressure gradually disappeared, and a small dragon tornado appeared in the center of it. It was the Hurricane Incarnation, and it looked at Ross aggrievedly. Boss. Ross originally expected homies made by his soul incarnation to be funny. The fact of however is that it does not depend on the body, but only on the illusory structure. There is almost no such thing as memory and thinking. Compared to the Hami Azura made from Kitakure's body, this Hurricane Incarnation can be said to be stupid. Can that move be released independently? Ross shook his head and stared at Hurricane Incarnation as he asked this. Hurricane Incarnation asked blankly, which move? Ross almost forgot that this Hurricane Incarnation has no memory and it only has a simple thinking ability. At this moment, he had black lines on his head. It seems that it is a little difficult to want Hurricane Incarnation to fight independently. After sighing in his heart, Ross calmed down. If it could not fight independently, it could always follow him. He can use the power of Hurricane Incarnation to attack at any time, and the conflict between the forces of the power of distortion and Hurricane is not great. With the assistance of Hurricane Incarnation, even if he meets both Big Mom and Kaido at the same time, he would be able to take care of them. Woo! Ross pulled the Hurricane Incarnation again. Anyway, the simplest method is to force this attack into its consciousness. The Hurricane Incarnation was dragged by Ross and under Ross' control, it swelled up again and turned into a huge dragon tornado, and then contracted again into a wind ball. This trick will be called Hurricane Annihilation. Ross threw the wind ball to the sea again. Bang! A big fish that was more than 10 meters in length happened to pass by. Under Hurricane Annihilation, the fish scales were stripped off by annihilation in an instant, as if withered, then flesh and internal organs were cut apart. This process happened in a blink of an eye, and the whole fish disappeared out of thin air. After training for many times in a row, the Hurricane Incarnation finally memorized the trick by force and was able to launch it by itself without Ross's help. Ross also does not expect Hurricane Incarnation to remember many tricks. His main focus while training it is to develop the hurricane power. Hurricane Annihilation is a small-scale or near-monolithic explosive attack. Even 100 Beast Kaido cannot ignore this attack. Its power is not worse than a Kainuse, Hellhound, or Great Eruption and the like. Now with a small-scale attack. It also needs a large-scale group attack. Hurricane. The Hurricane Incarnation was dozens of meters away from Ross. It closed its eyes as it yelled while waving a small wire-shaped arm. Its body suddenly expanded and then compressed again, turning into a wind ball, and it hit itself on the sea's surface. As it continued to erupt, the surrounding air gradually became extremely humid. This was because of the hurricane annihilation, which caused a large amount of seawater to be twisted into a mist. Alright. Ross stopped the hurricane incarnation. Coming towards the hurricane incarnation, he once again pulled the body of hurricane incarnation and controlled the power of hurricane inside it, and his figure flashed into the air hundreds of meters away. Buzz. The hurricane incarnation swelled and turned into a huge wind pressure visible to the naked eye. When Ross thought about it, the wind pressure suddenly sent out countless minute wind blades that were almost invisible to the naked eye and flew towards the sea. 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 Wherever the wind blade went, the sea was cut and shattered in an instant. It was like there was countless swordsmen in the sky, wielding their swords and attacking the sea. In this short moment, hundreds of slashes were sent out. Compared with Kizaru's 8-shaku curved jewel, Yasukani no Magatama, although the wind blades created by this trick will not explode, each wind blade is created with extremely strong wind pressure and has a strong cutting force, which is not inferior to that of an ordinary swordsman. I don't know how it compares to Kizaru's 8-shaku curved jewel, Yasukani no Magatama. Ross looked at the fragmented sea cut by the successive wind blades below, and stroked his chin to think. Chapter 373 Princess Vivi. It is difficult to fight against two marine admirals at the same time. Especially this generation of marine admirals, as all of them are Logia users, and once they cooperate with each other, although their battle force will not be doubled but their cooperation will increase their power. For example, Aokiji can fully release Ice Age and 100 Beast Kaido, and other 4 emperors can rely on armament Haki to resist this attack, but the speed at which they can utilize Haki will be affected. In this case, if Kizaru came and attacked them, even 100 Beast Kaido would not be defeated and he cannot be killed. It would also be impossible for Kaido to do anything and he would be completely suppressed. Relatively. The current Ross, due to the special nature of the power of distortion, can use distortion space to ignore the attacks of Kizaru, Aokiji and others, but in this way, Ross also does not occupy any advantage. But now with this hurricane incarnation, things are quite different. The hurricane incarnation is the wind in itself, and because there is no physical restraint on it, the power of hurricane contained in it is almost endless. There is no concept for it to become exhausted. And as long as Ross does not die, it will also not die no matter what kind of attack it faces. They will not have any effect on it. This is the terrifying ability of the hurricane incarnation. What is a 3-day, 3-night battle? Even a 10 days, 10 nights battle would be nothing for the hurricane incarnation. As long as Ross is willing, the hurricane incarnation can fly over the marine headquarters and blow up the marine headquarters for 10 years in a row. This trick will be called multiple wind blades. Ross doesn't even bother to name these attacks with some complex sentences like 8-shaku curved jewel, Yasukani no Magatama. He just named it multiple wind blades, simple and clear. After a few seconds, the hurricane incarnation returned to a small dragon tornado. For the hurricane incarnation, this is an extremely powerful large-scale attack that cannot be used continuously, but after it is released once, it only needs to wait 10 seconds before it can be released immediately, and there is no concept of fatigue and it can release these attacks in an unlimited cycle. Now the hurricane incarnation has a single area attack and a large-scale attack, so what it is lacking is a long-range attack. The hurricane annihilation must be released quickly after the wind ball has been formed. It cannot be delayed, and it cannot fly far enough to form a long-range attack. As for the multiple wind blades, although the flight distance is far enough, the damage and power will decrease with the distance, and it is not a single burst attack. Buzz. Ross pulled the hurricane incarnation. Under his control, the force of the hurricane gathered wildly, gradually emitting a bright light and turned into a cyan silk thread, held by Ross in his hands. When the power of the hurricane condensed to the limit, Ross grasped the silk thread and swept it at the sea. The thread passed by. The undulating sea suddenly became strangely silent, as if time was fixed here, and the waves of the entire sea stopped. And in the next moment, the sea directly in front of Ross was divided into two by a violent power and creating an abyss that stretches all the way to the end of the line of sight. This attack will be called Mist Blade. Ross nodded satisfaction. The 3 attacks he simply developed are all perfect applications of the power of the hurricane without much loss. After creating the 3 attacks, namely Annihilation, Multiple Wind Blades, and Mist Blade, the next time step is to train the hurricane incarnation in them. Letting hurricane incarnation remember 3 tricks at the same time is like asking Ross to recite 3 different English words at the same time. It is like pronouncing one thing while forgetting the other. Fortunately, Ross has a strong character. During the hurricane incarnation training, he was also practicing, but he just continued to practice what he does daily. After spending almost 3 months, hurricane incarnation's simple thinking process finally remembered these 3 attacks and it was able to be released them without relying on Ross. Also, Ross also experimented with the fusion of hurricane power and the power of distortion to develop a higher-level version of hurricane annihilation. With the power of distortion as the core, the force of the hurricane surrounds it, and the center is filled with white light, while the outer ring is the hurricane blade that rotates constantly, like a fan. It looks a bit like a Rasen Shuriken. In fact, it is a Rasen Shuriken. But, compared to the Rasen Shuriken, the power of this attack is even greater. If it breaks out, the area of 100 meters will be shrouded in it and nothing will remain. Alabasta. This is the forefront of the first half of the Grand Line. Since Crocodile was killed by Ross, Alabasta has remained safe until now. But this safe and sound thing is only relatively speaking concept. In fact, this is a country on the Grand Line and there is no such thing as a completely safe thing. Not far from the coast, a pirate ship is docking here. On the deck of the pirate ship, a girl with sky blue hair, about 14 or 15 years old, was tied to a mast by a rope and a white cloth was stuffed in her mouth. Woo! The girl was naturally unwilling to be tied up and constantly twisted her body, but no matter how she struggled, it was difficult for her to escape. A pirate, sitting on the deck, glanced at the girl while smoking a cigarette, and grinned, "Save your energy, we won't hurt you. You are a precious hostage worth 1,000,000,000 berries." But, can such a poor country really take out 1,000,000,000 berries? A pirate came over, carrying a bottle of wine, and shouted. One of them narrowed his eyes and said, "It is a kingdom. How could it not have 1,000,000,000 berries, but it really was so easy to catch a princess. The legendary Grand Line is not so good. The girl tied to the mast is the Princess of Alabasta, Nefarta Urivivi. These pirates are the overlords of West Blue. Soon after entering the Grand Line, they decided to do something big when they came to Alabasta. They originally intended to sneak into the palace but they were discovered by the guards so they ended up kidnapping the princess. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. Alabasta is a country affiliated with the world government. Marine will come at any time, an elderly pirate with a scar on his face said. So, they just have to give us the ransom in one day and if they don't pay the ransom, they can't blame us for this delicate princess. A pirate took the conversation while holding a short knife in his hand and made 2 double strokes towards the princess tied to the mast, making Vivi's body tremble lightly. 1,000,000,000 berries. Alabasta is not rich and they also have to pay the heavenly tribute every year. As the Princess of Alabasta, she knows how much of a burden the ransom will impose on Alabasta and her bound little hands clenched into fist. But as she continued to blame herself, she suddenly glanced at the sky in the distance and her expression froze. In that direction. A white cloud flew over here and there was a shadow on it. What is that? Chapter 374 Acting Is Alabasta Ahead? On the white cloud, Ross is sitting there with Robin sitting next to him and he is looking at the island in front of him, asking with his hand on his chin. Not so long ago, Kaku and others of the 6th Division Intelligence Unit discovered that the new Cypher Pol No. 9 members dispatched secretly by the world government were searching for the ancient weapon Pluton blueprints. At first glance, it seems that Pluton's design plan really exists. If ancient weapon Pluton is obtained by the world government, it will inevitably have a great impact. Kaku and others soon reported this situation to Ross. Ross naturally knew where Pluton's blueprints were but he wasn't interested in the blueprints because he wanted to find the main body of the ancient weapon Pluton. After thinking about it, Ross decided to come to Alabasta to find out ancient weapon Pluton. With his current strength and the power of ghost hand pirates, holding an ancient weapon and keeping it safe is no problem for them. Even if the world government would not dare to take any actions against them. Moreover, even if the world government really acts, the ghost hand pirates aren't just sitting ducks. Go down. Ross patted the white cloud under him. This white cloud is an ordinary island cloud, but Ross turned it into a flying Hummy. Its speed is similar to that of an ordinary ship. It is better to be able to fly. Moreover, the speed can also be increased by the wind of hurricane incarnation. The island cloud Hummy responded and lowered towards the island. Robin noticed the pirate ship on the sea but didn't care. For her now, she wouldn't care if she saw any pirate ship in the first half of the Grand Line. Ross ignored the pirate ship as well, but he inadvertently glanced with a little surprise in his eyes. Taking a closer look. The blue-haired girl tied to the mast, wasn't she Princess Nefarta Urivivi of Alabasta? What is going on? Ross touched his chin and began to think. In his current position, what can make him pay a little attention to or care about is the pirates at the 7 warlords of the sea level. Besides 7 warlords of the sea, some of the more impressive plot characters can also attract his eyes. What happened? Robin noticed the change in Ross's gaze. While asking a question, she followed Ross's gaze and looked at the pirate ship on the sea below. Ross's attention to a pirate ship surprised her. Nothing, I just saw something interesting. Ross smiled. Unexpectedly, after the sand crocodile was killed by him. Alabasta still couldn't be at peace. Even the princess was abducted. After thinking about overthrowing the world government, it is necessary to establish a new kingdom and include all the countries in it. It is no accident that Vivi would be the sole heir of Alabasta, and she has also won the hearts of the people. It would be no problem for her to govern this country. At this time, many pirates on the pirate ship also found that there was a shadow on the cloud above them. What the hell? Be careful, there are people on it. After all, this is the Grand Line. Many of the pirates on this ship have conquered West Blue and have seen many devil fruit abilities. It is not very shocking for them to see a white cloud floating in the sky. Vivi is the same. As Princess of Alabasta, she has also seen many devil fruit abilities. This kind of thing that can fly in the sky may be some special means of transportation. She just doesn't know who is riding on it. It stopped. When many pirates were dismayed, they suddenly discovered that the white cloud that was supposed to pass over from above them suddenly stopped in the air. This stop immediately made everyone wary, and many people took out their weapons and picked up their guns and made preparation for a fight. At the same time, Vivi also looked at the white cloud with some surprise. She saw the white cloud descend slowly, revealing two figures standing on top of the white cloud, a man and a woman. She had a little impression of the woman, but the man was vaguely familiar to her, as if she had seen him somewhere. The man's gaze was calm as he looked at her calmly. Immediately afterward, she heard the man raise his hand and made a simple gesture towards the woman next to him. The woman raised her arms and crossed her arms in front of her, posing in a strange pose, as if she is going to do something. Kaka. 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 Almost the next moment, a series of broken bones sounded in her ears. When looking around in amazement, she saw the pirates on the entire ship and all of their bodies showed a weird curve, which was a bend that exceeded the limit of human bones. Thud. Thud. Together with Captain Jackal of the Jackal Pirates with a bounty of 40 million berries, and all the other pirates on the ship fell down in this second, and the whole ship was silent. At the next moment, Vivi felt that the rope that bound her was untied, and at the same time, the white cloth in her mouth was also taken out and her freedom was restored. Suddenly, she heard the man say another word. "Let's go." As his voice fell, the man smiled at her and the white cloud quickly carried the two and it flew towards the coast before disappearing from her vision. It wasn't until the figures of Ross and Robin disappeared that Vivi reacted. She stood up. First, she looked at the pirates that had fallen to the deck. When she realized that all the pirates had died, she took 2 steps forward and rushed to the side of the ship. But by this time she could not find the shadow of those 2 people. Those 2 people. Vivi knew that those 2 people had saved her, but she didn't even know their name, but the man made her a little familiar, and she was already feeling that she had seen him somewhere. When Vivi was stunned, many human figures gradually appeared on the coast. The first one was Alabasta's king, her father, Nefertari Cobra, and Alabasta's guards were next to him. "Sir, the ship has been spotted." The captain of the guard was standing beside Cobra. When he saw the pirate ship not far from the coast, his face showed alarm and alertness. One person next to Cobra said, "Your Majesty, please step back." However, Cobra did not back away, but still walked in front of the team, looking at the pirate ship from afar. His expression seemed very calm, but it could not cover the anxiety deep within his eyes. But when he and his guards arrived close to shore, they found that there was no sign of any pirate on the pirate ship, and there was only Princess Vivi, who was standing on the side of the ship, waving at them. Chapter 375. Who is he? On the shore. You said 2 people killed all the pirates? Cobra looked at Vivi in surprise. He knew that Vivi would not lie, and said, "Do you know who they are?" Vicky shook her head and said, "I don't know." The man and woman who saved her from the jackal pirates left without talking to her or giving her the opportunity to thank them. Cobra turned to look at the guard next to him. There was a trace of cold sweat on the guard's face as he said, "All pirates have their neck bones torn off," and listening to the princess, it seems like something happened to all of them in an instant and at the same time. Did all the pirates break the neck bone in an instant? There was a hint of shock in Cobra's eyes. The origin of this group of pirates is already clear to him. It is the Jackal Pirates, whose Captain Jackal has a bounty of 42 million berries, but listening to Vivi's words, even Captain Jackal couldn't show any resistance in front of the man and the woman. Like his men, he was directly killed. Pell, the deputy of the Royal Guard, said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, although there is no specific outlook, according to the description of Her Highness, it should be some kind of devil fruit ability. Being able to kill a shipload of pirates in an instant while still separated by a distance, is obviously not a normal trick." "Yes." Cobra nodded, agreeing with Pell. "This is the Grand Line. Devil fruits are not uncommon here. Pell is also a devil fruit user. He ate the Torai no Mi model, Falcon, a zone-type devil fruit that allows him to transform into a falcon." "Correct." With a slight frown, Vivi made a thoughtful gesture and said, I think I have seen one of them somewhere. Because she could not see clearly at a distance, and because she could only see at a glance, he went away without giving her a chance to look at him carefully. Now she could only search by memory. Where? Hearing Vivi's words, the people present couldn't help but become surprised. Vivi is Alabasta's princess. Although she is outgoing and often runs out of the palace to play as a child, she has much less contact with the outside world than ordinary people. Plus she was only 14, she had seen even fewer people. Much less someone with such a strong strength. If these two conditions are combined, it seems that it is difficult to find a matching character. These two are not marine. Cobra asked Vivi after some thinking. Vivi nodded, although she couldn't see much clearly, but the clothes of the two people were obviously not Marine's uniform. The group of people thought hard but they still couldn't think of anyone. Cobra finally shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Anyway, they saved Vivi and if we have a chance to see them later, we must thank them in person." Vivi gave a nod and followed Cobra and others back to the palace, but she kept frowning and thinking. This feeling of familiarity but not figuring out who that person is very confusing. After some time, the crowd finally returned to Alabasta's palace. Vivi and Cobra came down from Bell's back and walked towards the palace together with Captain and others. After returning to the palace, Cobra picked up a wanted poster on the coffee table, and said to the guard, "Inform Marines that the Jackal Pirates has been destroyed." "Yes." The guard next to him answered. At this time, Vivi standing on the left side of Cobra stared and subconsciously took the Jackal wanted poster from Cobra. What happened? Cobra looked at Vivi strangely. Vivi looked at the wanted poster in her hands and a gleam of light gradually glowed in her eyes as she said, "I remember, that person, I seem to have seen him on the wanted poster." Wanted poster? Cobra took a moment and then his face changed slightly. The people on the wanted poster were either pirate or criminals. Why would such a person save Vivi? He was still feeling a little unbelievable. However, Vivi seized this moment and did not intend to let it go. She said to Cobra, "Father, where are the wanted posters issued by the government?" Although unbelievable, Cobra said, "In the archives, I'm going to get someone." Well, there should be a little more. After ordering the guards to fetch the wanted poster, Cobra sat on the chair, revealing a touch of contemplation. If the person who saved Vivi was really a pirate, what was the purpose of the other party? No. In any case, Vivi was rescued by that person and no matter whether the other party's identity was pirate or not, they must thank the other party. The guards quickly carried a lot of wanted posters and came towards them. Cobra hesitated for a while and he told the guards to separate the wanted posters above 50 million berries who can easily destroy the Jackal Pirates as those people are definitely stronger than the Jackal Pirates. After filtering out the pirates with a bounty of more than 50 million berries, the wanted posters were immediately reduced by a lot, but they still sorted out and stacked on the coffee table. Vivi pounced over and looked at them one by one. Because they are wanted posters kept in the archives room, they are arranged very neatly, and the amount of hanging bounty is arranged in order from high to low for easy inquiry. The top one is a pirate with a bounty of 50 million berries. After a look, Vivi lifted and looked at the second one, and then the third one and then the fourth one, 7th, 16th, 31st. Vivi turned the wanted posters continuous and soon this stack of wanted posters were turned over by more than half, but she still did not find the wanted poster that could match the figure in her memory. Haven't found it yet? Cobra sat next to her and he watched Vivi flipping through the wanted poster. Seeing that she had turned over to the pirates with a bounty of over 200 million berries, he could not help asking. Vivi shook her head and continued to turn the wanted posters. She had only seen Ross's slightly blurred face due to distance. When she turned to Robin's wanted poster, she paused a bit, feeling that this was the woman she saw today, but she wanted to find the man and let it go. Later, the wanted posters of the pirates with a bounty of 200 million berries were overturned and she began to look for him at a higher bounty level. 300 million berries. 400 million berries. 500 million berries. Cobra looked aside, and when he saw Vivi turning over to the 500 million berries pirates, he couldn't help shaking his head slightly. Did you remember it wrong? These upward pirates are all the characters in the New World, all of them are qualified to serve as 7 warlords of the sea, or they are the main subordinates of the 4 emperors pirates and if they move, even the marine headquarters will have a headache. Besides, he was still feeling a little strange. How could a pirate save Vivi? Not just Cobra. Even Vivi was feeling a little skeptical at this moment, because she had turned to the pirates with a bounty of 1 billion, and there were no more pictures in the back. Maybe I'm really mistaken. Vivi responded but she still continued to flip the wanted posters leaving only the last few. Red Hair Shanks. 100 Beast Kaido. Ghost Hand Ross. Subconsciously, Vivi had to turn over the last few photos, but at this moment, she suddenly stared and turned back the wanted poster she had just turned, She blinked at the person on the wanted poster. The atmosphere came to a standstill. Vivi took a deep breath and a look of shock appeared in her eyes. She still wasn't able to believe it and she looked at the wanted poster again. I found it. Cobra was lowering his head to think about the matter and he hadn't watched Vivi turning the wanted posters. At this moment, when he heard Vivi's words, he couldn't help turning his head. The moment he saw that wanted poster, he was stunned. It's him? Yes, it is him. Vivi took a deep breath and replied. After hearing Vivi's answer, Cobra's face changed suddenly. The nearby guards captain, Lieutenant Pill, and others were all stunned, staring at each other, and could not help but take a deep breath. 4 emperors? It turned out to be 4 emperors. 4 emperors appeared in Alabasta. Chapter 376 Clues. The cold sweat on Cobra and others all flowed down in an instant. The 4 most powerful pirate regiments of New World, 4 emperors, are the headaches of the world government and it is nearly impossible for anyone to destroy them. No matter where they appear, they will cause great storms. 4 emperors. The guard captain was sweating coldly, and he took 2 steps back and almost fell down. Cobra took a deep breath and said, calm down, that guy saved Vivi before, maybe things aren't that bad. What would we say to the world government? Bell asked in a deep voice. Cobra said, Marines should be coming soon. Don't rush to report this, but Marines coming over may cause some problems. 4 emperors and the Marine headquarters are enemies and just 1 or 2 troops or armies will have no effect on them at all. If they fight in Alabasta, the kingdom will be destroyed. Fortunately, Ross didn't seem to have any hostility towards them. He saved Vivi on his way. The only thing that was not clear was what Ross wanted in Alabasta. Try not to alarm anyone. After thinking deeply, Cobra said slowly, don't go looking for them too much, send someone to look for them secretly, and report to me when you find them. Yes. Bell nodded before turning around and walking out. And just when Cobra gave the order. To the west of Alabasta's palace, the burial hall at Alabasta, also known as the Royal Tomb, was a solemn scene to see. At this moment, the figures of Ross and Robin are standing on both sides of the Royal Tomb. Both of them are searching for the underground secret road leading to the underground hall. Since Robin was not lurking in Alabasta before, she naturally did not know the location of the hidden staircase, but both Ross and she are observant and thoughtful characters, and finding a secret passageway in this fixed area isn't difficult. Besides, if they can't find it, Ross can split the whole Royal Tomb with a sword. He didn't want to do that because he didn't want to attract any attention, and since he had saved Vivi, it was better not to dig graves on her ancestors. It's here. After searching around, Robin finds an unusual place. Sure enough, it turned out to be the location that they were looking for. After opening it, a secret passage to the underground appears. Ross came over and took a look around before saying, it should be here. Just go down and have a look. And he stepped in first, not afraid of traps or anything like that. Robin is curious about how Ross knew that there was a secret passage in the Royal Tomb. Ross knowing that Alabasta has clues to the ancient weapon Pluton is natural because this is one of the intelligence gathered by their intelligence forces. But the intelligence forces had no idea where the clue was, and she had no idea either, but Ross seemed to know all about it. Fortunately, she got used to Ross getting weird news from time to time. After a little curiosity, she slightly shook her head and followed him. After they get to the underground area, a solemn structure appeared in front of them. Right in front of them is a square stone tablet. Poneglyph. When Robin saw this, her eyes flashed and she walked towards the stele, looked at the text above, and went through it word by word. Today, she has seen many pieces of poneglyph, including several pieces of intelligence poneglyph. She has learned a lot about the Void Century's 100 years of history, but many parts are still unknown and in speculation. Well? Where does Pluton's clue lead to? Ross came over and glanced at the poneglyph stone and asked Robin. Robin walked forward while stroking a string of text in the corner of the stele, with a thoughtful look in her eyes. Then she nodded thoughtfully and said, there is indeed a Pluton clue here, whose location is at Alabasta coast. A battleship came slowly and stopped at the coast. What's going on? Didn't the princess was kidnapped? A marine captain on battleship, clutching 2 cigarettes, frowns at the pirate ship not far away, and at a large number of pirate corpses being carried ashore. We had a hard time here, but the princess is fine. The Alabasta guard, stationed on the shore, came up and the leader opened his mouth to Smoker and others who had come up and down from battleship. He pointed to the bodies over there and said, the pirates has been completely destroyed, we were just waiting for you before dealing with the bodies. Smoker frowned. For the average marine, they would have been very happy to meet this kind of thing, because they don't need to fight and they don't need to work hard to get credit, it's like a pie falling from the sky. But for Smoker, who had hurried over here and found out that the matter had been resolved, Leaving him only the job of dealing with the corpse made him feel a little uncomfortable. But even though he was unhappy, he didn't bother to say anything. Captain Smoker. Behind Smoker was a young girl with glasses. It was Tashigi. At this moment, she had just joined Marine and her rank was just sergeant. Smoker looked at the corpses and said, "Check them." "Yes." Tashigi nodded and led a team of Marines towards the piled-up corpse. It was okay for her not to check it. After this check, she was startled, only to feel that her back was a little cold, and there was a faint cold sweat on it and she couldn't help screaming. Caption Smoker. What happened? Smoker was already feeling a little uncomfortable, and when he heard Tashigi's scream, his eyes crunched up and he began to walk towards her. Tashigi took a deep breath while suppressing the shock in her heart and said solemnly, "These bodies. All of them had their necks broken and they were killed in a single attack." So? Smoker looked down at the corpses with no surprise expression. He had seen this kind of thing a lot. He had even seen corpses on a ship where the throat was cut out. Tashigi said, "No, look at this. This is Jackal, the overlord of West Blue with 42 million berries bounty. His death is similar to everyone else here, meaning he died in the same way." Smoker's complexion changed slightly, and he squatted to look closely. After seeing it, there was a depressed look on his face. The pirate with 42 million berries bounty on his head was nothing to him, but it was not so easy to break the neck of such a pirate in a single blow. It is possible to say that a sneak attack is possible, but the entire ship was killed in one move and they all died in the same way. The possibility of a sneak attack is very small. Chapter 377 meets Who did this? Was it you? Smoker turned to look at Alabasta's guard and asked at him. The guard captain hesitated when he heard Smoker's question and replied, "I'm sorry, we don't know who did this." Oh. Smoker froze. The guard captain spread his hand and said, "When we arrived at the coast, we were prepared to fight till our death to rescue the princess from the pirates, but when we arrived, the pirates were already dead and the princess was safe." Tashigi asked in a stunned and unbelieving manner, "How the hell did that happen?" "But even if this did happen, how could anyone not even know who did it? Your Highness, princess should know." The guard captain responded, "The princess knows that it is a man and a woman, but she does not know them." Doesn't know them. Smoker keenly captured the keyword and asked, "That being said, the man and the woman were not from Alabasta, they were outsiders." The guard captain nodded his head. Smoker saw this and suddenly a touch of thoughtfulness appeared on his face. To have the ability to kill Jackal in a single attack, they would not be ordinary people. Even on the Grand Line, it would be a famous character. Listening to guard captain's statement, it seems that the other side happened to encounter the pirate group on their way and successfully saved their princess. Now they seem to have entered Alabasta. "Mr. Smoker, what should we do next?" Tashigi ordered to dispose of the bodies while asking Smoker. Smoker groaned slightly and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes as he said, "Let's go to Alabasta and see what's going on. Maybe we can still meet these mysterious people. Although they saved the princess of Alabasta, I still can't see whether they are good or not. Maybe they have some other purpose. If any normal person rescued the princess of Alabasta, how could they not contact the royalty of Alabasta, and it would even be normal for them to ask for the king to entertain them, but the man and the women left immediately, without even leaving their name, which seemed a bit abnormal." "Yes," Tashigi responded. After disposing of the corpse on the shore, a portion of the Marines were left on the battleship and the remaining Marines were led by Smoker and they set foot on Alabasta. In this world, Marines are a very common sight, so the appearance of Smoker and others did not cause much shock, and Alabasta is still the same as usual. Smoker led the Marines to tour the streets of Alabasta all morning and found no abnormalities and no pirates. Maybe they are gone. Smoker's face was pensive. The more he couldn't find those two people, the more he felt that the other party might have some other plans and it was likely to cause a big problem for them. This was the kind of intuition that he had developed for many years in Marines. "Mr. Smoker, we have been searching for all morning, everyone is a little tired." Tashigi walked next to Smoker and whispered to Smoker, "Should we stop first and eat something?" Smoker did not resist and nodded. "Okay." Many Marine soldiers carried dry rations with them and they began to eat them. As for some ranked officers, they went to some restaurants to order food. Smoker and Tashigi also went to a high-level restaurant. Alabasta's dishes also have a unique flavor. Sitting at the table covered with a white cloth, Ross tasted a few dishes and found that the taste of the dishes was not bad. He couldn't help but smile. He thought that there would be nothing delicious in a desert country like Alabasta. After getting out of the royal tomb, he didn't rush to find the ancient weapon Pluton and he went to a restaurant with Robin to order some food. After all, he came from Cake Island to Alabasta and he hadn't eaten for some time. "Not bad." Robin also nodded. When she cut a piece of meat and put it in her mouth, her expression suddenly flickered as she noticed something behind Ross. Robin was sitting right in front of the door and she could see the people who came in. At this moment, her eyes fell on the man and the woman who came in. Marines? Seeing one man and one woman wearing marine uniforms coming in, Robin didn't reveal any change in appearance. For her today, unless a Marine headquarters admiral appeared, she wouldn't worry at all. And it's not just her, Ross is also here, and even if a Marine admiral came here, they wouldn't dare to come to move against them. These two Marines should not be so stupid as to get in trouble with them. They should have just come over for dinner. What happened? Ross noticed a change in Robin's gaze, and instead of turning his head to look behind him, he ate a piece of meat and asked casually. Robin didn't care and replied, "It's nothing." But when her voice fell, Tashigi, who was ordering food, saw her inadvertently, and suddenly stared. Because Robin was wearing a hat that was lowered to her head halfway and her face was hidden from sight, Tashigi did not see Robin's face, but it still made her feel a little familiar. As a Marine, the most important mission for them is to remember those bounty pirates. Realizing that Robin looked a bit familiar, Tashigi couldn't help but drop the menu back on the table and walk towards this side, tilting her head slightly, looking at Robin's face for a while. It's rude to stare at others like this. Robin took a cup of tea and sipped from it and closed her eyes lightly and said casually. At this time Ross had already noticed Tashigi and Smoker and was slightly surprised, but then he calmed down and ate and drank tea without a care in the world. You. Tashigi stared at Robin and frowned slightly. She raised the glasses on the bridge of her nose and said with some uncertainty, "You should be Nico Robin, right?" Robin smiled as she put down the teacup. She looked at Tashigi and spoke with an elegant smile on his face. "You guessed it right, Marine." Tashigi's complexion changed. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and pulled out the sword hanging around her waist, showing an extremely alert and serious posture while looking at Robin, and she said, "Ghost Hand Pirates, 6th Division Captain, Nico Robin. What are you doing here?" "Ha ha ha. I came here to eat, and please don't point that dangerous thing at me." Robin smiled lightly and did nothing, but the ability of flower fruit was already activated, and Tashigi's sword fell down instantly. Several arms emerged from Tashigi's body and grabbed Tashigi's arm while twisted it behind her, and at the same time, one of the arms held her chin, completely capturing her figure. Tashigi struggled hard, but she couldn't free herself. She was restrained in her place and she was feeling ashamed and angry, and there was still a little fear in her heart. And at this moment, a weapon suddenly swept from her back and directly swept at those arms on her body, and all the arms were scattered into petals. Oh! Robin sat there and she tilted her head and looked at Smoker. She put one hand on her cheek as she leaned towards the table and said, "It's Seastone." Smoker looked at Robin with a depressed expression on his face. "I didn't expect the division captain of the Ghost Hand Pirates to appear here. What is your purpose here, Nico Robin?" Robin smiled lightly and said, "Didn't you hear before? I came here to eat." Smoker heard her answer and snorted coldly, and a flash of coldness appeared in his eyes. He took a deep breath and said, "Since you don't plan to explain yourself, I will capture you first and then I will slowly get the answers out of you." The moment his voice fell, his arms suddenly turned into smoke and his hand in the smoke holding his weapon swept across the top of Ross' head and smashed towards Robin's head. Squeak! With a cup in one hand and a kick at the table, Robin suddenly slid away with the chair by several meters, avoiding the strike from Smoker, and she also took a sip of tea at the same time while showing a trace of surprise on her face. "Oh, a Logia user." Seeing Robin's movements, Smoker's eyes flashed angrily. It looked like Robin didn't put him in his eyes at all. In his anger, Smoker's entire body turned into smoke and he rushed into forward, planning to charge into Robin. He waved his weapon in his smoke hand and smashed it towards Robin. Caption Smoker. Seeing this, Tashigi picked up her sword and was about to rush over to help Smoker, but she suddenly noticed Ross, who was still eating his food. Reminiscent of the man and woman mentioned by Alabasta's guard before, she couldn't help but look slightly startled. Could it be that the Jackal Pirates were destroyed by Nico Robin and this person? The probability of this is very high. These thoughts flickered in her heart and she immediately becomes vigilant. If this was the case, then this man is probably also a Ghost Hand Pirate. Tashigi held the hilt of the blade in her hand and turned around little by little. Robin and Smoker fought and the restaurant was already in a mess. Countless people screamed and fled outside, but Ross continued to eat as if nothing was happening. In Tashigi's eyes, Ross's side face was the first one to be reflected. He was neither white nor black. He had a very regular complexion. He didn't look particularly handsome, but he has a kind of special temperament, which was quite different from any aristocrat she had ever seen. The side of the face gave her a slight pause, but she recovered quickly and moved on to the front of Ross. This time, Ross's entire face becomes clear to her. The moment she saw Ross's full face, Tashigi's hand trembled and she almost screamed out and the blade in her hand almost fell down. I will say this once. I am eating, don't ruin my mood. Ross put a piece of meat in his mouth and looked at Tashigi as he said this. Tashigi's hand was shaking constantly. She wanted to overcome the inexplicable fear in her heart, but she couldn't do it anyway. She wanted to attack Ross with her sword, but the fact was that in front of her sat Ross and the sword in her hands almost became unstable. I'm really impressed with your Marines. How did you get here at Alabasta? He asked dully as he ate. Tashigi tried to answer, but her voice failed her at this time. Ross doesn't care if Tashigi answers him. He eats and says to himself, I remember the first time I had attacked Marine. That situation also started in a restaurant. They came there to arrest me. Since you recognized Robin, you should be able to guess who I am, so do you still plan to fight? Ross put another piece of meat in his mouth and chewed it before he asked. In fact, I didn't plan to do anything to you, Marine. But you kept blaming me and it turned out to be like this. Is your pride really so important? At this point, no one can give in. You see that I am a 4 emperors. It's impossible for me to run away after seeing you guys, as I don't need to, and it's impossible for you to sit by and watch my growing power. Sooner or later, I and the Marine headquarters will have a decisive battle. Do you think that if I won, would I let Marine survive? Ross whispered, ignoring Tashigi's ever-changing complexion, but every sentence made Tashigi's heart tremble. Although she kept telling herself that Ross was a pirate and he was talking wildly, but his power and narrative tone made her powerless to refute. It's not that she can't speak. She doesn't know what to say now. Decisive battle with Marine headquarters? Should Marine continue to exist? This kind of terrifying topic is not a question that a Sergeant Marine can answer at all. Chapter 378 Words I say, don't stare like this, don't you have something to say? Ross lowered the knife and fork and took the teacup next to him and took a sip. He looked at Tashigi, who hadn't spoken yet. Tashigi forcibly calmed her mind and finally stepped back from her trembling state. She clenched her finger on the hilt of her sword and said, that kind of question has nothing to do with me. You are Ghost Hand Ross. Even if you are the strongest in the world, I will arrest you. As if she had gathered her courage, as she shouting this sentence, Tashigi slashed at Ross with her sword and she even couldn't help but close her eyes when she attacked. A sword fell. She did not feel her sword strike anything. Startled, she opened her eyes again and saw Ross still sitting there eating and doing nothing else. This is... What's the matter? Even if her sword doesn't cut Ross, it should cut the table. Why didn't her sword cut anything? Tashigi looked at the sword in her hand and couldn't help but hesitate. Arrest me? Ross forks up a carrot and puts it in his mouth. It's an extremely difficult thing to do, even more difficult than being the world's #1 swordsman. When Tashigi hears Ross's words, her dazed eyes suddenly freeze and she seems to have renewed her faith and fighting spirit, and she attacked with her sword again. The sword passed through Ross and the table. The picture is exactly the same as before, as if Ross sitting in front of her is just a phantom. The blade cannot cut any substance at all. Tashigi has a stunned expression on her face and she continued to wave her sword frantically, but she could not even cut off the corner of the table and the blade passed through everything as if everything in front of her was illusory. I say, why do you want to arrest me so much? Because you're a Marine? Ross sat there motionless and asked casually. Tashigi's intense breathing is not due to her stamina loss, but it was because of her shock, disbelief, and various other feelings she was feeling in the face of Ross's unknown powers. When she heard Ross' question, she could not help but grit her teeth and responded, I'm Marine, I naturally want to arrest all pirates. Oh. Ross gave an understatement and said, what is the definition of Marine and pirate? Does a person become a pirate just by hanging a skull flag on their ship? Those who don't hang the flag but burn and rob others, aren't they pirate? Tashigi has never debated any issues such as this, or maybe it was because of her little Sergeant Marine position as she simply cannot reach such a point. What is a Marine? This kind of problem is understood and considered by Marine Admiral. Marine below Admiral does not need to consider so much at all, they only need to obey orders. Ross's words left her in a state of confusion and the thoughts in her head were turbulent, and she couldn't help saying, what banner they fly is not the key. Oh. Ross responded again as he put the last piece of meat in his mouth and took the handkerchief and wiped his mouth, and said, then you who is holding the Marine flag and defending the rights of Tenryubido, Ubido, and protecting and extorting the heavenly tribute from all over the world. What are you? Tashigi froze. This sentence can be said to have pierced her heart and it instantly tore apart her so-called justice that was not so firm. Yes, the flag is not the key. Burning and looting is the key. Marines maintain Tenryubido's law and enforce heavenly tribute compulsory collection worldwide. Countries that do not pay heavenly tribute will be punished. Is this any different from a pirate? At this moment, Tashigi is in a trance. Thud. The blade in her hand could no longer be held and it just dropped to the ground. She has long been ready to die for her beliefs and she will never retreat even if she dies, but when she finds that the beliefs she is holding out are meaningless, the war between her determination to hold on to her beliefs in her heart was like melting ice and snow, and they would never exist again. She stilled for a moment and after some time, she fell to the ground with blurred eyes and various voices were constantly speaking in her mind. Ross lowered the handkerchief in his hand and stood up before glancing at Tashigi. Bang! Just then, the wall on his left side was suddenly smashed. Countless pieces of gravel were splashing around and he saw Smoker flew over and hit his back against the wall on the right. Smoker's strength is very good. The Marine Captain rank is too low for him but he is not as good as those Elite Headquarters Vice Admirals. And even those Elite Headquarters Vice Admiral may not be able to beat the current Robin. Which of the main cadres of the Four Emperors Pirates would be weak? Tashigi. There was a trace of blood on the corner of Smoker's mouth as he hit his back against the wall. After stabilizing his body, he saw Tashigi lying on the ground. However, he yelled at Tashigi, but Tashigi didn't respond at all, and she was still sitting on the ground with glossed eyes. At this time, Smoker finally noticed Ross and his face changed dramatically. "You are Ghost Hand Ross." Ross didn't respond and he just stood there calmly. Smoker glanced at Ross and then he looked at Tashigi, whose eyes were glossed over and she looked to be in a trance. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What have you done to Tashigi?" Ross answered casually, "I did nothing. I just asked her what it means to be a pirate and what it means to be a Marine. I thought she was kinder, so I just talked casually." "You based." Smoker gritted his teeth and tried to curse but he stopped himself forcibly. No matter how arrogant he is, he also knows the gap between himself and Ross. It is a gap that cannot be crossed at all and he can't even deal with Robin next to him. "Let's go." Ross glanced at Robin as she walked in. Robin didn't even look at Smoker either and instead glanced at Tashigi and looked at Ross again. Ross said oddly, "Think what I'm doing." Robin showed a thoughtful gaze and followed Ross out of the shop. Smoker watched Robin and Ross leave, his fists clenched, but he still didn't dare to do anything. As for the Marine gathered around, they didn't even dare to come forward and they just watched Ross and Robin leave. "Tashigi, how are you?" After Ross and Robin left, Smoker took a deep breath then looked at Tashigi sitting on the ground again and asked. Tashigi gradually recovered from her state. She was silent as she picked up her fallen sword and put it in the scabbard and stood up while saying, "I'm fine, Captain Smoker." "That's good." Smoker breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Ross really just asked questions and he didn't attack Tashigi. Tashigi lowered her head and remained silent for a while, and said, "I'm a bit tired, Captain Smoker. Can I go back to rest earlier?" "Go ahead." Smoker took a look at Tashigi and saw that she seemed to have been hit hard emotionally and said, "That guy was Ghost Hand Ross, he is not a character you can handle now. It is normal for you to lose in his hands, and it is already quite fortunate that we got to keep who lives with us." "Okay." Tashigi nodded, absent-minded. Smoker could only shake his head when he saw this. He thought it was Tashigi's defeat to Ross that made her took a big hit, and he didn't care. Failure is not terrible. Only the real strong people would have the power to come out of failure and become even stronger. Even Ross has been defeated and has been put in Impel Down and he got out and become a Four Emperors. Chapter 379 The Power of One Sho Somewhere underground. The sound of gurgling water rang in the wet underground. This is an underground river in the depths of an island. It is said that the underground river is actually connected to the sea. In the middle of the underground river, a ship was docked here and an ancient atmosphere surrounded it. The surface of this ship is covered with moss as if it has been here for hundreds of thousands of years. Ancient weapon Pluton. Is this the legendary ancient weapon, the product of that time? Robin came to Pluton's side and ran a hand over the moss. She is not interested in the power of Pluton, but Pluton is an ancient weapon that transcends the era, showing part of the history of that hidden era, and studying that part of history has already become her goal in life. I've heard that one shot from this can destroy an island. This power is not small. Ross looked up at the entire Pluton ship. Like Whitebeard, or himself, they also have the power to easily destroy an island, and it is not difficult for them to sink an island into the sea. But to say that they can destroy a large island completely with a single blow, it will be very difficult even for them. Ross has not tried it and he is not planning to practice his punched with a large island as the target. Being able to rank alongside the Sea King Poseidon Shirahoshi who controls the Sea Kings as an ancient weapon, the power of the Pluton ship is also unquestionable, and if a shot is fired at the Marine headquarters, few people can stop it. Do you want to fire a shot at Holy Land when we go back? Ross laughed at Robin. Robin did not return his laugh. That's practically forcing the world government to fight against us. Are you ready? Robin knew that Ross's final goal was not to be a four emperors or the pirate king, but his goal is to destroy all pirates before overthrowing the world government. I am not really ready. Ross walked towards Robin and his hand stretched towards her waist as he hugged her from behind, and pulled her body close to his. But I'm ready if you want me to. Robin made a bunch of arms to tear Ross apart from her and continued to study the history of Pluton. The Pluton ship is not an ordinary ship and it would be a bit difficult to navigate it. Ross and Robin boarded Pluton and studied it carefully, and only understood part of it. But it doesn't matter if it can be used or not. Ross doesn't plan to sail to the market with Pluton. He's going to use his gravity distortion to take the entire Pluton ship back to Tato Land for more stability. Let's go back and study it more thoroughly. Ross saw Robin continue to study Pluton and said something to her. He went to the stern of Pluton's ship and used his power of distortion. The Pluton ship, which had been stationary for hundreds of years, finally moved again, though not with its own power. Ross controlled the current and pushed the Pluton ship forward in the underwater. As the water level increased, the underground cave filled the end, and Ross directly opened the sea with the wall of distortion and rushed the ship into the dark water. After traveling for hundreds of meters again, they finally rushed out of the cave and appeared at the bottom of the sea dozens of meters down and then quickly floated up. As the waves surge, the ancient weapon Pluton, which has been silent for hundreds of years, finally sailed the seas again. Let's go up. Ross took a deep breath and used gravity distortion, which covered the entire Pluton ship, and it slowly lifted the entire ship, then quickly elevated, and eventually disappeared into the sky. World Government. Pangaea Castle. The 5 Elder Stars had learned of Ross's presence in Alabasta and have come together to discuss with each other in a solemn manner. Alabasta. Why did the ghost hand go there? The Nefertari family is the only descendant of the first 20 who remained in the lower world. In other words, they are traitors. Is there a secret collusion between the Ghost Hand pirates and the Nefertari family? After all, that family was descended from the king. Do they know something? A 5 Elder Stars said with a cold voice. They did not care about the Nefertari family. Although they were descendants of the king, they chose to stay in the lower world without accepting the identity and power of Tenri Ubito. But if people in this family know some secrets and then they collude with the Ghost Hand pirates, then it would not be a trivial matter. In fact, the 5 Elder Stars are now feeling a little restless with the current Ghost Hand pirate. They wouldn't care much if the Ghost Hand pirates behaves like Red Hair and 100 Beast Kaido, by searching and snatching Road Poneglyph, and they plan to conquer the Grand Line by setting foot on Raftland becomes the new Pirate King. The Pirate King or Emperors aren't much of a threat to the world government, and they will not affect the operations of the world government, and the Pirate King will attract countless challengers to him. The world government is happy to see this result. But Ross did not have any intention to become the king of pirates, but he continued to develop steadily, especially the internal governance and external expansion of Tato Land, making the 5 Elder Stars feel a little uneasy. They always felt that Ross's purpose would not be as simple as managing Tato Land or as simple as remaining the Emperor of the Sea. Right. Alabasta may have a clue to ancient weapon Pluton. A 5 Elder Stars thought of something and suddenly looked startled as he spoke. The other 4 heard this and their expressions changed. In addition to Ross, Nico Robin appeared in Alabasta, and Nico Robin is the only survivor of the Ohara incident and the only person who can interpret the original text of history. This combination suddenly made 5 Elder Stars feel that something is bad. This is not good. If his purpose was ancient weapon, he might have succeeded by now. An ancient weapon in Ghost Hand Ross's hand. This would be trouble. The other 5 Elder Stars showed troubled expressions. The Ghost Hand pirates is already the most annoying force. Now if they have ancient weapon, it will become even more powerful. According to this situation, if Marine Headquarters put on a stance against the Ghost Hand pirates and fought them, even if they can win, I am afraid it will be a terrible victory. The casualties will be extremely severe. The ancient weapon cannot fall into his hands. A 5 Elder Stars spoke in a deep voice. But everyone was silent. They definitely didn't want to see ancient weapon fall into Ross' hands, but how to stop it was a big problem. It's impossible to send the entire Marine Headquarters force to the New World to fight the Ghost Hand pirates. This situation can't be stopped. All we can do is get the blueprints of Pluton as soon as possible. Tell Cypher Pal number 9 to move faster. A 5 Elder Stars holding a sword said in a deep voice, with the blueprints, Vegapunk can copy the ancient weapon Pluton. We can only do this. Several people nearby nodded or sighed. Chapter 380 East Blues changes Sky Island Burka. It has been more than 3 months since Ross brought the ancient weapon Pluton back, and he has been studying Pluton for more than a month and has become familiar with it. However, Ross did not place the ship on the sea and instead it was placed on the beach of Burka Island. Although the world government knew the existence of Sky Island, it knew very little about the intelligence of every Sky Island. Did Blackbeard defect? Ross was sitting inside the palace and was holding a newspaper, revealing a thoughtful look. It was published in the newspaper that Blackbeard Teach killed the Whitebeard Pirates 4th Division Captain Thatch and defected from the Whitebeard Pirates. It's really big news. Robin also looked at a newspaper in her hand. She put a hand under her lips, revealing her thoughts and said, "This Teach, who calls himself Blackbeard, seems to be an ambitious guy. He killed the division captain Thatch and defected from the Whitebeard Pirates and his strength is not average." Ross said, "It's not only that, if you investigate this person carefully, you will know that the scars on Red Hair's face were because of him." Oh? Robin was slightly surprised. It seems that she still underestimated this Blackbeard Teach. The Whitebeard Pirates is missing one division captain. Their forces are greatly damaged. Do you want to grab some islands over this time? After being surprised, Robin asked Ross. Ross shook his head and said, "We will not occupy Whitebeard's territory for the time being. If we move against Whitebeard at this time, the new world will be completely chaotic. A deeper consideration is that if he is fighting against Whitebeard, it is hard to guarantee that Kaido will not take the opportunity to take action. In addition, with the world government and marine, he may not be able to earn anything by then. The Whitebeard Pirates suffered such a big incident, whether marines or other 4 emperors, all the eyes were focused on the Whitebeard Pirates. It's been 21 years since the start of the Great Age of Pirates." Ross glanced at the date in the corner of the newspaper and couldn't help but murmur. It was close to the time when Luffy went out to sea. And Luffy arrived at the Sabati Archipelago Island soon after going out to sea, which means that it would not be long before the War of the Best happens. Although the world is already saying that this era is the era of Ross and the Ghost Hand Pirates. But, from Ross's point of view, this is just empty words. He can deal with 4 emperors, but he can't fight 4 emperors pirates at the same time. If this era belongs to him, then it should be completely dominated by him. The War of the Best, for Ross, will be the prelude to the next era. This era will really belong to him at that time. "Robin, get our forces ready." Ross put down the newspaper and stared forward with a deep look. It won't be long before this world would be changed. Robin stood quietly and didn't ask anything. She could feel the chaos at this moment, which would erupt sometime in the future. After half a month, the Beast Pirate Regiment attacked the Whitebeard Pirate Regiment. The Red Hair Pirates fought against the Beast Pirates. The Marines stepped into the New World and confronted the Whitebeard Pirates and were repelled. Although Whitebeard lost to Ross and lost the strongest position in the world, as long as he is still alive, the Whitebeard Pirates cannot be easily destroyed. In just a few months, the New World's situation is rapidly changing and it can be said that successive wars have broken out, but one of the 4 emperors, the Ghost Hand Pirates, stayed securely in Toto Land Sea, gathered their forces in Toto Land and they did not step out of their own territory. No action was taken by Ross and no one dared to come to him to look for trouble, whether it was Marine or other 4 emperors. Even Kaido didn't want to fight Ross now. During this time, Ross did only one thing, that is, training. Training again and again and then training again. Most of his strength comes from the talent system, so his strength still has a lot of room for growth, and he can go further. Before the annihilation of Kitakure's consciousness, the system considered Ross to have killed Kitakure and he received 20 talent proficiency points and the power of distortion increased slightly, reaching 840 points. The chaos of the New World came to an end after several battles. Neither the Beast Pirates nor Marine had any benefits. The sea was calm again, but under the calm, there was a dark tide forming. After that, time began to pass and soon the 22nd year of the Great Age of Pirates arrived. The several battles that broke out in New World seemed to have become yesterday's news. The Whitebeard Pirates were in crisis and they got out of it. While people's eyes remained on the Whitebeard incident, East Blue, one of the 4 seas, the weakest sea after the execution of Pirate King Roger, suddenly erupted with a huge accident that was unexpected to everyone. Beast attack. Thousands of beasts appeared in East Blue and attacked various city towns and countries. In just half a month, it caused numerous casualties and several countries were destroyed. The entire East Blue was in a state of chaos. Some of these beasts were ordinary while others were mutations caused by injecting special drugs into local beasts. Each of these beasts had great strength and ordinary guns and artillery had little effect on them. After the beast outbreak, the world government was shaken. The beast attack did not happen suddenly, but there was a prelude, that is, the threat issued by Golden Lion Shiki to the world government. The source of all of the chaos is one of the 3 legendary pirates that haven't been seen for 20 years since he escaped from Impel Down. Golden Lion Shiki. Damn it. That bastard. A 5 Elder Stars screamed when he heard this news. East Blue was the weakest sea and it is also one of the most stable sea ruled by the world government, but now it is reduced to a paradise for beasts. This is undoubtedly a heavy blow to world government rule. To appear at a time like this. Call the 7 warlords of the sea, we can't let this situation continue as it has, we need to stop it. After the emergency meeting of 5 Elder Stars, they informed the Marine headquarters on the one hand and demanded that Marines take immediate action, and they also issued a 7 warlords of the sea summon that had not been seen for many years. Hawkeye Mihawk. Knight of the Sea Jinbi. Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. The 7 warlords of the sea received the world government's emergency call order one by one as soon as possible, and the concentration place was East Blue. On the other side, in Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku was shocked when he received the news. After his initial anger, he immediately dispatched a large number of battleships and combat power to East Blue. Garp, who has been in a semi-retired state, already rushed to East Blue in a battleship as soon as he learned what has happened. East Blue is his hometown. If Fuusha village is also attacked by beasts, will it be okay? Damn bastard. Golden Lion. Shiki. Standing at the forefront of the battleship deck, Garp, with an expression of anxiety, was also clenching his fist at this moment, and there was a trace of rare anger in his eyes. This time he was so angry that if he finds Golden Lion this time, he would tear him apart with his bare hands. Chapter 381 Going to East Blue New World. Moby Dick. Whitebeard was sitting there with a bottle, looking at the newspaper, and saying to himself, Golden Lion. After so many years of planning, you finally appeared? After Golden Lion escaped from Impel Down, he had came to drink with him once and said that he would disappear for a while, and there was no news of him for 20 years. Sabati Archipelago. Somewhere in the bar, Dark King really held the bottle and looked at the newspaper in his hand. His eyes were a little deep. Do you have to do this kind of thing at this time? Although Roger and Whitebeard often clash against each other, they can sometimes sit and drink together, but Golden Lion and Roger Pirates have always been enemies. Now Golden Lion is suddenly doing this kind of thing in East Blue. Even with Rayleigh's temperament, he is a little angry. If it wasn't for his age, he might go to East Blue. The first half of the Grand Line. Somewhere in the sea, a ghostly boat is following the waves. In front of the boat, there is a miserable scene. Countless ships and planks are scattered around. Countless corpses float on the sea. The flag hanging on the ship flag of East Blue's Krieg Pirates. There was only one person on the boat. Greatest swordsman in the world. Hawkeye Mihawk. There was nothing to spend time on the sea, and he happened to meet the fleet of the Krieg Pirates, who set foot on the Grand Line from East Blue, and then he destroyed it. While Hawkeye was sitting in a small boat and continuing to pursue the last ship of the Krieg Pirates slowly, the Den Den Mushi in his pocket suddenly sounded. On the other side of Den Den Mushi was a world government representative. After conveying 7 warlords of the sea's emergency call order, he briefly described the specific situation. Golden Lion Shiki. Hanging up Den Den Mushi, Hawkeye showed a thoughtful look. Golden Lion, like Roger and Whitebeard, is a legendary pirate of the last era. When Golden Lion became famous in the sea, he was not the greatest swordsman in the world, just a little famous swordsman. Looking at the sea in the distance, Hawkeye took his boat and headed for East Blue. Although he has no problem with the world government's 7 warlords of the sea convening order, he himself is going to the sea to pass the time, and it is not a problem to go there. What's more, this Krieg ship seems to come from East Blue, and Hawkeye recalled the words of a pirate shouting that they are the strongest fleet of East Blue. 7 warlords of the sea's emergency call. The massive operation by Marine was combined with the name Golden Lion Shiki, one of the 3 legendary pirates, a large number of pirate groups willing to follow Golden Lion. For a time, the eyes of the whole world are all gathered in East Blue. Sky Island Burka. Inside the palace. After the East Blue incident broke out, Ross naturally got the news as soon as it happened. After getting the news, his first reaction was that of being surprised. In his impression, Golden Lion is indeed engaged in some monster mutation, but it should not be this time, and he was defeated by Luffy before he could launch his plan. Counting the time, I'm afraid Luffy hasn't gone to sea for long now. Is it because of me? Ross showed a touch of thought. In fact, he guessed correctly, because he had a deep conflict with Golden Lion. After he defeated Whitebeard, Golden Lion was shocked and accelerated his plan, which was finally implemented one step ahead of schedule. The government has issued an emergency call for 7 warlords of the sea, and Marines have also dispatched a fleet. Garp is said to have rushed back to East Blue overnight. What are you going to do? Robin stood next to Ross and asked. Her tone was calm, but there was also a hint of coldness in this calmness. Obviously, Golden Lion's act of making fierce feasts and slaughtering in East Blue made her very unhappy. 7 warlords of the sea are called? It looks like world government is angry too. Ross shook his head and a flash of indifference flashed in his eyes as he said, "But Golden Lion, I still have a bill to settle with him." He always had the subordinates intelligence team looking for Golden Lion, but because the Golden Lion flies in the sky all the year round, 10,000 meters high, unless he takes the initiative to expose himself, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack, and no one can find him at all. Right now, Golden Lion appeared in East Blue. In this case, Ross naturally has to go to Golden Lion to settle accounts in person. Today, Ross often regards the world as his own possession. The fact that Golden Lion went to East Blue to slaughter wantonly was an unpleasant thing for Ross, and his previous hatred with Golden Lion was still unresolved. After Ross made his decision, he stood up and said to Robin, "Call Isho." "Yes." Robin nodded and took out a Denden Mushi to inform Fujitora. Ross doesn't plan to bring Robin this time to East Blue. 7 Warlords of the Sea's convening order plus Marines large-scale dispatch, Garp, and Revolutionary Army leader Dragon, which may also be in East Blue. Although Robin's strength is also good, in the presence of Hawkeye, Tyrant Kuma, and Marine Admiral, she still has a lot of weakness and does not have the ability to protect herself. The purpose of this trip to East Blue is to personally end the Golden Lion Shiki. It is the best choice to bring the powerful and capable Fujitora. The only trouble was that after taking Fujitora to East Blue, Shiryu of the Rain had no one who can suppress him in Todo Land, but Ross didn't think Shiryu of the Rain would dare to defy his orders. Speaking of which, this time is really unfortunate. The Straw Hat Pirates directly entered the hull mode of the game. Thinking of Luffy, Ross couldn't help laughing. The Beast Raid, coupled with Marine's large fleet, and the emergency call of 7 Warlords of the Sea, this East Blue situation is nothing less than the outbreak of top war. You need to know that the Luffy group at this moment can't even set foot on the Grand Line. If they are unlucky, it is possible for them to die in East Blue. Straw Hats? Robin had already informed Fujitora and was puzzled when she heard Ross's words. Ross thought that the Straw Hat Pirates had no fame and was unknown and said, "Well, it is a little pirate group with a little fame, but captain of this small pirate gang is the grandson of Garp, and the cook on the ship is Reiju's brother Sanji." Robin heard that and couldn't help become surprised, and said, "Garp's grandson became a pirate?" Ross didn't care, his son is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Robin was stunned this time as she said, "Dragon is Garp's son?" Seeing Robin's amazement, Ross realized that this intelligence had not been revealed. Except for a few people such as Dragon and Garp, even Imkov did not know this. "Yes." Ross nodded said, "You should be able to find some clues if you go into the details." Chapter 382 3 Big Influence East Blue. Somewhere on the sea, a small sailboat was sailing downwind with 6 men on board. "Do you really plan to go to Grand Line with 5 people?" Sanji smoked a cigarette and looked at Luffy. Luffy stretched his waist and smiled, I want to bring Nami back soon," and then set off immediately. Although Nami snatched Going Merry and ran away, he had long decided that Nami would be his navigator. Don't underestimate the sea so much. Sanji glanced back. Although he didn't know much about Grand Line, he was still more aware of its terribleness than Luffy. Luffy held his chin and said, "If we are all together, then there is no problem going to the Grand Line because it is a paradise there." "Paradise? It's the pirate graveyard," Sanji said strangely. Luffy smiled and said, "That old boss told me when I left the restaurant that some people call the Grand Line a paradise." Just as Luffy laughed, there was a creepy voice from Zoro's younger brother Johnny. "You're so naive, big brother." Johnny's forehead was stained with perspiration as he looked at Luffy and others with innocence. "You guys don't know Grand Line, so this time, if you know something about it, Brother Zoro will come back with us." "It's time to eat, Sanji, cook something for me." Luffy stretched his back and ignored Johnny's words. Johnny stared. "Listen to me. Do you know why the Grand Line is called the Pirate Graveyard? Because there are 3 major forces there, one of which is 7 Warlords of the Sea." 7 Warlords of the Sea? Luffy and others couldn't help looking at him when they heard this. Johnny put a finger up and solemnly said, "Yes, they are 7 pirates recognized by the world government. 7 Warlords of the Sea can plunder towns and other pirates not related to world government alliances, although they are called world government running dogs. But they are strong. The Haki who defeated Brother Zoro was one of 7 Warlords of the Sea." Zoro leaned against the edge of the ship's port, and his eyes flickered slightly. It didn't take long for his injury to be dealt with, but because his vitality was strong enough, a shallow layer had formed under the bandage. "Are there as many as 6 people as strong as Hawkeye?" Usopp was startled, and he couldn't help showing his horror-filled face. Johnny's forehead was stained with sweat, saying, "This is just one of the 3 forces, and the other one is the Marine headquarters." Everyone at the scene had dealt with Marines to a greater or lesser degree. Luffy had also defeated a Marine captain with Zoro before, and they were not too surprised to hear it. Johnny took a look at Luffy and others and took a deep breath and said with a very depressed expression, "And in addition to 7 warlords of the sea and marines, the third remaining force is 4 emperors." Johnny, who is a pirate hunter, is more professional at his job than Zoro, who just hunt pirates to eat food because he was lost and had no money. There is no doubt that he is more professional and has a better understanding of the major forces and pirates of this sea. 4 emperors? Sanji spit out smoke. Johnny Shen said, "Yes, those are the 4 most terrible pirates in the world. Even the world government and marines have no way to take them on, and those who provoke them, they all die with miserable endings. They are so powerful that they can rule the sea, like emperor, so they are called 4 emperors." Amazing. Luffy was a little excited when he heard Johnny's words, and said, "It's decided, we'll set off right after we get Nami back." Puff. Johnny almost spits out blood, and he wanted to stab Luffy's head to see what was inside of it. "Hey. Do you know how terrifying 4 emperors is? The legend is that Kaido has an undead body, and that ghost hand, his strength is recognized as the strongest in the world. Let's eat dinner." Luffy ignored Johnny's words and stood up with a little excitement and walked towards the cabin, while Zoro and others took a look and followed him into the cabin. This is Kokoyasi village, located northwest of East Blue, also Nami's hometown, and it is currently being ruled by Arlong pirates. A small ship is slowly sailing towards this island. On the ship, 2 figures sat opposite to each other. One of them held a wooden staff and his eyes were closed tightly. There were 2 scars on his eyes, while the other person looked flat and leaned against the side of the ship. "Well, we don't seem to be late. There hasn't been an attack here." As the island was getting closer and closer, Ross stood up and looked in the direction of Kokoyasi village. He released his observation haki and it was easy for him to determine that the village had not been attacked by any beast. Due to the large scope of East Blue, even though Golden Lion raised the banner of flying pirates and recruited a large number of pirate regiments, it was still not enough for his slaughter plan to cover the entire East Blue. The mutant beasts started from the southwest of East Blue, and this Kokoyasi village was in the Northwest Sea. Golden Lion's plan is to create fear through massacre, which will deter the world government, and he would be able to rule the entire East Blue before expanding to other seas. Ross knows from various intelligence that a sea area not far from Kokoyasi village has fallen, and Kokoyasi village is likely to be the next target of Golden Lion. Golden Lion can fly in the sky and no one can find him, but since he is going to launch an attack here, it is impossible for him to hide in the sky all the time. After all, he has to show himself. Ross doesn't plan to go to the sky to look around. Since Golden Lion's plan is to rule East Blue, and this Kokoyasi village is already his next goal, he just needs to stay here and wait for him to show himself. The government and marine would also know the intelligence we have acquired. Fujitora sat on the ship's side and slowly said with his staff in his hand. Ross didn't care. "It doesn't matter if they know, I'm only going to settle an old account with Golden Lion this time. If they dare to come in for trouble, then they can only blame themselves." Speaking of which, a faint flash of light flashed in Ross' eyes and a haki which belonged to 4 emperors, the world's strongest, appeared for a moment. What about 7 warlords of the sea, and what about Marine Admiral? He is looking for Golden Lion to settle accounts. Whoever dares to step in, they would be dealt with. Still domineering as always. Fujitora smiles. He was not very clear about the grudge between Ross and Golden Lion, but just looking at Ross' attitude, he knew that it must be revenge, and there was no need to ask why. Furthermore, the massacre of Golden Lion in East Blue and the creation of the terrifying beasts also made Fujitora unhappy, so when he learned that Ross was going to East Blue and asked him to follow, he immediately came. Ross smiled and his haki dissipated for a moment, but at this moment, he suddenly glanced at the ship in the distance, and could not help but become surprised. That ship is going merry? Chapter 383. Who is Arlong? Ross didn't know what stage Luffy and others' journey had taken and didn't deliberately ask the intelligence team to inquire about it, because now East Blue is in chaos. It is difficult to say whether the route of Luffy and others has been affected. However, this Kokoyasi village is Nami's hometown, he is still very clear, so it is not surprising to encounter going merry here. Both ships sail along the coast of Kokoyasi village. Ross did not deliberately manipulate the current to increase the speed of his ship, so Going Merry sailed a little faster, and gradually approached the ship that Ross and Fujitora were riding on. Almost immediately after Ross's ship docked, Going Merry also docked. When Ross and Fujitora stepped off the ship, a figure on Going Merry also jumped off the ship, with short orange hair. No doubt it was Nami. Now 18 years old, she has a perfect figure that is only a little inferior to Robin. The orange short hair adds to her beauty. "Hey! You two!" Immediately after Nami jumped off the ship, she shouted at Ross and Fujitora, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Kokoyasi village occasionally has outsiders, but once they are known by the fishermen, they will come to snatch all the money they have and throw them into the sea. Having seen such miserable scenes many times, Nami naturally would not sit idly by. Ross glanced at Nami and chuckled, "We are just passing by here, we are going to get something to eat and take a break before going." Nami had already guessed that Ross and Fujitora were passing by. Hearing Ross' words, she immediately put on a cold face, saying, "Foreigners are not welcome here. Hurry up and get out of here." Ross was slightly shocked at this, but he saw that Nami was alone on the ship. It was likely that she had taken Luffy's ship, which means that the island is currently ruled by the fishermen Arlong. In this case, Nami's attitude is also normal. Fujitora, holding a wooden staff, stood beside Ross and said, "Is this your territory? We are sorry to bother you." Seeing Fujitora's kind attitude and normal tone without any anger in it, even though she has spoken harshly, he was blind, and Nami was determined not to let the two honest people in front of her be persecuted by Arlong. "Do you know who Arlong is?" Nami showed a cold and arrogant look and said, "This is the territory of Arlong pirates. There is no place to rest here. If you don't want to die here, just leave." "Arlong?" Fujitora scratched his head, a little confused, and said, "I'm so sorry, I am a little ignorant. I wonder who this Arlong is?" Seeing that Fujitora didn't even know who Arlong was, Nami was even more sure that the two of them had come here unintentionally, otherwise, it would not have been possible for them to run so boldly. "It's not important for you to hear it. You just need to know that staying here will be life-threatening. Leave, don't blame me for not reminding you," Nami said as she walked up the island. With such intimidation, the two should leave consciously, she thought so. This Arlong seems to be someone strong. After Nami's back disappeared from the view, Fujitora turned to look at Ross. Ross smirked as he nodded and said, "Yes, he is well known in this area, he has a bounty of 20 million berries." Fujitora said with smirk, "I forgot it was East Blue. This is so embarrassing." This Arlong sounded like 7 Warlords of the Sea Hawkeye level characters, but in the end, his bounty can't even match a 7 Warlords of the Sea's men. This Arlong actually has a little bit of history. Ross smiled and said, "Before, like Jinbe, he was a member of the Sun Pirates. Later, when the Fisher Tiger died, he and Jinbe parted ways." "Oh." Hearing Jinbe's name, Fujitora nodded. Knight of the Sea Jinbe, one of 7 Warlords of the Seas, is indeed someone strong. Since this Arlong has this connection with Jinbe, he would not be a nameless person. "Let's go. Let's go to island." Ross walked towards the interior of the island. Although it is likely that this will be the next attack area of Golden Lion, he will not wait here. Fujitora thought of Nami's cold voice before letting them leave here, and could not help but shake his head and followed Ross and walked deeper into the island. Arlong Park. After warning Ross and Fujitora, Nami came all the way to here. "Oh, you came back. You have been out for so long this time, what's the harvest this time?" Arlong was sitting on a deck chair and he saw Nami walk into the park and grinned at her. If he calculates, Nami should have saved up 100 million berries. He would not let go of such a good navigator, but he did not intend to break his promise, so he had to think of a way to control Nami without breaking his promise. Nami didn't know what Arlong was thinking. After working hard for so long, she had saved 100 million berries, and her goal of redeeming Kokoyasi village is about to be achieved. With this in mind, she feels slightly sadder for Luffy and others. Just as Arlong grinned and smiled and as he prepared to have a banquet, a loud roar suddenly came from outside the Arlong Park. Roar. This roar, buzz. Nami was shocked and she almost fell straight down, only to feel a buzz in her head. She could not help covering her ears, revealing a hint of horror, not knowing what is happening. What happened? Arlong's face also changed and he was also shocked by this voice and he suddenly stood up. The fishmen all around looked at each other and no one knows what happened. That. Boss Arlong, I seem to have heard from that Captain Nezumi that there are beasts in the nearby sea, and they have also attacked several islands. Beast? Arlong snorted, and said, "What fierce beasts? Us fishmen are the real fierce beasts. Come with me, we will be eating this beast meat tonight." Almost as Arlong finished speaking and when he was going to go outside, the wall of Arlong Park has smashed apart and a silver-backed giant ape with a shape of 5 or 6 meters smashed into the wall and came in. Ah! The wall was smashed and Nami screamed and ran away to the other side of the Arlong Park. Seeing that the wall of the Arlong Park was smashed into a piece, Arlong was furious. When he looked at the silver-backed great ape, a cold light appeared in his eyes. "How dare you break in here? Whiz!" He walked towards the silver-backed great ape. Chapter 384 Bartholomew Kuma. The silverback great ape roared and waved a huge fist at Arlong. Arlong also punched back with a cold look on his face. Boom! 2 fists collided, and a muffled sound broke out. Everyone on Arlong Park saw a change in Arlong's complexion. After a stalemate for a second, Arlong's figure was pushed back by several steps. Boss Arlong. How is this possible? Seeing this, the nearby fishman couldn't help showing an unbelievable look. The fishman's punch power is 10 times stronger than that of humans, and Arlong is the best among them. The bounty of 20 million berries is not in line with the real strength of Arlong. How can he be repelled by a mere beast? Where did this beast come from? How come? Arlong was. Nami, who was not far away, watched this scene with a look of shock on her face. She did not expect that Arlong would be pushed back. Even Arlong can't seem to beat this beast. Under the eyes of everyone, he was repelled by the silverback giant ape, and finally, Arlong's face finally showed rage and he rushed towards the silverback giant ape with an angry roar. After avoiding the silverback great ape's punch, he snapped on the silverback ape's legs, his sharp teeth pierced the fur and he tried to tear off a piece of meat. However, the tenacious muscles of the silverback great ape were beyond his imagination. Arlong tried to bite a bit, but he could only tear out a small piece of meat. Compared with the huge size of the silverback great ape, this small piece of meat is nothing. His leg was bitten on by Arlong and the silverback giant ape was completely furious. He angrily slapped Arlong, causing Arlong to fly out and hit the wall. Nami, who was hiding in the corner, was shocked in her heart as she watched this scene. In her eyes, Arlong, who was almost invincible, was getting beaten up by a gorilla. Boss Arlong. When several nearby fishmen saw this scene, they all exclaimed, and took out their respective weapons, surrounding the silverback giant ape. But before they could act, a roar suddenly came from outside Arlong Park and the already broken wall was cut into countless pieces. A giant praying mantis, roughly the size of the silverback ape, showed his figure. There is a second one. Seeing this giant praying mantis, everyone's face changed dramatically. Just from one look, everyone can tell that this praying mantis would not be easy to deal with and its power would not be any worse than of the silverback great ape. When all the fishmen were feeling a little panicked, a white cobweb suddenly fell from the sky, instantly blocking a corner of Arlong Park. They saw a black spider about the same size as praying mantis and the great ape, walked in directly from the wall, and it looked creepy and scary. Gulp. Someone on the scene swallowed their saliva. This group of fishmen, who usually consider themselves above mere humans, were feeling panicked at this moment. In the corner, Nami, who was a little bit scared because of Arlong being blasted by the silverback giant ape, finally came back to herself in this moment. After looking at this scene, her face changed dramatically. Arlong and Arlong pirates would be defeated, but what would happen afterwards? In the eyes of these monsters, they are probably just food. Although Arlong is hateful, he has not slaughtered the entire population of Kokoyasi village. But if these monsters occupy this place, it will be countless times worse than that of Arlong. Nami's forehead overflowed with cold sweat. Thinking of the seriousness of the problem, she could not help biting her teeth, and her thoughts flashed quickly, thinking about how to solve the current problem. But these are the monsters that even Arlong can't deal with. How can she think of a way to deal with them? No matter how much she thinks, she can't think of a way. The silverback great ape growls and charged towards Arlong, who was flown by it. Arlong took a bite out of his leg and the silverback great ape hadn't forgotten it. Bang! 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 Arlong, who was followed by the silverback great ape, was hit hard by the silverback great ape. At the same time, other fishmen were also fighting the praying mantis and the spider monster. After a few brawls, they all screamed and were defeated. The entire Arlong Park is already in a mess, the walls on all sides have been shattered, and the three monsters are running wild around here. What should I do? Looking at this scene, Nami didn't feel the pleasure from the fact that the Arlong pirates were defeated. Instead, her heart gradually sank to the bottom of the valley. Just then, Ross and Fujitora appeared in the distance. Is that a creature made by Golden Lion? It really is fierce. Fujitora released his observation haki and perceived the three monsters, and couldn't help but say. He put his hand on the handle of the staff. However, Ross waved his hand to stop him, saying, "This Arlong pirate group is not a good thing. Let them fight first." Hearing Ross' words, Fujitora's raised hand dropped down. At this time, Nami, who was scared, also found Ross and Fujitora. Did these two people take her warning as a sideshow? They came here. And the key is that the situation is worse than even she had expected. Why are you two still here? Nami opened her mouth at Ross and Fujitora as she walked towards them, gritting her teeth. Get out of here if you don't want to die. When Fujitora was about to say something, Ross spoke first. Don't worry, I won't die here yet. Nami was almost stunned by Ross's words. Is this person crazy? Can't he see the three terrifying monsters here? And just when she wanted to say something, A scream came and she couldn't help looking at that direction where the scream came from, and she immediately saw a scene that made her tremble. She saw Arlong, the fishman, getting caught by the silverback giant ape, and with a scream, he was torn in half by the silverback giant ape. This scene scared her so much that she turned pale. This is the end. It's over. Even Arlong was torn apart by the terrifying monster. Who else on this island can stop these monsters? However, just when she was trembling, Ross and Fujitora next to her seemed to be aware of something at the same time, and looked up in one direction. They were looking in the location of the praying mantis monster. At this moment, it had shredded two fishmen into several halves with its sharp sickle blades and treated them as fish, stuffing them in its mouths to eat. But this is the final action taken by this monster. A weird force suddenly hit praying mantis' head, making it suddenly stop, and its head exploded. Praying mantis's body trembled and fell down. In front of its body, a figure appeared. It was a man nearly 7 meters tall, wearing black and white clothes, holding a book in his arms. Ugh! Nami stared at this scene. She looked dumbfounded at the figure holding the book. Her eyes were so wide that they might have fallen out of their sockets. That giant praying mantis monster was killed by this person. Tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma. Ross, standing next to her, whispered this person's identity. Now that the government has convened the 7 warlords of the sea, the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma is naturally among the ones who responded, and his speed and strength are beyond doubt. Ross was not surprised that he rushed here so fast. Chapter 385 Nami's shock. Bartholomew Kuma, there? Nami, who was standing next to Ross, heard Ross' words, and with a hint of shock on her face, she turned her head slightly to look at Ross. Ross said, "He is one of the pirates that have become the subordinates of the world government. He is one of the 7 warlords of the sea and use of one of Perimshi's devil fruit. The palms of his hands are said to be able to repel everything, including air. Before he became a 7 warlords of the sea, he had a bounty of 296 million berries. 296 million berries? Exclamation mark. Nami felt dizzy and her heart tremored. She didn't know much about 7 warlords of the sea, but what is the concept of the 296 million berries? The bounty of the fishman Arlong is only 20 million berries. This person's bounty is 10 times of that. After killing the praying mantis monster, Bartholomew Kuma turned to look at the other 2 monsters. His body flickered and his figure suddenly disappeared. When it appeared again, he was already in front of the silverback giant ape. Because the monster is very dangerous, he didn't intend to be merciful. He raised his bear's paw-like hand and slapped it on the head of the silverback giant ape. Buzz! A shockwave suddenly erupted, and the head of the silverback giant ape was torn apart by Bartholomew Kuma's slap, and its entire body was sunken down and embedded in the ground. Immediately afterward, his body flickered again, and he came to the front of the spider monster. With a push of the palm of his hand, there was a bear's paw-like impact in the air, which ran through the body of the spider monster in an instant. The spider shook for some time and stopped moving. From the appearance of the tyrant bear to the killing of 3 mutant monsters, it took only a few seconds. Nami in the distance looked at this scene and felt her mind go blank. After killing the 3 monsters, Bartholomew Kuma didn't detect the existence of Ross and Fujitora, and he turned his head to look behind the broken Arlong Park. So, it's you, Bartholomew Kuma. A man with a red nose and a wine gourd came out from the direction Bartholomew Kuma was looking at, and that person seemed to know the tyrant bear and spoke without showing any fear. Bartholomew Kuma looked at that person blankly and said in a gentle tone, "Have you partnered with Golden Lion?" Vasco shot. Not far away. The shock in Nami's heart eased a little. She looked at Vasco Shot, who was confronting Bartholomew Kuma, and could not help showing a look of suspicion. Who is that person? Vasco Shot. Ross's eyes narrowed as he looked at Vasco Shot. He had a little impression of this person. He should be a member of the future Blackbeard Pirates, but right now he should be detained on the 6th floor, Eternal Hell in Impel Down. Ross thought that this person and many others may have escaped from Impel Down at the time of his own escape. Now he seemed to have joined Golden Lion. Vasco Shot? Nami's eyes were suspicious, and her tone was filled with doubt. Ross didn't know much about Vasco Shot, but he didn't expect that Fujitora next to him knew a lot and took over the conversation. The fierce wicked pirate has slaughtered many people in several towns because of his drunkenness more than a decade ago. There is a 400 million berries bounty on his head, but Marine had arrested this person and put him in prison. Fujitora held the handle of the staff blade and there was a hint of doubt on his face. 400 million berries. Nami's heart was shaking again. What kind of monsters these people are? There is someone with a bounty of 400 million berries. What kind of joke is that? She has always wanted to save 100 million berries to buy Kokoyasi village from the fishman Arlong, and it took her 10 years to do so, but the 2 people in front of her, any one of them are worth far more than 100 million berries. You will not succeed in your purpose. Where is Golden Lion? Bartholomew Kuma didn't say much but instead vowed at Vasco smoothly. Vasco took off the gourd on his back and he grinned and said, "Do you think I'll tell you so easily?" Bartholomew Kuma was silent, then he took off his gloves. Vasco hesitated and said, "I heard that you have become 7 warlords of the sea these years. I don't know if your strength has improved a little compared to before." Buzz. At the next moment, Bartholomew Kuma rushed towards Vasco with his palm in front of him and the ability of the Nika Nika no Mi fruit was launched, and a bear-like shockwave was instantly launched into the air. Vasco had no fear and punched back. Bang! The impact collided with his fist, and a heavy sound came out instantly. The air rippled and a terrifying power wrapped in a terrifying air, swept away in all directions. Oh! The airwaves formed by the aftermath of this confrontation surged in, and Nami, who was standing on the ground far away, became unstable and stood backward. After taking 5 or 6 steps back in a row, she finally couldn't maintain her balance and fell backward, but she didn't fell down and accidentally bumped into Ross's chest. Ross reached out to hold Nami's body and let her regain her balance. What is this? Are they still human? Nami, who was standing still, was still shocked as she looked towards Bartholomew Kuma and Vasco in the confrontation. Bang! 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 The bang sound kept blasting in the field. Vasco, who had been imprisoned for many years, made no improvement in his strength. H is not Kuma's opponent. After more than a dozen moves, he has already fallen into a disadvantage. Tell me the whereabouts of Golden Lion, you can't win against me. Bartholomew Kuma flickered behind Vasco and slapped him before asking about Golden Lion in an emotionless voice. Vasco also did not expect that he would no longer be a match for Bartholomew Kuma, but how could he give up at this time? A fierce color flashed in his eyes, and he continued to charge into the tyrant bear. The aftermath of the fierce fighting between the two continues to erupt. Nami, who was standing and watching in the distance, looked shocked again, and only felt that there was some blankness in her mind. Compared with Bartholomew Kuma, Arlong was like a miscellaneous fish. While shocked, Nami suddenly thought of the villagers of Kokoyasi village, and could not help but become horrified. What about everyone? I have to tell everyone to run away, and you two should also leave here as soon as possible. Nami said nervously and worriedly, and then ran towards the village. However, Ross stopped her and said, "Do you want the villagers to leave this island? I don't recommend you to do this, because there may be many mutant beasts in the sea." "So, what should I do?" Nami panicked for a moment. Ross calmly said, "Don't panic, I don't think the villagers will come to this site, and as long as they stay away from the battle center, there will be no problem." Listening to Ross's analysis, Nami relaxed a little and looked at Ross a little differently while thinking, where is Ross's confidence come from for him to remain so calm in this situation? Chapter 386 Aokiji appears, and just as Bartholomew Kuma fought fiercely against Vasco, a dazzling sword energy suddenly burst into the air, hitting Vasco's body, wrapped in a power that seemed to be able to cut off everything. It was irresistible. Vasco's complexion changed, and he turned his entire body sideways to avoid the dangerous sword energy, but his cheek was still scratched by the sword energy and a blood stain appeared on his face. This terrifying sword energy continued forward, splitting the fragmented Arlong Park from the center, and spreading all the way to the end of sight. Nami screamed in horror, and she was so scared that she almost jumped as the line swept by the sword energy was only 10 meters away from where she stood. Until the sword energy completely disappeared at the end of the line of sight, Nami looked at the abyss-like gully where the earth was cut off, and her voice was trembling as she asked, What's this?" She looked in the direction where the sword energy came from, and in that direction, she saw a man in a black trench coat with a ceremonial hat on his head. He was holding a large black blade in his hand as he stood there quietly. Ross glanced at this new arrival and said, "That guy is also one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the greatest swordsman in the world, Hawkeye Mihawk." The world. The greatest swordsman in the world? When Nami heard Ross' words, she just felt her heart trembling. Although she didn't know anything about sword, but for someone to be able to claim the position of the greatest swordsman in the world is undoubtedly the most terrifying existence on this sea. What the hell is going on today? Why are these terrifying guys appearing one by one in Kokoyasi village? Nami felt dizzy. After Vasco dodged his first attack, Hawkeye did not attack a second time, and he calmly put the black blade on his back. Hawkeye. It is naturally impossible for Vasco to not know Hawkeye. He is no longer as relaxed as before, and cold sweat spilled from his forehead as she said, 2 of the 7 warlords of the sea appeared here? Although the tyrant bear is powerful, if there is only one person, he may be able to defeat him, but if Hawkeye is added to the situation, then the problem will be serious. And just as Vasco's face sank, a voice suddenly came from a distance. "Hawkeye. I didn't expect you to respond to the world government's call." They saw a man with a western sword hanging from his waist coming from a distance. He had a wicked smile on his lips as he stared at Hawkeye. Hawkeye turned to look at him. Abate Skjudlaw. Do you know me? Skjudlaw smiled in a strange way. Hawkeye looked at him and said calmly, It would be strange for me to not know you. I'm very interested in Golden Lion's plan, so I plan to cooperate with him. If you want to destroy our plan, I can only fight against you. Skjudlaw said as he pulled out his sword. Far away. Fujitora stared at Skjudlaw from afar, leaning on a wooden staff, and saying, Pirate Hunter, Abate Skjudlaw, has he also joined Golden Lion? Abate Skjudlaw? Nami stood aside, faintly feeling that she was about to hear another extraordinary character's information with a strange name again. As expected. At the next moment, Ross calmly said, Pirate Hunter Abate Skjudlaw, who once hunted a pirate with a bounty of 430 million berries. He is the strongest pirate hunter swordsman. I did not expect him to join Golden Lion. Nami's head was dizzy for a while, and she couldn't help but ask again, then. Who is that Golden Lion? Ross glanced at her and said, He is one of the 3 legendary pirates before the Great Age of Pirates who stood with Roger and Whitebeard Edward Newgate. They fought each other countless times and he also pushed the King of Pirates Roger into a corner once. Nami felt that her heart wouldn't be able to bear it anymore. And just as Ross' voice fell, Hawkeye in the field looked at Skjudlaw and pulled out the black blade from his back again and said, I'm not interested in your plans. Well, then it's my pleasure to fight you. Skjudlaw, as a swordsman, naturally had the idea of challenging Hawkeye, the greatest swordsman in the world. At this moment, holding the handle of the sword, a sharpness appeared in his eyes, and the sword in his hand fluttered. Buzz. A black coat of sword energy flew out of the sky, like a thunderbolt cutting through the void. Hawkeye swept his sword and the brilliant sword energy swept across, colliding with the black sword energy in the air, and a loud bang erupted. Sit. The 2 sword energy meet in the air and eventually exploded, turning into countless tiny sword energies flashing in all directions, cutting the earth. Nami made another terrifying cry as the ground that was less than 3 meters away from her was cut into 2 deep trenches by the broken sword energy. Ross stood there while frowning slightly. He has been using his observation hockey to search the Golden Lion, but until now, Golden Lion has shown no signs of showing up. Bang. Bang. The fierce confrontation between the 4 men in the battlefield continues. The Tyrant Bear and Hawkeye were obviously better than their opponent. After a brief confrontation, they slowly began to suppress their opponents. The battle of the 4 people is earth-shaking. Arlong Park has long been reduced to broken ruins that can't be broken again. In other words, it's completely gone. Looking at the 4 men and the huge aftermath that erupted with each of their attacks, spreading in all directions, Nami just felt herself go numb. And just as the fierce fight was going on, cold air suddenly came from afar, and a figure appeared at the end of their line of sight wearing the Justice Cloak of Marine Justice, riding a bicycle towards this side. Where the wheels of the bicycle rolled over, the ground condensed into ice, and the ditch-filled ground was filled with ice, making the ride extremely smooth. Who was this time again? Nami was a little numb at this point and she just asked with an almost dead voice. She felt like she a small stray fish stuck between a group of sharks. Looking at these sharks one by one, she was filled with a deep sense of weakness. She has already considered Hawkeye and others as monsters, and she doesn't even want to consider them as normal humans, but fortunately, there are 2 more normal people beside her. Marine Headquarters Admiral, Aokiji. Ross watched the silhouette that was riding on the bike and calmly spoke. This introduction was rare and short, but it made Nami's mouth twitch a bit. The highest-ranking officer she had ever seen was just a rear admiral. What is an admiral? I was slow. Aokiji rode his bicycle and stopped not far away. He scratched his head and parked the bicycle on the ice and headed for the battlefield. Aokiji didn't plan to let the Tyrant Bear and others fight alone. Now that Golden Lion has caused too much trouble and it must be resolved as soon as possible, or he won't be able to explain it to the Marine Headquarters or the world government. After taking a few steps forward, he pressed his hands to the ground. Ice Age. Chapter 387 Did they know? Kaka. The ground touched by Aokiji's palms instantly condensed into ice which began to spread in all directions and the broken Arlong Park turned into an ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. This ice spread at an incredible speed and it also caught the flaws exposed by Vasco in his fight with Tyrant Bear and instantly froze half of his body on the ground. Nami was numb looking at the scene. Her face was completely expressionless. She looked at Ross and Fujitora next to her. Seeing that Ross and Fujitora were equally expressionless, she recovered from the sense of detachment from reality. Damn. Vasco had long noticed the arrival of Aokiji, but he was entangled by the Tyrant Bear, and he could not respond at all. His body was frozen at this moment and he immediately used armament hockey to break the ice, but Tyrant Bear's palm pressed against his chest. Buzz. A shocking wave entered his body. Blood spit from Vasco's mouth and his blood splattered on the ice, leaving a bright red color on the white surface, and he was feeling powerless. I didn't expect you to be here, Vasco. It was really hard for you to escape from the impel down. What are you doing here? Aokiji walked towards Vasco and scratched his head. He suddenly remembered something and said, Golden Lion had caused a lot of trouble. Can you tell me when he will come over? Vasco lost his ability to resist, but he still laughed. So, you are thinking that Golden Lion will come here? Let me tell you something, he won't come. Aokiji frowned when he heard Vasco's words. Can you tell me, where is he now? Well, he is in the sky. Vasco grinned and smiled before licking his lips, and said, as for his specific location, I don't know. You can't ask any more questions. Aokiji frowned and turned to look at Skjudlaw, who was fighting Haki. He didn't believe Vasco's words, so he walked towards Skjudlaw, and also hit him with Ice Age. Hawkeye frowned slightly when Aokiji interfered with his battle, but he didn't say anything, and he eventually put the black blade back on his back. Aokiji froze half of Skjudlaw's body, rendering him powerless. Has it become a trend for pirate hunters to become pirates? This is really distressing. Aokiji rubbed his eyebrows, and when he saw Skjudlaw, he thought of other things and felt a headache coming in, and he questioned Skjudlaw with a severe tone. Skjudlaw is also fearless. Although his voice is weak, his tone still has a hint of evil in it, and he gives the same answer as Vasco. They were just sent down by Golden Lion. Golden Lion's flying pirates base camp is a few islands floating in the air at a height of 10,000 meters. These islands will move back and forth in the sky without a fixed position. It will be difficult now. Aokiji looked at Skjudlaw and Vasco. He rubbed his brows as the headache that was coming has finally settled on his head. Capturing Skjudlaw and Vasco would be great merit in normal times, but the core of everything now lies in Golden Lion, and it will be useless without capturing Golden Lion. Hawkeye and Tyrant Bear didn't bother to interfere. They both planned to leave. Hawkeye was standing there with his sword on his back, and the other was standing with a book in the distance and watching coldly. And just then, Ross, who was standing a few hundred meters away with Nami and Fujitora, shook his head. It looks like I can't count on the Marines. I have to torture the information out. As he spoke, Ross walked forward. Nami was in a state of numbness, and when she saw Ross suddenly walking in the direction of Aokiji and others, she was shocked and couldn't help but say, Hey, you! What are you doing? I'll see if I can ask for some valuable information. Ross said something without looking back and continued to move forward. When Nami heard Ross's words, she couldn't help but widen her eyes and said, Are you crazy? There are all monsters over there. Ha ha ha, don't worry. Fujitora stood beside with a smile on his face, feeling Nami's nervous expression as she seemed to want to step forward to hold Ross. He interrupted her movements and said, Nothing will happen to him. Nami panicked. How could he be fine? You can't see, you don't know what kind of monsters those guys are. While Nami was trying to pull Ross, the expressions of Aokiji, Hawkeye, Tyrant Bear, and other people present changed at almost the same time. Everyone's eyes came together as they looked in one direction. Oh! When they saw Ross's figure, whether it was Hawkeye or Aokiji, almost all of them showed a hint of shock on their faces. What surprised them wasn't Ross being here, but how did Ross appear? In their perception, Ross seemed to pop out abruptly, without showing any signs or movements. Immediately afterwards, their eyes turned to Fujitora and Nami, who appeared from nothing behind Ross. If only Ross appeared alone, they could explain it with his strength, but now three people suddenly appeared, and there was no trajectory of their path at all. That is to say, the only way for Ross to appear so abruptly is if Ross and the other two stood there from the beginning, and none of them noticed. When this thought popped in their head, whether it is Hawkeye or Aokiji, their faces changed and a variety of expressions appeared on their faces because the situation they thought was too terrifying. Hawkeye always wanted to find a chance to see how much gap there was between himself and Ross, but what happened right now made him remain silent. Ghost hand. Aokiji stared at Ross and his whole body turned into ice, and he was already in the highest level of alertness. Even if Hawkeye and Tyrant Bear are here, he can't relax in the slightest, not to mention that he doesn't know if 7 warlords of the sea like Hawkeye and Tyrant Bear will fight Ross. Even if Hawkeye and Tyrant Bear do fight with him, there is another one over there. Ghost Hand Pirates 1st Division Captain. Fujitora's strength is beyond doubt. As for the woman next to Fujitora, she seems to be an ordinary person in their perception, but staying with Fujitora and Ross, she is probably not an ordinary person and she may be a person with some weird ability. At this time, Nami, standing next to Fujitora, has already thought of something. Even if she is stupid, she realized that the situation was somewhat wrong. Aokiji and Hawkeye and others seem to know Ross clearly, and especially the Marine Admiral, Aokiji, who is looking at Ross like he was an enemy. They recognized him? Naturally. A voice came from behind Nami, answering Nami's question. They saw the third 7 warlords of the sea. Knight of the Sea Jinbe appeared in the back as he walked slowly towards this side. He glanced at Nami and said strangely, "Do you not know? Because the Fishman Island has become Ross's territory, Jinbe also often deals with ghost hand pirates, and his relationship with Fujitora is even very good." Seeing Nami standing next to Fujitora, he subconsciously thought that Nami was a member of the ghost hand pirates, but now it seems that something is not right. "What do you mean?" Nami's eyes were blank. Although Jinbe felt strange, he still replied, "He is one of the 4 emperors, how could anyone not know him?" Nami asked weakly, "What is 4 emperors?" Jinbe's lips twitched. He had roughly guessed that this woman was not a member of the ghost hand pirates at all, and she should be an ordinary civilian from the East Blue. Having thought of that and hearing Nami's question, Jinbe replied, "Well, the 4 emperors are the 4 pirates standing at the apex of the sea." "The apex of the sea?" Exclamation mark. Nami stared and asked, "That means he is strong?" Jinbe glanced at Ross's back and said, "If you ask someone about him, they would say that he is not only powerful but he is also the strongest in the world." Chapter 389. Who is that person? Ross noticed the change in Nami's gaze and he enjoyed the look of shock on her face. After coming over, he said at random, "With a Marine Admiral here, you don't have to worry about the safety of the village. Oh yeah, it's better if you don't go out to sea recently, maybe I will see you again in future." After leaving such a sentence, Ross walked towards Fujitora. Fujitora knocked on the ground with his wooden staff, and the frozen ground broke into a stone platform and it supported them to fly into the sky. Seeing that Ross had left, Hawkeye also looked back. He turned away with the black blade on his back and Tyrant Bear disappeared with a flash. Jinbe stayed, watching the silence for a while. "About Arlong, I'm very sorry. Since he came here, he naturally knew the situation here, he knows that Arlong ruled here. Since the girl in front of him is an aboriginal here, she should be the one oppressed by Arlong, and Jinbe chose to apologize. It wasn't because he couldn't handle Arlong's affairs. He let Arlong come to East Blue, and he never bothered to see what he was doing afterward." "You are?" Nami turns around a little stiffly so that she has time to examine Jinbe carefully. When she sees Jinbe apologize to her, she also stares, wondering what the other party has to do with Arlong. Jinbe said, "I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Jinbe, the current boss of Fishman pirates. It is my oversight that I didn't saw what Arlong was doing here and let you suffer." 7 warlords of the sea. It's another 7 warlords of the sea, and it sounds like this person is the leader of the fishmen. However, she has seen Marine Admiral, greatest swordsman in the world, 4 emperors. Nami is a little numb to Jinbe's identity. Kokoyasi village. On the coast, Ross and Fujitora returned to their small ship. Now that they know that Golden Lion is going to Logue Town, it is natural for them to go towards Logue Town. "Let's go to Logue Town, that's the next target of Golden Lion," Ross said briefly to Fujitora. Fujitora paused, feeling no surprise. Holding the stick, he said, "Logue Town, where the pirate King Roger was executed. It was the place where the Great Age of Pirates began. It's perfect to end the Golden Lion there." Ross looked at the sea and then with a thought, the power of distortion poured into the sea and rolled up a current that pushed the ship to sail away. And not far from Ross's ship, a fierce battle was erupting on the sea. A mutant beast in the sea found Luffy's group on a small ship and launched a fierce attack on Luffy and others. Although this mutant beast is not a fish and is also affected in the sea, its strength is still extremely fierce. Even though Luffy, Zoro, and others joined forces to fight, they were still forced into a disadvantageous position by the mutant beast, and the ship was already broken. "Damn it. This guy is too tough." Sanji kicked the mutant beast's head, only to feel a pain shooting up his foot bone. It was as if he had kicked an iron plate. Roar. The mutant beast roared and attacked Luffy and caused Luffy to flew out. Fortunately, Luffy is a rubber man and he can ignore this kind of blunt attack, and he was holding the ship with both hands when he was about to get hit. Although his figure flew out, his arms that were still holding the board also stretched a lot and he bounced back. "This bastard. My wound." Zoro held the sword, but cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The wound cut off by Hawkeye on his chest got opened and blood spilled. The fierce battle tore his unhealed wound. But when the Straw Hats were in a hard fight, a small ship in the distance came out like a yacht. Seeing the route, the ships will not run into each other and they will pass by. A ship. In the fierce battle, Usopp first spotted the approaching ship and screamed at Luffy and others. Zoro gasped sharply, enduring the pain in his chest, and glanced in the direction Usopp had pointed. "It's a small ship. Nothing can help us, let's kill this monster first." Sanji was tired but he still had a cigarette in his mouth and he didn't forget to take a sip. Luffy saw his companions in a desperate situation and he roared while stretching his right leg as hard as he could. Gamu Gamu no Tomahawk. Bang. The foot that fell from the sky was wrapped in huge power, and it kicked it on the mutant beast's head, and the mutant beast that was kicked was completely submerged in the seawater and splashed a huge wave. A few seconds later, the mutant beast surfaced again, but instead of attacking Luffy and others, his eyes turned white and it floated on the sea, apparently stunned by a heavy blow from Luffy. Shout. Got. Saved. Sanji and Usopp watched this scene and released a long sigh of relief. If they couldn't beat it anymore, this ship would have sunken. But almost as soon as they were relieved, the fainted mutant beast drifted away to the distance on the sea. Coincidentally, it was on the course of the ship sailing in the distance. Usopp touched the cold sweat above his head and glanced at the direction of the mutant beast. He first hesitated and then judged the distance with his sniper abilities. The ship and the mutant beast were likely to hit each other. This is bad. Usopp screamed in his heart, but immediately comforted himself. The ship would surely avoid the dizzy mutant beast. After all, it looks so conspicuous and had such a huge body. As Usopp watched, the small ship came sailing through the waves and... The ship directly pressed the mutant beast, sinking the mutant beast to the bottom of the sea, and generally continued to sail away from the wind and waves without any change. A few seconds later, the mutated beast woke up and appeared on the surface and it slowly turning its head to look at Luffy and others, its fierce eyes showing an angry look and it roared. Luffy. Zoro. Sanji. Almost everyone's expressions sank at this moment as they looked at the mutant beast that was rushing over. They felt a little desperate. Luffy did his best to hit him and he was only successful in knocking out the monster and it was hit by that damn ship again. This is simply murder. But when Zoro and others gritted their teeth and could only brace their heads to face the beast, the ship in the distance stopped suddenly, as if it had hit something. In the cabin of the ship, Ross glanced out unexpectedly and shook his head and smiled. There is something wrong, Isho, go and help them. Fujitora also noticed the situation outside. He took hold of the wooden rod and nodded, and pushed the door open and walked outside. He looked at Luffy and others who were again in a struggle. We seem to have caused you a little trouble. Sanji and others heard that and they almost vomited blood from their mouth in anger. A little trouble? Does this look like a little bit of trouble? But seeing the appearance of Fujitora, they are not surprised why the ship ran into the beast, because Fujitora is obviously a blind person. Why is a blind person sailing in the sea? Anyway, I'm very sorry, but please get out of the way. Fujitora held the handle of the staff blade and rushed at Luffy and others. What do you want to do? Sanji was busy but he heard Fujitora's words. What is he going to do? But at this time, it's too late to do anything. Why do you have to hit the monster that has finally passed out? Anyway, it is a little trouble, let me take care of it. Fujitora said sincerely and kindly. Luffy and others looked at each other. Although they didn't know what the blind man would do, they still instinctively believed in him and stepped back. Almost as soon as Luffy and others pulled back, Fujitora pulled out his staff blade and he swung forward sharply. Gravity. Blade. Buzz. In an instant, the sea seemed to have collapsed. Under the shock and horror-filled gaze of Sanji and others, the monster was shrouded in some strange power, and in just 1 second, it was squeezed and crushed and turned into countless pieces of meat and bones. At this moment, everyone looked dull and their faces were blank. This. Usopp stared at the scene in horror, almost speechless. Fujitora put the blade back into the scabbard and directed a friendly smile at Luffy and others and said, "It hasn't been very safe at sea recently, try not to go to sea for some time." After he spoke, Fujitora turned and entered the cabin. The waves rolled up, and the ship once again broke through the wind. It hurried away and disappeared from their eyes. After the ship disappeared at the end of their field of vision, Sanji and others came to their senses and there was only one idea that remained in their hearts. Who was that guy? Chapter 390 Meeting Tashigi again. East Blue, Logue Town. After leaving Kokoyashi village, Ross quickly arrived here with Fujitora, but he seems to have come a little earlier, and Logue Town is looking peaceful. Ross didn't care. Since he is early, he is drinking morning tea here. It doesn't matter if he wait for a while. A few days later, somewhere in the tea house, Fujitora sat across from Ross and drank morning tea with Ross. The weather was cloudy and the light rain was falling, which made the small town, which had been calm, seem to have some dark tide. From time to time, a team of Marines can be seen patrolling the streets and their patrol frequency had increased by a lot. The atmosphere around here seems to have changed. Leaning over the window drinking tea, Fujitora sensed the orderly passing of the Marine outside, the unusual atmosphere that was gradually filling the small town, and spoke slowly and quietly. Ross was reading a newspaper and he looked up and glanced out the window. "If we know that this is the next target of the Golden Lion," he said, then the world government and Marines must have found a way to get the information. If the government knew that, it would probably send out heavy troops to guard it. Fujitora spoke slowly, with a slight solemnity in his speech, but not a steady one. Ross smiled and said, apart from the fact that they're trying to stop Golden Lion, even if they came after me, wouldn't it mean that they would have to move the entire Marine headquarters to Lobe Town? Is that even possible? Except for Garp and Sengoku, who can pose some threats to Ross today, Aokiji, Okainu, Kizaru, and others have almost no ability to threaten Ross's life. Fujitora continued to drink tea. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, Ross suddenly looked out the window at a figure passing in the alley. He is here too. Hearing Ross' words, Fujitora looked up at Ross, revealing his inquiries. Ross retracted his gaze, not looking at that fleeting figure, and said, leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. Fujitora's face changed slightly, and he said, Revolutionary Army also got involved in this? I don't think so. Ross shook his head and said casually, I think he's mostly here for some other purposes. Fujitora was lost in his thought. At this time, another familiar figure appeared before Ross and walked straight into the tea house, ordered a cup of tea, and sat down in a place. It was Tashigi. Her eyes were somber and gaunt, and she was not in a marine uniform, a far cry from her last encounter with Ross. Well. Ross looked at Tashigi and gave an involuntary tut. It looked as if she had not recovered from the last shock he had given her. Quickly. The tea was served, and Tashigi took it and said thank you and drank the tea. Ross's words had been ringing in her head for so long, and when she saw things from a neutral perspective, she could no longer see marine justice as her calling. It was precisely because she was absent-minded every day that she overturned the teacup several times. Smoker was annoyed and helpless and she was temporarily suspended from her job and Smoker told her to take a good rest. Ugh. Tashigi wanted to get that voice out of her mind, but she couldn't do anything. She sighed while drinking tea. At this moment, she inadvertently glanced at Ross and Fujitora sitting in a corner, and because she was directly facing Ross, she saw Ross's face and could not help but stare. Do you come here for tea? Ross waves at Tashigi and smiles casually. The shock in Tashigi's eyes slowly subsides. Her mouth is closed and her expression changes in an uncertain way. In the past, she would have already pulled out her sword, but now she is in a state of confusion and she cannot control her body and she walked over. The Ghost Hand Pirates 1st Division Captain. Walking towards Ross, Tashigi also saw Fujitora, and soon recognized Fujitora's identity. Why are you here? Tashigi remained silent for a few seconds and asked a question. Ross sipped his tea and said, I can go wherever I want, but since you have asked, I came looking for Golden Lion to settle accounts with him. Golden Lion? A few months ago, Tashigi would not have been able to think of Golden Lion Shiki, a legendary pirate that has disappeared for 20 years. But recently, the entire East Blue was in chaos because of Golden Lion and the news of Golden Lion was spreading everywhere, and she naturally recognized his name. Yes. Ross didn't care and spoke, that guy almost killed me once, plus he's done such a nasty thing in East Blue, it's time to send him to hell. Tashigi was speechless for a while. If Ross was a Marine Admiral, she wouldn't find it weird too if he said such a thing, but Ross is one of the most terrifying pirates in this sea. Not knowing how to respond to Ross, Tashigi bit her lip and couldn't help but say a little ironically, but you don't do less wicked things than Golden Lion. Ross glanced at her and said with a frown, you mustn't talk nonsense. What bad things have I done? Please, Sergeant Marine, tell me some of those wicked things that I have done. You. Tashigi was speechless for a while. She has read a lot of newspapers and learned a lot about Ross from inside Marine, but the description Ross had in those new papers were always wicked, dangerous, and heartless pirate, and after he became a 4 emperors who ruled Tado land, he became even more evil but the newspaper never said what he had done. But there is almost no intelligence that can be specific to a certain thing. That is to say you only know that I have done wicked things, but you don't know what wicked things I have done. Ross glanced at Tashigi and slowly. Tashigi gritted her teeth for a while, but couldn't find anything to refute. All right. Ross finished the last sip of tea in the cup, he said, the tea is finished and I'm leaving. Do you have any questions? Tashigi's expression changed for a while, and she stopped talking until Ross had stood up and walked out, and then she gritted her teeth and asked, what is justice? What? Ross couldn't help chuckling and said, you really asked a very difficult question. No one can answer this question. Everyone has a different answer. Then what is your answer? Tashigi continued to ask. She knew that asking a pirate about justice was weird and ridiculous, but she just wanted to hear Ross's answer now. I have no answer. Ross walked to the door of the tea house and gave Tashigi a completely unexpected answer. He glanced at her and said, why do I have to worry about what justice is? Chapter 391 The Tangled Warfare starts. Logue Town. The Straw Hat Pirates have just arrived here. Why are how many Marines here? On the street, Zoro, who was going to buy a blade, avoided a Marine patrol and frowned slightly. Few civilians could be seen along the way, and Marine, who was patrolling the streets from time to time, walked by. Why is this town so alert? Although Zoro is a big fool, he still has some reason. He knows that if Marines found him in this place, it will definitely cause a lot of troubles. Although he won't be caught by Marines, he and Luffy and others will have to escape as soon as possible, and he wouldn't be able to buy a blade for himself. Seeing Marine patrolling past him, Zoro stepped out of the alley that he was hiding in and looked for the blade shop. However, as he walked across the street, he suddenly noticed a man and a woman who were coming from the street in front of him. A sword hung on the waist of the woman and a sword hung on the waist of the man. Hey! Dashigi, who was following Ross, noticed Zoro, and at the same time noticed the swords on Zoro's waist. Her low mood was instantly lifted as she looked at the famed blade. Is this 21 best grade swords? Dashigi held up the glasses on the bridge of her nose and couldn't help walking towards Zoro and looked at the sword on his waist for observation. Zoro was startled and took 2 steps back subconsciously, and said, "Hey! What are you doing?" Dashigi, looking naturally dull, finally noticed Zoro. After staring at him for some time, she apologized again and also looked for a hole to hide herself in. Zoro sees Dashigi apologizing again and says, "Well, you seem to know a lot about swords." "Ah, I did a little research on them." Dashigi was embarrassed as she said, "Well, can you show me your blade?" Zoro handed over the blade generously while looking at Dashigi's sword and said after thinking for a moment,